Jon Snow stood atop the battlements of Winterfell, his breath clouding the air as the chill wind nipped at his cheeks. The sky was overcast, a sheet of steel gray that reflected the subdued gloom of the north. Snow clung to the stone of the fortress, and he thought of how everything was about to change. He was young, barely a boy grown, yet his mind carried the weight of unspoken questions and an unrelenting curiosity. Here in the ancient seat of House Stark, time seemed measured by the turn of the seasons and the hush of secrets that lingered in dark corners. Even before the approach of King Robert's grand procession, still some weeks off, the keep was lively with preparations. Carts rolled in with extra provisions, storehouses bustled with activity, and stable hands tended to a growing herd of horses. But none of that busyness could explain the old stories that pulled at Jon's thoughts like unseen strings. Tales told in hushed voices of the crypts beneath Winterfell, of hidden relics, and of ghosts from ages past. Jon clutched the thick fur of his cloak around his shoulders, trying to ward off the biting wind. He looked down into the courtyard below, seeing men in Stark livery going about their duties. Robb would be in the training yard, almost certainly sparring with Theon or mastering a new maneuver with their father's master-at-arms. Arya might be off somewhere practicing archery in secret or stealing pastries from the kitchens. Sansa would be indoors, attending needlework or reading about court etiquette in preparation for the king's arrival. Bran would be climbing the walls, defying every warning. And Rickon was still too young for any mischief. They all had places to be, roles to fulfill. Jon had his own duties as well, but as the bastard of Winterfell, he sometimes felt as if he existed on the edge of every group, the cusp of every conversation. He lived in the in-between, yearning to prove himself, to find something that was truly his own. That night, long after the sun had set and Winterfell was cloaked in the hush of deep darkness, Jon found himself wandering the corridors without much aim. His feet led him to the entrance of the Stark crypts. It was a place both revered and feared. He knew of the Stone Kings with iron swords on their laps and direwolf statues at their feet, of the echoing corridors that seemed to stretch on, filled with the quiet vigil of generations. He would not have gone there at night under any normal circumstances, but an old tale had gripped his mind for days, a half-forgotten story overheard from one of the traveling bards who sometimes visited. The tale spoke of an object of old Valyria hidden away in the north centuries ago. It made no sense, yet somehow it captured Jon's imagination like a song, compelling him to seek it out. Curiosity inched him deeper and deeper into the crypts, past the statues of lords long dead. Shadows cast by his flickering torch danced over ancient faces hewn from stone. Each lord of Winterfell seemed to stare at him from empty eyes, as though judging his trespass. The deeper he went, the colder it felt, until the chill seemed to come from within the very walls. He might have turned back had he not felt, deep in his core, a certain pull, an intangible sense that something was waiting for him. His ears caught the faint echo of dripping water and the scurry of distant rats. Then, in a small alcove behind a crumbling statue, he found a hole in the wall that led into an older, hidden chamber. He had never ventured there before. By the dim glow of torchlight, he squeezed through, scraping his shoulders against the rough stone. The chamber within was cramped and full of stale air. Dust covered every surface, stirred into ghostly motes by his intrusion. Jon held his torch high, coughing at the sudden swirl of ancient grime. At first, he saw only old bones, scattered and broken, perhaps the remains of an animal that had wandered in centuries ago. Then his eyes caught a glint of something in the far corner. Heart thudding in his chest, he stepped carefully over the bones and stooped to pick up the object. The torchlight revealed a smooth, stone-like surface with faint scales etched into it. It was larger than a man's head and heavy in his hands. He had heard stories of dragon eggs. They were said to be beautiful, shimmering things, sometimes described as black as onyx, sometimes the color of jade, or as dark green flecked with gold. This one looked different from the descriptions he had heard. The shell was the color of soot and ash, and the faint pattern of scales seemed nearly lost beneath a film of centuries-old dust. But every rumor he had ever heard told him that a dragon egg was unmistakable. Jon's heart raced. He could barely believe what he was holding. An impossible relic, here in Winterfell's hidden crypt. He remembered old Nan's tales of dragons and Targaryen kings, how the beasts once soared over Westeros before the doom of their line. He recalled half-whispered rumors that some eggs still existed in the world, hoarded by collectors or hidden away. The notion that one might lie forgotten beneath the stones of Winterfell defied logic. Yet here it was undeniable in its weight. Gazing at it, he wondered how it could still exist, and why no one had discovered it. If it truly was a dragon egg, it should have been lost or turned to stone, entirely petrified and beyond revival. Yet, as he brushed his fingertips across its surface, he thought he felt a faint warmth, so slight he nearly convinced himself he'd imagined it. He wrapped the egg in a thick cloth to conceal it and carried it gently up through the crypts, checking over his shoulder for any sign of watchers. The corridors of Winterfell were silent at that hour, the only movement the dancing shadows of his own torch. Once in his small room, Jon placed the egg carefully on his simple wooden table and stared at it. Ghost, his white direwolf, gave the thing a wary sniff, then turned away as if uneasy. Jon studied the egg's dull surface for a long time, spinning a tapestry of possibilities in his mind. Then, exhausted from the day's tasks and the weight of this discovery, he dozed off, leaving the torch to sputter in its sconce. The dawn came too soon, chasing away the night's wonder. Jon awoke stiff and anxious, the egg still on the table. He worried about what to do with it. Should he tell someone? Lord Eddard Stark was an honorable man, but there was no telling how he would react if he discovered a dragon egg in his keep. Might he summon Maester Luwin to study it, or would he have it destroyed for fear of Targaryen associations? The realm remembered the rebellion too well, and the memory of Dragonfire was still something feared. And Robert Baratheon, soon to arrive, would have no love for anything that might hint at a Targaryen resurgence. The boy who wore the name Snow but carried the blood of a Stark bastard couldn't know the far-reaching consequences of such a find. But something in Jon's heart told him that this was his destiny. This impossible egg was something meant for him alone. That day, Jon moved through his regular chores in a haze. He trained in the yard, sparred with Robb, tried to keep up with Theon's banter, and avoided the sharp eyes of their father. Winterfell bustled as always, but everything felt different. The secret weighed on him so heavily that he was sure it showed on his face. In quiet moments, he replayed the discovery again and again, wondering if it had been an odd dream. But each time he returned to his room, he saw the egg wrapped in cloth, hidden in a locked chest beneath his bed. It was the only place he could think to keep it safe. Ghost often lay by the bed, ears twitching, as though disturbed by some presence emanating from within. Days passed. The weather grew colder, the sky more leaden, and rumors of the king's impending visit crept through Winterfell like a rising tide. But Jon's focus was entirely on the dragon egg. Every night, when darkness shrouded the keep, he took it out and examined it by candlelight. He whispered to it, though he felt foolish, telling it the stories he had heard of dragons. He even dared to hold it over the small brazier in his room, seeking any sign of change in its petrified shell. He felt certain that it was more than just a fossil or a piece of stone. Some nights, Ghost would watch intently, his red eyes reflecting the fire's glow, as though he, too, sensed a flicker of life in that ancient shell. One late evening, a stranger arrived at Winterfell's gates. Jon was in the courtyard when the man appeared, clad in dark red robes trimmed with black, his hood pulled low over his features. The guards met him with suspicion, for the rarely traveled roads to Winterfell had grown treacherous. He gave his name as Torm, a priest of the Lord of Light. The man had come from the south, he claimed, on a pilgrimage that stretched from Volantis through the free cities and eventually to Westeros. Unusual as his presence was, Lord Eddard Stark extended the courtesy of hospitality. The North still adhered to the old gods, but no traveler in need was turned away, especially not one who spoke politely and carried no threat. That night, Torm dined at the Great Hall, among the rest of the household. Jon watched him from a distance, noticing the way his eyes gleamed in the firelight, flicking around the hall as though searching for something. The red robes, the mild accent, the faint smell of strange incense that clung to his person. Everything about Torrum was foreign. Jon sensed an air of quiet intensity around the priest. He rarely smiled, though his demeanor remained courteous. He remarked on the cold, the grandeur of the hall, and occasionally asked questions about the region. Yet there was a subtle curiosity in his gaze whenever he caught sight of Jon, as if the boy carried a particular interest. Jon tried to dismiss it. He was used to being on the periphery of social gatherings, half acknowledged in conversation. But the weight of Torrum's glance felt different. It struck him as unervingly direct, filled with an awareness beyond casual observation. That night, as Jon was leaving the hall, Torrum approached him quietly. The torches in the corridor cast wavering shadows on the stone walls. The red-robed priest inclined his head in greeting, and Jon gave a courteous nod. Torrum's voice was soft, with a lyrical accent that betrayed his origins far from the north. "Forgive my intrusion, young Snow," he said. "I could not help but notice your curiosity throughout the evening. You look at me as though you sense something new." Jon wondered how the man knew his name, but everyone in Winterfell knew of Jon Snow, the bastard. "We rarely see priests of your faith this far north," Jon replied guardedly. "I was only curious. My apologies if I offended." Torrum studied Jon for a moment, then gave a slight smile that didn't touch his eyes. "No offense taken. Sometimes I travel where others do not, for my tasks lead me to many corners of the world." Jon nodded politely, feeling the conversation was coming to an end, and was about to excuse himself when the priest lowered his voice and added, "I seek the hidden truths of this land, young Snow, and in my searching, I sometimes sense that others, too, are looking for truths they cannot name. Are you one such searcher?" Jon tensed. Part of him wanted to deny it, to say he didn't know what Torrum was talking about. But the question sparked something within him, something tied to the egg locked away in his chamber. He offered a careful reply. "I don't know what you mean." Torrum tipped his head, regarding Jon thoughtfully. "If ever you wish to speak of deeper things, things of flame and prophecy, my door is open," he said, nodding toward the guest quarters. With that, he slipped away, leaving Jon with a swirl of half-formed questions and a faint feeling of unease. In the days that followed, Jon did his best to avoid the priest. He had enough concerns of his own without adding strange philosophies to the mix. Yet Torrum was never far, often standing at the edges of gatherings or quietly observing from a vantage point. He asked gentle, probing questions of the household members, gleaning scraps of lore about Winterfell and its mysteries. The reticent northerners shared little, but Torrum persisted with polite interest. Sometimes, Jon caught the priest glancing in his direction, a cryptic expression on his face. When a fierce snowstorm swept across Winterfell late one afternoon, Torrum used the weather as a reason to extend his stay. He claimed the roads would be impassable until the snows eased. Lord Eddard, always honorable, consented. It was no hardship for a single guest, though some wondered why a priest of the Lord of Light had ventured this far from the southern temples or the free cities at all. Jon was among those who doubted the man's story, but said nothing, mindful of his own secret. That night, something stirred Jon from a restless sleep. Ghost stood on all fours, hackles raised, staring at the chest where the dragon egg lay hidden. The faint glow of the moon filtered through the narrow window, illuminating the direwolf's white fur. In that spectral light, Jon thought he saw a flicker under the lid of the chest, a shadow or reflection, as though the egg itself gave off a faint shimmer. Jon sat up, heart pounding. The chest was locked. He had the key around his neck, but still he moved quickly, fumbling to light a small lamp with flint and tinder. After unlocking the chest, he lifted the egg out. It felt slightly warmer than before, as if absorbing the heat from his hands. He ran his thumb over the shell, noticing how the etched scales seemed more pronounced. Ghost snarled softly, pacing around Jon in a circle. The direwolf's red eyes were fixed on the egg, ears flattened in apprehension. Jon tried to soothe him with gentle words, though he himself felt a mixture of awe and dread. He thought again of the old songs about dragons hatching when certain signs aligned: fire and blood, the presence of magic or prophecy. He was no king's son, no rightful heir to the Targaryen name. He was Jon Snow, a bastard from the north. Yet here he was, cradling what seemed to be a living dragon egg. A soft knock startled him. He froze, pressing the egg to his chest, heart racing. The hour was late. Who could possibly be outside his door? Another knock. Jon hurriedly set the egg back into the chest and locked it, then blew out the lamp. In the darkness, he opened the door just a crack. A faint orange glow spilled into the room, and there stood Torm, a hooded lantern in hand. The priest's eyes glimmered with an uncanny light. He spoke in a hushed tone. "Forgive me. The hour is late, but I felt a stirring. May I speak with you?" Jon's mind raced. He stepped outside, closing the door behind him, though he was certain Torm knew exactly why he was there. "What are you doing here?" he whispered sharply. Torm's voice was calm. "I come because there is something in these halls that calls to my faith. Your father's men would not understand, nor would they be so forgiving of questions regarding certain relics. But you have the scent of secrets about you, Jon Snow. I see it in your eyes. The Lord of Light has given me dreams, whispers, that speak of a hidden egg, an old egg far from the lands of its birth. I felt the warmth of its presence the moment I arrived." Jon's heart pounded so loudly he thought the priest must hear it. He wanted to deny everything, but Torm's expression told him that would be pointless. There was a look of certainty in the priest's eyes. "You must be mistaken," Jon stammered. Torm raised his lantern, casting dancing shadows on the stone wall. "I do not force knowledge upon any man," he murmured. "But the truth cannot be hidden forever. If it is what I suspect, you are in grave danger. The king will soon be here, and you know how he would respond to the mere rumor of a dragon's egg in Stark possession. Let me help you, Jon Snow." 1,000 doubts warred in Jon's head. He pictured King Robert's face, hearing the man's hearty laugh that so often turned to anger when talk of Targaryens arose. He recalled Ned Stark's stern sense of honor and how the truth, if revealed, could condemn them all. If the egg was discovered, the wrath of the Iron Throne could be swift and brutal. Torn by indecision, Jon thought of the flicker he had seen in the egg's shell, the subtle warmth. He whispered, "You're certain it's a dragon's egg? Not just stone?" Torm lowered his voice. "Oh, it is more than stone. I have studied many relics. This one is old, from the line that existed before the doom of Valyria, I suspect. I can't say whether it can hatch, but I have heard prophecies. Fire made flesh once more, rising in the north. An unlikely place for such a resurrection, don't you think?" Jon opened the door to his room and slipped inside, gesturing for Torm to follow. The priest entered with measured steps. Jon moved quickly to the chest, knelt, and fitted the key into the lock. He paused, letting out a shaky breath. "Swear you won't harm it," he said. "Swear it on your god." Torm bowed solemnly. "I swear on the Lord of Light. I mean it no harm." He knelt by Jon, the lantern illuminating the chipped wood of the chest. Jon opened the lid and gently removed the egg. In the lantern's glow, the shell revealed layers of subtle coloration. The black was threaded with faint red veins, as though smoldering embers were hidden just beneath the surface. Torm's eyes widened, and Jon saw reverence there. The priest reached out tentatively, but stopped short, seeking Jon's permission. Jon nodded, albeit with a wary tension in his jaw. Torm placed a hand on the egg, closing his eyes. For a long moment, he was silent, and Jon felt a faint warmth radiating from the shell. Then Torm withdrew his hand and exhaled softly. "It lives," he whispered, voice tinged with awe. "I sense a spark within, like a hearth buried under ashes. This egg has potential, can be awakened." Jon cradled the egg protectively, as though it were a newborn infant. "How?" he asked. "I've read a little. Dragon eggs can lie dormant for centuries. They need fire to hatch, but even that might not be enough." Torm nodded. "Ordinary fire will not suffice. The Lord of Light's flame is no simple blaze of wood and oil. It is touched by magic and prophecy. In Volantis, at the temple, there are rites practiced by the Red Priests, meant to call forth the powers of heat and life. If you truly want this creature to be born, it may require risking everything. The question is, do you have the will to see it through? Jon's heart pounded. He felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the knowledge that kings and conquerors once commanded the power of dragons. Could a bastard of the North truly take on that mantle? And what would it mean for Winterfell, for his brothers and sisters, for his father? He didn't know, but part of him had already decided. It was as if the egg had chosen him, and giving it up now felt unimaginable. Tormund rose, a solemn look on his face. I must return to Volantis. My superiors await me there, and I have reason to believe they have foreseen a dragon reborn. If you come with me, we can hide the egg from those who would destroy it. We can nurture it in the cradle of the Lord of Light's favor. Jon stood, nearly trembling with the enormity of the offer. Leave Winterfell? Abandon the only home he had ever known? The only family? The thought terrified him. Yet his future here was uncertain at best. Once Robert arrived, Jon would be overshadowed by official festivities, overshadowed by trueborn heirs. He was still just the bastard. Even if the egg's existence was never discovered, he would remain an outsider. But traveling with this priest to a land he knew only through rumor was a dire risk. I can't decide this now, he breathed. The king will be here in days. My father, Lord Stark, he might not let me leave. Tormund regarded him with understanding. All is in the hands of R'hllor. But consider this, Jon Snow. Once the king arrives, your choice may be taken from you. If Robert Baratheon learns of this egg, there will be no mercy. And if your father learns of it, his honor may compel him to hand it over for destruction. The safest course is to hide the egg far away. And if you wish for it to hatch, only fire and faith can coax a living dragon from centuries of slumber. Jon stared down at the egg, silent. The priest quietly slipped away, leaving Jon alone with the most monumental decision of his life. The days leading up to King Robert's visit were tense, overshadowed by the knowledge of what Jon had locked in his chest. Preparations in the castle ramped up. Extra rooms were aired out, casks of ale were rolled from the cellars, and the household bustled with excitement. The Stark children chattered about the grand procession, the tournaments, and the feasts. Jon felt like a ghost drifting among them, weighed down by secrets. Tormund remained a peripheral presence, always polite, always waiting, as if measuring the right moment. On the morning the king was due to arrive, riders came in, announcing that the royal procession was still a day's journey away. Everyone knew Robert Baratheon traveled with all the pomp of a triumphant conqueror. Knights, lords, ladies, and a host of bannermen. By midday, rumors of a certain pace suggested the king might arrive even earlier if he pushed his retinue. Jon paced in his small room, heart thrumming with indecision. He had told no one but Ghost, and that wise beast offered only silent companionship. Before evening, Jon gathered his belongings. He didn't own much. A few changes of clothes, a spare cloak, a small pouch of coin that he had saved through the years, a small wooden figurine of a direwolf that Robb had once carved for him. He wrapped the dragon egg carefully, cushioning it in spare linens, and placed it in a bag he kept close to his body. Then, swallowing hard, he walked to the courtyard, where Tormund was waiting with 2 horses. The priest looked at him with solemn acceptance, as though he'd never truly doubted Jon's choice. Wordlessly, they mounted and slipped out of Winterfell under the cover of dusk, quietly enough that only a few guards on the gate saw them leave. Jon thought he recognized a flicker of confusion in their faces. They must have assumed the priest had Lord Stark's permission. But no one dared to stop them. The gates opened, and Jon Snow passed beyond the ancient walls of Winterfell into a future uncertain and unimaginable. They rode hard through the night, the northern roads bleak and lonely. The wind whipped at Jon's face, and each clop of the horses' hooves felt like a step further from everything he had ever known. Ghost loped alongside them, silent as a white shadow, occasionally pausing to sniff the air. Torrum spoke little, focusing on finding the right paths south. Their journey would be long, and each day meant they risked crossing paths with all manner of threats. Bandits, wildlings come over the border, or roving beasts. But Torrum assured him that if they moved quickly, they could reach the eastern coastline in a fortnight, where a hired ship would carry them across the narrow sea to the free cities, then ultimately to Volantis. Jon's thoughts spun with questions about the future. He pictured his siblings' reactions when they discovered he was gone. Would they think he had run away out of shame or envy? Would his father guess at something more? And the king? If Robert arrived to find the bastard son missing, would he be suspicious? Jon tried to steel himself to cling to the belief that what he was doing was right, that he was safeguarding a relic that might reshape history, or at least shape his own destiny. The eggs seemed to radiate warmth even through the wrappings. He prayed no one would stop them or search their bags, because if discovered, the consequences would be dire. The journey south was grueling, but Torrum seemed indefatigable, pressing them onward at a quick pace. Jon's body ached from days in the saddle, and Ghost trotted faithfully at their side, pausing only to hunt small game when hunger demanded it. They slept in hidden groves and out-of-the-way shelters, always mindful of watchers. Jon was no stranger to traveling within the north, but never had he ventured so far with so much at stake. He found himself confiding in the priest, asking about Volantis, about the Red Temple, and about the religion of R'hllor. Torrum spoke with measured passion, describing a grand temple of black and red stone, lit by thousands of flickering flames. He told of the high priest who oversaw ceremonies that invoked the Lord of Light's blessings. The largest city in the known world, he called Volantis, teeming with life and caravans from every corner of Essos. Jon could scarcely imagine a place so vast and so unlike the quiet fortress of Winterfell. Every evening, once they made camp, Jon would take the egg from his bag and hold it near the fire. Ghost watched, still uneasy. The dire wolf growled softly whenever the flames licked too close. Torrum would hum a low chant, words in a language Jon did not know, as though coaxing the egg to wake. After a week, Jon noticed distinct changes in the shell. The black had become deeper, the faint red veins more vibrant. When he placed his ear against its surface at night, he thought he heard soft stirring, like the heartbeat of a creature in slumber. Torrum's eyes gleamed with excitement at these small signs of life. "The Lord of Light guides us," he would say. "Keep it warm, Jon Snow, and keep your faith. It will soon hunger for the great fires of the temple." Jon couldn't help feeling a thrill of anticipation, mixed with dread of the unknown. Here he was, carrying a living dragon, away from the only land he had known, heading for a city he had never seen. All the while, he wrestled with guilt over leaving his family with no explanation. Yet, each day, he felt more certain that the egg was meant for him, as if some ancient bond was forming. They made their way east, crossing into mountainous terrain that tested their endurance. Jon learned that Torrum was no ordinary pilgrim. He had uncanny survival skills, knowledge of shortcuts and rarely used passes, and a sense for impending danger. Twice they encountered small bands of raiders, but Torrum steered them clear with ease, as though guided by an unseen hand. A hush fell over them in those tense moments, Ghost's hackles raising, but each time they evaded confrontation. At last they glimpsed the sea. Standing on a rugged cliff, Jon looked out at the churning waters of the narrow sea. The wind carried the scent of salt, a brine he was unaccustomed to. Torrum pointed to a small port down below, where a handful of ships bobbed on the waves. "We'll find passage there," he said. "A friend of the faith awaits, one who can carry us across to Essos." Jon nodded, unable to tear his eyes from the expanse of water. He had read about the sea, heard Theon brag about voyages from the Iron Islands, but seeing it for the first time was staggering. The horizon seemed endless, the crash of waves an unceasing roar. Ghost paced at his heels, as though uncertain about this vast new domain. That night, they spent their last hours in Westeros, camped on the outskirts of the port town. Jon found his mind adrift, imagining what new wonders and horrors awaited on the other side of the sea. They boarded a small but sturdy vessel the next day, thanks to Torum's arrangements with a swarthy captain who wore a red scarf as a mark of some unspoken alliance. The voyage was cramped. The captain eyed Jon with mild curiosity, and eyed Ghost with outright caution, but said nothing after Torum offered some coin and a whispered promise. The ship set sail under a cloudy sky. Jon felt his stomach lurch as the deck rocked beneath his feet. Ghost slunk to a quiet corner, clearly disliking the motion. Jon gripped the egg in its wrappings, keeping it close to his chest whenever possible. He ventured on deck as much as the weather allowed, seeking fresh air. The roll of the sea was unending, and at times he felt ill. But the egg seemed content, warmed by the hold's limited brazier. Torum performed quiet prayers in a small corner of the ship, the flames of a lantern dancing across his features. Days passed at sea, and the weather took a violent turn. A storm battered the vessel, howling winds and massive swells that slammed the ship's hull. Water dripped through the ceiling of their small cabin. Lightning split the sky, momentarily revealing the fear in the sailors' eyes. Jon clutched the egg as thunder boomed overhead. The egg felt hot to the touch, as if responding to the chaos around it. In the flicker of lightning, Jon imagined he saw faint cracks appear across the surface, but it might have been his imagination. Torum assured him it was no accident they had faced such a trial, that the Lord of Light tested those chosen for destiny. Exhausted and seasick, Jon only nodded, longing for landfall. At last, they arrived in Essos, docking at a busy port swarming with merchants, laborers, and travelers from countless lands. The captain and crew seemed relieved to see them go, particularly the hulking direwolf, whose presence had unnerved many. Torum led Jon through the bustling streets with confidence, weaving past vendors hawking bright spices and exotic fruits, beggars clad in rags, and mercenaries in battered armor. Jon had never seen so many colors, heard so many tongues spoken at once. The air was hot and humid compared to the cold of the north, and the city felt alive with a chaotic pulse. They secured passage on a larger caravan heading southeast toward Volantis, crossing inland roads dotted with caravan towns, way stations, and ancient ruins. The vegetation changed as they traveled, the roads lined by tall grass, stunted trees bent by perpetual winds, and farmland that stretched for leagues. Everywhere, Jon saw the signs of a thriving trade network and glimpsed wonders he had never imagined. Tall columns from lost civilizations, monstrous statues half sunken in the earth, and wide rivers teeming with vessels of all sizes. Ghost adapted warily, keeping close to Jon and snarling at any who came too near. Torum's red robes drew stares, but few dared interfere, for the Red Temple's influence extended far in these lands. As they approached Volantis, Jon gazed upon the massive black walls in the distance. The city sprawled across both sides of the River Roine, connected by the long bridge that bristled with shops and residences. The architecture was a testament to ancient Valyria, ornate, grand, and unsettling. The city exuded a sense of faded glory. Slaves with tattooed faces hurried about on errands for their masters. Priests in red robes chanted near shrines, and wealthy merchants rode in sedan chairs. The heat pressed down on them like a physical weight, and the stench of too many people living too close assaulted Jon's senses. It was a far cry from the clean crispness of the north. Yet Volantis also inspired awe. Torum led him across the long bridge, where stalls selling everything from weapons to fine silks lined the way. The crowds were thick, and Jon kept a hand on the egg, hidden in a satchel beneath his cloak. Ghost's presence helped keep pickpockets at bay. No one wanted to risk a direwolf's wrath. They wound through narrow streets until they reached the Red Temple, an imposing structure of black and red stone, topped by braziers that belched fire at all hours. Giant statues flanked the entrance, images of the Lord of Light, or so Torum claimed, carved in the style of ancient Valyria. Jon had never seen anything like it. Inside, the air shimmered with heat from countless flames. Rows of fire bowls lined the vast hall, their flickering light illuminating towering columns and walls adorned with tapestries of crimson and gold. The scent of incense was overwhelming. Red-robed priests and priestesses moved about with solemn grace, tending to worshippers who knelt on stone floors. Some chanted in unison, voices echoing beneath a cavernous ceiling. Torrum led Jon into a more private chamber, away from the main worship halls. The room was cooler, its walls thick and windowless. A circular fire pit dominated the center, flames licking at the air. A robed figure waited for them, hooded, hands folded in front. The figure lowered the hood, revealing a lean face marked by the passage of time, sharp eyes that seemed to burn with inner fire. This was High Priest Rallio, one of the elder priests of the temple. Torrum knelt respectfully, and Jon followed suit awkwardly. The High Priest's voice was a low rumble as he spoke to Torrum in a foreign tongue, likely High Valyrian or some dialect. The exchange lasted a few moments, after which Torrum turned to Jon. "Show him the egg," he said gently. Jon felt a flush of apprehension. This was a moment of no return. He reached into his satchel, pulling out the egg swaddled in cloth. Carefully, he removed the wrappings. The egg seemed to pulse with warmth, its shell darker and the crimson veins more pronounced. A hush fell in the chamber. The High Priest stepped forward with a measured dignity, placing his hands on either side of the egg. He closed his eyes, muttering incantations under his breath. Jon sensed a stirring in the air, a subtle shift in the temperature, as if the flames in the pit drew closer. When the High Priest opened his eyes, they glimmered with an intensity that made Jon's spine tingle. He spoke in heavily accented common tongue. "This is no dead stone, nor idle relic. It is alive. You have done well to bring it here, Jon Snow. We have awaited one who carries the blood of the dragon but was raised in the cold of the north. The Lord of Light's flames have whispered of such a child." He paused, studying Jon's face. "You have the look of the wolf, yet inside you burns another fire." Jon's heart pounded. He felt both exposed and oddly validated, as though this stranger saw secrets he himself barely understood. He cleared his throat, voice subdued. "I didn't know what else to do. In Westeros, it would have been destroyed." The High Priest nodded gravely. "Yes, the usurper and his line fear all that ties to House Targaryen. But fear not. Here we shall nurture this egg. And we shall nurture you, Jon Snow, for you are part of this prophecy." He turned to Torrum. "Prepare the rites for hatching. The blood of dragons calls." Torrum bowed. "Yes, High Priest." Thus began Jon's new life in Volantis. The temple provided him a small chamber, far more austere than the comfort of Winterfell, though it was warmer and smelled strongly of spice and incense. He was given simple robes to wear, for armor and furs were stifling in this climate. Every day he attended rituals, learning more about the faith of R'hllor. He practiced their prayers and chants, though with skepticism. Magic was not something the North taught in detail, yet he could not deny what he witnessed in those halls. Flames that danced in uncanny patterns, priests who seemed capable of glimpsing truths in the flicker of light, and an undeniable power thrumming in the air. Ghost remained close, often pacing the corridors warily. The Red Priests eyed the dire wolf with curiosity, some calling him an omen of the old gods, but none dared approach him without Jon's permission. The day came when they led Jon to a vast subterranean chamber beneath the temple, lit by a massive brazier that glowed white-hot. The walls were black stone, likely basalt, carved centuries ago. Torches ringed the room, and high above, an opening in the ceiling let in a single beam of daylight or moonlight, depending on the hour. High Priest Rallio and several other senior priests stood by the central brazier. Jon brought the egg, cradling it in his arms. He felt it pulsate, almost like a living heart. His chest tightened at the thought of what was to happen. They intended to lay the egg in the heart of the brazier's flames, stoke the fire with the power of their rituals, and attempt to coax the dragon within to break free of its shell. The ceremony would be dangerous, for no one could predict how the unhatched dragon would respond, or whether the egg might crack and release no living creature at all. The chanting began, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the chamber. Priests circled the brazier, arms raised, invoking the Lord of Light in a swirl of foreign words. Rallio turned to Jon, gesturing for him to place the egg in the flames. Jon hesitated, feeling the heat on his face, waves of scorching air searing his skin. He steeled himself and stepped forward. Slowly, he lowered the egg into the inferno. Even through the cloth that wrapped it, he felt the intense heat. The shell glowed, black turning to a molten hue, red veins blazing like magma. Jon withdrew his arms just in time, his own skin dangerously close to being burned. He watched, transfixed, as the flames roared higher. The chanting grew in volume, echoing off the walls. The heat was unimaginable, sweat streaming down Jon's face. His eyes stung, but he refused to look away. The priests' voices coalesced into a single resonant note, vibrating through the stone beneath his feet. The egg began to crack, lines spiderwebbing across its surface. A deafening silence fell, as though time had paused in anticipation. Then, with a sound like thunder, the shell split apart. A piercing cry echoed in the chamber, so alien it sent chills skittering along Jon's spine. Within the flames, something moved, a slender, serpentine shape shimmering with black and crimson scales. Gasps of awe and fear rose from the priests. Jon's breath caught in his throat. The shape uncurled, shaking free of the last fragments of shell. Two wings, wet and glistening, spread wide. A hatchling dragon, no larger than a cat, stumbled in the brazier's flames, which did not harm it in the slightest. The little creature opened a tiny maw and shrieked, belching a lick of flame that danced in the superheated air. With tremulous steps, it stumbled out of the brazier, smoke rolling off its dark hide. Jon felt a surreal wave of emotion, unable to believe what he was seeing. A living dragon. In that moment, he felt a connection deeper than words, as if an ancient bond had awakened. Somehow, the creature's eyes locked onto Jon's, reflecting the fire of the brazier. The dragon hissed softly and took a tentative step toward him. Rallio and Torum exchanged glances of elation and reverence. The chant shifted into prayers of thanksgiving. Jon dropped to one knee, extending a trembling hand. The heat radiating from the hatchling's scales was intense, but it allowed him to come closer. He gently placed his palm against its side, feeling the vibration of a rapid heartbeat. The dragon sniffed at him, mouth parted in curiosity. Though small, it looked lethal, with needle-sharp teeth and claws. It emitted another soft hiss, but did not recoil. Jon felt an overwhelming surge of protectiveness, as though this tiny creature were part of him. "Behold," said Rallio, voice hushed in awe. A dragon hatchling brought forth in the halls of the Red Temple. "The Lord of Light's blessing has awakened it." He turned to Jon. "And you, Jon Snow, you shall learn to guide this creature. You have the blood. Now you must embrace your true heritage." Jon barely heard the words. His heart thundered. The little dragon regarded him with an intelligence he hadn't expected. It was alive against all odds, and it had chosen him, or so it seemed. In the swirl of smoke and chanting, Jon felt tears threaten to blur his vision. He thought of Winterfell, of his father, of his brothers and sisters. Would they believe this if they saw it? Would they think him a threat or an abomination? And what of the realm across the sea, where King Robert's hatred of Targaryens burned bright? A living dragon changed everything. It was power incarnate. Yet it was small now, vulnerable, and it needed him. In the days that followed, the temple became a nexus of rumor. Whispers spread that a dragon had hatched in the secret chambers. Most common folk disbelieved or thought it a myth. Within the temple, the priests looked upon Jon with renewed reverence and caution. Some called him the Winter Dragon's father, while others whispered that he might be an embodiment of prophecy, the swirl of ice and fire. Jon tried to ignore the whispers and focus on caring for the hatchling, who seemed to cling to him, spitting small flames at anyone else who drew too close. They kept the creature in a special enclosure near a constant source of heat, feeding it a diet of raw meat. Each day, Jon would spend hours there, forging a bond that felt deeper with every passing moment. The dragon's scales hardened, becoming a lustrous mix of black and deep red. Its eyes burned a molten orange, reflecting every flicker of light. Ghost was wary, giving the hatchling a wide berth, but the two animals seemed to share a mutual respect, as if each recognized the other's fierce nature. There were times when Ghost would watch from a distance, head tilted, while the dragon hissed or chortled, a sound that might have been a babyish attempt at a roar. Torum guided Jon through a series of lessons. Some involved theology, reading passages from ancient texts about the bond between dragon and rider, the significance of fire, and cryptic allusions to a prince that was promised. Others were more practical, learning how to handle the dragon without losing a limb. Jon discovered that the creature recognized his voice and responded to certain tones and touches, almost as though it understood. He named it Shadowfire, for the smoky darkness of its scales and the flames it breathed. The name felt right, echoing the histories of Targaryen dragons while acknowledging the creature's unique nature. Yet not everyone in the temple welcomed this new power. Jon sensed envy in some priests, especially those who had spent years trying to gain visions in the flames but saw no sign of dragons. A few older priests muttered that the boy was unworthy, a bastard who might pollute the prophecy. Rumors circulated that House Targaryen was cursed, that all dragons were doomed by the doom of Valyria. High Priest Rallio, however, remained steadfast, proclaiming the event a blessing from the Lord of Light. He insisted that Jon's presence had been foretold in ancient scrolls, that a dragon would hatch under the auspices of fire and blood, far from its homeland. Jon also wrestled with his own doubts. He recalled the stark motto, "Winter is coming," and the old gods of the north, the faces in the weirwood trees. Was he betraying his upbringing by embracing this foreign faith? He thought of Ned Stark's unwavering honor, of how he taught Jon to remain true to who he was. Yet, had he stayed in Winterfell, the egg would have been destroyed or left to petrify forever. At least here, it could thrive, and Jon had a chance to become something more than the shadow of a bastard. He carried a truth he couldn't fully articulate, that while the blood of House Stark ran in his veins, so did another lineage, a mysterious heritage that gave him a bond with this dragon. Perhaps it was madness, but he felt it as surely as he felt his own heartbeat. Time slipped by in a haze of rituals, dragon care, and intense study. The city of Volantis surrounded the temple like an endless labyrinth, but Jon only ventured out occasionally, accompanied by Torum. On one such outing, they walked the crowded streets, purchasing fresh meat for Shadowfire. Jon marveled at the variety of people. Tall men from the Summer Isles, pale-skinned riders from the Dothraki Sea, squat men from Lazer, all mingling in the chaotic markets. Torum insisted it was vital Jon learn of the world beyond the temple, that he understand the complexities of power in Essos. For a Targaryen, if indeed Jon truly counted as such, these alliances might one day matter. Jon wasn't sure he wanted any part in conquest or thrones, but the priest's words left him unsettled. Shadowfire grew quickly. Within weeks, it outgrew the small enclosure. Its wings stretched, the membranes transitioning from near translucent to a rich crimson. Sparks danced along its teeth when it hissed, and the fire it breathed intensified. Feeding the dragon became a spectacle. It would devour large portions of mutton or goat, belching smoke and curling up around Jon afterwards. Each time it curled its scaled body around him, Jon felt an odd warmth of companionship. Yet he also knew the day would come when Shadowfire would be too large, too fearsome, for mere enclosures. The braziers and temple fires would not be enough. One day the dragon would want to soar. Torum guided Jon through a series of fire rituals aimed at strengthening the bond. This included standing close to large flames while Shadowfire roared, facing the heat until Jon's skin felt singed. The idea was to test Jon's endurance, to see if his rumored Targaryen blood would shield him as the old stories claimed. He discovered that while he was not immune to fire, he had a remarkable tolerance for high temperatures. He still felt burns if he lingered too long, but more than once, the priests whispered that the flames licked at him gently, leaving him merely reddened instead of blistered. "He's not Daenerys," one priest muttered once, referencing the rumored last Targaryen princess across the sea, who was said to be impervious to flame when she birthed her own dragons. But High Priest Rallio dismissed such talk. "Each child of Valyria's line is touched differently," he insisted. The gift comes in many forms. Jon's dreams changed during this time. He often dreamt of flying over vast icy landscapes, the dragon's roar echoing beneath an aurora of shifting lights in the northern skies. Other nights, he dreamt of standing in a hall of mirrors, where each reflection showed a different fate. A bastard in a black cloak, a king with a crown of swords, a dragon lord cloaked in flame. He woke from these dreams in a cold sweat, shadow fire stirring restlessly by his bedside. One evening, Torrum approached Jon in his chamber, wearing a grave expression. "The high priest wishes to speak with you," he said. "It is a matter of your lineage." The mention of lineage made Jon's stomach tighten. He had long suspected there was more to his birth than Ned Stark admitted, but the man's honor seemed unbreakable. All Jon knew was that his mother was a mystery, rarely spoken of. Now, in the halls of Volantis, was he about to learn something more? He followed Torrum to a quiet library alcove, walls lined with ancient tomes and scrolls. High Priest Rallio stood by a tall candelabra, reading from a scroll adorned with dragon sigils. He looked up at Jon's approach. "There are texts here that speak of Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone," Rallio began, his voice solemn. "He was a man of prophecy, seeking the prince that was promised. Some believed his line would produce this savior. Others claim his line ended on the trident. But we have found references suggesting his child was spirited away, hidden in the north. You have the look of a Stark, but also the blood of the dragon. Your tolerance for fire is proof enough, but the hatching of Shadowfire seals it. Blood calls to blood." Jon felt the floor sway beneath him. He had heard rumors that Rhaegar Targaryen had fathered children with Elia Martell, all killed during the sack of King's Landing, and another rumored child with Lyanna Stark. Could that child be him? The idea stunned him. For years, he had wrestled with the question of his mother's identity, never suspecting it might be Ned Stark's own sister. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Ned Stark's unyielding honor, the secrecy around Jon's birth, the repeated suggestion that Lyanna was close to Rhaegar. Jon felt a tremor pass through him. Was he truly a Targaryen prince? Rallio's voice was gentle but insistent. "The Lord of Light has shown us that you are more than a bastard from the north. You are the living heir to a line of dragonlords. Shadowfire responds to you as it would only to its own blood. This means you have a claim, Jon Snow, a claim to the legacy of House Targaryen." Jon shook his head, reeling. I never wanted a claim. I'm just Jon. I grew up thinking I was Ned Stark's son, only with no name. I don't know anything about ruling or thrones." Torrum placed a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. "We do not say this to burden you, but to guide you. Now that a dragon has hatched for you, others will seek that power. The Red Temple sees a destiny in you. Whether you embrace it is your choice, but the truth cannot be denied. If Robert Baratheon learns of your survival, he will not rest until you are destroyed." Jon's thoughts whirled. He pictured Winterfell's courtyard, the faces of Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, the calm of the Godswood. Then he envisioned the Iron Throne, a seat made of twisted swords, once the seat of Targaryen power. Had his father lied to him all these years to protect him? The magnitude of it all was overwhelming. "My father, or the man I called father, must have had reasons," he murmured. "But if this is true, what am I supposed to do now? Am I to challenge King Robert? That sounds like madness. He commands the 7 kingdoms. I'm just one boy with a hatchling." Rallio closed the scroll gently. "Prophecies often speak of a long path. Some who walk it never see their grand destiny fulfilled. Yet I believe the Lord of Light guided you to us so that you may grow in power and wisdom. There is more at stake than a throne. Darkness gathers in the far north, does it not? A cold evil that even the free folk whisper about. The realm's petty quarrels may pale compared to what is coming." Jon swallowed. He recalled the old stories of the long night, of White Walkers, and something stirring beyond the wall. "You speak of the legends of the others," he said. "My father never confirmed them, but we all heard the tales." The High Priest's gaze was unwavering. Dragons are the natural foe of the cold darkness. Fire against ice. Perhaps that is the role you must play, Jon Snow, or should I say Jon Targaryen. Whether you call yourself a king is irrelevant. This realm will need dragons in the wars to come. Jon clenched his fists, feeling a strange mixture of fear and resolve. A memory surfaced. The stark words, "Winter is coming." He had always felt them as a warning, a shadow looming over the north. Now he held a living flame in the form of shadowfire, a weapon that might stand against that looming threat. Could it be that was his true purpose, not to sit on a throne but to guard the realm from an ancient evil? In the weeks that followed, Jon continued his training with shadowfire, forging a deeper connection and learning the rudiments of controlling a dragon's instincts. The priests prepared him for the possibility that one day he might fly upon the creature's back. They told him stories of dragon riders past, how the bond between man and dragon shaped history. But it would be a long time yet before shadowfire was large enough to bear a rider. Meanwhile, Jon studied the prophecies, gleaning what wisdom he could from the Red Temple's archives. He learned about Azor Ahai, the hero who was said to forge a flaming sword to combat the darkness. Some believed the hero would be reborn in the Targaryen line. Others believed the prophecy was more fluid, applying to any who took on the mantle of fire to fight the cold. Jon wasn't sure if he believed in fate, but he couldn't dismiss the evidence in front of him. At times, he felt homesick. He missed the crisp air of Winterfell, the sense of belonging he had found among his siblings, even if he was a bastard. He wondered if Ned Stark lay awake at night, guilt-stricken over Jon's disappearance. He worried about Arya's wildness, about Sansa's innocence, about Robb's responsibilities as heir. Yet returning to Westeros seemed impossible now. The moment Robert Baratheon or the Lannisters discovered a living dragon, they would strike with all their might. Also, as the High Priest had warned, the seat of power in King's Landing would never permit a Targaryen heir to roam free. So Jon remained in Volantis, quietly growing, forging his identity anew. Shadowfire wasn't the only dragon rumored to exist. Jon overheard travelers speak of Daenerys Targaryen in the distant east, some saying she, too, had hatched dragons. Others dismissed such rumors as tavern talk. Jon found it eerie, hearing about a woman who might be his bloodkin, hatching dragons around the same time. Could the fates truly align so neatly? If she existed, she might one day try to claim the throne in Westeros. Would that make them allies or rivals? The question lingered in Jon's thoughts. As Shadowfire entered another growth spurt, the temple set aside a larger courtyard within its walls for the dragon to roam. The creature's appetite grew voracious, and the heat it required became more intense. Priests carefully supervised, ensuring no inadvertent fires consumed the ancient building. Jon spent hours there, letting the dragon stretch its wings, occasionally testing short flight hops. The courtyard's walls kept Shadowfire contained, but Jon knew it was only a matter of time before the dragon could scale or fly over them. The prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. In quiet moments, Jon reflected on his future. The priests seemed to expect grand deeds from him, but he wasn't sure he wanted to become a conqueror. He only knew that winter was coming, and something told him his destiny lay back in Westeros eventually, not here in the warm lands. For now, though, he was still a boy with a half-grown dragon. The day would come when he would need to make a choice, whether to return and reveal himself or to stay in exile and let the realm face its threats without him. He made small attempts to stay informed about events across the sea. Merchants and travelers brought tidings of King Robert's court, of the Lannisters' growing influence, of tensions with the Iron Islands. Jon learned that Eddard Stark had traveled south with the king, that mysteries surrounded the death of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. News traveled slowly across the narrow sea, filtered through rumor and exaggeration. But every scrap of gossip pulled at Jon's heart, reminding him that, for better or worse, Westeros was his home. Even if the temple taught him to embrace the fire of his dragon heritage, he could not fully cast aside the wolf within him. On a balmy evening, after a rigorous session feeding and tending to Shadowfire, Jon sat in the courtyard by a low wall, Ghost sprawled at his side, the dragon curled up to soak in the last rays of the sun. Torm joined him, silent for a while, observing the improbable companionship between direwolf and dragon. Finally, the priest spoke. "You've come a long way from the boy who left Winterfell." Jon nodded thoughtfully. "Some days I barely recognize myself, but I can't deny that Shadowfire feels like a part of me. I never thought I'd be important or that I had a destiny." Torm offered a slight smile. "Destiny can be a heavy burden, but you have a kind heart, Jon. Don't let the weight of prophecy harden you. The realm needs leaders who do not seek power for power's sake." Jon ran a hand over Ghost's snowy fur. "I keep thinking about the north. Winter is coming, and with it, threats we might not fully comprehend. I have a dragon, but I don't have an army. Even if I returned, what could I do?" Torm placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "In time, Shadowfire will be as formidable as any war host. A single dragon can turn the tide of battles, shape the fate of nations. The question is, when you go back, what will you fight for? Revenge on those who usurped House Targaryen? Or to protect the realm against a greater evil?" Jon watched as Shadowfire flicked its tail, unleashing a tiny spurt of flame. The flicker illuminated the courtyard, dancing in the growing twilight. He thought of his father's face, stern and resolute, and of the motto passed down through the generations. He exhaled slowly. "I fight for the living," he murmured, echoing words he had once heard in a moment of clarity. "Whatever that means, I'll do what I must." Torm squeezed his shoulder in understanding. In the distance, the bells of Volantis tolled, marking the passing of another hour. The air was thick with the city's sounds, the clamor of merchants packing up stalls, the distant roar of riverside taverns, the cries of slaves bidden to their nighttime tasks. Within the temple walls, though, there was a sense of timelessness, as if ancient forces beyond mortal ken were at play. Jon closed his eyes, listening to the mingled breathing of Ghost and the dragon. He felt the layered tapestry of his identity. A wolf of the north, a dragon of Valyria, a bastard searching for purpose. Torn between worlds, yet bound to a destiny that glowed in the embers of prophecy. Days turned into weeks, then months. Shadowfire's growth continued, slowly but steadily. The priests taught Jon the rudiments of High Valyrian, so he could command the dragon in the old tongue of the Targaryens. He learned phrases like Dracarys, though the word's meaning felt too grim a reminder of the destructive power he now wielded. He also practiced combat under Torm's guidance, staff work, swordsmanship, and archery. He was no stranger to martial training from Winterfell, but here he honed those skills with fresh intensity. The day might come when he'd need to defend himself and the dragon from more than just curious onlookers. Meanwhile, certain factions within Volantis began to take note. One evening, a small group of sellswords approached the temple gates, requesting an audience about rumored monsters. The priests turned them away, but word spread that a living dragon resided within. Some mocked the rumors as tall tales. Others saw them as an opportunity for profit. The temple's protectors stationed more guards at every entrance, red-robed acolytes armed with spears and crossbows. Jon felt a creeping sense of unease. He was grateful for the temple's sanctuary, but he knew it could not last forever. If the world discovered a Targaryen whelp with a growing dragon, factions from across Essos and Westeros would come seeking to control or destroy him. The high priest assured him that the power of R'hllor would shield them. But Jon was reminded of Ned Stark's words, "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die." He had never sought such a game, but it would be forced upon him once the secret truly got out. In fleeting moments of clarity, Jon realized the unimaginable reality of a second Targaryen presence in the east, Daenerys, said to be with her own dragons. If her story was true, then perhaps she had a parallel destiny. The Red Temple, for its part, had an uneasy stance on Daenerys. Some priests believed she might be Azor Ahai reborn. Others pointed to Jon and his wolfish heritage as a sign of prophecy merging fire and ice. R'hllor insisted the temple remain neutral on such interpretations, focusing on nurturing Jon's bond with Shadowfire. Occasionally, Torm brought Jon letters smuggled from Westeros. Once, he received word that Eddard Stark had been declared a traitor in King's Landing. That conflict loomed. Jon's heart sank. The letter was vague, but it hinted at chaos in the capital. Another letter claimed that Robb Stark had called his banners, that the North was at war with the Lannisters. His siblings might be in peril, living in a kingdom torn by strife. Yet here he was half a world away, forging a new identity. Guilt gnawed at him. Could he simply remain in Volantis, safe behind temple walls, while his family bled? Shadowfire's presence changed that guilt into determination. He could not abandon his siblings, but neither could he ride into a war with a dragon too small to turn the tide. If he returned too soon, the creature might be cut down by a well-placed arrow or a cunning sabotage. So he trained, he waited, he planned. The day would come when Shadowfire's wings would stretch wide enough to cross seas and burn armies. On that day, perhaps he could intervene decisively in the wars to come, or in the greater battle that might loom beyond the wall. Until then, he would obey the quiet counsel of patience. Each evening, after prayers in the temple, Jon would walk the corridors with Ghost padding at his side. He'd pass the chanting priests, the flickering torches, and find solace in the courtyard where Shadowfire slept, curled in a nest of warm coals. The dragon would blink awake, smoky breath curling from its nostrils, and greet Jon with a low rumble. Jon would stroke the scales of its neck, feeling the living heat pulsing beneath. Sometimes he whispered old Stark prayers to the old gods, sometimes Targaryen words he barely understood. The dragon listened, a silent witness to the confluence of two great houses, two ancient powers, ice and fire. Months blurred into a routine. Train, study, care for Shadowfire, avoid too much public attention, and glean tidings from Westeros. Jon's high Valyrian improved, and he felt more confident with a blade. The priests tested him with small illusions of flame, pushing him to interpret the images dancing in the fire. He saw glimpses, ghostly shapes of dire wolves and dragons locked in battle with figures of ice. He saw a shadow crown falling from a tower of swords. He saw a woman with silver gold hair standing amidst a field of ashes. He didn't understand the full meanings, but each vision left him shaken. Prophecy was a perilous maze, prone to misinterpretation. As Shadowfire neared the size of a small horse, the Red Temple's chambers began to feel confining. The dragon's roars echoed ominously at night, causing complaints from the city's inhabitants. More priests murmured about potential danger, about the temple's secrecy being compromised. High Priest Rallio finally decreed that Shadowfire should be moved outside the city's main confines to a secluded compound the temple controlled on the outskirts of Volantis. Torm prepared the way, ensuring the walls were reinforced and the area secure. So Jon found himself riding a wagon alongside Shadowfire, who growled at the harness but tolerated it. They traveled at dawn, hoping fewer onlookers would be out. Still, a handful of curious stares and gasps followed them along the streets. Whispers spread like wildfire. A black dragon in Volantis. Some even followed at a distance, as though uncertain whether they dared approach. Once at the compound, a stretch of land surrounded by high walls and dotted with small structures, Shadowfire was released to roam in an open courtyard. There, with plenty of space, the dragon could stretch its wings and attempt longer flights. Jon looked up at the sky, imagining the day Shadowfire would be strong enough to carry him aloft. The priests claimed that, with proper feeding and time, the dragon would grow to match the beasts of old. But it was still young and growth took years. Every day, Shadowfire tested the air, flapping its wings in short bursts, gliding from one end of the courtyard to the other. Jon would watch with pride, heart hammering in excitement at the potential. Ghost would prowl around the perimeter, occasionally howling if the dragon got too close. Torm introduced more advanced training exercises, commanding Shadowfire to unleash fire on designated targets, controlling the dragon's impulses, ensuring it recognized Jon's authority. It was not easy. Dragons were not mere beasts. They possessed a fierce intelligence and an inborn arrogance. More than once, Shadowfire roared defiantly and refused to obey. Jon learned to match that roar with his own firm tone, forging a relationship built on mutual respect rather than blind submission. Over time, a deep understanding blossomed. When the dragon soared overhead, even if briefly, Jon felt a sense of exultation unlike anything else. Word of a dragon beyond the city walls could not be contained indefinitely. Adventurers, opportunists, and envoys from other factions arrived, seeking audience. Torrum and the temple guards turned most away, citing private worship matters. But trouble brewed. One day, a band of armed men approached the compound gates, led by a wealthy merchant who declared he wished to purchase the dragon for an astronomical sum. Torrum refused them. Tensions flared, swords were drawn, and a short but bloody skirmish erupted. The Red Temple guards prevailed, but not without injury. Jon realized then how precarious their situation was. Shadowfire was a treasure beyond measure, and many would kill to claim that power. High Priest Rallio began speaking of relocating entirely, taking the dragon and Jon deeper into Essos, perhaps to a fortress in the Red Waste where few dared venture. But Torrum argued that Volantis was the seat of the Red Temple's power, that leaving would only embolden others to try to capture the dragon. Jon felt torn. Moving further east might keep them safer from immediate threats, but it would carry him even further from Westeros, from the Wall, from the oncoming winter. Amidst these debates, a raven arrived, one of the rare communications from Westeros. It brought staggering news. King Robert Baratheon was dead, and a war of kings had erupted. Renly and Stannis both claimed the throne, Joffrey Baratheon sat in King's Landing, and Robb Stark had been crowned king in the north. The realm was fractured. Jon's heart clenched at the thought of Robb as a king, leading northern armies. Where did that leave him? A Targaryen, hidden across the sea, shaping a dragon's destiny. He had no illusions that his half-brother would welcome a secret Targaryen with open arms, but the memory of their boyhood camaraderie stung all the same. With Robert gone, the danger from House Baratheon might shift. Stannis was rumored to have a Red Priestess in his service. Could he be an ally of R'hllor? Or was he a zealot who might see Jon as a rival? The entire political landscape had changed, but it still spelled danger. If Tywin Lannister or Joffrey learned of a Targaryen bastard with a living dragon, the Lannister gold would pay for armies or assassins to hunt him down. Faced with these complications, the temple leadership concluded it was time to accelerate Jon's training and press him to make a choice. Either he would remain a guardian of the faith in Volantis, forging an alliance that might one day reshape the political order of Westeros, or he would journey back when the time was right, seeking to unite the realm against the Winter Menace. Rallio believed the second path was the truer prophecy, that the real battle lay in the north, not the squabbles of southern kings. Jon listened, torn by conflicting loyalties. His adoptive family, the realm's need, and the warm acceptance he'd found here. Yet Shadowfire's presence in his life had made one thing clear. He was no ordinary bastard. He was tethered to forces greater than himself, and sooner or later, he would have to face them. Each time he looked at the dragon's fiery eyes, he saw the reflection of his own uncertain fate. Ice and fire, wolf and dragon. The north called, and the flame beckoned. For the time being, he stayed in Volantis, nurturing the power that might one day protect the people he loved. But deep in his heart, he knew his journey was just beginning, that one day he would cross the sea again. Not as Jon Snow the Bastard, but as someone else entirely. Someone shaped by both the wolf's loyalty and the dragon's fire, carrying within him the hopes of a world on the brink of an icy doom. And so, in the land of ancient temples and endless flames, Jon Snow, unknown son of Rhaegar Targaryen, bided his time, bound to the young dragon that had hatched by his hand. The Red Temple circled around him, seeing in him the promise of a new dawn, even as the shadows of war loomed across the ocean. Winter was coming, and he would be ready. One day, he would return to Westeros with Shadowfire at his side, prepared to face the darkness that lurked beyond the wall, and the strife tearing the Seven Kingdoms apart. For now, the embers of prophecy smoldered in Volantis, where a boy once called Snow embraced the truth of his birth and the power of flame, guided by the quiet conviction that when the hour was darkest, the dragon's roar would light the way. Jon Snow rose before dawn each day to greet the expansive sky over Volantis, shadowed by his immense dragon, Shadowfire. The creature had grown to an astonishing size, its wings spanning enough to eclipse entire courtyards. Under the watchful eyes of the Red Priests, Jon continued his training, honing his command of High Valyrian and deepening his connection with the Lord of Light's prophecies. Each sunrise, the fire roared within Shadowfire's belly, and Jon heard the stirring thunder of destiny. His name reverberated in temples across Essos. The rumored Targaryen, keeper of the greatest living dragon since Balerion the Dread. In time, whispers spread that the wolf-blooded Targaryen had tamed a monstrous beast dwarfing all known legends. Exotic markets buzzed with rumors of a black and crimson dragon towering over walls. The priests of Volantis, guardians of Lawloress mysteries, welcomed Jon's bond with Shadowfire. They believed his ascension served a higher purpose. Sellsword companies traveled leagues to glimpse the spectacle, though none dared challenge such power. Under the guidance of High Priest Rallio and Torum, Jon studied texts describing ancient sorceries. Nightly, he knelt in the blazing temple sanctum, forging a path of spiritual strength to match his dragon's prodigious, unfathomable might. Shadowfire's rapid growth soon exceeded even Rallio's most optimistic expectations. Its wingspan extended beyond any recorded in the annals of Valyria. Sailors on the distant Rhoyne glimpsed its silhouette against the sky, likening it to a moving storm cloud. Though young, the dragon's roar shook the marble pillars of the Volantine docks. Jon discovered that Shadowfire craved open skies, so he flew it beyond the city's boundaries. High above the river, the beast exhaled vast pillars of flame. Merchants below gaped in awe and terror, uncertain whether to laud Jon as a savior or curse him for wielding unstoppable destruction. Driven by the temple's council, Jon undertook peacekeeping missions across Essos. He soared upon Shadowfire's back, visiting rebellious outposts along the old Valyrian roads. Regions terrorized by slavers found unexpected deliverance from the sky. On seeing the black dragons approach, captains surrendered or fled. Where negotiation failed, Shadowfire's flames enforced order. Jon, guided by conscience and the Red Priest's teachings, aimed to end cruelty without descending into tyranny. Over time, scattered city-states recognized him as a neutral arbiter, neither conqueror nor mere sellsword. Whispers labeled him the Ember King, though Jon never claimed any crown beyond necessity's demands or ambition. Along the Bay of Pentos, Jon brokered an armistice between warring factions. Rival magisters, fearing Shadowfire's wrath, agreed to a temporary truce. Freedmen welcomed his approach, for they saw hope in a Targaryen who aided the oppressed. Yet Jon faced moral dilemmas. Some slavers offered bribes, tempting him to preserve their vile trade. Others disguised cruelty behind polite diplomacy. He rejected all enticements. The Red Priests urged him to heed Lawloress guidance, but ultimately, his own conscience steered him. In each territory, Jon insisted upon releasing captives. Should negotiations falter, one roar from Shadowfire typically resolved disputes without catastrophic bloodshed. In Slaver's Bay, Jon confronted the legacy of countless generations shackled beneath whips. He soared above Meereen's towering pyramids, Shadowfire's colossal wings blotting the sun. Many cowered, recalling stories of dragons wreaking havoc centuries past. But Jon demanded diplomatic dialogue with local rulers, offering them a stark choice: abolish slavery or face the might of living flame. A few rebellious masters tested his resolve, only to watch entire galleys reduced to ash. Freedmen rallied under Jon's banner, praising this new champion who would stand against oppression. Emboldened by Volantis's Red Priests, Jon envisioned a future free of chains, forever unshackled. Priests from Yunkai and Astapor attempted to sway Jon's approach, warning of rebellion's backlash. Yet he remained resolute. The Lord of Light's teachings inspired mercy but also demanded justice through fire. Whenever Jon toppled a cruel regime, He installed councils of freed citizens guided by local priests allied with Volantis's doctrine. Shadowfire's presence discouraged opportunistic tyrants from seizing power. Some nights, Jon wrestled with the moral weight of forging new orders across Essos, uncertain if he was overstepping. Tormund counseled that the greatest sin was indifference, and Rallio affirmed that progress required forging steel under a fierce flame to burn. In those days, rumors of Jon's draconic power reached Qarth. Envoys from the fabled port arrived in caravans laden with gifts. They offered pearls, spices, and mechanical wonders, hoping to forge alliances. Jon met them cautiously. The Undying of Qarth reportedly possessed arcane knowledge, and the priests of R'hllor warned of illusions. Still, Jon valued peaceful trade over conflict. Shadowfire allowed the Qartheen to witness a fleeting aerial display, reminding them of his unmatched might. Impressed, they proposed joint ventures to enrich both realms. Despite lingering mistrust, Jon accepted their offers, determined to expand essential alliances without surrendering moral principles. As Shadowfire continued growing, some measured its length against that of Balerion the Dread. Veterans of the Golden Company recalled stories of Aegon's monstrous steed, but none had witnessed a living dragon to compare. Now, travelers insisted that Shadowfire's bulk outstripped even those legends. The beast's appetite was insatiable, devouring entire herds weekly. Volantis's priests ensured a steady supply, but Jon worried about sustainability. Maintaining a dragon of such magnitude required vast resources. Despite the challenges, Jon remained steadfast. He believed Shadowfire's existence was a gift from R'hllor, destined to change Essos for the better, if wisely guided and carefully nurtured. Volantis became Jon's temporary seat of power, though he never donned a crown. The city's elders recognized his influence, while the Red Priests ensured unwavering support. Shadowfire's flights above the Black Walls affirmed Jon's presence. Still, he refrained from subjugating the city as a conqueror would. Each temple sermon glorified the dragon's role in cleansing old evils, but Jon tempered their zeal. He strove to balance religious fervor with pragmatic leadership. Slaves in Volantis found slow reprieve, as officials feared offending the Dragonlord. Gradually, manumission laws trickled into effect. This incremental liberation mirrored Jon's cautious approach, sowing seeds of hope. From the newly freed corners of the city, Jon heard voices praising the Dragon of the Dawn, hinting at old prophecies about a hero reborn. Though flattered by their reverence, he knew the line between revered figure and tyrant was perilously thin. Each decision required balancing principle with the demands of governance. The Red Priests assisted, offering counsel gleaned from the fires. Tormund sometimes claimed to see visions in Shadowfire's embers. Images of winter fields, direwolves howling, and flames dueling shadows. Jon listened, reminded that the darkness beyond the sea might one day require more than Essosi reforms. At times, letters from Westeros reached Volantis, carried by bravos or unscrupulous merchants. Jon read news of the War of the Five Kings, Robb Stark declared king in the north, Joffrey on the Iron Throne, Stannis marching beneath a flaming heart. Tales of Daenerys Targaryen, supposedly mother to 3 dragons, also circulated. Some priests speculated that she and Jon shared a destiny, but he chose to remain in Essos, bound by his oath to free the oppressed and guided by R'hllor's portents. The Dragon Queen, rumored to be forging her own path, seemed distant as a myth. Jon had immediate tasks here. On restless nights, Jon would stand atop a tall spire, gazing at the horizon where sea met sky. Shadowfire curled below, the glow of lanterns reflecting off its black scales. Ghost, the direwolf who had crossed the narrow sea with Jon, prowled the courtyard. Whenever doubt seized Jon's heart, he found calm in their silent presence. These two creatures were echoes of his divided heritage: wolf and dragon, ice and fire. He whispered prayers to the old gods he had once known, and to the Lord of Light who had embraced him in these foreign lands. Beyond Volantis, the Red Priests sent word of unrest in lesser cities. Crooked tyrants and fledgling warlords tested whether Jon's influence ended at the gates. It did not. Atop Shadowfire, he made flights across the Valyrian Peninsula, over the haunted ruins near the Smoking Sea, and into hinterlands seldom visited by outsiders. In many places, the sight of a colossal dragon subjugated local threats without bloodshed. In others, Jon had to unleash Shadowfire's furnace upon entrenched strongholds. Some condemned his show of power. Yet for every accuser, dozens knelt in gratitude for respite from vicious overlords. Once, near the old city of Illyria, Jon found a fortress harboring kidnapped children meant for dark rites. He freed the captives, delivering them to families or temple-sponsored orphanages. Witnesses described how Shadowfire's molten breath turned the fortress walls to slag. Survivors reported that the dragon's roar sounded like thunder from the dawn of the world. Jon emerged from the conflagration sooty and grim, haunted by the horrors he had seen. Tormund reminded him that evil thrived when good men did nothing, and that R'hlloreth's flame exposed hidden corruption. Jon struggled with the weight of each victory, uncertain how many more he could sustain. Commerce thrived in the aftermath of Jon's interventions, albeit with caution. Slave ports adapted their trade, forced to deal in fair wages or risk incineration. Merchants from Lys and Tyrosh ventured forth, bearing textiles, gems, and grains to a new Essos network unshackled by fear. The Red Priests hailed these transformations as blessings of R'hllor. Despite lingering tensions, the name Jon Snow began to circulate in conjunction with prosperity and protection. Yet he refused fancy titles or golden thrones. Shadowfire served as his living sigil, a constant reminder of the might and potential devastation his presence carried. Inevitably, opposition formed. In Myr, powerful magisters who profited from covert bondage spat curses at Jon's expansions. They hired assassins from the Sorrowful Men, sending them into Volantis with stolen credentials. One night, a silent figure crept into Jon's temporary quarters, blade dipped in manticore venom. Ghost snarled, alerting Jon a heartbeat before the strike. A struggle ensued, ending when Tormund's fiery incantation lit the corridor with brilliant flame. The assassin perished shrieking. The incident hardened Jon's resolve while deepening his dependence on loyal allies. He recognized that not all opposed him from cruelty. Many simply feared losing wealth or power. In response to the threat, Volantis's Red Priests offered their best warriors as a personal guard. Jon accepted a small cadre led by a man named Narno, a devout follower of R'hllor skilled in sword and flame discipline. Narno's men wore crimson leather and carried obsidian-tipped spears rumored to channel the Lord of Light's power. The spectacle of their presence, the swirling red cloaks and flickering torches, underscored the seriousness of Jon's mission. Shadowfire, however, remained the ultimate deterrent. So immense was the dragon that onlookers whispered it grew an extra foot in length each week, surpassing any living memory or record. When free from official duties, Jon immersed himself in the temple's hidden archives. Guided by Tormund, a labyrinth of scrolls and codices recounted the rise and fall of Valyrian dragonlords, the incantations of long-dead priests, and cryptic mentions of Azor Ahai. Jon encountered references to an ancestral prophecy. A child of ice and fire would wield a flaming sword against encroaching darkness. He read about the forging of Lightbringer, hammered thrice amidst heartbreak and sacrifice. Some lines resonated ominously, stirring nightmares of White Walkers gliding through a frozen gloom. Yet even with Shadowfire's boundless might, Jon felt underprepared for that distant war. On the bustling docks, ships arrived daily from Westeros, bearing news of intensifying conflicts. King Joffrey's cruelty in King's Landing, the Red Wedding destroying the Stark hopes, the rumored death of Robb Stark. A pang of grief struck Jon. Though he'd never been acknowledged openly as a true Stark, the union of ice and fire within him felt more tenuous than ever. The Red Priests insisted R'hlloreth's path demanded he remain in Essos, forging alliances and liberating slaves. Jon's chest burned with guilt at the tragedies unfolding in the Seven Kingdoms. Each time the pang threatened to overwhelm him, he found purpose in Shadowfire's fierce gaze. As the months turned into years, Shadowfire's growth carried it beyond all expectations. The beast's head alone rivaled a small cottage, fangs curving like scimitars. Each wing could create a hurricane force upon downward thrust. Wherever Jon traveled, the land shook with the dragon's landing. In some places, peasants threw themselves flat, hailing the sign of a new dawn. In others, lords barricaded gates, hoping stone walls could repel a beast they compared to an airborne volcano. Jon never reveled in their terror. He strove to show mercy, mindful that unchecked might often transform saviors into tyrants. Despite the expansions of Jon's influence, Essos remained riddled with fractious politics. The triarchs of Volantis, bound to maintain tradition, sometimes chafed at Jon's progressive edicts. Secret gatherings of old-blooded families plotted ways to reclaim power from the dragon bastard. They muttered that a Targaryen without a crown threatened ancient privileges. Meanwhile, extremist factions within the Red Priesthood saw Jon as a living instrument of R'hllor's will, urging him to conquer all Essos in fire. Torn between the extremes, Jon brokered fragile truces through measured diplomacy. Shadowfire's looming presence ensured cooperation, yet the tensions simmered, forcing him to tread carefully upon political fault lines. One sweltering afternoon, emissaries from the Dothraki Sea arrived unexpectedly. A small khalasar, apparently curious about the rumored giant dragon, presented themselves at Volantis' gates. Their leader, Khal Sorano, sought an audience with the man who tamed the black wind of the sky. Jon welcomed them, offering respectful hospitality. The Dothraki watched in silent awe as Shadowfire soared overhead, casting an immense shadow across the city. Khal Sorano proposed an alliance. The Dothraki would patrol the caravans and keep roads safe from bandits if Jon's forces refrained from interfering in their customs. In return, they promised to abolish certain brutal raids. Though many priests distrusted any pact with the Horse Lords, Jon saw potential. He hammered out terms securing safer trade routes and curbing senseless pillage. In demonstration of mutual respect, Jon invited Khal Sorano to witness Shadowfire unleash flames upon a rocky outcrop outside Volantis. The Dothraki gasped at the sight of stone liquefying under the dragon's breath. That night, they feasted together, exchanging stories of ancient riders and primeval beasts. When the khalasar departed, they carried rumors of the mightiest dragon alive, forging a new era where blood riders and freed slaves coexisted under watchful, fiery eyes. Within the Red Temple's sanctum, High Priest R'hllor guided Jon through deeper rituals. They lit grand pyres and chanted in Valyrian, seeking glimpses of the future in dancing flames. Jon saw visions, an immense wave of darkness rolling across a snowy wasteland, ephemeral figures locked in combat with shimmering swords. Shadowfire roared in the background, swirling embers forming ghostly shapes. R'hllor spoke of omens, convinced that Essos' transformation under Jon's hand was but a precursor. "Winter will come for us all," R'hllor intoned. "Only fire can stand against the ice." Jon's heart pounded with the weight of prophecy, recalling half-remembered tales from his youth. Seeking respite, Jon traveled north along the Essosi coastline. Shadowfire devoured miles in a single flight, crossing over petrified forests and abandoned villages. They alighted near the ruins of Valyria's outskirts, where volcanic vents spewed toxic fumes. Some said the ghosts of ancient dragon lords prowled these smoking pits. Jon felt a strange kinship with that shattered land. His own line, if Rhaegar Targaryen was truly his father, derived from those storied ancestors. He walked carefully among the cracked earth while Shadowfire prowled behind. Torrhen accompanied him, chanting protective spells against the lingering curse of the doom. Even Ghost hesitated, sniffing the ashen wind. In a half-collapsed library, Jon and Torrhen discovered fragments of Valyrian steel tomes and broken tablets. They revealed cryptic hints of a secret technique used by the greatest dragon riders, describing ways to forge an unbreakable mental link with a beast of fire. Torrhen interpreted these glyphs as proof that Jon's bond with Shadowfire could grow yet stronger, ensuring mutual survival in any calamity. Intrigued, Jon resolved to attempt the method. They built a makeshift altar of obsidian shards and invoked R'hllor's name. Under the swirling red glow of volcanic vapors, Jon placed one hand on Shadowfire's scaled flank, chanting the old words Torum had painstakingly translated. A surge of heat coursed through Jon's veins, as though the dragon's life force mingled with his own. He felt Shadowfire's heartbeat echo in his chest, hammering like war drums. The dragon's mind brushed his thoughts, a primal swirl of hunger and fierce loyalty. For one breathtaking moment, Jon glimpsed the world through Shadowfire's eyes, saw the swirling patterns of heat, smelled the tang of sulfur, felt the currents of wind under colossal wings. The bond stretched them both to a brink. When it ended, Jon collapsed to his knees, sweat pouring down his brow. Shadowfire nudged him gently, releasing a rumbling growl that sounded like concern. Torum helped Jon to his feet, exclaiming that the ritual had succeeded beyond expectation. Jon felt changed, as though his senses were sharpened by the dragon's presence. The old text spoke of such a bond as a double-edged sword. A rider who fell into madness could drag the beast into ruin, or vice versa. Jon silently vowed never to abuse their connection. He would not repeat the tragedies that had sometimes plagued the Targaryen line. Glancing upon Shadowfire's black scales, he recognized the gravity of carrying a power that could reshape realms, or plunge them into endless flame. Returning to Volantis, Jon discovered that weeks had passed. The city had endured new challenges in his absence. A cunning spymaster from Pentos had incited unrest, claiming Jon's dominion threatened local autonomy. Riots erupted in the city's less affluent districts. Rallio and Narno's guards managed to quell the violence, but tensions remained high. Upon his arrival, Shadowfire's roar above the skyline hushed the crowds in an instant. Many emerged from their homes, unsure whether to cheer or cower. Jon dismounted in the central square, greeting the populace with outstretched hands, reassuring them he sought not tyranny but peace. Yet in certain corners, resentful glances hinted that his power stirred both gratitude and fear. The days that followed showcased Jon's delicate balancing act, using Shadowfire's overwhelming presence as a deterrent, while striving to maintain an image of fairness. He convened open forums where citizens could voice grievances. Slaves, recently freed, lacked resources to support themselves, demanding urgent solutions. Nobles complained about lost labor and plummeting revenues. Jon enlisted the Red Priests to organize food distribution and new trade initiatives, bridging the gap between classes. At the same time, he dispatched Shadowfire on sweeps over trade routes, ensuring caravans moved safely. Gradually, some of the tension eased. Yet each passing hour reminded Jon that uniting a continent required unrelenting will. As part of his broader aim, Jon revisited Slaver's Bay. Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor had been liberated, but opportunists continued to exploit desperate citizens. Shadowfire's silhouette descending upon the pyramids rekindled both awe and dread. Jon called a council of former slaves, temple representatives, and local dignitaries. Together, they drafted an accord guaranteeing basic rights, fair wages, and shared governance. To enforce these principles, Jon stationed a rotating cadre of red-robed guardians, men and women devoted to lawless justice, each accompanied by a trained flamehound rumored to sense treachery. Though not all welcomed outside oversight, the memory of a towering black dragon scorching slaver fleets kept rebellious impulses in check. Meanwhile, envoys from Braavos arrived. They wanted to discuss commercial ties, urging Jon to consider the Iron Bank's significance. Braavos had built its power on lending gold to kings and expecting repayment. The bankers proposed funding development in the freed cities, on condition of certain guarantees and interest rates. Jon, wary of indebtedness, negotiated carefully. He suggested mutual risk ventures, leveraging Shadowfire's ability to protect shipping routes from pirates. The Iron Bank's representatives, impressed by the beast's presence, tentatively agreed. Yet Jon suspected their loyalty would shift if it proved more profitable. Still, forging financial stability was essential. Liberation meant little if famine followed. In quieter moments, Jon questioned whether his role as Essos' would-be savior was only a prelude. The Red Priests continued whispering about the Great Other, a menace beyond mortal ken that threatened to snuff out all life. Some insisted Jon must eventually sail for Westeros, uniting both continents against this cosmic threat. Others believed Essos alone required his flame, that the old world might burn away in inevitable conquest. Jon found himself at odds with these extremes. He had no desire to wage total war, nor to abandon a continent half-transformed. So he stayed, forging alliances, settling disputes, watching Shadowfire grow to a scale that made even the largest fortress walls appear puny. As time passed, ghosts of Valeria's might seem to echo through Shadowfire's every roar. The black-scaled dragon soared across skies turned golden by the setting sun, drawing crowds to rooftops wherever it passed. Sometimes, children in remote hamlets would chase the dragon's shadow, giggling in delight rather than cringing in terror. Jon found comfort in these simple scenes. Here was a generation that might know dragons as protectors. Yet he could not erase the memory of charred battlefields, the pungent stench of burned flesh. Each triumphant flight risked drifting into hubris, so he anchored himself by recalling the Red Priest's warnings. Power must serve a higher cause. News arrived of a new threat. A warlord named Hazrak the Crimson had seized control of a desert settlement, proclaiming himself immune to dragonfire through arcane spells. Rumor held that Hazrak sacrificed children to demonic entities. Unsure how much was true, Jon led a small expedition, flying Shadowfire to the remote sands. The settlement's walls were daubed with grotesque symbols. Hooded figures chanted from ramparts, mocking the dragon overhead. Sensing danger, Shadowfire circled with a low growl. When flames finally rained upon the defenses, a shimmering barrier flickered, briefly repelling the inferno. Startled, Jon recognized genuine sorcery at work. Torrum chanted incantations, calling upon R'hllor to break the barrier. The crimson glyphs glowed angrily in the desert twilight. Shadowfire hammered the fortress again with molten breath. This time, the barrier cracked, arcs of energy spraying in all directions. Hazrak's followers shrieked as flames engulfed them. Jon guided Shadowfire to land within the collapsing gates, discovering caged prisoners and sacrificial altars. He freed the captives swiftly, then confronted Hazrak himself, a gaunt figure with glowing tattoos etched into his skin. The warlord brandished a cursed blade, chanting a guttural incantation. Before he could strike, Torrum's conjured flame lashed out, incinerating him in a flash of acrid smoke. That night, the desert settlement lay silent, embers drifting on a warm wind. Jon felt no triumph, only relief that the captives lived. Torrum examined Hazrak's remnants, proclaiming his sorceries akin to shadow binding. The Red Priest insisted that evil powers lurked across Essos, remnants of ancient darkness. Jon realized anew that dragons alone could not extinguish every vile magic. Religious faith, cunning allies, and unwavering resolve were just as vital. They escorted the rescued families to safer territories, ensuring local councils would help them rebuild their shattered lives. Shadowfire's presence kept opportunists at bay. Jon departed at dawn, resolved to remain vigilant against hidden threats. During his return flight, Jon spotted something alarming. A roving legion of Sellswords flying black banners, marching purposefully across the plains. Scouts reported they numbered in the thousands, armed with siege engines. They had been hired by an alliance of wealthy magisters who wanted to challenge Jon's dominion. Sensing open war, Jon consulted with R'hllor and Torrum. The priests insisted that confronting such an army would demonstrate R'hllor's power. But Jon disliked the thought of unleashing devastation upon conscripted soldiers. With Shadowfire alone, he could kill them by the hundreds, yet he sought a less bloody resolution. Jon resolved to parley, hoping to avert mass slaughter. He flew to the Sellswords' encampment, intentionally landing with theatrical impact. Dust billowed as Shadowfire settled, wings folding like massive gates. Soldiers quaked, horses whinnied in terror. Jon demanded to speak with their commander. A tall, scarred woman named Karana stepped forth. She claimed she owed fealty only to gold. Her employers wished to break Jon's influence in Slaver's Bay, reasserting old power. Jon calmly explained that any attempt at open warfare would yield horrific losses. He offered them triple the pay if they pledged to protect freed communities instead of destroying them. Skeptical, Karana tested Jon's sincerity. She pointed to a row of battered prisoners her men had captured. "If your mercy is genuine, claim these wretches," she challenged. Jon approached the prisoners, scanning their faces. Most were common folk. Quietly, he cut their bonds, feeding them water. Meanwhile, Shadowfire loomed, exhaling a hot gust that flattened tents. The Sellswords watched, tense and uncertain. Karana's eyes darted, measuring the odds. A single wrong word could prompt a draconic inferno. At last, she nodded grudgingly. "Pay us, Targaryen, and we'll fight for you." Jon suppressed a wry smile. Perhaps gold could buy a measure of peace. Returning to Volantis with the mercenaries behind him, Jon arranged their payment through a combination of temple funds and new trade revenues from Qarth and Braavos. He stationed them strategically around liberated cities to deter other opportunistic armies. Karana's men grumbled, but the presence of Shadowfire silenced dissent. In time, the Sellswords realized that defending communities earned them admiration rather than fear. Some even found purpose in patrolling trade routes, collecting legitimate wages. Though friction persisted, Jon considered it a guarded success. Another potential war had been resolved with minimal bloodshed, reinforcing his belief in negotiation bolstered by overwhelming force. Amid these undertakings, Shadowfire's unstoppable growth continued. Observers swore that it overshadowed entire fortresses with ease, each wing beat like thunderclaps. Jon himself felt a deeper connection to the dragon than ever before. When Shadowfire soared, Jon could sense shifting air currents as though they brushed his own skin. The beast's roars reverberated in Jon's bones, half exultation, half warning. High Priest Rallio compared the dragon to an unstoppable comet, blazing through Essos' sky. "Guide it well," the priest often reminded him, "lest the flames consume us all." Jon repeated those words like a mantra, refusing to let pride lead him astray. Encounters with scattered tribes, city-states, and merchant enclaves shaped Jon's evolving leadership style. Each region had its own customs, from music-filled lists to the austere hovels of the Painted Mountains. Where possible, Jon embraced local traditions, forging bonds through respect rather than coercion. Only when confronted by entrenched cruelty did he unleash Shadowfire's savage might. Thus, the Black Dragon became both sword and shield, an agent of fear against oppressors, and a symbol of hope to the powerless. Through it all, Ghost padded beside Jon, the lone direwolf a steadfast link to the north he had left behind. On quiet nights, Jon would rest his hand on Ghost's fur, remembering the halls of Winterfell. Inevitably, conflicting claims reached Jon's ears regarding Yunkai's governance. A faction insisted that the city, though liberated, still languished under covert slaver influence. The freed population demanded immediate retribution, urging Jon to let Shadowfire purge the corrupt officials. Others warned that violent upheaval could cripple Yunkai's fragile economy. Torn, Jon convened an open tribunal. Citizens testified about hidden slave pens and clandestine auctions. Furious, Jon confronted the city's self-styled council, discovering forged documents that concealed illegal transactions. Realizing talk alone would not suffice, he declared that a thorough reckoning was due. Shadowfire's presence during the final inquiry ensured no official dared lie under oath. One by one, slaver conspirators faced swift judgments. Some were fined into destitution, forced to disgorge ill-gotten wealth to the city's rebuilding efforts. The worst offenders were exiled, escorted beyond Yunkai's walls with minimal rations. A few tried bribing the guards, but Narno's red-robed enforcers did not waver. Without crossing the line into wholesale slaughter, Jon ensured Yunkai's bureaucratic rot was excised. Freed citizens rejoiced at this demonstration of justice without unbridled carnage. Yet Jon saw the exhaustion in their eyes, the decades of cruelty that could not be erased overnight. Shadowfire roared triumph overhead, stirring fear among those who might consider future treachery. In the aftermath, Jon found himself increasingly revered as a figure bridging mortal realms and divine fire. The Red Priests preached sermons praising R'hllor's chosen, attributing each victory to the guiding flame. Devotees lit candles in shrines dedicated to Jon's mission, chanting for liberation across Essos. Though flattered, Jon felt uneasy about deification. He was no god, nor a perfect savior. His nightmares reminded him of each life lost under Shadowfire's flames. He confided these doubts to Torm, who counseled humility as the best shield against fanaticism. "Keep your eyes fixed on the people's welfare," Torm said. "Let the flames guide, but never blind you." Eventually, representatives from all corners of southern Essos gathered in Volantis for a grand conclave. The meeting, orchestrated by R'hllor and other influential figures, aimed to formalize alliances, resolve border disputes, and draft shared principles for trade and justice. Delegates arrived from Lys, Myr, Pentos, Karth, the Dothraki Sea, and even remote Lazer. The proceedings took place in the sprawling amphitheater below the temple's watchful braziers. There, beneath flickering firelight, various parties voiced grievances and proposed treaties. At intervals, Shadowfire circled overhead, a silent reminder of the power behind Jon's unspoken veto. Tensions flared, deals were struck, and night after night, the city was alive with debate. Jon presided, not as a king or supreme ruler, but as mediator, a role legitimized by the dragon perched atop Volantis's highest tower. When arguments reached impasses, delegates would glance upward at that hulking silhouette, mindful of the consequences. Torm and R'hllor guided religious aspects, ensuring each pact acknowledged R'hllor's principle of delivering justice. At the same time, Jon insisted on practical steps, measures to protect freed populations, rebuild war-torn roads, and ensure equitable taxation. Skeptics grumbled, but the fearsome presence of Shadowfire overshadowed dissent. In time, the conclave produced a written covenant, signed by the major powers, pledging mutual support and a commitment to stamp out slavery. The night that covenant was finalized, the temple launched a grand ceremony. Thousands gathered in Volantis' squares, carrying torches in a procession. Priests chanted, illusions danced in the flames, and a hush fell as Jon, astride Shadowfire, soared overhead. The dragon's roar reverberated off the black walls like rolling thunder. From high above, Jon watched an endless sea of flickering lights, thousands of upturned faces. He realized how far he had come from the lonely bastard of Winterfell, how deeply fate had woven him into the tapestry of Essos. Yet a subtle pang of longing stirred in his chest, whispering of half-forgotten snows and the North's ancient ways. Amid the festivities, Torm approached Jon with urgent news. A messenger from the Jade Sea had arrived, carrying warnings of strange raids on coastal villages. Survivors spoke of pale invaders who moved silently, leaving no bodies behind. The messenger's words were garbled by terror, but references to eerie cold winds set Jon's heart pounding. He recalled the half-remembered threats beyond the wall in Westeros, the White Walkers of old tales. Could something similar be stirring across the sea? R'hllor and Torm advised investigating. Jon agreed, steeling himself for what might be an even darker truth. He led an expedition southward, flying across the shining waters toward the rumored attack sites. Shadowfire's immense wings cut through the humid air. Ghost clung close, stowed on a supply ship that followed. After days of travel, they found abandoned villages strewn with shattered huts. There were no obvious corpses, but a bone-chilling frost clung to the interior walls. Scorch marks suggested some inhabitants had tried to repel attackers with fire. Jon's breath clouded in the unexpectedly cold air. He had known desert heat and scorching flames, but this creeping chill felt unnatural. Torm muttered prayers, unsettled by the silence. They eventually found survivors hiding in a partially collapsed temple dedicated to a local harvest god. The refugees, trembling with fear, described pale figures emerging at night, eyes gleaming like winter stars, draining life from anything they touched. They called them the Cold Ones. In the dim corners, Jon listened with mounting dread, recalling old Nan's tales of White Walkers. But these were Essos's twisted reflection. Some might call them wights or ice wraiths, The survivors had no precise name. The notion that an icy threat lurked here stirred Jon's protective instincts. For all his reforms, monstrous powers might undo everything if left unchecked. Shadowfire's flames proved somewhat effective against the Cold Ones when they staged another raid soon after the expedition arrived. That night, under a wan moon, eerie shapes glided through the outskirts. Jon commanded the dragon to unleash a scorching inferno. The intruders recoiled, hissing in inhuman voices. Yet they were nimble, scattering into shadows with unnatural speed. A few unlucky ones were caught in the flames, collapsing into smoldering piles. But more survived, slithering away into the darkness. Jon and Torm realized this enemy required more than a single fiery assault. They needed deeper knowledge of how these creatures operated and where they laired. Over the ensuing weeks, Jon coordinated a systematic defense. Shadowfire patrolled from above, while red priests on the ground maintained perimeter fires. Narno's guards set up a ring of torches around each settlement, an idea borrowed from stories about whites hating flame. Though the raids lessened, they did not cease entirely. Each small victory exacted a toll. The Spectres learned to exploit gaps in the defenses. Jon debated calling on more allies, Braavos, Karth, even the Dothraki. Yet fear of panicking Essos' population stayed his hand. Most had only just begun healing from slavery and war. Spreading rumors of a supernatural cold threat could unravel the precarious unity he had built. At last, an elderly priestess named Erisha arrived from the remote temple of Cinderlight. She claimed ancestral knowledge of the Cold Ones, describing them as ancient foes from a bygone age, drawn to pockets of magical energy. According to her, the presence of a grand dragon, Shadowfire, might have awakened these creatures as they fed on life's extremes. Jon was aghast, realizing Shadowfire's power might have inadvertently stirred dormant evils. Determined to end the threat, he followed Arasha's guidance. She led him to a windswept promontory laced with labyrinthine caves, rumored to be the heart of the Cold One's domain. A sense of dread permeated the frigid air, distinct from any natural chill. Shadowfire landed atop a jagged ledge, the stench of ice and decay filling Jon's nostrils. Torm and Erisha chanted spells of protection. Ghost bared his teeth, hackles raised at the unseen presence. In the cavern's depths, faint glimmers of blue light flickered. Suddenly, pale forms surged forth, shrieking. Jon commanded Shadowfire to saturate the entrance with flame, turning rock walls incandescent. For a moment, it seemed enough. The Cold Ones scorched and dissolved. But more kept emerging as if drawn by some central force. Erisha instructed Torm to seal the caves with a powerful incantation, requiring living flame and blood. Jon felt a tremor of dread. Such magic carried great cost. Yet no alternative remained. While Shadowfire kept the Cold Ones at bay, Torm and Erisha etched symbols in the ashen rock, chanting in unison. Erisha sliced her palm, letting blood drip onto the glowing lines. The symbols flared, weaving a fiery barrier deeper within the caverns. The howls of the Cold Ones intensified, their forms flailing against the swirling barrier. Finally, with a final incantation, the passage collapsed in a cataclysm of rubble and molten slag. The shrieks cut off abruptly. Echoes lingered, then faded to silence. Erisha slumped, barely conscious. Torm clutched his side, pale with exhaustion. Jon reached out, stabilizing them both. Emerging into the cold moonlight, Jon inhaled the crisp air, feeling an odd serenity. The immediate threat was sealed away, though he suspected some might still roam free. At least the main hive was entombed. In the distance, Shadowfire roared triumph, the flames lighting up the dark sky. Villagers and freed folk gathered at a cautious distance, cheering in relief. Jon felt both gratitude and heavy responsibility. If the Cold Ones had indeed stirred because of Shadowfire's aura, what other unintended consequences might follow his draconic expansions? He resolved to remain watchful, leaning on the Red Priests for arcane vigilance. Returning to Volantis once more, Jon found the city in the midst of a festival celebrating the newly inked treaties. Huge banners of red and black fluttered from spires. Freed citizens danced in the streets alongside traveling merchants, forging an atmosphere of cautious optimism. Even the Triarchs had lowered taxes modestly. Observing the celebrations, Jon felt a strange ache. So much had been achieved. Slavers broken, wars averted, monstrous threats subdued. Yet he wondered if destiny's currents would eventually carry him back to Westeros. The Watchers on the wall faced the White Walkers, or so the stories said. He felt the pull of that looming threat across the sea, an echo from his childhood nightmares. High Priest Rallio recognized Jon's turmoil. In a private audience, the old man placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, offering measured words. "You have done much for Essos, perhaps more than any mortal could in one lifetime. Yet the flames show another path calling you west. One day you must answer. We will not chain you here if R'hlloreth's call compels you back." Jon closed his eyes, recalling images of snow-capped mountains, gray stone battlements, and a father's stern voice. "Not yet," he whispered. "I can't leave them yet." Rallio inclined his head. "Then remain as long as you must. The Lord of Flames has no single domain." In the following weeks, Jon concentrated on reinforcing the alliances forged at the conclave. He coordinated with local councils, ensuring the newly freed populations had farmland, tools, and trade links. Soldiers under Khara's leadership patrolled trade routes with surprising diligence. Braavosi bankers visited again, delivering coins and scribes to strengthen commerce. The Dothraki roamed near caravans, chasing off bandits in exchange for fair tributes. Meanwhile, the priesthood of R'hllor expanded, building new shrines dedicated to the Lord of Light's vision. Volantis' skyline blossomed with flickering flames at night, each in homage to the dragon who soared overhead like a living testament. A delegation from the Summer Islands arrived, bringing vibrant plumages and exotic timbers. They requested permission to study Shadowfire's shedding scales, hoping to glean knowledge of draconic biology. Jon granted them limited access, as Shadowfire occasionally shed fragments of its underside. In return, the islanders pledged precious medicines and sturdy woods for shipbuilding. Some priests claimed these materials could craft vessels strong enough to brave any sea journey, even an eventual crossing back to Westeros. Jon stored that possibility in the back of his mind. Though he remained committed to Essos, part of him wondered if he might one day require such a vessel, especially if the rumored threat of the others demanded a united front. Occasionally, new arrivals from Westeros sought Jon out, drawn by tales of a Targaryen with the largest dragon in existence. A handful of knights from the Stormlands, disillusioned by the chaos of the War of the Five Kings, offered their swords if Jon would pledge to retake the Iron Throne. He refused, explaining that his mission lay in Essos' liberation and stability. "I am no king," he told them. "My cause is to break chains and prepare for a darkness beyond simple thrones." Some left disappointed, while others stayed, intrigued by the notion of a cause greater than courtly politics. Shadowfire's awe-inspiring presence encouraged them to believe Jon might indeed have a grander destiny. Yet the road to unifying Essos was never smooth. Rumors emerged from the western port of Caia that local priests of an ancient deity resented R'hlloreth's spread. Religious fanatics attacked a caravan belonging to Volantis, burning trade goods and scrawling curses on the sand. Jon responded swiftly, flying Shadowfire over the mountainous passes. He arrived at Caia gates, seeking peaceful resolution. The local priesthood refused to open negotiations, claiming their goddess abhorred foreign flame. Tensions escalated. Rather than incinerate the city outright, Jon stationed a blockade, preventing trade while sending messengers daily, hoping to avoid a siege. Diplomacy eventually prevailed, thanks to a moderate priest within Caia who recognized the futility of isolation. A fragile agreement was reached, allowing passage for goods in exchange for Jon's vow not to impose R'hlloreth's worship. Though uneasy, the pact held. Late one evening, as Jon walked along the torchlit corridors of the Red Temple, Ghost at his side, he encountered Torrem kneeling before a brazier. The priest stared intently into the dancing flames. Jon sensed tension. Torrem explained he had glimpsed something unsettling. a swirl of ice crystals, a rotted crown, and a looming silhouette that might be the Night King from northern legends. This vision was followed by an image of Shadowfire gliding over a sea of frozen waves. Torrum believed destiny would ultimately draw Jon westward. But not yet, Jon repeated, half to reassure himself. Essos still needs us. As months wore on, the daily tasks of governance became more routine. Freedmen established trade guilds, agriculture flourished in regions once ravaged by war, and slaver strongholds lay abandoned or repurposed as communal storehouses. Under the watchful presence of Shadowfire, even the most reluctant city-states abided by the anti-slavery pacts. With each passing season, the dragon grew more gargantuan, a living legend overshadowing anything recorded since the days of old Valyria. Jon's circle of advisors, Torrum, Rallio, Narno, Karana, helped manage the sprawling territory. Even so, Jon made regular journeys to outlying areas, determined to remain a visible guardian rather than some distant ruler. On one such journey, an unfamiliar tug at Jon's mind pulled him to the skies. Mounting Shadowfire, he soared above desert plains and rolling hills. The bond he had forged in the volcanic ruins vibrated with urgency. The dragon's primal instincts sensed trouble. After hours in flight, they spotted a massing of armed men near the Painted Mountains, raiders from unknown origins. Without hesitation, Jon descended, Shadowfire's roar shattering the calm. The raiders scattered, discarding weapons. A local village emerged from hiding, cheering. Another crisis thwarted by a single draconic appearance. Jon offered the villagers supplies and medical help from the temple caravans. The cycle repeated, intimidation balanced by compassion. In the aftermath, an old villager approached Jon hesitantly, pressing a carved talisman into his palm. It bore the likeness of a dragon and a direwolf, entwined in a spiral. "A dream told me you'd come," she whispered. "Said the wolf and the dragon together protect us from the cold that devours souls." Jon felt gooseflesh prickle. He thanked her, tucking the talisman into his pouch. That night, in the campsite beside Shadowfire's sleeping bulk, he turned the carving over in his hands by firelight, pondering the weight of fate. Was every step he took in Essos part of a grand mosaic he could not yet see? From Karth came new entreaties. A powerful warlock claimed to possess knowledge of dragon sorcery lost since the Doom. He invited Jon to visit the House of the Shifting Whispers. Remembering Daenerys Targaryen's rumored troubles with Kartha's warlocks, Jon proceeded with caution. He arrived to find illusions masking labyrinthine corridors. Torches sputtered, revealing glimpses of purple-lipped figures whispering half-truths. At the warlock's behest, Jon performed small feats of will, directing Shadowfire's flame to swirl in mesmerizing patterns. The warlock smiled enigmatically, offering cryptic warnings about the cyclical nature of draconic births and the creeping shadow that devours the sun. Unimpressed by riddles, Jon refused to linger, departing Karth with minimal trust in their arcane promises. Through it all, High Priest Rallio maintained unwavering support. He oversaw the expansion of R'hlloreth's faith but gave Jon latitude to govern in a practical manner. With each conquered challenge, Rallio reminded him of the bigger picture. These mortal struggles shape the land for now, but the Great War lies beyond. We must stand ready. Jon nodded gravely. He had not forgotten Torrum's visions or Arash's warnings. The ephemeral hush of victory in Essos could be shattered by something far worse if winter's terrors swept south. Thus, he doubled efforts to build unity. The freed cities, as some now called them, formed an alliance unusual in Essos' fractious history, tied together by treaties, commerce, and fear of the Black Dragon. Occasionally, Karana's Sellswords encountered pockets of slavers who refused to surrender. She reported capturing a handful of Targaryen loyalists among them, exiles who believed only a Targaryen king in Westeros could restore the old order of dragons and subjugation. It was a grim irony, for they saw Jon as a betrayer to his true cause of conquest. He met them personally, explaining that House Targaryen's heritage did not mandate slavery or brutality. Some spat at his feet, calling him a half-breed bastard unworthy of Valyria's mantle. Others trembled at the sight of Shadowfire's massive form, Realizing this was no mere pretender, Jon banished them, refusing to stoop to torture or execution for misguided zeal. Between these episodes, simpler joys emerged. Children thrived in newly built schools, taught by temple-sponsored scribes. Freed farmers harvested abundant crops along the Rhoyne, trading with once hostile neighbors. A sense of hope radiated through many corners of Essos, fragile yet tangible. Jon found moments to laugh with Torm, to watch ghosts chase rodents around temple courtyards, to appreciate the swirling colors of Carthene silks. Yet overshadowing all was the unspoken truth. If the ultimate darkness approached, how long could these fragile blossoms of prosperity last? In the heat of summer, an emissary from Noth arrived, a gentle-spoken woman bearing a letter from the Butterfly Isles, describing plague-afflicted refugees in need of help. That very day, Jon loaded a ship with healing supplies gleaned from the Summer Islands and Lysine apothecaries. Shadowfire could not cross seas so readily, so Jon arranged an escort of war galleys instead. Another puzzle in the mosaic, bridging seas and cultures to save lives. The days of petty slaver skirmishes felt distant whenever Jon saw communities cooperating for the greater good. Even the Triarchs, once mired in tradition, contributed coin for relief efforts, aware that the dragon's favor was priceless. Time and again, Jon was asked if he would claim a formal throne. Some red priests burned braziers in his name, whispering of a dragon emperor. Others insisted he must marry into a prominent Essosi house to solidify alliances. Jon deflected such suggestions, focusing on the day-to-day tasks that demanded his attention. Marriage, crowns, and pageantry felt trivial compared to confronting creeping evils, fostering stability, and preparing, perhaps, for an eventual confrontation with the far greater threat rumored in the frozen north. If any title mattered, it was the intangible bond between rider and dragon, forged in flame and tempered by trials. Late into another long night, Torm found Jon in the temple's highest tower, staring at the distant horizon. "You'll depart someday," the priest murmured. "Lawloress embers tell me so. Whether you sail west or fly, that day will come." Jon closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. "I know," he admitted, "but not while there is still work here." Torm placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Essos is not yet saved," he agreed. "Though you have wrought miracles, slavery still festers in hidden corners. Monstrous powers stir beneath cursed sands, and humankind's greed knows no bounds." Jon nodded. "Then I'll stand vigil a while longer." In that moment, Shadowfire soared past the tower, wings blotting out the moonlight. The dragon's roar crashed like a tidal wave over Volantis. Citizens who heard it might have felt awe, comfort, or trepidation, each reaction revealing the complexities of Jon's role. He was not a conventional ruler, nor a typical conqueror. He was a man shaped by two worlds, raised in the cold of Winterfell, yet inheritor of the Targaryen flame. The greatest dragon since Balerion now eclipsed all known bounds, forging a legend that spread from the Shivering Sea to the Summer Isles. In the weeks that followed, more pockets of resistance flared and fell. Pirates raiding the southern coasts vanished after Shadowfire scoured their hidden coves. A rebellious ex-slaver named Mallows tried to rally an army, only to see it scatter at the dragon's approach. The freed city's council occasionally bickered, but none dared challenge the sweeping transformations. For each crisis resolved, new possibilities arose. Expansions in farmland, scholarships for bright orphans, and roads linking trade hubs once torn by wars. Jon observed all with a measured detachment, determined never to lose sight of the people's needs. Still, certain priests whispered that the final shape of Essos rested on the unwavering might of the Black Dragon. Shadowfire had become a cornerstone of the temple's narrative, a living, fire-breathing sign of Lawloress dominion. Jon accepted this role, though he quietly reminded them that worship of the flame should uplift humanity, not oppress it. Rallio concurred, cautioning younger zealots that the Lord of Light's path aimed at saving souls from darkness, not chaining them to fear. This balance between reverence and reason was delicate. Jon walked it daily, aware that a single misstep might birth a new tyranny as terrible as any slaver's whip. On a scorching evening, Jon visited the city's newest public forum, a grand square built atop what was once a slave market. Vendors hawked fresh produce, artisans displayed crafts, and minstrels played lively tunes. Freed children ran between the columns, oblivious to the tragic history beneath their feet. The transformation stood as a testament to what could be achieved through determination and the looming deterrent of unstoppable draconic power. Jon breathed in the mingled scents of spiced meats and blossoming night flowers. Perhaps peace was possible after all, if only for a fleeting generation. He had begun to think of the freed cities as more stable than Westeros, an irony given Essos's historically tumultuous nature. But that very night, letters arrived carrying ominous tidings. Rumors from beyond the narrow sea suggested winter's grip was tightening, that unnatural snows blanketed the north. King's Landing faced chaos under King Joffrey's cruelty, or so the reports said, though the details grew murky with rumor. Some claimed dragons were again active near the Red Waste, presumably Daenerys Targaryen, forging her own destiny. Jon read these accounts in silence, heart pounding. The final letter spoke of White Walkers, dismissed as myth by many, sighted near the wall. The next morning, Jon stood in the temple's courtyard as Shadowfire bathed in the sunrise. Torches from the night's vigil still flickered. Ghost lingered at Jon's side, ears alert. Tormund approached, reading the concern etched on Jon's face. "Darkness is stirring," Jon murmured. "My family, my home, may face threats no southern king understands." Tormund hesitated. "Will you go?" Jon's gaze shifted to Shadowfire's colossal form. "One day," he said softly, "but the hour is not yet ripe. If the others threaten the living, Essos might need to stand united with Westeros to stop them. For now, I remain here, ensuring these freed cities do not collapse. When the time comes, I'll answer the call." Tormund nodded. They both gazed at the horizon. A warm breeze carried the sounds of hammers building new structures, merchants shouting deals, the bustle of life in a city reborn. Above it all, Shadowfire stretched its wings, scattering brilliant rays of morning light. The dragon's presence had changed everything, forging an era few would have imagined possible. Slavers trembled, free folk rejoiced, and an ancient faith kindled fresh hope. Jon, the unacknowledged son of Rhaegar Targaryen, had become Essos's improbable champion, bridging flame and compassion. High Priest Rhaelio joined them, robes rustling. "The day will come, Jon Snow," he said gravely. "The flame has shown us winter's hand. When you depart, we shall hold these lands in your name. Yet do not linger if the fires beckon you west." Jon nodded, gratitude and apprehension mingling. He knew the cost of his choice. Leaving a realm he had painstakingly guided toward freedom, venturing home to a place that might still brand him traitor or monster. But fate seldom offered easy roads. For now, he would keep forging Essos's better path, trusting that Shadowfire's unmatched power would help preserve the fragile unity. Weeks blended into months, the freed cities continuing to stabilize. Trade routes flourished, new alliances blossomed, and slaver remnants retreated into the shadows. Every so often, Jon took Shadowfire on extended flights to remote corners, verifying no hidden cruelty festered unchallenged. In one such expedition across the Bone Mountains, Jon encountered a caravan of refugees fleeing rumored warlords in the Far East. He guided them to safer territory, providing escorts and supplies. Some worshipped him as a prophesied figure, half terrified, half adoring. He responded by insisting they were free to chart their own destinies. Shadowfire's might existed to shield, not to subjugate. Meanwhile, the priests engaged in dialogues with other faiths, from the great shepherd of Lazer to the scattered worshippers of the many-faced god. Occasionally, friction arose over theological points, but the abiding presence of the Black Dragon compelled a veneer of respect. Khorana and Narno oversaw discreet missions to stamp out slaver enclaves. Each success was reported back to Jon, who approved funds for rehabilitation and local governance. Gradually, an administrative framework emerged. It was not perfect, nor free from corruption, but it offered more justice than Essos had seen in living memory. Far from complacent, Jon remained ever aware that unanticipated dangers could erupt. Word drifted in of necromancers along the southern coasts, of shadowbinders from Ashai dabbling in dark arts. The memory of the Cold Ones in the Jade Sea lingered. To address these threats, Jon sanctioned small contingents of red priests trained in exorcism and flame-based wards, dispatching them to trouble spots. He personally visited the Jade Sea region once more, verifying that the sealed caverns remained shut. Though uneasy about the breadth of mystical threats, he took comfort in the knowledge that Essos was not alone or helpless. A network of watchers, templars, and local defenders had risen under his impetus. When at last another winter chilled the northern latitudes of Essos, the freed cities experienced a harvest bountiful enough to sustain their people. They credited wise planning, but behind every mention lay gratitude for the dragon's protective shadow. The name Shadowfire became legend, recounted in taverns and traveling performances. Poets sang ballads about the man with stark blood and Targaryen fire, forging an era of improbable peace. Jon accepted their praise with humility, never forgetting the price paid in lives lost to secure this fragile realm. One evening, after a grueling round of negotiations with quarrelsome nobles from Meereen, Jon retired to the highest terrace of the Red Temple. There, above the city lights, he let the wind brush his face. Ghost sat quietly, ears twitching at distant sounds. Shadowfire perched on a broad stone platform, rumbling softly. Jon ran a hand along the dragon's jaw, feeling the heat emanating from every scale. "You're bigger than any living creature on this continent," he mused aloud, voice tinged with awe and trepidation. The dragon blinked slowly, exhaling a plume of smoke. In the swirling shapes, Jon imagined glimpses of swirling storms, roving undead, an iron throne forged from swords. He heard footsteps behind him. Torm approached, offering a small scroll. "A messenger from Pentos delivered this. They say skirmishes have broken out again near the Norvos border. Slavers testing the new laws." Jon's jaw tightened. There would always be more to do, more fires to quell. He opened the scroll, scanning the contents by torchlight. With a resigned nod, he glanced toward Shadowfire. "Then let's remind them the price of breaking chains." Torm bowed, stepping aside for Jon to climb onto the dragon's back. Ghost waited, tail swishing. Another flight, another challenge, more lives to protect. The cycle continued. As Shadowfire rose in a flurry of dust and sparks, the city shrank beneath them. Moonlight bathed the beast's gargantuan form, revealing scars from countless battles. Yet it remained indomitable, swirling with raw elemental energy. Jon guided the dragon over Volantis' walls, scanning the roads below. Torches glimmered as caravans moved steadily, trusting in the safety his watch provided. Jon felt pride, tempered by the knowledge that he was no ruler in name. He was a caretaker, guarding a land that had endured centuries of oppression. Tonight, he would push that boundary further, ensuring more people found the freedom they deserved. Miles vanished under Shadowfire's wings as they sped toward Pentos' outskirts. Jon's mind churned with strategy, potential negotiations, or if necessary, the fiery demonstration that would break any budding rebellion. The freed cities must remain a bulwark of liberty, a testament that dragons could serve justice rather than tyranny. In the hush of the night, he thought of Ned Stark's voice teaching him honor, and of the Targaryen blood surging in his veins. He held them both close, forging a path that neither parent's legacy could have foretold. When dawn broke, the horizon gleamed with possibility. Ahead lay challenges, new alliances, and lurking dangers. And somewhere, across the sea, an even darker fate might be stirring, awaiting the day Jon Snow would return to Westeros. For now, though, his duty lay in Essos, championing the voiceless and safeguarding the freed cities. The colossal dragon beneath him, a living flame that dwarfed all known beasts, symbolized hope as much as fear. Together, rider and dragon soared over the plains, carrying with them the promise of a future shaped by justice and tempered by mercy. Jon pressed forward, unbroken in resolve, dedicated to the realm he had claimed with flame and conscience, determined to wield his unparalleled power for the good of those who had long suffered in silence. Varys stood beneath the narrow arches in the Red Keep's council chambers, listening with a carefully arranged mask of deference as Lord Eddard Stark took his seat beside King Robert Baratheon. The new hand of the king wore the solemn expression of one who would rather be anywhere else than amid the swirling intrigues of the capital. Robert, in contrast, was red-faced with boisterous cheer. The appointment of Ned Stark, quiet, honorable, stolid, was a development Varys had known about for some time, but seeing it confirmed before the small council was oddly grounding. As the master of whispers, Varys drifted like a shadow along the periphery, gleaning what he could from every subtle look or tone. The lords in attendance that day numbered few: Peter Baelish, the master of coin, shifting with restless energy; Grand Maester Pycelle, drifting in and out of his own musings; and Lord Renly Baratheon, bored by the formalities but doing his duty as the king's jovial younger brother. They were gathered around a broad table scattered with scrolls. Robert declared that a grand tournament should be held in Ned's honor, for the realm loved such festivities, and a new hand's appointment was as good a reason as any to revel. Varys noted the flash of discomfort in Ned's eyes. The man disliked extravagance, especially at the crown's expense. Once the king and Ned concluded the official portion, reaffirming new appointments, confirming the date for the tourney, Varys sensed the shift toward less formal topics. It was at that moment Peter Baelish leaned forward, steepling his fingers and letting his mock-innocent voice fill the hush. "My Lord Hand, there are curious whispers from the east. A rumor so outlandish one might dismiss it out of hand, though certain friends of mine, rather well-informed, you understand, continue to insist it is true. The rumor concerns Jon Snow, your dear relation." His words trailed off, and Ned's lips parted slightly in surprise. The other counselors glanced at one another with mild curiosity. Baelish continued, "There are stories that he was seen boarding a ship bound for Essos months ago. Most would assume a boy of such meager means could not thrive across the narrow sea. Yet the tale persists that he may be tied up in events of some significance. An unlikely notion, I grant you. Still, you know the way such stories can endure." Ned's face tightened. "Jon was last at Winterfell when I left," he said quietly. "I have no doubt he remains in the north. Perhaps the rumor is some jape or confusion." He frowned, looking away, as though uncertain. Even he must have felt the faintest stir of doubt, for no direct word of Jon's whereabouts had reached him since Robert's cavalcade departed Winterfell. Varys cleared his throat gently, adopting his soft, measured tone. "You know how these stories multiply, my lord. Essos is a vast land, and rumors spread like seeds on the wind. Many drift, few take root." He said it lightly, neither confirming nor denying, carefully watching Ned's reaction. Then the king called for more wine and changed the subject, proclaiming that the Justs would be the grandest King's Landing had seen in many a year. Ned remained subdued, concern for Sansa and Arya etched into the corners of his expression, though he nodded obediently at his royal friend's enthusiasm. When the meeting ended and courtiers streamed out, Varys slipped from the Red Keep by a discreet corridor. His footsteps were noiseless on the worn stones. He had known for some time that he must soon cross the narrow sea again. He had too many little birds in too many corners to ignore the pressing rumors. The chatter included a Targaryen princess with a Dothraki Khalasar, a precarious arrangement that many in the realm might dismiss, but which Varys believed could ripen into a genuine threat or a solution, depending on one's perspective. But the newest swirl of talk, improbable though it sounded, tied Ned Stark's bastard son to certain stirrings in Volantis, whispers of a black dragon, the likes of which the world had not seen for centuries. No living men in King's Landing had credited such talk. People recalled the rebellion that ended the Targaryen dynasty, the supposed extinction of dragons. Yet rumors would not subside. Some insisted Jon Snow had found his way to an enclave of red priests, or that he had allied with Shadowbinders. Others spoke of an even more fanciful notion, that the young man might share blood with the Targaryen line in a deeper sense than mere rumor. Varys, ever the collector of secrets, resolved that verifying these claims would serve the realm. He arranged for a swift ship to depart from King's Landing at first light, instructing a few trusted agents to carry out his daily tasks in his absence. Most of the court believed Varys had only meager fighting skill. He fostered that impression intentionally. Yet he could move with a spider's agility when necessary, weaving in and out of dangerous circles with careful cunning. He left the city quietly, noting that news of his departure would take time to trickle back. Cersei Lannister might suspect him of prying into Targaryen affairs, but the immediate flurry of excitement about the new hand and the upcoming tournament would distract nearly everyone else. As the warship's sails caught the breeze, Varys stood at the stern, gazing toward the horizon with a thoughtful frown. If these rumors held even a kernel of truth, the realm could face consequences that shook every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. In his youth, Varys had traveled extensively across Essos. He recalled the alleyways of Pentos, the shadowed corridors of Meereen, the splendid spires of Volantis, the austere roads leading to Braavos. He had contacts in every major port city, men and women who owed him small or large favors. From them, he intended to glean every detail about Jon Snow and the emerging talk of a Targaryen girl riding with the Dothraki. The synergy between those two stories was too compelling to ignore. If both were true, the Game of Thrones might tip into new chaos. But Varys's goal, as always, was ensuring stability, a precarious endeavor when kings and claimants collided. After days at sea, where gulls trailed the ship and the briny wind whipped at the sails, Varys arrived in Pentos. He had stayed here in the estate of Illyrio Mopatis before, forging alliances behind the scenes. Indeed, it was Illyrio who once harbored the Targaryen children, Viserys and Daenerys. If anyone had relevant knowledge of a Targaryen bride joined to a Dothraki call, it would be Illyrio. Varys glided from the harbor under the guise of a nondescript merchant clerk, hood pulled low. At the gates to Illyrio's manse, the guards recognized him instantly, though they did not betray any sign of such recognition before ushering him inside. Illyrio, clad in a voluminous robe of rich brocade, greeted Varys in a large salon draped with silks and lit by jeweled lamps. The aroma of spiced wines and honey duck filled the air. Illyrio wore a gracious smile, though beneath it lay the calculating gleam of a man who always balanced short-term profit against future gains. "Ah, my friend," said Illyrio, enveloping Varys in a half-hug. "Welcome back. I heard that you were needed in the capital's busy hives of gossip, but now you grace my humble home again. What leads you across the narrow sea this time?" Varys responded with his gentle laugh. "You know how it is, my dear Illyrio. Whispers come from many corners, and some require personal attention. I find that the realm's safety may hinge on secrets grown beyond the usual measure." Illyrio's eyes narrowed slightly. "You speak of the Dragon Queen, I suspect. Daenerys, from whom Viserys tries to reclaim the throne that was lost. I had a hand in brokering her marriage to Khal Drogo, a man of boundless might. She's pregnant now, if my last tidings are accurate. A boy, it said, and Viserys still imagines armies of Dothraki crossing the sea." Varys nodded, storing that piece of intelligence. "Yes, the Targaryen princess is part of it, to be sure, but there are other rumors of a different Targaryen interest. I know you prefer to keep your ear low to the ground, dear Illyrio. Have you heard of any stirrings in Volantis, perhaps involving a certain Jon Snow?" At that, Illyrio's expression shifted from mild curiosity to real puzzlement. "Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell? I was not aware the boy had ever left the north. But then again, news from Westeros can be incomplete. Are you suggesting the fellow is traveling in Essos?" "That is precisely the question," Varys replied. "Some claim he's consorting with red priests, forging alliances. Others speak of a monstrous black dragon hatched in the far corners of the temple in Volantis. The stories seem improbable, but they persist." Illyrio smoothed his mustache thoughtfully. "A black dragon of improbable size," he mused. "Or so the tavern tales go. I doubt that. Yet so many improbable things have come to pass. Viserys and Daenerys surviving in exile all these years, the great Khal Drogo taking a foreign bride, Why not a bastard of House Stark turning up with a rumored dragon? The world is large. Varys gleaned that Illyrio had no direct knowledge to confirm or deny. After a shared meal where the Magister tried to pry more from Varys, the Spider took his leave, heading east. Traveling by discreet carriage, he made slow progress, stopping at intervals to query local informants. Some had heard of a foreign youth rumored to have magical ties, a white wolf at his side, and a scaled beast overhead. Others dismissed the stories as illusions conjured by the Red Priests, who always hungered for signs of R'hlloreth's chosen champion. Varys could not dismiss these swirling tales, though. If the boy was truly Ned Stark's bastard, that fact might destabilize the North's political alignment should it ever come to light in the capital. Time on the road let Varys reflect on King's Landing. He wondered how Ned Stark was coping, newly arrived with his daughters. The upcoming tournament would devour the city's attention, thousands of gold dragons spent on feasts and prizes. Meanwhile, the real business of the realm unfolded behind closed doors. Peter Baelish would be watching, spinning his webs. Cersei would move pieces to preserve Lannister power. And if they learned that Jon Snow had indeed crossed to Essos, one could only imagine the speculation that might swirl. A boy of uncertain parentage in league with red priests and talk of dragons. Yet Varys had withheld final confirmation. He found it far better to keep knowledge hidden until it served a purpose. At last, he reached Volantis, the oldest of the free cities, perched along the mouth of the Great Rhoyne. Its black walls and flaming braziers evoked a grandeur older than King's Landing by thousands of years. The long bridge, packed with shops and thronging masses, bustled at all hours. The Red Temple dominated the skyline, a colossal structure dedicated to the Lord of Light, with priests garbed in red and orange robes chanting day and night. If any place in Essos could birth a phenomenon as extraordinary as a dragon, this was it. Varys, clad in simple traveler's clothing, made inquiries in the lower districts, bribing minor officials to glean talk of an outlander named Jon Snow. He discovered that some whispered of an influential figure whose entourage included red priests and freed slaves. They described a monstrous black-scaled dragon that soared above the city from time to time. Others said that if one ventured near a remote compound to the southeast, one might glimpse the beast overshadowing entire courtyards. The stories were outlandish, but the consistency was remarkable. One or two claimed they had personally glimpsed a youth with dark curls and a white direwolf, conferring with senior priests. So that was Jon Snow indeed. Keeping his identity hidden, Varys traded yet more coin for introductions. Eventually, he secured a meeting with Torrum, a mid-ranking red priest known for receiving foreign visitors. Torrum greeted Varys in a modest antechamber in the temple's deeper levels, his head shaved, eyes glinting with the fervor of R'hlloreth's faithful. "A traveler from Westeros, you say?" Torrum murmured, studying Varys with a faint air of suspicion. "We see many visitors, you understand. The temple welcomes them, particularly if they bring devotion or coin." Varys bowed slightly, adopting a subservient mien. "I come to learn of a certain Westerosi presence rumored here," he said quietly. "A man from the north. I am only a humble collector of knowledge. My masters, you see, have concerns that might overlap with his own." Torrum tilted his head, silent for a moment. Then he sighed. "Jon Snow, he is no secret to the faithful, not anymore. The Lord of Light brought him to us. Perhaps it was destiny." With that, the priest rose. "Follow me if you will, but know that if your intentions be treacherous, you stand before R'hlloreth's watchful flame." Varys inclined his head and followed. They wended through corridors lit by flickering torches. The chanting from distant halls echoed, layered with the pungent smell of incense. Torrum led him through a side door that opened into a courtyard. There, a bright midday sun glinted off red tiles. And in the center, standing near a brazier, was a figure with dark hair worn slightly long, a face sharpened by experience beyond his years, clad in practical leathers. By his feet lay a massive white direwolf, silent and watchful, red eyes fixed on the newcomer. Varys recognized Jon Snow immediately, despite the changes from boy to young man. The presence of that silent, ghostly wolf made identification certain. Attention thrummed in the air as Jon looked up. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Jon stepped forward, letting one hand rest on the direwolf's head. Varys offered a courteous bow. "Jon Snow, it pleases me to see you in good health. The last I heard, you were residing in Winterfell." Jon's expression was calm but guarded. "You have me at a disadvantage, my lord. You know who I am, but I'm not certain who you might be." The Master of Whispers smiled thinly. "I am no lord, merely a humble courtier who once served in the court at King's Landing. My name is Varys." He saw the flicker of recognition in Jon's eyes. Even from the north, the boy would have heard tales of the spider who served King Robert. Varys continued softly, "I come bearing news of your father, Lord Eddard Stark. He has just accepted the position of Hand of the King, and as we speak, he and King Robert are in King's Landing, preparing for a grand tournament in your father's honor." Jon's face, taut with tension, softened just a fraction at the mention of Ned. Then he frowned, mind likely teeming with questions. "He is well, then? My siblings are safe." "As far as I know, yes," Varys replied gently. "Your sisters accompanied him south. Sansa and Arya are both in the capital. The realm anticipates a lavish celebration to welcome Lord Stark as Hand. I fear your brothers remain in the north, caring for Winterfell in his absence." Tormund stood aside, allowing them privacy. Jon cast a glance at the direwolf, then returned his gaze to Varys. "If my father is the king's hand, I imagine he has enough burdens on his mind. Did you come here at his behest, or for another reason?" Varys weighed how much to reveal. "Your father is unaware of my journey," he conceded. "He may not even realize rumors place you in Essos. The realm's powers swirl like tides, dear boy. Some men simply wish to confirm whether you truly crossed the narrow sea. Others are more interested in reports of a Targaryen girl, one said to be riding with a Dothraki horde." Jon's brow furrowed. "A Targaryen girl? Daenerys, I've heard the name mentioned. The priests here speak of a prophecy. The blood of dragons awakened." He exhaled. "I had not realized the rumors drew attention from King's Landing. But with my father now installed as Hand, I see how it might." Varys spread his hands in a gesture of conciliation. "There are many eyes and ears. Some do not believe in your existence here. Others scoff at the notion of dragons returning. Yet, rumor has a way of enduring, especially when those rumors speak of a bastard from the north forging alliances with red priests." He paused, letting his words settle. "Are you safe here, Jon Snow? And do you truly find yourself bound to the flames of R'hllor?" Jon's gaze shifted toward the far end of the courtyard, where an enormous silhouette blocked the sunlight. At first, Varys thought it a trick of the light. Then he realized that the shape was indeed a dragon, black-scaled and gargantuan, coiled in a specially reinforced enclosure. It was so large that the courtyard seemed barely adequate. The rumors had not exaggerated. Even Varys, who prided himself on composure, felt his pulse pound at the sight. A flicker of raw awe passed through him, for he had never seen a living dragon. Here was proof that would shake the Seven Kingdoms to their roots. Jon nodded slowly. "I'm safe enough if one can be safe while shepherding a creature like that. The Red Priests have guided me, though I follow my own path. I do not kneel to every aspect of their faith, but we share an interest in protecting the innocent." He hesitated, an internal conflict playing on his face. Then he added, "You bring news from King's Landing. I've not heard from my father or siblings since I left. If all is well, I'm relieved. But what is your intention here, Varys?" Varys took a moment to step closer, ignoring the direwolf's silent warning posture. "I come partly to see truth with my own eyes, partly to ensure that your presence in Essos does not unleash chaos without cause." He allowed himself a small, rueful smile. "I am a servant of the realm, you see, and I fear that if the wrong parties learn of your companionship with a living dragon, it could provoke war. King Robert's hatred of Targaryens is well known, and he might see any dragon as a threat to his rule." Jon folded his arms. Then you advise me to remain hidden? To cower? I left Westeros because events forced my hand. If I returned now with this creature at my side, do you think that would end peacefully? A fragile silence hung between them. Varys spoke carefully. I do not presume to command you, yet I would caution that the realm is not prepared to see a dragon loyal to Ned Stark's son. The king is celebrating your father's new station, true, but Robert remains volatile. He might see in your actions the seeds of rebellion, and if he imagines you forging an alliance with Daenerys Targaryen, well, you can guess how that would end. Jon's features hardened. Daenerys Targaryen. The priests speak of her, too. They say she rides with the Dothraki, that she is carrying a child of prophecy. They believe the line of dragons is not ended. His gaze flicked to the monstrous shape in the courtyard, that scaled head glinting in the sun. I'd not planned to conspire with her, but if she truly is a Targaryen across the sea, perhaps there is something in all these old stories. Varys lowered his voice. Indeed, she is wed to Khal Drogo, a powerful warlord. If she bears his son, that child could be the stallion who mounts the world, or so the Dothraki say. But you must realize, dear Jon, that your father, had he knowledge of these matters, would be in a precarious position. Robert might order your head or the girls. I do not make these statements lightly. The politics in King's Landing can turn lethal in an instant. Torrhen, who had remained quietly at a respectful distance, stepped forward then. The Lord of Light has shown us that darkness gathers. Jon Snow's role here is not that of a pretender to any throne. He liberated many from slavers, oversaw peace treaties in these lands, and wields his dragon to protect the innocent. Some within the temple believe that a great war lies ahead, not simply for a seat of power, but for the survival of the living. Fire against ice, a conflict older than any king's claims. Varys looked from the priest to Jon, reading the intensity in their faces. He realized the depth of Jon's transformation. A boy from the north had grown into a figure of near mythic standing in parts of Essos, forging alliances, freeing slaves, traveling with a direwolf and a dragon. It was extraordinary, unimaginable to the lords in Westeros who dismissed him as a mere bastard. The eunuch's mind raced. Perhaps this was a story too big to be contained. I see, he murmured. Yet do not doubt that the realm's high lords, especially the Lannisters, will view your power with suspicion. They shall ask if your father knew of your activities. They may even suspect Lord Stark conspired to raise a Targaryen power from the ashes. Jon gritted his teeth. My father had nothing to do with my decisions, he said firmly. I found my path on my own. But if Robert sees it differently, that is his concern. And yet, I cannot hide forever. The day may come when the threats I've seen in Essos threaten Westeros as well. Varys nodded solemnly. I shall not lie to you. I want peace, not chaos. If the day comes when you choose to act, be it returning to Westeros or forging ties with Daenerys, I would ask that you let me know. There are delicate matters of state that hinge upon whether Robert feels threatened by Targaryen or Draconic claims. If I can mitigate a catastrophic war, I will do so. Jon studied the eunuch for a long moment, as if judging the sincerity behind the cunning reputation. Then he gave a short nod. If that day comes, I'll remember your words. For now, I remain in Essos. My father's acceptance of the handship doesn't change my own obligations here. Yet I am grateful for the news of my sister's well-being. And I appreciate your warning. Ghost padded closer, as though signifying his acceptance of Varys's presence. Meanwhile, the black dragon shifted on its haunches, releasing a low rumble that vibrated the flagstones. Varys, though outwardly serene, felt his heart hammer at that raw display of power. Thank you, he said softly. I should ask, do you intend to muster an army or claim dominion in these lands? The freed cities might begin to fear a conqueror with so imposing a beast. Jon's lips tightened. I'm not here to claim a throne. I've done enough to help uproot slavers and ended certain atrocities. The Red Priests and local councils manage most governance. I don't intend to become some new tyrant. People in Westeros might find that impossible to believe, but it's the truth. Varys inclined his head again. So be it. Then your father can rest easier if he learns the shape of your ambitions. But I do not think it wise for him to know everything yet." Jon's expression flickered with conflicting emotions. "He deserves the truth, but if it would put him at odds with King Robert, I cannot risk that. Keep your silence, Spider, if you truly serve the realm's best interests." Varys felt a pang of empathy. "You are your father's son, and he is an honorable man. I see that this weighs on you. I shall keep your confidence. I shall only reveal that you are safe, nothing more. For the moment, that might suffice." They spoke at length after that, stepping away from the courtyard to a quiet alcove where the stink of burning incense was less overwhelming. Torrum escorted them, though he remained politely in the background. Jon described the old legends of ice and fire that had drawn him deeper into the Red Priest's orbit. He told of hearing about Daenerys Targaryen, though he'd never met her. Meanwhile, Varys offered tidbits of life in King's Landing. How Sansa's courtesy charmed the ladies of the court. How Arya found the city stifling. He portrayed Ned's stoic sense of duty, clashing with King Robert's more reckless style. Jon listened with a wistful air, longing for family but resigned to the path that had carried him to this place. In time, Varys took his leave. Torrum kindly arranged for him to stay the night in a modest guest chamber, though the priest insisted on searching him for hidden weapons. Varys endured the search with his usual mild graciousness, unthreatened by their efforts. Throughout the night, distant chanting resonated through stone halls, woven with the faint roars of the Black Dragon. Sleep was elusive, and Varys found himself imagining how King Robert would react if confronted with living proof that dragons thrived again. The next morning, Varys shared a simple meal with Torrum and gleaned more about the temple's stance. He discovered that some priests saw Jon as a chosen figure in an oncoming war of cosmic forces. Others simply valued his alliance because it gave them leverage in Essos politics. In either case, they would guard him fiercely. His final farewell with Jon was brief but cordial. Jon seemed grateful that someone from Westeros had brought reliable news of his father, and even more grateful that Varys did not attempt to dissuade him from his cause. Varys, in turn, left with a deep respect for the quiet determination he had observed. Ned Stark's son had carved a startling new destiny. From Volantis, the spider journeyed northward along the roads that led to Meereen and then to Pentos, gathering fresh intelligence. He did not openly broadcast that he had met with Jon Snow. Instead, he told contacts that he was following rumors of a monstrous black dragon, gleaning half-truths from travelers. By the time he reached Pentos again, enough seeds of rumor had been scattered that others might suspect. The real tale, however, Varys kept in a vault within his mind, ready to reveal or conceal at will. Illyrio Mopatis greeted him a second time with effusive warmth. This time, Varys let slip that he had found confirmation of the dragon's existence. Illyrio nearly choked on his spiced wine. He pressed Varys for details, but the spider offered only the vaguest hints, referencing an alliance of the boy with red priests. Illyrio's cunning eyes narrowed, and Varys could almost see the man's calculations spinning. Another Targaryen power center in Essos might complicate the carefully orchestrated plan for Viserys and Daenerys. But Varys gave no impetus for Illyrio to launch any rash moves. Perhaps the two Targaryen lines, the exiled siblings and the alleged dragon-wielding bastard, would never meet. The realm had a way of weaving unexpected threads together, though, and Illyrio presumably recognized that possibility. Securing passage west, Varys boarded a separate vessel bound for King's Landing. His journey gave him time to strategize. He would not volunteer to Ned Stark that his bastard son lived in Essos with a behemoth of a dragon. That news, if delivered rashly, might entangle Ned in conflict with Robert. Better to keep it hidden for now, perhaps revealing only that Jon was rumored to be traveling or that he might be safe. The capital's intrigues demanded a delicate approach. When at last he glimpsed the sprawling outline of the city rising along the Blackwater Rush, he exhaled. King's Landing always stank of tanners, fishmongers, and human waste, but he found it oddly familiar. He returned to his chambers in the Red Keep discreetly, letting rumors swirl about where he had been. Some believed he had journeyed to Lys on the king's business, others that he had never left the city at all. Varys never clarified, though a few of his little birds might guess the truth. The day after his return, a small council session convened in the Tower of the Hand. King Robert was absent, off hunting boars in the Kingswood to amuse himself before the coming tourney. Ned Stark presided, looking weary from dealing with the city's everyday corruption. Peter Baelish was there, a faint smirk playing around his lips. Grand Maester Pycelle nodded in drowsy acquiescence to each topic. Renly had other obligations and did not attend. Varys entered last, bowing with a smooth flourish. They discussed logistics for the upcoming tournament. The cost of feeding so many knights and their retinues, the prizes for the jousting lists, the security concerns with thousands of visitors. Ned, austerely, worried that the crown could not afford the extravagance. Peter dismissed those concerns, claiming the treasury would handle it, though Varys well knew the royal treasury was deeply in debt. The matter turned to a discussion of travelers crossing from Essos, some of whom might be potential troublemakers at the tourney. Peter, feigning casual disinterest, stirred the pot. Lord Varys, you have your ways of learning secrets. Have you gleaned anything about the rumored presence of Targaryens or other threats from the east? We wouldn't want them appearing at the gates unannounced. Ned shot Peter an irritated glance. Targaryens in Essos are no new matter. If Daenerys truly rides with the Dothraki, that's an old concern. The king has known of it for some time. Baelish shrugged. True enough, my Lord Hand, but the rumors keep evolving. Some say the Targaryen princess stirs up conspiracies to cross the narrow sea. Others speak of a monstrous dragon said to be allied with a boy from the north. Absurd rumors. Yes, but I wonder if the Master of Whispers can confirm or deny. At that, Ned's brow furrowed. He remembered Baelish's earlier remark about Jon Snow. The subject struck closer to home. Varys schooled his features into polite neutrality. The talk of a Targaryen bride to a Dothraki call appears more credible. Word of a black dragon, on the other hand, is the stuff of tavern talk. I found no evidence to suggest we should fear an imminent threat. My little birds have neither confirmed nor denied the presence of Ned Stark's bastard across the sea. We must assume some rumors are bred for mischief. Others might have a kernel of truth. Should any genuine threat arise, I shall inform you with due haste. Ned exhaled, relief mixed with concern. The possibility that Jon might truly be in Essos weighed on him, yet Varys's soft disclaimers gave him plausible deniability. Baelish pretended to lose interest, turning the conversation back toward tournament finance. Pycelle dozed off briefly, letting out a gentle wheeze. When the meeting ended, Ned rose quickly, as though anxious to be free of the swirl of half-truths. Varys allowed himself a small inward sigh. The realm's politics would devour the man if he did not learn caution soon. But Varys had no intent to push the matter of Jon Snow further. Not yet. Outside the council chamber, Varys found himself cornered by Ned. The Hand's voice was low, laced with quiet tension. Lord Varys, my friend Baelish seems to delight in implying that Jon Snow is in the east. If you know something, I would ask you to tell me plainly. Varys tilted his head in mild sympathy. Lord Stark, I wish I had solid information. All I can share are tidbits gleaned from informants. They speak of a young man with a direwolf, possibly your son, traveling in Essos. But I have no definitive proof. If he is there, he may be safe or at least safer than some rumors suggest. Rest assured, if I learn more, I will whisper it in your ear before any other. I do not wish you ill, my lord. Ned studied Varys's face, searching for duplicity. If he truly is there, I would want him to know he can come home. But perhaps it's best that no word of this spreads to Robert. If the king hears mention of dragons or Targaryens, Varys patted Ned's arm with a show of sympathy. You understand the delicate path, my lord. Let us keep that path free of unneeded obstacles. Ned nodded, still troubled, then strode away. Varys watched him go, reflecting that Ned Stark's directness would always clash with the capital's labyrinth of intrigue. Later that evening, As the city prepared for the arrival of knights from every corner of the realm, Varys retired to his private chambers. A single candle flickered on his desk, casting dancing shadows on the walls. He opened a hidden compartment in a small wooden chest, retrieving several scraps of parchment. One contained the coded notes he had made concerning Jon Snow's situation in Volantis. Another referenced Daenerys Targaryen's union with Khal Drogo and her pregnancy. By themselves, each item told only a fraction of a story. Together, they painted a portrait of two rising powers in Essos, each linked in some measure to House Targaryen. The possibilities seemed endless. He mused on how best to handle these revelations. Should Daenerys and Jon Snow unite, their combined draconic presence could threaten the stability of Westeros, or they might save it from some other menace. Varys considered the possibility that such power could avert a greater disaster. There were old stories of White Walkers, after all. He had gleaned certain unsettling tidings from beyond the wall. The question was, which path did the realm need most? Varys believed in necessity above all else. Whichever combination of alliances or revelations preserved peace and order would be the path he nudged events toward. He was no friend to tyranny, but neither was he a champion of chaos. He wanted a realm that would not tear itself apart. His mind wandered to Jon's calm determination in that Volantene courtyard, the monstrous black dragon whose slightest roar could shake men's souls, and the direwolf whose silent watchfulness reflected the North's ancient mysteries. Jon, in many ways, seemed as honorable as Ned Stark, but with a certain fierce independence that might prove more flexible if tested. Meanwhile, Daenerys Targaryen, if the rumors about her resilience among the Dothraki were true, was forging her own brand of leadership. Two young figures of once mighty lines, each with a claim to something grander than themselves. Varys tried to imagine how King Robert would react if these figures ever set foot on Westerosi shores. The realm might burn unless cooler heads intervened. He blew out the candle and settled into a restless sleep. The next morning, the city stirred with fresh excitement. Knights arrived, banners fluttering. Vendors hawked roasted meats, sweet pastries, and strong ale. Sansa Stark gazed upon the spectacle with bright-eyed wonder. Arya scowled at the frills, and Ned carried the weight of his new office like a man condemned. King Robert roared about justs and feasting, blithely ignoring the crown's debts. Cersei Lannister watched from a distance, an inscrutable smile on her lips. Baelish flitted here and there, purring about wagers and bribes. Grand Maester Pycelle pontificated on the health benefits of moderate indulgence while sampling more than his share of wine. Through it all, Varys circulated as unobtrusive as a breeze, gleaning every nuance. The first day of the tournament began with pageantry. Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stood in stately attendance. Sandor Clegane lurked on the edge, eyes flicking with contempt at the frivolities. High Lords vied for the best vantage. Trumpets blared, men-at-arms clapped shields, and the great mass of spectators roared for their favored knights. Ned Stark watched from the dais, stiff and uncomfortable, while Robert shouted encouragement to the combatants. When the jousting commenced, lances shattered, splinters rained, and cheers soared. Many knights wore shining steel, colorful tabards, or whimsical crests. It was, for all appearances, a grand celebration of chivalry. But behind the scenes, the politicking continued unabated. In whispered corners, certain lords pressed for new alliances. Others speculated about the Targaryen exiles across the sea. None aside from Peter Baelish and perhaps a few others had the slightest inkling that another force, Jon Snow with a giant black dragon, might be shaping events in Essos. Varys let them chatter, gleaning the shape of their ignorance. If war came, they would be blindsided by the possibility of a second draconic threat. For the moment, ignorance was a shield. If Robert learned all at once about Daenerys' pregnancy and Jon's rumored power, he might lash out violently, setting the realm ablaze in a preemptive strike. Varys wanted to avoid that scenario. During a lull in the matches, Ned Stark signaled to Varys from the dais. The Master of Whispers stepped behind the grandstand, meeting Ned by a set of steps. Ned's voice was pitched low, nearly lost under the roar of the crowd. "Varys, I've had word from Winterfell," he said. They say Jon left unexpectedly, without explanation, not long after we departed. Is it possible he truly crossed the sea? Varys spread his hands in gentle apology. It is possible, my Lord Hand, yet I have no firm proof. Should I learn anything of substance, I will bring it to you alone. He paused. Until then, perhaps it is best you focus on your duties here. The king's mind is easily inflamed, especially concerning Targaryens or rumored dragons. Ned's jaw tightened. I do not want Jon caught up in Targaryen plots. My sister's memory is burden enough. If you hear anything, you must tell me, Varys. I shall, the eunuch promised softly. He saw conflict in Ned's eyes, the man wrestling with paternal concern and his role as hand. Then Ned nodded curtly and returned to the dais, where the king beckoned him for some boisterous commentary on the justs. As the day wore on, the small folk cheered knights unhorsing one another. A few men were carried off with broken limbs or concussions. 1 or 2 died from savage impacts, a grim reminder of the cost of such spectacle. King Robert paid no mind, enthralled by the blood and valor. When the victor was declared near sundown, the city erupted in celebration. Wine flowed freely in the streets, music drifted from every corner, and the king commanded feasting well into the night. Through it all, Ned Stark looked uncomfortable, but Robert insisted he appear at the banquet. Varys, drifting like a courteous phantom, maintained his usual composure. Late that night, after the feast had ended, Varys slipped through the corridors of the Red Keep. He made his way to a small chamber lined with shelves of parchment and ledgers. By candlelight, he perused the latest missives from his agents in Essos. One indicated that Daenerys Targaryen had shown early signs of a complicated pregnancy, though a Dothraki midwife insisted the unborn child was strong. Another note suggested the black dragon in Volantis had soared across the bay, terrifying local fishermen. Freedmen in several districts hailed Jon Snow as a liberator, praising the one they called the Wolf Dragon. Varys read each line carefully, sifting for patterns. Quietly, he formulated how best to steer the realm away from destruction. If Robert discovered Daenerys was pregnant and that Jon Snow might be forging a power base with a dragon, the king's response would be swift and brutal, most likely involving assassinations or a call for lethal raids across the sea. That would spark a chain of events that might lead to open war in Essos, perhaps uniting Dothraki hordes with Targaryen loyalists. The cost in lives could be staggering, and Westeros might be left vulnerable should any real threat, like the rumored White Walkers, come from the far north. Varys intended to avoid such a fiasco by controlling the flow of information. He would reveal only partial truths in small increments, enough to keep tensions from boiling over but not enough for Robert to take rash action. Not all men in the realm would appreciate such manipulations, but Varys accepted that distaste. Someone had to mind the bigger picture. He was, after all, the master of whisperers. The next morning, he joined Ned Stark for another brief council meeting to finalize the aftermath of the tournament. Baelish seemed amused by the entire affair, likely pocketing coin from side wagers. Grand Maester Pycelle prattled on about the need to treat the injured knights. Ned, however, was fixated on the cost. "We are hemorrhaging gold," he said darkly. "The crown owes vast sums. How can the realm continue this way?" Baelish smiled. "We manage. The Iron Bank of Braavos is ever willing to lend, so long as the realm's credit is secure." Ned scowled but had no immediate recourse. Varys listened politely, offering no comment. Soon, the topic moved to the usual trifles. Bandits on the Gold Road, bickering between houses in the Reach, minor appointments to fill. The entire time, Varys noticed how rarely the matter of Essos came up. The realm's powerful seldom looked beyond the narrow sea, so long as trade ships still flowed. Only Baelish teased that corner of conversation, seeking to glean more about Targaryen activities. Ned wanted no part of that, uncertain how to navigate the complexities. Varys was content to let the subject lie. Over the next fortnight, the capital's mood gradually shifted. The tournament ended. Most visiting knights departed, carrying stories of triumph or heartbreak back to their lords. King Robert returned to his hunts and feasting, ignoring the crown's debts. Ned Stark devoted himself to unraveling the corruption in the City Watch and the royal finances. Baelish hovered at his side, offering sly commentary. Cersei withdrew behind the walls of the royal apartments, her presence overshadowed by the king's revels. Meanwhile, Varys continued to monitor messages from Essos, verifying that Jon Snow remained there, forging alliances but refraining from overt provocations. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the Red Keep's walls in scarlet light, Ned Stark again sought out Varys. They met on a balcony overlooking the city. Below, the rooftops spread like a sea of mismatched tiles, and the rank odor of the slums wafted on a tepid breeze. Ned's face was etched with worry. "I've written to Winterfell about Jon," he said quietly, asking when exactly he vanished. "No one knows precisely why he left, nor do they know if he truly went to Essos. Some claim he found a dragon's egg under Winterfell. Absurd, but the rumors persist. Others say he traveled with a red priest. I don't know what to believe." Varys placed a comforting hand on the hand's sleeve. "Rumors can be as wild as the wind, my lord. Perhaps the simplest explanation is that Jon sought his own path. A young man's restlessness, nothing more. If he had found some measure of freedom across the sea, I can only hope it brings him peace." Ned stared into the sunset, eyes distant. "He was always quiet, dutiful in his own way. I cannot imagine him seeking a throne or raising arms in rebellion. If the talk of a dragon is true, it must have chosen him, not the other way around." He shook his head in disbelief. "I'm sorry, sometimes these thoughts swirl in me. My duties here weigh heavily." Varys gave a mild shrug. "You are a father as well as a hand. It is understandable. Should I glean anything more definite, you will know first, I swear." Ned's eyes gleamed with faint gratitude, though he was too wary to fully trust. He left soon after, returning to his numerous tasks. Varys remained on the balcony, letting the final rays of sunlight fade. He watched the city lights emerge below, flickering like stars on earth. The swirl of scents and sounds rising from King's Landing reminded him anew of the delicate balance in play. At any moment, some stray rumor might ignite the king's wrath or the queen's suspicions, provoking a crisis. Varys exhaled slowly. If events in Essos escalated, if Jon or Daenerys decided to stake a claim in Westeros, the realm would change forever. But for the time being, ignorance prevailed. He lingered a moment longer, thinking back to that Volantene courtyard, the hush of the red priests, the shimmering black scale of the dragon's flank, the quiet resolve in Jon's voice. The boy had grown. Perhaps one day, father and son might meet again, though under what circumstances Varys could scarcely guess. For now, the best he could do was maintain a quiet channel, ensuring minimal hostility from the Iron Throne if or when Jon Snow's presence came fully to light. The spider's web was wide and it would adapt. He whispered into the evening air, "May the realm be spared a sudden conflagration." Then he slipped back inside, returning to the labyrinth of the Red Keep. In the days that followed, the small council reconvened thrice more, each time focused on domestic concerns. Peter Baelish rarely missed an opportunity to needle Ned about finances, while the absent king made no efforts to restrain his own spending. Grand Maester Pycelle, half senile, contributed little beyond ritual blessings. And always, the rumor of the Targaryen princess, pregnant in the Dothraki Sea, lurked at the back of every conversation. None besides Varys and Peter gave more than passing thought to Jon Snow, and even Baelish seemed content to leave that speculation as a barb for Ned. The realm drifted onward, lulled into complacency by the splendid distractions of courtly life. For his part, Varys sent a carefully worded raven back to Pentos, instructing one of his most trusted agents to keep close watch on movements in Volantis. If Jon Snow left for the Dothraki Sea, or if Daenerys traveled toward him, he wanted immediate notice. In the Game of Thrones, knowledge was the ultimate currency. The new hand might resent the secrecy, but Varys was convinced that too many revelations at once would only stoke an uncontrollable fire. He trusted his own judgment for better or worse. On a pale morning, Ned received word that King Robert intended to visit the Kingswood again for a brief hunt. The king's love of sport overshadowed concerns of state, leaving Ned to handle the kingdom. As Robert and his retinue departed in a clamor of horns and hooves, the capital relaxed. Ned threw himself into pending tasks, investigating possible Lannister wrongdoing, sifting through accounts. The city watch dealt with pockets of unrest among the poor. Varys observed all calmly, storing morsels of information. Meanwhile, no word came from Essos beyond the usual trade manifests and vague rumor. Jon Snow remained where he was, presumably tethered to the Black Dragon in Volantis, forging whatever alliances or reforms he deemed necessary. The sun set on King's Landing each day in a blaze of crimson. The spectacle was enough to make some in the city wonder if the gods intended an omen. But to Varys, it was simply the interplay of sea and sky, a passing moment. The realm's fate would be decided not by red sunsets, but by the deeds and choices of men, and, perhaps, by the unearthly might of dragons if those secrets found their way west. He thought again of Jon's resolve, of Daenerys's rumored fire. 2 flames in the east, each bearing the Targaryen name in some measure. Ned Stark's role, too, might be shaped by these revelations, though he remained ignorant of most details. Days slipped into weeks. The city bustled with talk of the coming harvest, the arrival of envoys from Dorne, disputes with the Iron Islands. The broader game churned with quiet intensity. Among the courtiers, there was no shortage of gossip, but few realized how precariously balanced the realm truly was. Meanwhile, in hidden ciphers, Varys received sporadic updates. One letter spoke of a treaty Jon Snow had facilitated among certain freed cities, ensuring safe passage for trade caravans. Another mentioned Daenerys Targaryen impressing the Dothraki with her resilience in crossing harsh deserts. The realm at large remained blind to such developments, enthralled by simpler rumors and intrigues. Whenever Peter Baelish teased at the subject of Jon Snow, Ned Stark responded with stony disapproval, refusing to fan the flames of speculation. Varys, invisible yet ever-present, took note of Baelish's sly smiles. Perhaps Peter simply enjoyed prodding Ned, or maybe he wanted to cultivate more secrets for future leverage. In either case, the matter did not escalate. Robert stayed ignorant, indulging in hunts, feasts, and occasional outbursts of temper. Cersei moved behind the scenes, more concerned with her own children's positions than with foreign rumors. The Lannisters had bigger worries, or so they believed. Thus, the summer days melted away in King's Landing. Sansa wrote letters about the excitement of the court to her family in Winterfell, while Arya chafed under ladylike expectations. Jory Castle and the northern men served the hand with stoic loyalty. Ned pored over dusty ledgers, discovering how poorly the crown's finances were managed. He argued with Baelish, tried to reason with Pycelle, but accomplished little in that labyrinth of hidden agendas. Through it all, Varys served as the neutral messenger, the spider weaving unassuming threads. Deep inside, Varys remembered the quiet conversation with Jon Snow in the courtyard of the Red Temple, the monstrous shadow of the Black Dragon, the swirl of half-felt heat. He recalled the gravity in Jon's voice when speaking of protecting the innocent, the glimmer in his eyes when he learned Ned Stark was still well. Whatever power Jon commanded in Essos, it did not seem driven by the same lust for the Iron Throne that had consumed so many Targaryens in the past. If fate aligned him with Daenerys, it might not be a quest for mere conquest but something else entirely. Something about the very nature of ice and fire, as the Red Priests believed. Varys, not one for mysticism, still acknowledged that some tides in the world ran deeper than political ambition. He watched the city lights each night from a quiet terrace high in the Red Keep. King's Landing sprawled below him, a dense tapestry of thousands of lives. In the distance, he could see the dark waters of Blackwater Bay, where ships came and went, linking Westeros to the east. If one such vessel carried Jon Snow or Daenerys Targaryen ashore, how would the realm respond? Would Ned Stark stand by his son, or would he be bound by loyalty to King Robert? Varys knew only that he would do what he could to guide events toward peace rather than annihilation. Yet the game's pieces might shift in unpredictable ways. A final letter arrived one humid evening, sealed by an Essos official Varys trusted. The letter was brief, affirming that Jon Snow remained in Volantis, his dragon looming larger than ever, overshadowing strongholds, forging a new era for the freed cities. No mention was made of crossing the sea or seeking the Iron Throne. Varys read it with measured relief. Jon, it seemed, was choosing a separate path, at least for now. That suited Varys's hopes. If the realm could enjoy respite, if Ned Stark could stabilize the crown, then perhaps the day would never come when father and son found themselves on opposite sides of a war. Varys burned the parchment in a small brazier, watching the edges curl and blacken. As the last embers died, he breathed out, releasing tension from his shoulders. For the moment, the realm was safe from that particular storm. Daenerys and Jon grew in power far away, yet separate. Ned Stark remained the loyal hand, trying to serve a king who scarcely deserved such service. The Lannisters plotted, Baelish schemed, and the small folk labored on, unaware of the grand forces that might one day reshape their world. Varys, a silent steward of secrets, would keep vigil over these fragile balances. In the swirling illusions of candlelight, he imagined two dragons. One bright as new-forged steel, crowned with a golden girl, the other dark as midnight, bearing the banner of a wolf from the far north. The realm was large enough for many fates or none. If the day arrived when those dragons soared westward, King's Landing would never be the same. But for now, the city glittered with ephemeral calm. Ned Stark performed his duties, the king reveled, the small council bickered, and life continued in uneasy peace. The ephemeral hush might endure, or it might crack open in an instant if truths came flooding forth. Varys would be ready either way. High atop the Red Keep, the bells tolled to mark the hour. Varys rose from his seat, smoothing his robe, preparing to resume the discreet tasks of the evening. In a few days, another council session would convene. The king might decide on another hunt, or discuss the next round of feasting. And behind it all, the bastard of Winterfell, rumored Dragon Lord of Essos, would remain an unspoken possibility, overshadowed by the Targaryen princess and the swirling tension that had haunted the realm since the rebellion. Varys stepped into the corridor, footsteps echoing softly. His lips curved into a faint smile, for the secrets he carried would shape or save the realm in ways none could anticipate. The game continued, and the spider thrived in its intricate webs. He moved with quiet purpose, certain that no single rumor or revelation should tear apart the tenuous stability that men like Ned Stark struggled to preserve. For this moment, that was enough. Jon Snow had long grown accustomed to the steady roar of Shadowfire's breath, the low rumble that resonated through the dragon's colossal frame day and night. Yet, over the last moon's turn, his life had taken a sudden, disorienting pivot. Varys, the whispered spider of King's Landing, had arrived in Volantis with a red priest in tow, delivering the astonishing news that Jon's uncertain lineage was in fact Targaryen. The truth spilled from the eunuch's soft lips in a darkened corridor of the Red Temple. His father was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and his mother, Lyanna Stark, had died giving birth to him. Once, he might have dismissed such claims as madness, but too many signs fit the puzzle. His bond with Shadowfire, an inexplicable tolerance for fire, and the swirl of prophecy the Red Priests had murmured about for ages. Now he knew his real name was Aegon Targaryen, an heir to a legacy he had neither sought nor dreamed of. Before that revelation, Jon had always believed he was just a bastard from the north, an outsider to the Stark family. He had come to Essos, found an unhatched dragon egg by Winterfell's crypts, an act that even he struggled to explain to himself, and discovered, against all odds, that the egg hatched. That single event had propelled him along a road he never intended to tread. He had roamed the free cities, toppling slavers in the presence of his ever-growing black dragon, forging uneasy alliances with red priests. But through it all, a question lingered. Who was he truly? Now the riddle found its answer, courtesy of Varys and the words of a quiet, inscrutable red priest. The night after the revelation, Jon had staggered away in shock, then huddled by Shadowfire's side, pressing a trembling hand to the dragon's warm scales while the whirling truth sank in. He had never felt so unmoored. But Varys was patient. Over the days that followed, the eunuch and the Red Priest at his side explained that Daenerys Targaryen, the only other living child of the Mad King's line, was in Braavos, hidden under the watch of Ser Willem Darry. There was also Viserys, the brother Daenerys followed, a youth once called the Beggar King. Jon learned that they had fled assassins in the wake of Robert's rebellion, living in uncertainty, dependent on the charity of a few Targaryen loyalists. Varys insisted that Jon must go to them. The Red Priest invoked signs in the flames, speaking of a greater destiny. Some part of Jon still recoiled from talk of destiny, recalling that he was only a bastard, a child no one had claimed. Yet the name Aegon Targaryen weighed heavily on his soul, reminding him that life had changed forever. He had left Volantis behind at dawn, taking only a sparse retinue. Varys, the Red Priest Torum, a quiet, austere man who had once helped guide Jon's early steps among the faith of R'hllor, and a handful of freedmen who volunteered to protect him. Though powerful, Jon was reluctant to march with an army. He needed speed, secrecy, and caution. Word that a Targaryen boy commanded a dragon rivaling the fabled Balerion might set all Essos ablaze. Shadowfire, enormous and terrifying, soared above them. To keep the beast hidden as long as possible, Jon had chosen to let the dragon fly at high altitude, out of the immediate view of villages below. Even so, sightings were inevitable. In hushed roadside inns and dusty markets, Jon and his party heard whispers of the black shape passing overhead, the monstrous wings blotting out the sun. They traveled for weeks, forging eastward across the disputed lands between Volantis and the coast. Every night, Shadowfire would circle a safe perimeter, letting out low growls that kept brigands away. Varys was never less than impressed, though he masked his awe with his usual unruffled courtesy. The Red Priest Torum prayed at each campsite, lighting small fires in honor of R'hllor. Jon felt uneasy about the open flame, but he recognized Torum's devotion as sincere. The priest often murmured cryptic reassurances that the Lord of Light had a plan for them. At last, they neared Braavos, the city of canals and swirling mists, built on a cluster of islands. Its titan loomed like a silent sentinel in the distance, visible even from the mainland. Jon felt an odd shiver watching the vast statue's outline. He had only read of Braavos in Maester's scrolls, a city of illusions and secrets, home to the Iron Bank, the Faceless Men, and many exiles seeking anonymity. Varys guided them along a back road to a marshy area, a day's ride from the city gates. Shadowfire's presence was far too large to hide in any stable or warehouse, so they set up a hidden camp in a shallow depression, ringed by twisted trees and tall reeds. The stench of stagnant water lingered on the air. The moment Shadowfire touched down, the ground trembled under the beast's colossal weight. Jon carefully unfastened the riding harness, a device specially crafted from thick leathers to accommodate the dragon's enormous scale. He patted the dragon's neck. "I'll be back soon," he murmured. He wasn't sure if Shadowfire understood the words, but the bond between them felt deeper than language. The dragon blinked slow golden eyes, releasing a gust of hot breath that ruffled Jon's hair. Ghost, his white direwolf, was no longer at his side. The poor beast had died months earlier in a savage fight with Shadowbinders who had ambushed them near the Valyrian ruins. The memory still stung, but he had Shadowfire now, a living testament to a lineage he had once thought lost. Varys cleared his throat. "We must proceed on foot or horseback quietly. Ser Willem Darry shelters the Targaryen siblings. We suspect the girl is Daenerys, the boy is Viserys. They do not know of your existence, nor do they expect another Targaryen scion." He paused, letting the implications hang in the humid air. "They may not welcome you with open arms. Viserys, I fear, is arrogant, shaped by exile and bitterness. Daenerys is said to be gentler, though overshadowed by her brother's ambitions." Jon nodded. "I won't reveal who I am unless it becomes necessary," he said carefully, though part of him felt an urgency to declare the truth. He was still reeling from his new identity, Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name. The knowledge weighed on him like an iron chain, both freeing and confining. But if he tries to marry her off for political gain, I will not remain silent. Torum's eyes glinted. You carry the name Targaryen. You have a rightful say in her future. The Lord of Light wills that no vile bargains are made that might imperil the realm. Jon had never fully embraced R'hlloreth's faith, though he respected Torum. He only nodded. We'll see. One step at a time. Let's go. They departed at dawn, leaving behind half their retinue to watch Shadowfire. The morning sun tinted the mists gold as they followed winding paths toward Braavosi's main causeway, traveling under assumed identities. A minor merchant caravan, accompanied by a low-ranking priest and a discreet official. The monstrous dragon that accompanied them was nowhere in sight, hidden behind the tall reeds and protective wards set by Torum. Jon felt an odd sense of vulnerability traveling without Shadowfire's protective presence. He had grown used to the dragon's unstoppable might. Now, the city's labyrinth of canals stretched before him, and the Titan of Braavos towered overhead, a reminder of how small a single man could seem in a place of ancient power. Passing through the initial checkpoint, Varys produced papers forging a plausible reason for their visit, something about exploring shipping contracts. The Braavosi guards, suspicious but not unduly so, allowed them entry. Inside, the city's bustle overwhelmed Jon. Narrow canals wove between tall, multicolored buildings. Gondolas drifted lazily, ferried by masked polemen. The tang of salt and fish clung to every corner. Street urchins hawked scraps of food, and foreign merchants crowded over battered crates. Torches and lanterns lined the waterside, lending the place an otherworldly glow. There was an undercurrent of secrecy in Braavos, a sense that every alley contained hidden watchers. Yet it was vibrant, alive, distinct from the dryness and gloom of Volantis. Varys, unerring in his labyrinthine knowledge, led them through twisting alleys until they reached a modest villa near the Purple Harbor, rumored to be owned by Ser Willem Darry. We should approach quietly, he said. Ser Darry is aging. He might be wary of strangers. We want to avoid alarming him, especially if Viserys is near. At midday, they paused at a small waterside cafe to plan their approach. A Braavosi minstrel plucked a lute, humming a sorrowful ballad about exiled princes. Jon felt a stirring in his chest, a flash of empathy. He might not have grown up exiled, but he knew what it was to live on the periphery. Soon, though, he would be face to face with two Targaryens he had never met, a supposed aunt and uncle. The Red Priest Torum quietly reminded Jon of R'hlloreth's blessings, which only added to the swirl in his head. They arrived at the villa in late afternoon. It was a simple two-story structure of white plaster and green shutters, tucked behind a high wall. A single guard stood at the gate, looking half asleep until Varys' subtle knock roused him. He was an older man, stooped with a threadbare tunic, but there was resolve in his gaze. State your business, he demanded. Varys stepped forward smoothly. My name is Varys. I served the Targaryen monarchy once, and I wish to speak with Ser Willem Darry about matters of mutual interest. He bowed with impeccable courtesy. The guard's lips flattened. Ser Willem sees few visitors. Come back another day. Varys gave a gentle laugh. We have come far and in secrecy. Perhaps if you mention that the Spider of King's Landing is here, he will reconsider. If he truly served House Targaryen, he will recall my name. I mean no harm, friend. The guard squinted, then slipped inside. Moments stretched painfully, until at last the gate reopened. Varys and Jon were admitted, Torum trailing behind them. The courtyard within was small but lush, featuring potted lemon trees that lent a sweet fragrance to the warm air. At a wooden table sat Ser Willem Darry, a man whose hair had gone sparse and gray. He leaned heavily on a cane, his face lined with age. Across from him were two figures. Jon recognized them instantly from descriptions. The boy, perhaps a few years older than Jon, wore an expression of barely contained disdain. Pale-haired and sharp-featured, Viserys Targaryen radiated arrogance even in his threadbare attire. The girl, Daenerys, was younger, slender, and possessed a quiet grace. Her silvery gold hair was braided neatly, and her eyes held a trace of uncertainty. As the newcomers approached, Ser Willem rose, unsteady, but with dignity. He eyed Varys with a faint scowl. "Master of Whisperers," he said in a scratchy voice, "I never thought to see you again, and in Braavos no less." Varys offered a deep bow. "Ser Willem, I come with no ill intent. Please forgive my intrusion. I had tidings that might interest your charges." He flicked a glance toward Viserys and Daenerys, who both stood. Viserys spoke first, spitting out the words, "Tidings? From the usurper's council? We have no need of your so-called tidings." His voice was sharper than a lash. He looked at Jon with unhidden contempt, assessing the young man's plain attire and the sword at his hip. Then his gaze settled on Torum's red priest robes with a sneer. "More false followers of R'hllor, I see. Is that who you trust now, Varys? Next, you'll bring Lysine whores to lecture us on courtly behavior." Daenerys, by contrast, stepped forward with a small, measured smile. "Brother, calm yourself. Let Ser Willem judge if we should hear them out." She turned her violet eyes to Varys, and then to Jon, curiosity brimming. "You said you served our family once. Does that mean you have news for us about Westeros, or the crown?" Varys inclined his head. "I served in the Red Keep for many years, and indeed served House Targaryen before the rebellion." He gestured toward Jon. "This young man is a traveler from Essos, forging alliances that might one day help your cause. He and I have discovered certain truths about your lineage, about the future of House Targaryen." Viserys scoffed audibly. "We need no more travelers or peddlers of false hope. House Targaryen is mine to command. We have but to wait for the right moment to reclaim the throne. I am the rightful king. Daenerys here is my sister, and my future queen, or perhaps a bride to be sold off to secure an alliance if I deem it necessary." Jon felt a flare of anger at those words. He reminded himself to remain calm. He had known from rumor that Viserys was proud to a fault. But hearing him speak so callously about marrying off Daenerys, the gentle girl who looked so uncertain, was galling. Jon cast a sideways look at Varys, who gave him a small nod to proceed. Swallowing the rancor in his throat, Jon stepped forward. "You are not the only Targaryen," he said evenly. "There are others who share the blood of the dragon. Others who might have a voice in these decisions." Viserys' lips twisted. "And who are you to lecture me, bastard? You carry no Targaryen name. Even if you were a distant cousin, I wouldn't tolerate your insolence. I am Viserys of the House Targaryen, the third of my name, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm. You should bend the knee if you value your life. We are in exile, but we shall not remain so forever." Daenerys, watching the exchange, seemed torn. She studied Jon quietly, curiosity and puzzlement mingling in her expression. Meanwhile, Ser Willem's eyes rested on Jon's features with an intensity that suggested some measure of recognition, or at least suspicion. Torum stepped aside, letting the conversation flow. Jon forced his voice to remain calm. "You speak of bending the knee, but your actions do not match a king. I have traveled across half of Essos, and I have gleaned enough to know we should not treat any Targaryen princess as a piece to barter. Perhaps you forget that Daenerys is your sister, not a coin to be exchanged." Viserys' face reddened with anger. "How dare you? She is mine to do with as I see fit. If wedding her to a Dothraki call or any other potentate helps me retake the Iron Throne, so be it. She exists to serve the dynasty, and so do you if you claim Targaryen blood. But first, kneel." That was too much. Jon felt the rage surge through him, a wave of molten fury that hammered in his temples. He recalled Varys' caution, but the memory of the previous night returned. When Varys had whispered the truth of Jon's parentage, explaining that he was no mere cousin or offshoot. He was Aegon Targaryen, the last surviving son of Prince Rhaegar, making him, arguably, the rightful heir above Viserys. The entire puzzle had clicked into place. Ned Stark's quiet guilt, the name he never spoke, the reason Jon had always been kept on the fringes. Every slight from Viserys now stoked that fire. Jon's control snapped. "Shut up, you pathetic fool," he hissed, voice cutting the courtyard hush like a sword. Viserys stepped back in astonishment. "I am Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of my name. The Iron Throne will be mine, not yours. You worthless, blistering fool. I cannot believe my uncle is such a hollow-headed clown, prattling about selling his own sister." The words spilled out in a torrent of fury. "Don't you see that your arrogance is a plague? The Targaryen line fell because men like you gave it a rotten name." An electric stillness wrapped the courtyard. Daenerys stood stunned, eyes wide, while Ser Willem's mouth fell open. Tormund, hands folded, watched with solemn acceptance, as though he had foreseen this. Varys said nothing, letting the revelation land. Only Viserys broke the silence, voice cracking in rage and alarm. You dare call yourself Aegon Targaryen? My nephew died in the sack of King's Landing, along with Princess Elia Martell and Rhaenys. They are all dead." His eyes flickered in fear, though he tried to mask it. "You are lying." "I am not," Jon said, forcing calm into his tone, though his heart hammered. "Varys told me the truth of my birth only last night. My mother was Lyanna Stark, but my father was Rhaegar Targaryen. I am their son, hidden away in the north to protect me from Robert Baratheon's wrath. Ned Stark raised me under the name Jon Snow to keep my identity secret. But no more." He breathed heavily, letting the swirl of raw anger recede slightly. "You speak of being rightful king, but by birth the crown would come to me before you. For you are my uncle, but the line of succession from my father outranks you. You might style yourself the third of your name, but you have no claim above mine." Viserys looked as if he had been slapped. His jaw quivered. For a moment, it seemed he might lash out physically, but the presence of Ser Willem and the gravity of Jon's words stayed him. "This is impossible," he spat. "Lies from the spider or from some red priest's illusions. Even if Rhaegar had a child, the boy was rumored to be in Dorne. He was murdered. We have known this for years." Varys stepped forward softly, his voice gentle. "The child in Dorne was indeed believed killed by the mountain, but certain accounts differ. Prince Rhaegar had a child with Elia Martell, yes, an infant known as Aegon. That boy was lost, or so we believed. But the truth here is more intricate. Lyanna Stark bore Rhaegar another child in secret. The name was meant to be Aegon Targaryen. Lord Eddard Stark, her brother, protected him from the wrathful vengeance that ended your father's reign. This is the young man before you." Viserys' mouth worked soundlessly as he processed that. Daenerys, meanwhile, took a tentative step toward Jon. Her violet eyes were glassy with astonishment, or perhaps the beginnings of tears. "If this is true," she murmured, "then you and we are kin indeed. I had thought Viserys was all I had left in the world." Jon's anger cooled at Daenerys' gentle words. He inclined his head. "It seems we share more than I ever dreamed possible. But your brothers talk of forcing a marriage for you. I cannot let that pass. I've seen enough cruelty in Essos to know that a Dothraki Khalasar is no easy path. You deserve better." Viserys found his voice, though it trembled. "Who are you to decide what is better for her?" His attempt at bravado faltered under the new tension. "You claim you are a Targaryen, but the line is muddled with Stark blood. You call me a fool? The entire rebellion started because Rhaegar tarnished our house by taking that Stark woman. Everything fell to ruin. My father died, we lost the throne. My sister and I have lived in beggary, and you dare lecture me?" Jon's chest tightened at the mention of his mother. He wrestled down another flash of anger. "Rhaegar believed in prophecy, so I've heard. He believed the union of Stark and Targaryen might bring forth the prince that was promised or some such. Perhaps he was right, perhaps not. But let us not forget your father was the Mad King. The realm had turned against him. The rebellion came from more than just my parents' union." Daenerys interjected, voice quiet but firm. "I remember little of our father, only stories. Ser Willem has told me the best of him, but I have heard the darkness too. The realm despised him. If we are to rebuild House Targaryen, it must not be with cruelty or madness. Her eyes flicked to Viserys. I do not wish to be bartered off, brother. Viserys glowered, but his rage seemed to be burning itself out. He let out a dry laugh. You say that now, but you forget I am the rightful king. If this supposed nephew dares claim the throne, let him raise an army. Let him face me openly. We shall see who remains standing. Then his expression flickered with a sly cunning. Or perhaps I should see this whelp for what he is, an upstart, drunk on illusions of grandeur. He does not have a single knight to his name. Jon returned a cold glare. You assume I have no power, but you know nothing of what I have accomplished in Essos. I have allies in Volantis, and I hold a key greater than armies. He stopped just short of revealing Shadowfire. Though he burned to wipe the smirk from Viserys' face by describing the monstrous black dragon waiting outside the city, he reminded himself that the time for that revelation was not yet. Varys gently cleared his throat. We have not come to sow strife, my prince, pardon, my princes, it seems. We only hope to reconcile your interests. House Targaryen has few heirs. If you quarrel, you destroy what remains of your house. Perhaps there is a path that allows you to pool your resources without this reckless talk of selling Daenerys to savage horselords. Viserys' temper flared again. You would call them savage, yet many say they are unstoppable in war. I am thinking practically. If a Khalasar grants me the men I need, we can reclaim the 7 kingdoms and unseat the usurper. The spider's talk of reconciliation is nonsense. I alone am king. Ser Willem raised a trembling hand, his voice hoarse with the weight of age. Your Grace, if you accept that this young man is your nephew, then you must acknowledge that your father's line continues in him. We do not know the full truth of his claim, but if it stands, you must find common ground. The realm is fractious. Robert Baratheon would kill any Targaryen he deems a threat. Daenerys moved closer to Jon, regarding him with cautious warmth. What do you suggest, then, if not an alliance with the Dothraki? We have no armies. My brother believes we must seize any advantage. But I do not relish the thought of wedding a Khal who knows no gentleness. Her cheeks colored, but she remained poised. Jon admired her fortitude. We can plan differently, Jon said. In time, we might gather allies among the free cities. I have done so in Volantis, forging alliances with those who abhor slavery. With wise steps, we might unify men who would otherwise tear each other apart. But forcing you into a Dothraki marriage is a step too far. If you want to retake Westeros, you'll need loyalty, not just terror. The realm's memory of House Targaryen is scarred by fire and madness. Viserys snorted. You speak as though you are a seasoned general. Are you prepared to sponsor an entire war, feed thousands of soldiers? Babble all you like of your puny alliances. I aim higher. Jon turned a bleak stare on him. And how many gold dragons do you possess? How many swords are at your back? The truth is, we're all exiles. If we do not unify, we are doomed to remain scattered. If you would continue pushing your sister into a barbaric fate, I'll stand against you. House Targaryen needs more than your empty pride. It needs sense. Viserys opened his mouth, perhaps to issue a furious retort. But before the words emerged, Daenerys placed a gentle hand on his arm. Brother, enough, she pleaded. Let us not fight here. Ser Willem's health suffers from stress, and we gain nothing by shouting. If we truly are not alone, if there is a nephew or cousin with Targaryen blood, should we not at least explore what that means? Viserys shook her off with a sneer, but the venom in his eyes wavered. He turned away, arms folded. You want me to break bread with this half-blood upstart? Fine. If he is truly the child of Rhaegar, let him prove it. I see no silver hair. He looks every inch a Stark. A wolf among dragons. Jon's mouth tightened at the mention of his Stark blood. He had loved Ned Stark as a father, never imagining that the man might have concealed so great a truth. He was torn between old loyalties to House Stark and the new truth of being a Targaryen. I do not choose to deny the North, he said quietly, but I cannot escape the blood in my veins. I have a right to stand for House Targaryen. You and Daenerys are my family as well, for better or worse. I suggest you think carefully before dismissing me." A strained silence fell. At length Varys exhaled. "Shall we at least move inside and speak more calmly? Ser Willem, your hospitality is appreciated. This courtyard is too public for such revelations." Ser Willem hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, come within. We can share a meal, though I must warn you, resources are limited." He beckoned them toward the villa's main door. Viserys stomped inside first, refusing to look back at Jon. Daenerys lingered, glancing over her shoulder as though she might say something. But in the end, she followed her brother, leaving Jon, Varys, and Tormund to trail behind. Inside, the villa's interior was modest but comfortable enough, with old tapestries and worn furniture. A large table dominated the main hall, set with simple wooden plates. The windows overlooked a narrow canal, where the murky water reflected the last rays of sun. Jon realized it must have been a tight existence. Ser Willem, once a proud knight, reduced to renting or owning this small Braavosi dwelling, trying to keep the Targaryen heirs safe while their funds dwindled. He felt an unexpected pang of sympathy even for Viserys. Exile could forge bitterness in the strongest hearts, and evidently, it had twisted Viserys with resentment. They settled around the table. Tormund quietly took the seat furthest from Viserys, hands folded in prayer. Varys, ever the diplomat, placed himself near the Targaryen siblings, bridging the gap between them and Jon. Ser Willem remained standing, as if prepared to intervene should tempers flare again. Daenerys clasped her hands in her lap, offering a polite nod as Jon sat across from her. Her eyes flicked around the room, uncertain. Finally, she mustered a gentle question. "You said you traveled Essos. May I ask what you have seen? I know so little of the outside world beyond these walls." Jon paused, exhaling. "I started in Volantis. There's a temple of R'hllor there, and I found cause to remain among the Red Priests. They recognized certain qualities in me I had not understood. I fought slavers, helped free small pockets of enslaved men, women, and children. It was not a grand war, but it made a difference to those who gained freedom. In time, I forged alliances with local powers. I have a modest cadre of supporters who believe in a Targaryen restoration that abolishes slavery. Essos is vast, though. I cannot claim mastery of it." Daenerys' eyes lit with empathy. "Freeing slaves, that is a noble cause. Viserys often speaks of building an army from men who might rally to our banner, but it is a vague dream. We have not the resources to set them free ourselves." I admire that you have done so." Viserys made a derisive noise. "Noble? Perhaps, but petty raids on slavers do not an army make. War requires mercenaries, gold, ships. We must bend Essos to our will if we wish to retake Westeros. You prattle about compassion when strength is all that matters." Jon's anger simmered just below the surface. "Strength alone will not keep you on the throne if you regain it. The realm learned to fear Targaryen might, but they also learned to hate it. A wise king might temper force with mercy." Viserys slammed his hand on the table, rattling a cup. "I grow weary of your lecturing. You speak as though you are a king already. Where is your crown, your bannermen? All you have is the spider's honeyed tongue." At this, Jon almost let slip the existence of Shadowfire. But he refrained, mindful that the brazen announcement of a massive dragon might provoke panic or an immediate meltdown in Viserys. Instead, he said, "I possess more than you know. If we must test claims, I am willing. But let us not sink deeper into this pointless bickering. The real question is whether House Targaryen stands united or tears itself apart anew." "Wise words," Varys interjected softly, seeking to defuse tension. "Consider how Robert Baratheon or the Lannisters would rejoice if they saw you at each other's throats. You have found a living relative. Perhaps you might harness that to find strength, not weakness." Ser Willem nodded slowly, his face weary. "His Grace Viserys has endured much heartbreak. I have done my best to raise him and his sister in safety, though the gold we once possessed runs low. If you do indeed have resources and alliances, my lord, my prince, It may be that a partnership is prudent, provided we can quell these disagreements. Viserys folded his arms, saying nothing. Daenerys, after a moment, bowed her head. "I for one welcome the chance to know our nephew," she said quietly, testing the word on her tongue. "Though it all feels impossible, if Varys's knowledge is correct, we stand on the brink of something that could restore the house we lost." Jon felt a flicker of warmth at her acceptance. "Thank you, Princess," he said, remembering to address her with courtesy. "I, too, look forward to learning about you. If we can stand together, perhaps House Targaryen can be more than the ghosts we inherited." Viserys rolled his eyes, but for the moment he remained silent. Tormund took advantage of the lull to inquire softly about lodging for the night. Ser Willem, though reluctant to trust these strangers, graciously offered a pair of cramped rooms upstairs. "We have little space, but I'll see you're not sleeping in the street," he said. "Tomorrow we can speak more. I'll not have your arguments disturb the entire household this late in the day." They rose from the table. Varys, well practiced in social nuances, gestured politely for Daenerys to retire first. She nodded, stepping away with a half-smile at Jon. Viserys shot Jon a final glare before storming upstairs in front of her. Ser Willem hobbled after them, cane tapping the floor. Tormund offered Jon a supportive nod and followed. That left Jon and Varys alone for a moment in the now-dim main hall. A single lantern flickered, casting long shadows. Jon whispered, frustration etched on his face. "I nearly told him about Shadowfire. I wanted to see him cower, but I held back. Perhaps that was wise. But, gods, I wanted to put him in his place." Varys gave a small, sympathetic smile. "He is a proud creature, shaped by desperation. He knows only the bitterness of exile. He will not yield easily. Perhaps in time, Daenerys might temper him. If not, your presence here may lead him to rashness. Tread carefully. There is little sense in revealing your greatest advantage when your words alone suffice for now." Jon exhaled. "Yes, you're right. He's so certain of his rights that he's prepared to sacrifice his own sister. That kind of cruelty is unconscionable. Targaryens wed siblings in the past, I know, but this is different. She's no broodmare to be traded for an army. If I have any say, that will not happen." Varys nodded, placing a hand on Jon's arm. "I believe you, and if your heart remains set on forging a gentler Targaryen restoration, then help Daenerys find another path. She seems eager for a kinder future." Jon looked away, a swirl of conflicting emotions inside. The weight of a lost identity pressed down on him. He found a measure of comfort in the fact that Daenerys was not as haughty as her brother. "We should rest," he murmured. "Tomorrow we figure out how to make them see reason." "Yes," Varys agreed. "I suspect tomorrow will bring new surprises." They climbed the stairs, which creaked underfoot. The rooms upstairs were cramped, with narrow cots jammed against the walls. Tormund had found a corner room, leaving the adjacent one for Jon and Varys. Through a tiny window, the Braavosi night glistened, canals reflecting moonlight, while distant lanterns flickered across the city's hidden nooks. In the corridor, Jon heard Viserys' voice behind a closed door, raised in an argument with Daenerys. He couldn't make out the exact words, but the tone was harsh, insistent. Daenerys' softer pleas were barely audible. Jon shut his own door, a sense of guilt clawing at him. He had turned their world upside down, declaring himself Aegon Targaryen. The effect was inevitable. If indeed he was the rightful heir, everything Viserys believed about his own destiny was threatened. But what alternative did Jon have? He was done living under false names and half-truths. The reality demanded confrontation. Still, he felt pity for Daenerys, caught between her brother's rage and this new nephew who came roaring from across the sea. Sleep proved elusive. He lay on the stiff cot, arms behind his head, recalling the swirl of memories from the last 24 hours. Varys telling him about Rhaegar Targaryen's secret marriage to Lyanna Stark, the truth Ned Stark had shielded from Robert's wrath, the intricacies of succession. His entire world had shifted, and in Braavos, The children of the Mad King lived, as battered by fate as he was. The gloom pressed in, and eventually, exhaustion overcame him. He drifted into uneasy dreams, filled with images of direwolves and dragons, of winter snows and raging flames. He woke at dawn to faint light creeping through the window. Varys was already up, seated at a small desk rummaging through a leather folder of notes. Torum's soft chanting rose from somewhere down the corridor. Jon rubbed the sleep from his eyes and braced himself for another likely round of tension with Viserys Targaryen. He dressed in simple clothes again, ignoring the faint odor of damp walls. When he stepped outside, he found Daenerys waiting, arms folded. She offered a tentative smile. "Good morning," she said. "My brother is already in the courtyard, complaining about the lack of a proper breakfast. I wish to speak with you alone, if I may." "Of course," Jon answered, somewhat surprised. She gestured him toward a narrow balcony that overlooked the canal. The morning air carried the briny smell of the sea. They stepped outside, leaning on the railing, listening to gulls cry overhead. Daenerys fussed with the edge of her sleeve, as though uncertain where to begin. At last, she looked up at him. "Thank you," she said softly, "for opposing the idea of marrying me off to a call. I know my brother means it as a path to power, but I fear the Dothraki. I fear what might be done to me. We are Targaryens, and yet we wander scorned and poor. I have never truly had a home." Jon felt a pang of empathy. "Nor have I," he admitted. "Even in Winterfell, I was an outsider. I only learned the truth of my parentage recently. You can imagine the shock." She nodded slowly, her expression earnest. "If you truly are Rhaegar's son, that would make you older than me, but younger than Rhaenys, I suppose. It is so strange to think of the uncle I believed was my father's only surviving son. Yet, if it is true, then we must find a way forward. Together, perhaps." Jon ventured a small grin. "I'd like that, but I won't pretend I have all the answers. Our house's downfall was brutal. The realm might not welcome us back. Robert Baratheon hates Targaryens with a passion." A shadow of sorrow crossed Daenerys's features. "They say my father gave him reason enough. I only pray we might restore House Targaryen's name without inflicting more suffering." She glanced back toward the corridor, where Viserys' voice echoed faintly from below. "My brother thinks differently. He believes fear is the only language men understand. That's what he preaches each night." Jon let out a resigned breath. "He might be right about fear, but we must not rely on it alone. We have to be more than tyrants. I only hope he sees reason. If not, well, we shall see." She met his eyes, searching them. After a heartbeat, she said, "I trust you more than him already. That is unsettling to admit, but you have shown me kindness. I can sense you want to protect me, not use me as a bargaining chip. Thank you." Her cheeks flushed, and she turned away, hurrying back inside before Jon could respond. He remained on the balcony a few moments, absorbing her words. A warmth fluttered in his chest, fleeting but real. Perhaps, amid all the chaos, an ally in Daenerys was emerging. Downstairs, breakfast was a Spartan affair. Stale bread, watered-down wine, and a bit of cheese. Viserys slouched at the table, shoulders stiff. Ser Willem hovered by him, sipping his own cup. Torrum and Varys arrived together. The tension thickened as Jon took a seat, but Viserys merely glared. "Let us get this over with," he said. "What is your plan, nephew?" Jon almost choked on the stale bread. The word nephew dripped with sarcasm, but it was at least an acknowledgement of some tenuous kinship. He cleared his throat. "My plan is to maintain alliances in Essos, build support among those who might wish to see a new Targaryen ascend. And if the time is right, we cross the sea to challenge Robert or his successor." Viserys tapped a finger on the table. "Glib words. You spoke of alliances in Volantis, but you have no real army. The Sellsword companies ask for coin, and we have none. The Iron Bank will not lend to beggars. That leaves the Dothraki or other slavers, but you claim to abhor slavery. So what do you propose instead?" Jon's mind raced. He could mention Shadowfire, but he remembered Varys's caution. This was not the moment for flamboyant revelations. There are ways to muster support without forging deals with slavers. Some in the free cities resent the influence of the old families. Others fear the Dothraki. If we offer them a stable alternative, they might rally behind us. If you were seen as a champion of justice, not a vengeful tyrant, the common folk might follow you. Viserys snorted. Justice, that is all well and good, but the lords and ladies of Westeros will not yield for your ideals. They yield only to power. He paused, eyeing Jon sourly. Unless you have some hidden power to force them. Jon forced a neutral expression. I have certain strengths, more than you can imagine. Varys coughed politely. There is also the possibility of strategic marriages. One of you might marry a noble from the free cities, forging ties that bring wealth or troops. Viserys gave a meaningful smirk. Exactly. Marrying Daenerys to a powerful ally might be the key. The difference is, nephew, you do not get to forbid me. She is my sister. Her hand is mine to give. And we Targaryens historically wed siblings. Should I choose, I might wed her myself as our ancestors did. He watched Jon's reaction with a sly glint. A pulse of outrage flared in Jon, but he controlled it. He recalled the Targaryen tradition of incest, though it appalled his northern sensibilities. You would force that upon her, even if she didn't wish it? Viserys shrugged. She is a Targaryen princess. We have few options. Why do you presume to know better? Are you squeamish, northern boy? Jon's jaw tightened. Yes, if you must know. I find the notion repugnant. Daenerys deserves the freedom to choose. Viserys stood abruptly, jostling the table. I have had enough of your insolence. I refuse to sit here and be lectured by a half-breed Targaryen who was raised by the Starks. If you cannot stomach the ways of our house, perhaps you should run back to your foreign allies. He stormed toward the courtyard door, slamming it behind him. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Daenerys rose as though to follow him, but then she hesitated, sinking back into her seat. Her eyes glistened. He does not truly mean to wed me, she whispered half to herself. He only says these things to intimidate you or me. Jon wanted to reassure her. Instead, he said, I can't read his mind, but his threats ring hollow if we stand together. I won't let him treat you as chattel. She lowered her gaze, nodding. Ser Willem patted her shoulder gently. Then he shuffled after Viserys, perhaps to calm the young man before he did something rash. Tormund exhaled, offering a subdued prayer for peace. Varys eyed Jon with a fleeting, knowing look, as though confirming that the day's tensions were far from over. They spent the afternoon in uneasy limbo. Viserys holed himself up in an upstairs chamber, refusing to speak with any of them. Daenerys helped Ser Willem tend to small chores around the villa, though she wore a distracted expression. Tormund quietly ventured into the Braavosi streets, presumably to gather supplies or glean news from Red Priest enclaves. Varys suggested that he and Jon walk along the canals to get a feel for the city. Jon agreed, hoping the change of scenery would cool his anger. Bravos in daylight dazzled with color. Merchant galleys arrived at the Purple Harbor, offloading spices, silk, and casks of wine. Gondolas glided under stone bridges, filled with couples or traders bartering mid-journey. Street performers juggled knives, and masked figures sold skewers of grilled fish. The city teemed with life, each corner revealing a new spectacle. Yet Jon walked with a heavy heart, turning over the morning's confrontation. If Viserys refused any compromise, how could House Targaryen unify? Varys gently guided him past a row of taverns, speaking in a hushed tone. We might have to reveal at least some portion of your might, the spider said. Viserys respects power above all. If he sees you as merely talk, he will never yield an inch. But if he glimpses the truth, that you command a monstrous dragon, he might think twice about alienating you. Jon nodded. I considered that, but there is a danger. If word spreads in Braavos that a Targaryen heir with a giant dragon is present, panic could erupt, or opportunists might try to exploit it. We risk drawing the attention of every assassin and bounty hunter in the city. Or the Iron Bank might see us as a threat. On the other hand, if I do nothing, Viserys might push Daenerys into a desperate alliance. Varys patted his arm sympathetically. A difficult choice, to be sure. He paused to buy them each a skewer of roasted fish from a vendor, pressing a copper coin into the man's calloused hand. Then they continued walking, munching in silence a while. Eventually, Varys spoke again. If you believe in forging a Kinder Targaryen restoration, you might let Daenerys see the dragon first, privately. She, at least, would be comforted that you have the means to protect her from her brother's rash plans. Jon considered it. Yes, that might be wise. She deserves to know I can keep her safe. But we must do it discreetly. Perhaps we can arrange a short trip outside the city. He imagined leading Daenerys across the marshes to where Shadowfire lay hidden, letting her see the sheer scale of the Black Dragon. The notion filled him with a strange excitement. She had likely never beheld a living dragon. Indeed, no one in living memory had, aside from Jon's entourage. That evening, he returned to the villa and found Daenerys alone in the small courtyard, leaning against a lemon tree. Viserys was nowhere in sight, presumably off brooding. Ser Willem dozed by the window. Jon approached quietly. She turned to him, her face lit by the glow of a hanging lantern. "My brother sulks," she said simply. "He threatened to leave Braavos altogether, perhaps to find his Dothraki alliance alone. Ser Willem convinced him to wait at least another day. But I fear it's only a matter of time." "Then come with me," Jon blurted, surprising even himself. At her startled look, he pressed on. "Let me show you something beyond these walls. Something that might prove you have another choice." Her gaze flickered. "What is it?" He hesitated, glancing around to ensure no eavesdroppers lurked. "Trust me. Gather a cloak, a warm one, and meet me at the gate in half an hour. I promise you will be safe. I just need your word you will not speak of it to your brother, at least not yet." She studied him in thoughtful silence, then nodded. "Very well. Half an hour." She stepped away, heading into the house with purposeful strides, leaving Jon's heart pounding at the risk he was about to take. True to her word, Daenerys emerged from the villa half an hour later, cloaked in a dark garment with a hood that concealed her hair. A swirl of tension rippled through Jon's gut, but he mustered a confident expression. Varys had signaled from a side alley, indicating he would not interfere, but his watchful presence lingered. Torrhen was away, or so it seemed, possibly in the city still. Jon had a small boat waiting at a nearby dock, arranged quickly through a hired Braavosi gondolier with no questions asked. Daenerys said little as they sailed through labyrinthine canals under the night sky. Lantern light reflected in the water, dancing like fireflies. Jon glimpsed curiosity and a hint of apprehension in her eyes. He offered her a reassuring nod. Eventually, they reached the outskirts of Braavos, where the waterways opened to the lagoon. From there, he had arranged 2 horses, courtesy of Varys's bribery. Daenerys disembarked with measured grace, stepping onto the muddy bank. "Where are we going?" she asked, voice hushed. Jon helped her mount, then swung into the saddle of his own horse. "A short ride," he said. "There is something I need to show you. Something that might change everything you and your brother assume about me." He set off at a brisk pace, guiding her along the same route by which he and Varys had come into Braavos. The night air was cool, and the darkness was broken only by faint moonlight. At times, the marshy terrain required them to slow. Daenerys followed with unflagging determination, though he heard her breath quicken. They rode for over an hour before they neared the hidden camp. Jon felt a surge of anticipation, wondering how Shadowfire would react to a new Targaryen presence. The watchers stationed there recognized Jon's approach and let him pass. Torches flared. Daenerys blinked, seeing the silhouettes of a few tents among the reeds. Then a thunderous sound rumbled across the clearing. She caught her breath, turning her gaze toward the massive shape curled in the darkness. Jon dismounted slowly. A cluster of men parted, revealing the colossal black dragon. Even in the gloom, Its scales shone with an inky sheen. Moonlight caught the ridges along its spine. A low growl rumbled in its throat as it lifted its head, eyes glowing like embers. Daenerys let out a small gasp, nearly stumbling as she slid from her horse. "Gods!" she whispered. "A dragon, a true dragon. I never believed I would see one in my lifetime." Jon moved to Shadowfire's side, placing a hand on the beast's flank. The dragon exhaled a hot, sulphurous breath that gusted across them. "This is Shadowfire," Jon said softly, heart pounding. "He hatched from an egg I discovered in the crypts of Winterfell. I've raised him since he was small. Now, as you can see, he's anything but small." Daenerys inched closer, face illuminated by the flickering torches, mingled with tears in her eyes. "He is magnificent," she murmured. "I had heard rumors that dragons might be reborn, but to see it, to stand here, oh, how I wish my brother could understand what this means." Jon managed a rueful smile. "Yes, I suspect if Viserys saw Shadowfire, he'd be forced to acknowledge my power. But it might also drive him to do something reckless. That's why I show him to you first. I want you to know that I can protect you. I won't let your brother or anyone else sell you into subjugation. If I must, I will show him that we have the means to challenge him." She reached out gingerly, hovering her hand above the dragon's snout. Shadowfire sniffed, then made a surprisingly soft crooning sound. Daenerys smiled tremulously, stroking the warm scales. "He knows I'm Targaryen," she whispered. "He senses it. I can feel something." Her voice shook with wonder. Jon stepped aside, giving her room. He felt a strange kinship in that moment, seeing Daenerys connect with Shadowfire. It was as though the ancient blood of Valyria stirred in them both. She inhaled, turning back to him. "Thank you for showing me this. I understand now that your claims are not empty. You truly command the fire of our ancestors." He clasped his hands behind his back, uneasy yet relieved. "Yes, I needed you to see that I'm not just an upstart. I carry a piece of House Targaryen's might, and it's bigger than anything your brother imagines. If we can unify, we might shape a better future for ourselves and the realm. But if Viserys insists on forcing your hand or ignoring reason, this power will stand against him." A flicker of sadness passed over Daenerys' face. "He is my brother, and he has suffered so much. I would not see him hurt, but I cannot let him ruin the last remnants of our house with cruelty. Perhaps, if he sees Shadowfire, he will realize that his arrogance alone will not win the throne." Jon nodded gravely. "We can try to reason with him. I won't be goaded into a pointless fight, but I will not let him treat you like chattel." She bowed her head in gratitude. The night air wrapped them in a hush, punctuated only by the dragon's heavy breathing. They spent the next while in quiet wonder, Daenerys tentatively exploring the edges of the dragon's wings, Jon explaining how he had grown it from a single egg. She listened with rapt attention. Then, near midnight, they returned to the horses. "Shall we go back?" Jon asked gently. "I suspect Viserys will realize you are gone." Daenerys gave the sleeping dragon one last stroke. "Yes, but I shall not forget this." Her voice trembled with excitement or nerves. "One day, we might have dragons once again ruling the skies above Westeros." They rode back in relative silence, each lost in thought. When they finally reached Braavos, dawn was near. The sky had turned a pale gray. They parted ways at the villa's gate, exchanging a final, earnest look. Daenerys whispered, "We must show him soon, or he may never believe." Jon brushed a wisp of silver hair from her face. "We'll choose the right moment. Rest now. We can speak later today." She slipped inside. Jon loitered a moment, breath heaving from the rush of the night's events. He had taken a dramatic step, revealing the dragon to Daenerys alone. But in his gut, he felt certain it was the right choice. She was no fool. She would weigh her brother's threats against this new power and choose her path carefully. Perhaps, in time, she might temper Viserys' worst impulses. He returned to the canal boat, paying the gondolier a little extra to keep silent. Soon, he was back in the cramped room at the villa, collapsing onto the cot. Sleep was fleeting, but enough to carry him past dawn. By late morning, the household stirred. Jon rose, rubbing bleary eyes, and found Varys waiting for him in the corridor. The eunuch wore a mischievous smile. "Good morning. Did the princess enjoy her excursion?" Jon shot him a wry look. "Word travels fast with you. But yes, she saw Shadowfire. She wants to show Viserys, hoping it will make him see sense." "I'm less optimistic." Varys spread his hands in a graceful shrug. "Desperation can make men do foolish things, but it can also force them to compromise. Let us see how events unfold." They descended to the main hall, where Daenerys and Ser Willem were seated. Breakfast had been laid out again, somewhat better than the day before. Viserys was not present. Daenerys greeted Jon with a polite smile that carried a hint of the secret they now shared. Ser Willem looked relieved to see them on speaking terms. "Viserys is in the courtyard," he said quietly. "In a foul mood. Perhaps you can calm him. He keeps muttering about departing soon." Jon nodded, exchanging a glance with Daenerys. She set aside her cup, rising. "Let's confront him. If we wait, he'll only stew in anger." They found Viserys pacing by the lemon trees, dressed in travel clothes, a small trunk at his feet. He turned, eyes blazing. "There you are, sister. I see you snuck off in the night for your own amusements. I've had enough. We leave this city at once. Perhaps Pentos awaits, or the Dothraki sea if need be." Daenerys drew a deep breath. "Brother, I must show you something before you decide. Something that changes everything." Viserys sneered. "What could you possibly show me, dear sister, that would overshadow my rightful claim?" Jon stepped in. "It's not just her claim. It's about the future of House Targaryen. You may think me an upstart, but if you see what I have, you'll understand that we can restore our house without selling Daenerys to the Dothraki." Viserys' eyes narrowed. "What nonsense is this? You speak in riddles. I am bored of your illusions." Daenerys took a step forward. "Please trust me, if only once," she implored. "If you see it and still choose to leave, then I will not stop you." Viserys hesitated, torn between suspicion and curiosity. Jon sensed that the arrogance in him was warring with the chance that there might be genuine power at stake. Finally, the older Targaryen let out a frustrated growl. "Fine. Show me, though I suspect it's a waste of my time." Jon turned to Ser Willem and Varys. "We'll need a discreet approach out of the city. Can you arrange for a boat and horses again? This time we bring Viserys too. Let us keep watchers to ensure we're not followed by unwelcome eyes." Varys inclined his head. "I can manage that. Tormund is away, but we have enough allies." Ser Willem looked uncertain but nodded. "If this halts your departure, I welcome it, Viserys. We cannot keep fleeing aimlessly." Viserys folded his arms. "I will see what you claim is so grand, nephew. If it's some parlor trick, I vow I will not rest until you are put in your place." Jon forced a cool smile. "I assure you it's no trick." Within the hour they set forth. Varys stayed behind, trusting that subtlety would be better served by fewer people. Ser Willem remained too, exhausted from the turmoil, leaving only Jon, Daenerys, and a very skeptical Viserys. They traversed the canals much as Jon and Daenerys had the previous night, though in daylight it was more challenging to avoid prying eyes. Twice, Braavosi sentries glanced their way, but Jon had paid the boatmen generously to skirt well-known thoroughfares. Viserys muttered curses, hating the cramped gondola, but Daenerys ignored him, her face set with quiet resolve. They reached the lagoon's edge. 3 horses waited, along with a single guard from Jon's retinue, one of the freedmen from Volantis. Viserys eyed him disdainfully. "What? You employ common rabble now?" Jon's calm threatened to fray, but he forced himself to ignore the insult. They rode out across the same route as before, winding through swampy terrain. Daenerys remained composed, occasionally meeting Jon's eyes with a slight nod. Viserys wore an air of bored scorn, hunching his shoulders in the saddle. The freedman led them to the hidden camp, where again the torches flared. This time, Shadowfire sensed the tension and uncoiled almost fully, towering in the marsh. Viserys stiffened, mouth falling open in a silent gasp. For a second, he seemed to quake in the saddle. Jon dismounted, stepping aside to let Viserys see. Daenerys did the same, removing her hood. Shadowfire growled, exhaling steam. The reek of sulfur drifted on the breeze. The freedman bowed his head respectfully to the dragon, then retreated to a safe distance. Jon let Viserys witness the full majesty of the black beast. A mammoth serpent-lizard shape, wings folded but still menacingly large, eyes blazing with unearthly intelligence. Daenerys broke the silence. "Behold, brother, if you have never believed in my nephew's claim, believe in this. He hatched a dragon, and it has grown beyond imagining." Viserys slid off his horse, nearly stumbling. He stared at the dragon with wide eyes, face pale as death. "7 hells," he breathed. This can't be real. The last dragons died a century ago, except for those stunted creatures in King's Landing. How did you?" Jon stepped forward, placing a hand on Shadowfire's flank. The dragon snorted, a billow of hot breath swirling around them. "I found the egg beneath Winterfell, an artifact from an age-long past. It hatched. I raised it. Now no army in Essos or Westeros can ignore me. This is the power of our bloodline, Viserys. I am not a pretender. I am Aegon Targaryen." Viserys trembled. "A real dragon," he repeated in a daze. For a fleeting instant, a spark of wonder lit his features, as though glimpsing a childhood fantasy made flesh. Then bitterness twisted his mouth. "So that's what you've concealed, and you bring it here to mock me, to prove that you overshadow me. You wish me to bend the knee to you now, nephew?" Jon shook his head. "I wish you to see that we need not rely on barbaric alliances. We have a living dragon. That alone can rally men to our side if we handle it wisely. The realm will quake at the thought of dragonfire unleashed again. But that doesn't mean we must be tyrants. We can rebuild House Targaryen on a better foundation." Viserys' eyes flicked from the dragon to Daenerys, to Jon, and back again. He licked his lips, trying to mask fear with bravado. "If that is true, then perhaps we do not need the Dothraki. But who commands the dragon? You, because you found it? Or me, as the rightful king?" Daenerys spoke quietly. "Brother, this dragon obeys Jon. He raised it from birth. You cannot simply claim it as your own. If House Targaryen is to live, we must unite, not fight over who holds the reins." Viserys stared at her, frustration warring with desperate hope. I could ride a dragon, too, if that is the destiny of our blood. Why should he be the only Targaryen with such might?" Jon could see the lines of greed and jealousy forming on Viserys' face. "You do not simply mount a dragon you've never bonded with," he warned. "It would kill you. There is no easy route. Shadowfire recognizes me as family, as a caretaker. Another dragon might accept you in time, but for now, this one is mine." Viserys swallowed. "You display this monstrous power to overshadow me, but perhaps we can come to terms. If your goal is truly to restore the Iron Throne to House Targaryen, you need me. I am the son of the Mad King, the rightful heir in the eyes of many exiles. My claim cannot be tossed aside so easily." Jon met Daenerys' gaze. She gave a slight nod, encouraging him to show patience. "We can negotiate claims later," Jon said, voice measured. "For now, let us agree that Daenerys will not be bartered away. Let us share in this knowledge that a dragon lives. We can work together to gather allies. In time, we might cross the sea as a united front, not as petty rivals." Viserys clenched his jaw. "Fine, if it spares me from scrounging for savage horselords. I do not relish dealing with them anyway, but do not think I will simply relinquish my birthright. You may have a dragon, but I was crowned in tradition by my mother's loyalists." Daenerys cut him off gently. "Enough, brother. We have a path now that is more than beggary. Let us not spoil it." She laid a calming hand on his shoulder. He let out a shaky breath, half enthralled by Shadowfire, half resentful of Jon. Meanwhile, the freedman approached, bowing to Jon. "All is well, my prince?" he asked, voice low. Jon nodded. He turned to Viserys, noticing that some flicker of ambition had replaced the pure anger in the older Targaryen's eyes. Perhaps glimpsing the dragon had awakened a new hunger in him. That could be dangerous, but at least it might keep him from a foolish Dothraki alliance. Jon stepped away from Shadowfire, giving the dragon a gentle pat. "I will keep him hidden here for now. We can discuss the next steps in Braavos, but we must remain discreet. If the Braavosi discover a giant dragon in their marshes, panic may ensue." Viserys swallowed, eyes never leaving Shadowfire's hulking form. "Yes, we must move carefully." He finally turned to Jon. "I will not kneel to you, but I will not sabotage you either, if you truly mean for House Targaryen to rise again. Let that be enough for now." Jon accepted the begrudging truce, seeing no better alternative. "Agreed." Daenerys let out a soft breath of relief. She stepped forward, placing a trembling hand on Viserys' arm. "We are not alone anymore. That must count for something." Viserys nodded stiffly, as though unsure whether to embrace or reject her comfort. The new equilibrium, fragile though it was, seemed to settle over them. Shadowfire huffed and shifted in the mud, looming like a silent testament to House Targaryen's resilience. Jon felt a quiet surge of hope. Perhaps they would forge a path that mended the fractious lines in their house. Perhaps not. But at least Daenerys was spared a forced marriage to a Dothraki call. That alone felt like a small victory. They spent the next hour conferring in hushed tones. Jon revealed glimpses of the alliances he'd formed among freedmen in Volantis, the red priests who saw him as a harbinger of prophecy. Viserys listened intently, though scorn remained etched in his posture. Daenerys asked gentle questions, focusing on how the common folk reacted to seeing a dragon. Jon explained that shock often gave way to awe, but that he tried to govern with compassion. In a surprisingly calm voice, Viserys mused aloud that fear might be easier to harness. Jon and Daenerys exchanged worried looks but did not confront him further. At least he was no longer ranting about selling his sister. The sun was dipping low by the time they decided to return to Braavos, though Jon arranged for the freedmen to remain on watch with Shadowfire. Viserys, exhaling a deep breath, walked backward away from the dragon, as though reluctant to leave the mesmerizing sight. Daenerys gave the beast a final, affectionate glance before remounting her horse. Jon sensed that her empathy extended to the dragon's plight, a living being hidden in a swamp. She too had lived in hiding all her life. They rode back under an uneasy peace. Viserys was subdued, occasionally glancing at Jon as if measuring him anew. Daenerys seemed thoughtful, as though deciding how best to steer her brother's newfound acceptance. At the lagoon's edge, they switched to the waiting gondola. The boatmen rowed them through twisting channels, the watery paths lit by flickering lanterns. Despite the tension, none could deny the surreal beauty of Braavos at twilight, the colors of the sky reflected in glimmering water. When they disembarked near the villa, Daenerys turned to Jon. "I fear the days ahead will not be easy, but I thank you for showing me, and him, what you have. Maybe this will keep us united a while longer." Jon inclined his head. "You need not thank me for what is your right as well. This is our house, our heritage, for all its burdens. I'll stand with you, for as long as I can." Viserys gave a short nod, parting from them with a distant air. He vanished inside the villa, presumably to brood or reimagine his grand strategies. Daenerys lingered. "Rest, nephew," she said, her voice gentle. "Tomorrow we must plan anew. I appreciate your willingness to protect me from ill-conceived alliances." Jon felt a surge of warmth in her calling him nephew without scorn. "Good night, princess." She departed, leaving him alone in the courtyard, mind swirling. The compromise with Viserys felt tenuous, but it was something. Perhaps the secret unveiling of Shadowfire had altered the trajectory of House Targaryen's exiles. Jon found himself thinking of Ned Stark, the father who had hidden his true name. Did Ned ever imagine that Rhaegar's son would come to this? Standing in Braavos, forging alliances with the siblings no one had believed survived? Life was strange indeed. He strolled around the lemon tree, inhaling the night air. Varys watched from a shadowed corner, stepping forward with his silent grace. You have done it, then. He knows. Is it enough to stay his hand? Jon shrugged. For now. He's rattled by the dragon. But he's too proud to simply kneel. We'll have to manage his ambitions carefully. Varys gave a knowing smile. Ah, the challenge of dealing with Targaryen pride. Still, you have accomplished much. Daenerys sees you as a protector, and Viserys sees you as an asset he cannot ignore. The rest is a matter of cunning and patience. Jon nodded. Tomorrow, we talk more about uniting our efforts. After that, who knows? Perhaps we journey to Volantis or somewhere else. The possibilities are vast. Varys gestured for Jon to follow him inside. You sound more like a prince with each passing hour. Come, let us find some rest. You'll need your strength. The path before you is strewn with obstacles, but you have a dragon large enough to overcome most of them. They ascended the creaking stairs, the flickering lamps casting dancing shadows on the plaster walls. The hush of the villa enveloped them. Somewhere above, Viserys might be pacing or scribbling notes. Daenerys likely retreated to her small bed, mind alight with thoughts of a black-scaled wonder. Jon felt exhaustion tug at him, yet exhilaration too. He parted ways with Varys at the top landing, stepping into his cramped chamber alone. Sinking onto the cot, he exhaled. The events of the past 2 days spun in his head. His fury at Viserys, the hush of revealing the dragon to Daenerys, her shining eyes in the moonlight, the mixture of wonder and greed in Viserys' face as he beheld Shadowfire, and always the knowledge that he was not Jon Snow but Aegon Targaryen, heir to a house that had once ruled the 7 kingdoms with fire and blood. That realization drifted through his mind like an ember, glowing with possibility, crackling with danger. He wondered if Ned Stark ever dreamed this day would come, or if Lyanna had once prayed that her son might unify a broken realm. Tomorrow, the negotiations would continue. House Targaryen, scattered across the narrow sea, might find a new dawn in the monstrous wings of a black dragon. Daenerys had begun to believe. Viserys, for all his flaws, might cling to the only chance he had. And Jon, Aegon, would need to lead them or at least guide them, lest they tumble once more into madness and tragedy. He closed his eyes, letting the swirl of possibility settle, a faint smile ghosting across his lips. Through betrayal and heartbreak, House Targaryen had survived in unlikely heirs. Now, as the new morning glimmered on the horizon, they would either rise together in blazing triumph or devour one another, like dragons feasting on their own tails. Jon prayed, in the hush of that Braavosi night, that for Daenerys' sake and for the good of the realm he had never seen, they would choose unity. With Shadowfire at his side and the name of Aegon Targaryen on his tongue, he felt a spark of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the centuries-old legacy of dragon lords might yet find redemption. They left Braavos in the hush of early morning. Dawn's first pink light clung to the canals as Daenerys, Jon, still calling himself Aegon among Targaryens, Viserys, and Varys boarded a barge bound for Pentos. After weeks of tense negotiations and uneasy truces, the exiled Targaryens decided that Illyrio Mopatis, a wealthy magister and old friend of Varys, might prove a better host than the cramped villa in Braavos. Ser Willem Darry, worn from the turmoil and the uncertainty of finances, reluctantly agreed, urging them to be careful. They left him behind, hopeful he would remain safe under Braavosi neutrality. Torem, the Red Priest, came along, silent and watchful, sensing that Loloreth's hand guided these Targaryen destinies. The barge drifted across the lagoon, then ventured into open water, following a coastal route to Pentos. In the hold, Shadowfire was absent, left behind in a secluded swamp near Braavos with trusted freedmen. Jon thought it best not to parade a dragon of monstrous size into every city they visited. Viserys sulked, resentful at the prospect of traveling without the great beast, but Daenerys quietly endorsed Jon's caution. She recognized that word of a massive black dragon, and the presence of newly revealed Targaryen heirs could spark chaos. At least in Pentos, they expected a measure of discretion under Illyrio's roof. The day was mild, a slight breeze rippling the water's surface. Varys stood at the prow, exchanging small talk with the barge's captain. From time to time, Jon caught the spider watching their group, no doubt gauging the latest shifts in alliances. Daenerys spent much of the journey on deck, gazing at the horizon. Jon joined her often, picking at the humble meals provided by the crew. They spoke quietly of the future. Daenerys had grown bolder since discovering Shadowfire. She insisted her brother refrain from forcing any Dothraki betrothal. Viserys obeyed for now, but Jon could tell he seethed. He had glimpsed the older Targaryen pacing the barge's narrow corridors at night, muttering about lost birthrights. Tormund, the Red Priest, seemed drawn to Daenerys in a spiritual sense. He would stand near her in the morning sun, eyes half closed, proclaiming she carried a warmth that resonated with Lollarest's favor. Daenerys, for her part, was polite but neither embraced nor dismissed Tormund's faith outright. After a week at sea, they reached the broad harbor of Pentos. Wide quays bristled with vessels from half a dozen cities. Rising behind them were the domed villas and tall towers of wealthy magisters. The day was hot, the sun reflecting off pale stone. The harbor's smell was a blend of spices, fish, and perfumed oils. Illyrio Mopatis's name opened doors promptly. A retinue of his household guards, clad in bright livery, escorted the travelers from the dock to a palatial manse on the outskirts of the city. There, under high arches and courtyard fountains, Illyrio appeared with open arms, exuding feigned modesty. He was a large man with an elaborately curled mustache and a wide grin that glimmered with cunning. "Welcome, my dear friends," he proclaimed, clapping his hands. "And welcome, too, to these esteemed Targaryens. Pleases me immensely to host you all. Varys has told me only a little, but enough to know we have much to discuss." He bowed with extravagant flourish to Daenerys and Viserys, then gave Jon a measuring look. "And you, the rumored nephew Aegon Targaryen. Fascinating indeed. Your presence is a rare gift." Viserys bristled at Illyrio's ingratiating tone, but forced a stiff nod. Daenerys offered a small smile. She found Illyrio strange but courteous enough. Jon watched the interplay, recalling how Illyrio had once sheltered Viserys and Daenerys in years past. The man was rumored to be wealthy beyond measure, dealing in spices, gems, and many hidden intrigues. Tormund lurked behind them, quietly observing. The Magister led them through opulent corridors, the floors inlaid with mosaic scenes of dragons entwined with serpents, the walls hung with tapestries showing Essos legends. Slaves bustled about, bearing trays of chilled wine and platters of exotic fruits. Illyrio prattled about his delight in reviving old Targaryen connections, ignoring the uneasy glances Jon and Daenerys exchanged at the presence of enslaved servants. Jon, having waged battles against slavers elsewhere, found it difficult not to scowl. But this was not the moment to start conflict. At length, they arrived in a shaded courtyard where broad pillars framed a marble fountain. Cushions and low tables invited them to recline. Illyrio settled onto a couch with surprising grace for such a heavy-set man, gesturing for his guests to relax. "Now, I have a surprise for you, dear Daenerys," he said, summoning a slave boy who bore a velvet-draped basket. "A token of my admiration and a reflection of your ancestral heritage." Daenerys exchanged a quick look with Jon, curiosity sparking in her eyes. The boy set the basket on a table, pulling away the cloth to reveal 3 large eggs. Their shells glistened like polished stone, each a distinct hue, one a deep emerald flecked with gold, another pale cream laced with swirling blue veins, the last a rich blackish crimson that caught the light in mesmerizing patterns. Viserys leaned in, momentarily forgetting his sulk, while Daenerys let out a soft gasp of awe. Jon felt an odd stirring at the sight of them. The eggs emitted a faint aura that he, attuned to draconic energies, sensed more acutely than ever. "They are dragon eggs," Illyrio purred, pleased by Daenerys's reaction. From the Shadowlands beyond Asshai, so the story goes. They have turned to stone over the centuries, or so the legends say. Still, they are a fitting tribute to the last scions of House Targaryen, no? He reached out to gingerly stroke the green and gold egg, as though revering some ancient relic. Most would keep them as curiosities, but perhaps in your hands, they may hold deeper meaning. Daenerys's eyes shone. She touched each egg in turn, fingertips gently brushing the shells as though they might be fragile. Jon watched her, noting how a subtle warmth lit her face. He recalled the day he had found that single black egg beneath Winterfell, how it had felt inert at first, then gradually awakened under heat and faith. Could these eggs likewise hide living creatures within? The possibility rattled him. He still had Shadowfire, that gargantuan black beast. If Daenerys now hatched 3 more dragons, what would that mean for the future? Tormund, the Red Priest, moved closer, lips parted as though sensing the same intangible vibration. He murmured a prayer to Lawler under his breath. Viserys, meanwhile, tried to mask his own fascination, clearing his throat. "They are indeed impressive," he said, "though likely just stone. But a fine gift, Illyrio. My sister appreciates them, I'm sure." Daenerys looked up, meeting Illyrio's gaze. "Thank you," she said sincerely, though her voice trembled. "They are beautiful, more than I can say." Illyrio smiled, patting his ample belly. As a hostess, Pentos can offer many delights, but none so rare as these. Think of it as a symbol that House Targaryen's fortunes may yet be revived. Jon shifted. "Might we rest from the journey? Then we can speak of matters pressing to the Targaryen cause." "Of course," Illyrio agreed. "I have prepared chambers for each of you. Food, wine, anything you desire. My home is yours. We shall talk at supper about future alliances." They retired to luxurious suites, each lavishly decorated with silks and cushions. Jon found the sudden opulence stifling after weeks of travel. Still, he appreciated a chance to bathe and change clothes. Tormund hovered, saying little, but Jon sensed the priest's focus had narrowed on those 3 eggs. Indeed, Jon himself couldn't stop recalling the faint pulse he'd felt when Daenerys touched them. That evening, they gathered in Illyrio's grand dining hall. A feast of spiced lamb, honeyed duck, fresh fish, and succulent fruits awaited. Slaves poured them sweet wines. Jon ate sparingly, mind spinning with thoughts of these eggs. Daenerys sat near him, wearing a lavender gown that Illyrio must have provided. Viserys lounged at her other side, trying to appear regal despite his worn garments. At one point, Daenerys leaned to Jon, her voice hushed under the drone of conversation. "Jon? Or should I call you Aegon?" She smiled shyly. "I cannot shake the feeling that these eggs are not mere stone. There's something alive about them." Jon's gaze flicked to Viserys and Illyrio, who were talking about potential alliances. "I know what you mean," he said. "When I found Shadowfire's egg, it was cold at first, but then it warmed under heat and the Red Priest's rituals. If you wish, I can ask Tormund to examine them. He is deeply versed in Lawleress lore." She nodded, eyes gleaming with cautious hope. "Yes, in time. I do not wish to alarm my brother just yet. He might see it as a threat to his claim, though perhaps he would exult in the idea of new dragons." Jon suppressed a wry grin. "He exults only in what he can control. Be careful." Daenerys did not disagree. Soon, Illyrio raised a toast to House Targaryen, prattling about how the realm might one day rejoice at its rightful rulers returning in triumph. Varys, sipping his wine discreetly, contributed mild commentary about the state of Westeros. King Robert's hunts, rumors of Lannister intrigues, the uncertain loyalties of southern lords. None of it surprised Jon, but the discussion made Viserys stiff with longing to reclaim a throne he had never seen. Daenerys remained quiet, more intrigued by the mystical possibility of living eggs than by the dryness of political alliances. Tormund ate in silence, clearly biding his time. That night, Daenerys asked permission to keep the eggs in her chamber. Illyrio obliged, and Viserys merely waved a dismissive hand. She placed them in a low, broad bowl near a brazier, coaxing them with gentle warmth. Torrum appeared late, requesting an audience with her. Jon accompanied him, uncertain how far Daenerys's trust in the Red Priest went. She admitted them with a hesitant smile, ushering them toward the brazier where the eggs lay, faintly glimmering in the firelight. Torrum bowed, incanting something in High Valyrian that Jon could only partly decipher. Daenerys watched curiously, hugging a shawl around her shoulders. The room smelled of scented oils and the tang of hot coals. One egg, crimson-veined black, seemed to catch a flicker of brightness along its scales. Torrum, eyes half-lidded, placed his hand just above that shell, chanting in a low monotone. Jon felt the hair on his arms rise. Something about the energies swirling here reminded him of the night he had hatched Shadowfire. Daenerys let out a gasp as the egg grew momentarily warm. Then the glow subsided, leaving only a subtle shimmer. "They are not stone," Torrum murmured softly. "Life stirs within, as with the egg you once tended, my prince." He glanced at Jon, then to Daenerys. "But they require more than heat. They require faith, sacrifice, and the hand of fate. R'hlloreth's flame can awaken them, if the time is right." Daenerys's cheeks flushed with excitement. "Then it may be possible? Real dragons." She sank onto a cushion, cradling her thoughts. "I fear what Viserys might do if he learns these eggs might hatch. He craves power so much. Yet I cannot hide them from him." Jon crouched by the brazier. "He already knows the eggs exist, but not that they might hatch. Let us proceed carefully. Perhaps we can prepare a private ceremony, with Torrum guiding us. If indeed they stir, you should be the one to claim them." She nodded gratefully. Torrum chanted another brief prayer, then withdrew. Jon escorted him out, leaving Daenerys to her contemplations. As Jon passed the corridor, he glimpsed Viserys lurking near a pillar, scowling. Likely he was offended at not being included. Jon said nothing, continuing on. He had no wish to spark a fight in the middle of Illyrio's manse. Days slipped by, with Illyrio hosting lavish meals, ensuring the Targaryens appeared in suitably expensive clothing, parading them before selected Pentoshi notables to gauge interest in a Targaryen restoration. Behind these social appearances, a quiet tension simmered. Viserys grew restless, complaining that he saw no progress in forging alliances. He spoke often of cunning ways to bribe the Golden Company or woo the Dothraki. Jon remained cautious, mindful of revealing Shadowfire. He had left the freedmen near Braavos, tending the dragon in secrecy, uncertain how to move such a colossal beast without inciting panic in Pentos. Daenerys spent her free hours with the three eggs, bonding with them in her own gentle manner. Torrum occasionally joined her, murmuring prayers to R'hllor. Jon himself looked on with mixed feelings, part awe at the possibility of new dragons, part worry about how the realm might react to multiple winged beasts. One evening, Illyrio announced a special celebration in honor of his guests. The manse filled with music, exotic dancers, and a veritable torrent of spiced wines. Local Pentoshi magisters arrived, wearing gaudy silks, eager to curry favor with the rumored Targaryen heirs. Jon endured the spectacle with quiet stoicism, sipping water instead of wine. Daenerys seemed overwhelmed by the swirl of colors and the flirtatious remarks from older men. Viserys drank heavily, occasionally bragging about the day we crossed the sea, and dropping hints that House Targaryen had unexpected might. Jon nearly strangled him for referencing Shadowfire. He intervened discreetly whenever Viserys' tongue grew too loose, steering conversations to safer ground. Torrum stood at the periphery, chanting or gazing into flickering braziers. At the height of the revelry, Illyrio beckoned the Targaryens to a dais near the head of the banquet hall. Musicians played a lilting tune as slaves presented trays of sweetmeats. The temperature rose in the crowded space, and braziers glowed with fire. Daenerys wore a shimmering gown in pale blue that offset her silver-gold hair. Viserys, clad in new finery courtesy of Illyrio, looked more regal than usual but still exuded arrogance. Varys lurked among the guests, smiling amiably at everything while doubtless absorbing every whisper. Jon lingered near Daenerys' side, half guard, half confident, ignoring the sidelong glances of the magisters who tried to guess his identity. After the feast, Daenerys slipped away to her chamber, exhausted by the show. Jon followed at a discreet distance, concerned that Viserys might accost her with fresh demands. He found her in the corridor, the 3 eggs cradled in her arms. She carried them wherever she went now, an attachment forming that reminded Jon of the early days with Shadowfire's egg. She smiled wanly when she saw him. "It was too loud," she murmured. "I needed to be with something real, if that makes sense." He nodded understandingly. "I feel the same. All that pomp and chatter wears on me. Have you considered speaking to Tormund about a private ceremony yet? The eggs seem to react to his presence, and perhaps we can expedite whatever spark they need." She swallowed, looking thoughtful. "Yes, perhaps soon. I sense they are hungrier for warmth. I keep them by a brazier nightly, but it feels insufficient. The air here is not as hot as the deserts of old Valyria might have been. Yet they respond when I handle them for a while." Jon recalled how, in his own experience, it had taken a conflagration and the Red Priest's fervent incantations to awaken Shadowfire. If these eggs likewise demanded intense fire, that alone was risky. A massive blaze in Illyrio's manse would raise all manner of questions. But if the hatching succeeded, Daenerys would gain dragons of her own, and the Targaryen cause would acquire formidable power. The idea both thrilled and terrified him. One monstrous dragon was enough of a burden. 3 more might reshape Essos overnight. "Tomorrow," he said softly, "speak with Tormund. Let him see if we can perform a small ceremony. We'll keep it private, just a handful of us. If the eggs respond, we'll keep the event hidden from Pentoshi eyes. If they remain dormant, no harm done." She nodded, hugging the eggs close. They parted ways, and Jon retreated to his own quarters, half expecting Viserys to corner him. But the older Targaryen never appeared. Perhaps he had drunk himself into a stupor or found some other diversion. The next day, Daenerys did indeed approach Tormund. She found him in a secluded courtyard where an ornate fountain gurgled beneath high, vine-draped walls. He was praying before a modest brazier. A pair of Illyrio's slaves stood watch, curious about the Red Priest's presence. Daenerys asked them to leave, and they obeyed her gentle command. Jon, lurking nearby, stepped forward. Together, they explained to Tormund that they desired a discreet ritual to test the eggs, to see if R'hlloreth's flame would stir them more fully. Tormund was delighted, or as close to delight as his stoic demeanor allowed. He whispered that the hour of twilight might be best for such a rite, that the boundary between day and night would enhance the potency of his prayers. Daenerys agreed. Jon offered to stand witness and to keep watch for any intrusions. Tormund insisted that if the eggs had the potential for life, Daenerys must be the focal point. Jon's presence as a Targaryen might help, for he carried that draconic blood which had once awakened Shadowfire. They resolved to find a private space in Illyrio's estate, away from prying eyes. That evening, with the sun dipping low over the Pentoshi skyline, they convened in a small walled garden near the manse's rear. High hedges and tall columns shielded them from casual onlookers. Daenerys wore a simple robe, not the finery of a banquet. Jon stood at her side, arms folded, scanning for threats. Tormund had prepared a ring of braziers, each stoked with resin and scented wood. The pungent smoke curled upward, shimmering in the twilight. Viserys was not invited, for fear his presence would disrupt the fragile energy. He had retreated to his chamber earlier, complaining of a headache. Varys, suspecting something, had quietly chosen to remain inside. Perhaps he respected their secrecy. In the circle of dancing firelight, Daenerys placed the 3 eggs. Tormund, chanting in a language older than Valyria, walked the perimeter, occasionally tapping the braziers to release fresh sparks. Jon felt the swirl of heat intensify, the smoke taking on a hypnotic quality. Daenerys knelt by the eggs, pressing her hands against them. One was the emerald flecked with gold, the second that cream and blue swirl, the third that dark red-black reminiscent of volcanic ash. Each shell reflected the flames in eerie patterns. Torum's voice rose, rhythmic, punctuated by the crackle of burning resin. Jon sensed a familiar hum in his blood, reminiscent of the day Shadowfire's egg cracked open. The air grew heavy, charged with potential. Daenerys, eyes shut, murmured an uncertain prayer, perhaps to R'hllor, perhaps to some ancient Targaryen ancestor. Jon stepped behind her, resting a hand on her shoulder. His presence, as another Targaryen whose dragon had already hatched, might fortify the energies. Torum concluded one chant and began another, switching to the common tongue for fragments of prophecy. Blood of the dragon, awakened by flame, the Lord of Light calls forth life from cold stone. Rise, creatures of Valyria, guardians reborn. The braziers flared unexpectedly, spitting embers that spiraled across the circle. Daenerys gasped. The green-gold egg began to glow softly. The swirling shells of the other two followed suit, faint pulses of luminescence traveling across their surfaces. Jon inhaled sharply. The scene resembled the moment in his past when he had glimpsed the first cracks forming in Shadowfire's shell. Yet these eggs, by all accounts, were older, half-petrified. Would a single ceremony suffice to break them open? Torum pressed the advantage, intensifying his chanting. Flames hissed. The smoke thickened. Daenerys placed her palms firmly on the shells, tears pricking her eyes. "I can feel them," she whispered, voice trembling. "They're stirring, Jon." Jon moved closer, resting one hand on the dark red-black egg. The surface felt hot to the touch, tingling with life. His mind whirled with the recollection of how his own dragon had needed a massive conflagration, fed by R'hllor's magic over many nights. Was this enough for all three? Possibly not. Torum seemed to sense the same concern. He released a final chant, arms raised, calling upon R'hllor to bless the unborn dragons. The braziers roared skyward in unison, blazing bright enough to momentarily dazzle them. Heat washed over the garden like a furnace. Daenerys cried out, not in pain, but in awe. Then, abruptly, the flames subsided. The braziers dimmed as though a gust of wind snuffed their life force. The swirling glow on the eggs flickered, then faded to faint embers. Daenerys, panting, looked at Torum with desperate eyes. They were so close. I felt them move. Torum wiped sweat from his brow. They have stirred indeed, but their shells are thick with centuries of dormancy. A single ceremony may not suffice. They require stronger flame, deeper sacrifice. The Lord of Light asks for more. Jon recalled how the Red Priests had used a great pyre for Shadowfire's hatching, risking everything in the blazing inferno. They had also spilled blood in R'hllor's name. The memory brought a chill to his spine, for he knew the old words, "Only death can pay for life." Would Daenerys be forced to offer such a sacrifice? He placed a hand on her shoulder again. She nodded, blinking tears from her lashes. "I understand," she said softly. "We have woken them, but not enough. They must not return to stillness." Torum's gaze flicked to Jon. "Perhaps you can share the knowledge of your experience. You who hatched a dragon egg before. If we replicate the conditions, these shells might crack." He paused, uncertainty in his eyes. "But if that includes blood sacrifice, it is a grave step. R'hllor does not accept half measures." Jon exhaled shakily. "We must be cautious. We cannot set Illyrio's manse ablaze in a grand pyre. That would betray our presence and alarm the entire city. Another path might exist, perhaps an open area outside Pentos or even in the desert lands to the east, where we can conjure enough heat. But it would require planning and secrecy." Daenerys traced her fingers along the eggs one last time. "Then let us plan. I will not give up on them." They stirred. "Jon, we must help them cross the threshold." They ended the ceremony as the last ribbons of smoke curled upward. While Daenerys carefully wrapped the eggs in cloth, Jon noticed a faint crack along the surface of the blackish-red shell. It was minuscule, barely visible in the dim light. He pointed it out quietly to Daenerys. Her eyes widened with joy, but Torum cautioned that it might reseal if the embryo within lacked proper warmth. Gently, she pressed a hand over that crack, as though offering reassurance. Then they blew out the braziers, scattering the ashes. Before leaving the garden, Torum offered a final prayer to Lawler, hoping the seeds of life would not go cold. They slipped back into the manse. Viserys, unbeknownst to them, had woken from his drunken stupor and was wandering the halls. Jon froze at the sight of him, standing near a corner with a candle in hand. The older Targaryen's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the group returning from the walled garden. "What mischief are you up to?" he demanded. "Sneaking around at night with your red priest? Sister, you carry those eggs everywhere now. Are you whispering nonsense into her ear? Nephew?" Daenerys clutched the cloth-wrapped eggs protectively. "No nonsense, brother. Only reverence for our heritage." She tried to walk past him, but Viserys blocked her path, candlelight flickering across his resentful face. Jon stepped between them, voice firm. "Let her pass, Viserys. She is not your plaything. The eggs belong to her if she wills it." Viserys sneered. "Oh, so you say, but I recall you have a monstrous dragon hidden away somewhere. Why should Daenerys alone claim these relics? They represent the entire house's might. I am the rightful king here, not her, not you." Torum, standing behind them, gripped his staff. Daenerys, mustering courage, met Viserys' glare. "The eggs were a gift to me. I do not hoard them out of greed. I only wish to understand them." Her voice trembled, but she refused to yield. Viserys slapped the wall in frustration, rattling an ornate sconce. "I see how it is. You conspire with the bastard nephew, plan your own path to power. If these eggs truly stir, I should be the first to claim the hatchlings. Not you, not him." Jon clenched his jaw, recalling that Daenerys had once confided her fear of being sold to the Dothraki. He would not let Viserys bully her. "Your arrogance blinds you, uncle. The eggs respond to Daenerys' touch. If you cared about the house, you'd let her explore their potential. If they hatch, we all benefit." Viserys looked ready to explode, but then his shoulders slumped. "Very well," he muttered. "But if they hatch, remember who the rightful king is. I won't have my sister overshadow me." He stepped aside, letting them pass, though his glare lingered like a curse. Once in Daenerys' chamber, they hurriedly barred the door. She set the eggs by a brazier, keeping them warm through the night. Torum bowed, excusing himself to retire. Jon lingered a moment, ensuring that Daenerys felt safe after Viserys' outburst. She offered him a tired smile. "Thank you," she whispered. "He is so lost in his rage." Jon nodded. "We'll handle him carefully. For now, rest. Tomorrow, we'll see what we can do about forging a safer environment for a true hatching." She agreed, and he departed, hoping that Viserys would not cause havoc in his jealous state. Over the following days, word reached Illyrio's manse that King Robert's court in Westeros remained preoccupied with hunts, feasts, and petty disputes. Varys, receiving ravens and coded messages, reported that no new Targaryen hunts had been launched. For the time being, the realm seemed unaware of the triple threat forming in Essos. Jon breathed relief at the respite, though he suspected that if they did manage to hatch more dragons, secrecy would become exponentially harder to maintain. Perhaps they'd need to relocate deeper into Essos, near the Red Waste or some remote corner where the pyre could burn without interference. Illyrio, for his part, noticed Daenerys' devotion to the eggs and teased her about mothering stone. She responded politely, never hinting at what was transpiring. Jon guessed that the cunning magister suspected more than he let on. He occasionally pressed Jon about the rumored black dragon, calling it a wondrous advantage in the Targaryen cause. Jon kept his answers vague, insisting that caution was paramount. Illyrio's eyes glimmered with avarice whenever the topic of dragons arose, so Jon remained guarded. Eventually, Torum declared he had found a suitable place for a second, more intense ceremony. Outside Pentos, in a stretch of barren fields near a deserted watchtower, there was a clearing that might host a larger flame without prying eyes. At night, Few travelers ventured there, and Illyrio's men seldom patrolled. Daenerys agreed, eager to feed the eggs the fire they needed. The plan was simple. They would slip out under darkness, bring braziers, oil, and the eggs, then attempt a grand rite akin to the one that had awakened Shadowfire. Jon would assist, drawing on his own Targaryen flame blood. But the question of sacrifice loomed. Would they need to spill blood? Tormund was cryptic, stating only that Lawler would provide a path if the hearts involved were sincere. One night they prepared. Daenerys donned a plain traveling cloak, cradling the 3 eggs. Jon wore subdued leathers, a sword at his hip. Tormund carried small flasks of incense and oil, plus the necessary implements for his prayers. They crept from the manse, telling Illyrio they intended to visit a nearby orchard. Varys, suspecting the real reason, offered no protest, trusting they could manage discreetly. Viserys had drunk himself to sleep, apparently uninterested in midnight escapades unless they promised immediate results. Daenerys was relieved. She preferred to keep him away. Her heart pounded, for she longed to see the eggs crack open, yet feared failing again. They traveled in a borrowed cart, led by a single donkey, winding along back roads until they reached the watchtower's shadow. Torches flickered in the distance, marking some distant Pentos farm. The watchtower stood half-ruined, vines crawling over its crumbling stones. The clearing around it was a patch of dry grass and rocky soil. A breeze rustled the darkness. Tormund directed them to form a circle of braziers. Jon helped him stack wood and soak it in oil. The smell was pungent. Then Daenerys placed the eggs at the center, on a bed of coals. Tormund lit the braziers, chanting quietly. Flames rose, stretching long shadows across the clearing. The night air shimmered with promise. Jon felt that same electric tingle in his skin. He took his place beside Daenerys, who knelt near the eggs. Tormund circled them, sprinkling incense that crackled. "Lawler, we beg you," he intoned, "kindle life in these eggs, as you once did in the black egg that hatched for Aegon Targaryen. Let the mother of dragons be blessed, that a new dawn of flame may guide us." Daenerys closed her eyes, pressing her palms to each shell in turn. Jon recalled the moment he had felt the first crack in Shadowfire's egg, the surge of heat that nearly seared his hands. He placed his own hands near hers, feeling the swirling energies. The brazier's flames leapt higher, spurred by the oil. Tormund continued chanting, voice rising to a near frenzy. Embers danced through the air, swirling in chaotic patterns. Daenerys gasped as the eggs pulsed with a visible glow. The green and gold one glistened like sunlight dancing on a forest pool. The cream and blue swirled with an otherworldly sheen, and the red-black egg radiated dark fire. A hush fell, the air taut with expectation. Suddenly, a shout split the night. Jon whirled to see Viserys stumbling into the clearing, a torch in one hand, wearing a half-fastened tunic. 2 of Illyrio's guards trotted behind him, uncertain whether to restrain him or obey him. "What is this?" Viserys roared, glaring at the ring of fire. "You dare conduct some hatching ceremony without me, behind my back? Am I not the rightful king?" Daenerys stood, panic in her eyes. "Brother, we wanted to keep this private. We do not wish to fail again, or—" "Spare me," he snapped. "I see the eggs glowing. You plan to claim them for yourself, sister? And you, nephew, you would help her become a mother of dragons, overshadowing me entirely. I'll not allow it." He staggered forward, ignoring the swirling heat. Jon's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "Viserys, step back. If you disrupt the ceremony, all could be lost. The eggs are near hatching." Viserys' face twisted with fury. "All you do is scheme to deprive me. I am the king. The dragons are mine. Rhaegar was my brother, not my father. I outrank you. You will kneel to me and relinquish these eggs." Tormund, chanting, tried to maintain focus, but the intrusion broke the delicate energy. The braziers sputtered. Daenerys cried out, "Stop it! You're ruining everything." She sank to her knees again, desperately trying to cradle the eggs as they flickered between life and dormancy. The green-gold shell rattled faintly, a hairline fracture showing. Viserys lunged for it. Daenerys recoiled in horror. Jon dashed forward, grabbing Viserys' arm. "Don't touch them," Jon hissed. "You'll harm the hatching." Viserys swung the torch, nearly striking Jon. The flames licked at Jon's sleeve, but he yanked back in time. Illyrio's guards gaped, uncertain whether to intervene. The older Targaryen glared, spittle flying. "They are mine, you incompetent bastards. Without me, House Targaryen is nothing." Jon wrested the torch from his grip, tossing it aside. "This is madness. The eggs respond to Daenerys. Let them hatch. It benefits the entire house." Viserys snarled, stumbling. "You conspire to crown her queen with your infernal rituals. I'll kill you all if I must." He reached for the sword at Jon's belt, but Jon twisted away. A scuffle ensued, the ring of braziers rattling. Daenerys screamed as the circle threatened to collapse. Tormund tried to keep chanting, but the tension frayed his concentration. Sparks flew, swirling in the night wind. A lamp tumbled, igniting a patch of grass. The guard rushed to stamp it out. In the midst of the chaos, Daenerys clutched the eggs, tears streaming. She cried, "No, don't let them go cold." She slid closer to the largest brazier, ignoring the smoke. The shells glowed again, the cracks deepening. Jon shoved Viserys backward, sending him sprawling. The older Targaryen cursed, clawing at the dirt. He rose, fury burning in his eyes, but for a moment, he froze at the sight unfolding. A sharp crack reverberated. The green and gold eggs shell split, small fragments flaking off, revealing a wet, scaly muzzle pushing outward. A high-pitched squeal cut through the roar of flames. Daenerys gasped in wonder, cradling the hatching creature. Tormund exclaimed, "It lives!" Meanwhile, the cream and blue egg shuddered, its cracks spreading in a network of fissures. The red-black egg seemed slower to respond, but its shell glowed an ominous hue. 3 unborn dragons were emerging under the combined heat of braziers, oil, and R'hlloreth's invocation. Viserys stared in disbelief. "Dragons!" His voice trembled. "They're truly alive?" He took a faltering step forward, but Jon blocked him with an outstretched arm, no longer needing to brandish a sword. The spectacle alone kept Viserys rooted. The older Targaryen's mouth hung open, eyes flicking from Daenerys to the tiny hatchling wriggling in her arms. The creature was small, no bigger than a cat, slick with embryonic fluid, but it blinked shining eyes and hissed softly. Then, as if sensing its mother, it snuggled against Daenerys' chest. Tormund hurried to the second egg, which now cracked wide, revealing a pale, serpentine shape with faint bluish undertones. Its wings, still damp, twitched in the warm air. It let out a piercing cry. Daenerys, tears of awe streaming, reached out to gently stroke its scaly neck, cooing soothing words. Jon stood over them protectively, ensuring no more disruptions. The braziers flared again, as if exulting in R'hlloreth's triumph. A moment later, the final egg broke from within, shards flaking away in a cascade. The red-black hatchling tumbled free, letting out a shrill shriek. It flailed briefly until Daenerys gathered it up, bundling it with the others. The 3 baby dragons squeaked and hissed, spitting tiny jets of flame no bigger than a candle's flicker. A wild laugh escaped Daenerys' lips, part joy, part disbelief. Tormund sank to his knees, chanting a litany of gratitude to the Lord of Light. Jon, heart pounding, knelt beside Daenerys, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. The hush of this miracle enveloped them. Viserys, pale as a sheet, shuffled closer. He gazed upon the hatchlings, eyes shining with a mixture of awe and envy. They're real," he breathed. "We have dragons again. We can retake the 7 kingdoms. The realm will tremble." He reached out as if to stroke one, but Daenerys instinctively pulled back. A wounded look crossed his face. Then his expression hardened. "No matter. They belong to House Targaryen. At last, we have the means to crush our enemies." Daenerys's chest rose and fell with excitement. The hatchlings squirmed against her warmth, occasionally snapping at each other with needle-like teeth. "They are my children," she whispered, tears drying on her cheeks. "Our children if we stand as one house. But I won't let them be twisted into instruments of cruelty." Viserys' lips curved in a half-snarl, half-smile. Spoken like a naive girl. "War is cruel. The dragons will do as we command." Jon glared. "She is right. We must be better than the past that destroyed our lineage. These hatchlings have the capacity for terrible destruction, but also for protecting the innocent. If you try to replicate the worst of our father's tyranny, you'll find me and my own dragon standing in your path." He watched the flicker of fear cross Viserys' features. The older Targaryen had glimpsed Shadowfire only once and remained haunted by that vision of unstoppable might. Tormund rose, dusting soot from his robes. "My lord, my lady," he addressed them quietly. "The Lord of Light has blessed this night. Let us not soil it with threats. Each dragon is a miracle. Let us rejoice and plan how best to preserve them." The tiny dragons hissed collectively, as if acknowledging his words. Daenerys nodded, her eyes never leaving the squirming trio in her arms. The green and gold one clambered up to her shoulder, hooking its claws in her robe. The cream and blue nuzzled her neck. The red-black one rummaged in the folds of cloth for warmth. A soft laugh escaped her. "I must keep them warm. I remember reading that hatchlings need constant heat in their early days." She glanced at Jon. "Shadowfire was large from the start, yes?" Jon shook his head, recalling those first days. He was about this size, though he grew alarmingly fast once he started devouring meat and absorbing the flames of braziers. Expect them to double in size within weeks if they're fed well. The stronger they grow, the more unstoppable they become. Viserys' eyes gleamed. "Perfect. Then we must see them fed daily on fresh meat. We'll shield them from prying eyes until they can defend themselves. Once they're large enough to be recognized, no man in the Seven Kingdoms will dare stand against me. Not even the usurper." Daenerys closed her eyes briefly. "They are not weapons alone, brother. They are living beings, bound to me to all Targaryen blood. If you try to harness them for blind slaughter, you risk repeating the madness that doomed our house." Viserys' temper flared again, but Jon's stern gaze held him in check. The older Targaryen, lips pressed thin, finally nodded stiffly. "Fine, but do not deny me my rightful place as their king. I will rule and they will obey." Then he turned to Tormund. "Priest, you have served well. I will see to it that you are rewarded when I reclaim the throne." Tormund merely lowered his head in polite acknowledgement. "The Lord of Light guides me. I need no gold from mortal kings. But if your dragons guard the living rather than wreak senseless devastation, that alone is thanks enough." The crackle of the dying flames punctuated this charged conversation. Illyrio's guards looked on in astonishment, realizing these lumps of flesh were actual living dragons. Jon worried that word might spread. He stepped forward, addressing the men with quiet authority. "If you value your lives, speak no word of what you've seen. Magister ill." They nodded, fear and awe etched on their faces. The group doused the braziers, leaving the ground singed but not ablaze. Daenerys carefully wrapped the newborn dragons, who squalled in protest at being moved from the warmth. She consoled them with a gentle murmur. Tormund assisted by sprinkling a few last drops of sacred oil to finalize the ceremony. Then, under the cover of darkness, they retreated to the cart. Viserys insisted on riding alongside, as though to guard the precious new Targaryen trump cards. Daenerys ignored his posturing, focusing on the hatchlings, coaxing them with quiet words. Jon and Tormund exchanged relieved glances. The ritual had succeeded, though not without conflict. House Targaryen now possessed 4 living dragons, counting Shadowfire, but the road ahead seemed more perilous than ever. When they reached Illyrio's manse, dawn was nearly breaking. The sky glowed pale orange. They slipped in through a side gate, the guards too bleary-eyed to question much. Daenerys carried the dragons up to her chamber, yawning from exhaustion yet too thrilled to rest. Viserys followed, jabbering about feeding them. Jon accompanied them, wary that Viserys might try something rash. Tormund trailed behind, drained by the ceremony, but quietly exultant. Inside Daenerys' chamber, they arranged a warm corner near a brazier. The hatchlings stirred, mewling for food. A pair of startled slave girls arrived with trays of scraps from the kitchen, and Daenerys fed each dragon by hand, guiding them to swallow tiny morsels of raw meat. Viserys hovered, occasionally letting one nibble from his fingers, though the creatures hissed at him. Jon observed, recalling the early days of feeding Shadowfire. Even then, the bond between dragon and caretaker was crucial. He noted how the hatchlings seemed drawn to Daenerys' scent, her warmth. They recognized her as mother. Viserys, trying to impose his will, found only resentment in their eyes. Soon the dragons curled up around Daenerys' feet, dozing in a small heap. She stroked their heads tenderly. Viserys' expression flickered between envy and grudging admiration. Then Illyrio's distinctive voice echoed from the hallway, calling Daenerys' name. It seemed news of their nighttime escapade had reached him. Within moments, the Magister burst into the chamber, bejeweled rings clacking. He froze at the sight of the scaly creatures huddled around Daenerys, eyes wide as dinner plates. "By the gods," he breathed. "Living dragons. How can this be?" Daenerys pressed a finger to her lips. "Quiet, please. They are newborn. We must be discreet." Illyrio's astonishment morphed into a delighted grin. "This is incredible, my dear princess. Truly, you have accomplished what the world thought impossible. House Targaryen indeed returns to greatness." He rushed forward to examine the hatchlings, though he stopped short of touching them. "We must rejoice. Imagine the fortune if you reveal them to supporters across Essos." Jon stepped into view. "Fortune must wait. If word spreads too soon, we'll be flooded by spies, assassins, and opportunists. The realm is not ready." Illyrio clucked. "I see your point. Still, we can use them to negotiate powerful alliances. The Golden Company, for instance, veterans who revere the Targaryen legacy, or Volantine factions that might supply ships. Let us not squander this advantage." Daenerys fixed Illyrio with a measured look. "In time, perhaps. For now, they are fragile. They require warmth, feeding, and calm. Any rash display could kill them or invite sabotage. Promise me you will keep this secret, Magister." He bowed, hand over his heart. "You have my solemn vow, Princess. Illyrio Mopatis is no fool. This secret remains safe, and I shall do all in my power to assist." Despite his flowery words, Jon saw the gleam of ambition in the Magister's eyes. The man likely already imagined how he could profit from raising 3 dragons under his roof. Tension crackled in the air. Viserys scowled, presumably feeling overshadowed by Daenerys. Tormund withdrew to a corner, slumping in a chair as the fatigue of the ritual caught up with him. "All that matters is they live," Daenerys said quietly, stroking the green hatchling's back. It let out a tiny squeak, nuzzling her finger. "We can decide how to proceed once they're stronger." Illyrio bustled about, ordering a small host of slaves to bring fresh coals, raw meat, and warm blankets. Viserys contributed nothing but a surly expression, crossing his arms. Jon stepped aside to help Daenerys create a makeshift nest, layering cushions by the brazier. The dragons scrambled around, testing their infant wings. The green one flapped, toppling over. The cream blue snapped at it, seeming irritated. The red-black hissed, spitting a feeble flame that singed a corner of the blanket. Daenerys laughed softly, enthralled. Even Jon felt a stirring of wonder. These were the first new dragons in an age, aside from Shadowfire, who soared alone near Braavos. It was a moment of history unfolding in the hush of early morning. As the sun fully rose, they scattered to handle their own tasks. Illyrio promised to double the estate's guard, though discreetly, to prevent rumor from leaking. Tormund retreated to rest, exhausted from channeling R'hlloreth's power. Viserys and Daenerys argued about naming the hatchlings. He insisted on grand historical Targaryen references, while she favored subtle tributes to those they had lost. Jon listened without interfering, more concerned about the next steps. Word of multiple hatchlings, plus the enormous shadowfire, would send shockwaves across the realm if leaked. Could they truly unify around a single Targaryen banner, or would Viserys' arrogance splinter them? That afternoon, Viserys cornered Jon in the courtyard. The older Targaryen wore a forced grin. "Nephew, we have 4 dragons now, counting your black monstrosity. House Targaryen can truly conquer. If we strike swiftly, we can recruit an army, sail west, and dethrone the usurper. Think of it." Jon squared his shoulders. "The dragons are newborn, Viserys. They need time to grow. Shadowfire alone is formidable, but the realm stands vast. A direct assault would be reckless. We must gather allies methodically." Viserys jabbed a finger in Jon's chest. "You caution while Robert Baratheon sits on our throne. If you won't seize the moment, I will. Mark me, once those hatchlings grow strong enough to fly, I'll lead them in retribution. I've waited too long." Jon brushed aside his hand. "And if you lead them into a slaughter and lose them, House Targaryen's last hope dies. Your thirst for vengeance blinds you. Daenerys sees that these creatures are more than weapons. Be wise or be undone." Viserys flinched, eyes wild. Then he turned on his heel, storming out, muttering curses. Jon rubbed his temples, frustrated that unity remained so fragile. He found Daenerys in her chamber, feeding the hatchlings again. They devoured scraps greedily, mewling for more. She had devised small collars of cloth to keep them identifiable. Green for the emerald one, cream for the pale one, crimson for the black-red. Each sported distinct personalities, hissing or chirping in different ways. A tapestry of old Valyria hung nearby, depicting dragons soaring above a burning city. The parallel was not lost on Jon. He gently helped her portion out morsels of raw lamb. She glanced at him, expression worried. "Viserys is furious?" "As always," Jon said. "He wants to rush into war the moment these hatchlings can fly. Doesn't understand they might need months, likely years, before they approach the size needed for real battle. He's lost in fantasies." She nodded, stroking the green hatchling's spine. It emitted a contented rumble. "He sees them as a means to an end. I see them as a beginning." Her voice grew soft, reflective. "A beginning for our house, reborn not in terror but in something better. If only my brother would learn that. He's so bitter." Jon suppressed the urge to denounce Viserys outright. "Perhaps time will temper him, or your leadership will overshadow his. He might hate that, but if you handle the dragons properly, they'll respect you. And respect means control." She smiled, though sadness tinged her eyes. "I never wished to usurp him, but the dragons chose me. They sense something in me. Maybe it is my fate." Jon's mind drifted to Ned Stark and the lies that had shaped his life. Fate could be a harsh mistress. He nodded, letting Daenerys' gentle devotion to the hatchling speak for itself. Days passed. The newborn dragons grew faster than any normal creature, devouring meat with gluttonous appetites. Their wings, initially damp and fragile, dried and strengthened, allowing them brief flutters around Daenerys' chamber. She took them out to the courtyard occasionally, letting them soak in the sun, while Illyrio's guards cordoned off the area. Viserys hovered, complaining that they should be displayed to potential allies, but Daenerys refused, focusing on their well-being. Torrhen prayed to Lawler for continuing vitality. Jon, meanwhile, weighed how to unify the Targaryens. One morning, Daenerys invited Jon to witness the dragon's first attempt at open-air flight in a walled section of Illyrio's gardens. The walls rose high, ensuring privacy. She set each hatchling on a sun-warmed stone. They flapped awkwardly, uncertain how to manage their wings. The cream and blue fluttered a few feet, landing ungracefully in a potted plant. The green one soared briefly before colliding with a hedge, squeaking indignantly. The black-red let out a testy hiss, refusing to budge. Daenerys giggled, helping them up. Jon watched with quiet awe, recalling Shadowfire's first flight. Suddenly, Viserys burst into the garden, accompanied by Illyrio. The older Targaryen wore a triumphant smirk. "Sister Aegon, we have visitors, representatives of the Golden Company. They sail to Pentos within days. We must show them the dragons. They will pledge to restore me to the throne on the spot." Daenerys bristled, gently gathering the hatchlings. "They are not ready to be showcased. We risk rumors flooding the city." "I told you that." Viserys rolled his eyes. "Secrecy is pointless now. Word will leak eventually. The Golden Company are Targaryen loyalists. We must harness their might at once." Jon stepped forward. "A single rumor could bring assassins from Westeros, or from unscrupulous lords in Essos. We must remain cautious." Viserys sneered. "You coddle them like pets. They are dragons, weapons. The Golden Company might be persuaded to march under our banner if they see living proof of Targaryen fire. Let me show them the green or the black one, just enough to spark their awe." Daenerys shook her head. "No, they are hatchlings, too vulnerable. If you parade them, you risk someone capturing or killing them for a bounty. Remember how the realm hates Targaryens." Viserys looked ready to lash out, but Illyrio intervened with a conciliatory tone. "My prince, my princess, perhaps there is a middle ground. The Golden Company's leaders are discreet. We might present them with a glimpse, a single trusted captain or commander, in a controlled environment. If the result is a pledge of support, it might be worth the risk." Jon cursed under his breath. He loathed exposing the dragons so soon, but Illyrio had a knack for forging alliances. Daenerys' eyes flicked to Jon, seeking input. Sighing, he said, "If we do it, it must be extremely secret, and only one hatchling. Keep the others hidden. Let them see enough to confirm the rumor without endangering them all." Viserys latched onto that compromise, nodding eagerly. "Yes, one is enough. That green and gold one is quite striking. We'll show them it. Once they see the truth, they'll kneel." Daenerys bit her lip. "All right, but I will handle it. The hatchling trusts me. If anything goes wrong, we hide it immediately." Illyrio rubbed his hands together. "I'll arrange the meeting discreetly. The Golden Company men trust me. We shall do it here in the garden at dusk with minimal witnesses." Viserys tried to exude regal confidence, ignoring Daenerys' anxious frown. Jon placed a reassuring hand on her arm. "We'll watch closely. If any threat arises, we end the demonstration." She nodded, picking up the green hatchling, which chirped at her touch. Illyrio hurried off to make preparations, with Viserys trailing behind, ranting about how this was the moment they'd been waiting for. Once alone, Daenerys sighed, letting the dragon nibble her sleeve. "I hate parading them like tokens, but if it guarantees an alliance, maybe we can avert a worse fate down the road." Jon understood. "We do what we must to ensure their survival. I'll be by your side, along with Torrhem if needed." That evening, as the sky darkened to purple, they gathered in the walled garden. Daenerys stood at the center, the green hatchling perched on her forearm, wings half spread. Torchlight flickered along the walls, illuminating the creature's iridescent scales. Viserys and Illyrio hovered near the entrance, awaiting their guests. Jon and Torrhem lingered in the shadows, ready to intervene. The other two hatchlings remained locked in Daenerys' chamber, guarded by a pair of loyal freedmen who had come with Jon from Volantis. The hush of anticipation settled over them. At last, the gate opened, admitting two men in subdued leather armor, accompanied by a single torch-bearing aide. They were grizzled, with the casual poise of experienced sellswords. Illyrio introduced them politely as captains in the Golden Company. They bowed stiffly to Viserys and Daenerys, eyes scanning the garden. "We have heard rumors of your lineage," one said. "If you truly hold the blood of the dragon, we might have cause to speak further." Viserys cleared his throat. "We hold more than rumors. Behold." He gestured to Daenerys. She carefully lifted the hatchling so that torchlight played across its scales. The sellswords froze, expressions shifting to raw astonishment. One whispered, "Gods be good! A living dragon." The creature hissed, flapping tiny wings. A faint wisp of flame flickered from its maw. The men recoiled at first, then took a cautious step closer. Daenerys murmured softly, calming the hatchling. The captains exchanged glances, clearly rattled. "This changes everything," the older one said. "We have always marched under the banner of Targaryen exiles, but none have offered living proof that the dragons could return." Viserys preened, stepping forward. "And now you see, House Targaryen's might rises again. With more time, we can field multiple dragons. Will you join us? Pledge your swords to my rightful cause as King of Westeros." The captains, still transfixed by the hatchling, hesitated. "We must confer with our commander," one said. "But I'd wager many among the Golden Company will see this as a sign. Still, we will need gold, resources, a plan. Dragons alone do not guarantee victory." Viserys bristled at the mention of practicalities, but Daenerys intervened gently. "We understand. We do not ask for blind devotion. We only ask that you recognize the truth, that the Targaryen line lives and wields the fire of old Valyria. We can discuss terms, but let us keep this revelation secret. If Robert Baratheon learns too soon, we risk sabotage." The older captain inclined his head. "Agreed. We value caution. Show us how to contact you privately, and we shall bring word. But I say this, you have our interest, if nothing else." Viserys looked ready to crow victory, but Jon caught his eye with a warning glare. The older Targaryen forced a more measured nod. "Very well. Speak with your commander. Return here in 2 nights' time. We can finalize an alliance that will topple the usurper." The visitors nodded, taking a final, lingering look at the hatchling. It squawked indignantly, turning away to burrow against Daenerys' chest. Then Illyrio led them out, the gate closing behind them with a thud. A tense hush remained. Daenerys exhaled, carefully petting the dragon's neck. "They seemed convinced," she murmured. "Do you think they'll keep the secret?" Jon shrugged. "Likely they will if they see profit and victory in it. The Golden Company is known for discipline, but rumors can slip. We must remain on guard." Viserys stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "This is the turning point, sister. They believe. Soon we'll have an army at our backs, enough to sail west. With your 3 dragons and my rightful claim, Robert will kneel or burn." Daenerys frowned at his bloodthirsty tone but said nothing. She turned to Jon. "We should return the hatchling to its siblings. They must be hungry." Jon nodded. As they headed inside, Tormund joined them, whispering thanks to Lawler for another step forward. Still, Jon felt uneasy. The Targaryen cause had advanced, but precariously. The hatchlings, so vulnerable, were now the focus of both adoration and ambition. Viserys' hunger for revenge, Illyrio's thirst for influence, the Golden Company's desire for profit. Any could lead to betrayal if not carefully managed. And overshadowing everything was the silent giant, Shadowfire, waiting near Braavos. For dragons in the world, the realm might shake apart when word inevitably spread. Over the next week, the Golden Company captains visited twice more in secrecy, each time glimpsing the green hatchling's growth. They promised support if the Targaryens gathered enough coin and if the dragons continued to thrive. Viserys bragged incessantly, though Daenerys insisted that the other 2 hatchlings remain hidden. Meanwhile, the cream and blue developed a fierce temperament, snapping at Viserys when he tried to handle it, drawing blood from his finger. Daenerys reprimanded him for clumsy handling, which only fueled his resentment. The red-black remained aloof, clinging to Daenerys' side but growling at anyone else. Tormund supervised daily braziers to keep them warm, while Daenerys fed them a steady supply of raw lamb and fish. Illyrio's estate bustled with quiet excitement, though some slaves whispered that devils had been unleashed. One afternoon, Varys arrived unexpectedly from Braavos. He and Jon conferred privately in a tucked-away corridor, the spider looking grave. Word has reached King's Landing of some unusual happenings in Essos, though no direct mention of dragons yet. But the rumor mill is turning, especially with the Golden Company stirring. "We must keep your secrets carefully." Jon nodded. "We're trying." The Golden Company's partial involvement is dangerous, but we need them. Daenerys and Viserys have new hatchlings that are developing rapidly. If Robert learns of them now, he may send assassins across the sea. Varys stroked his chin. We must manage the flow of rumors. I'll do what I can to muddy the waters. Perhaps suggest the Golden Company is chasing a false Targaryen. But be prepared, dear boy. The tide of truth may break free any day. Jon thought of Shadowfire again, longing to bring the great dragon south, so Daenerys' trio wouldn't stand alone. Yet doing so might reveal too much. The freedman had reported that Shadowfire was growing impatient, hunting whales near the coast, occasionally terrifying local fishermen. Varys seemed to read Jon's thoughts. Have you considered relocating the Black Beast? If the Golden Company sees it, they'll be doubly certain of your cause. Jon frowned. Viserys might demand we assault Westeros immediately. Daenerys wants to raise her hatchlings in peace for a while longer. The city of Pentos might panic at the sight of that monstrous creature overhead. I remain torn. Varys's gaze softened. Such is the burden of uniting Targaryens. Meanwhile, be sure none in Illyrio's house speak out of turn. A single rumor of newly hatched dragons will bring every curious soul in Essos to your doorstep. That night, Daenerys invited Jon, Tormund, and Varys to a private supper in her chamber. The three hatchlings scurried around, making squeaky roars. Viserys had been excluded. His constant diatribes about war had frayed Daenerys' patience. She served simple fare from a side table, letting them observe the dragons up close. Varys, seeing them for the first time, was uncharacteristically silent, bowing to Daenerys as though acknowledging a queen. They are wondrous indeed, he finally whispered. You have done the impossible. Daenerys stroked the green one's head. Not I alone. Tormund invoked R'hllor, and Jon guided me with his experience. We owe them life. She smiled at Jon, who felt a faint warmth in his cheeks. Varys sipped his wine. I can hardly imagine King Robert's reaction if he knew. The realm would recoil in fear or scramble to align with you. War might erupt in a blink. Tormund folded his hands. We must ensure they serve the living, not destruction. The Lord of Light has gifted them to fight the darkness, if the old prophecies hold true. Jon raised an eyebrow. Darkness beyond mortal war, you mean? White Walkers or some other threat in the far north? I recall half-forgotten tales from Winterfell. But do you truly believe that's their purpose? Tormund nodded solemnly. I do. Fire must stand against ice. But that is a future matter. For now, we guard them from men who would exploit them for lesser feuds. Daenerys looked thoughtful, gazing at the dragons. I never asked for such power, but here it is. Perhaps we can unify Essos' better side, like you once did in Volantis, Jon, and then cross the sea with justice, not blind conquest. Even if Viserys objects. They continued talking late into the night, forging a quiet bond. Varys offered to help arrange a safer route to move the dragons if Pentos grew too dangerous. Tormund pledged unwavering vigilance. Jon assured Daenerys that Shadowfire remained her ally if the moment arose to reveal him. By the time they parted, Daenerys seemed reassured. The path was far from clear, but she was not alone. Morning light brought new turmoil. A messenger from the Golden Company arrived, urgent and grim. He asked for a private audience with Viserys, Daenerys, and Illyrio. Jon insisted on attending. They convened in a side hall, the dragons hidden away. The messenger reported that another Sellsword faction had caught wind of strange events in Pentos, suspecting Targaryen activity. They threatened to sabotage the Golden Company's interest unless suitably bribed. Illyrio cursed at the mention of a black market price on Targaryen heads, which soared whenever rumors stirred. Daenerys paled, gripping Jon's arm. If assassins came hunting the new hatchlings, they might discover the truth. Viserys slammed a fist on the table, ranting about worthless mercenaries. Eventually, they decided to pay hush money for now, though Illyrio suspected more demands would follow. As the day wore on, tension escalated. Viserys stormed about, snapping at slaves, demanding that Daenerys help him plan an immediate voyage west. She refused, insisting the dragons were too young. Jon tried to calm them both. Tormund prayed in the courtyard, burning incense to keep the hatchling's presence hidden. Varys hovered, gleaning tidbits of rumor swirling through Pentos. The city's mood was unsettled, with strange murmurs about new devils or a second doom of Valyria. A shadow seemed to loom over their delicate operation. At dusk, as Jon walked near the stables, he found Viserys shouting at Illyrio's stable hands. The older Targaryen spotted Jon and marched over, face twisted in fury. "This is your doing," he spat, coddling Daenerys, giving her all the power. "She has the dragons now. I'm locked out. My rightful claim is overshadowed." Jon took a measured breath. "You share the house name, the throne claim, but the dragons respond to her because she nurtured them. You're free to help raise them if you show care, not just thirst for conquest." Viserys sneered. "You pretend to guide me, bastard, but you hold a bigger dragon near Braavos, one that dwarfs the hatchlings. You keep it secret. You plot to crown yourself on the ashes of my father's dynasty." Jon's patience frayed. "I've told you we must stand together. If you persist in pitting yourself against Daenerys, you'll lose everything. The dragons choose their mother, not a tyrant." Viserys' eyes flickered with resentful tears, though he quickly masked them. "She was a child when we fled King's Landing. I protected her. Now she forgets who is king. If she thinks to usurp me, You'll do what?" Jon interjected, bristling. "Attack her while she holds 3 dragons? You saw them hatch. They obey her call. If you try something vile, they will incinerate you." The older man recoiled. You wouldn't let that happen. She's my sister and you're my nephew. Or so you claim." Jon fought an urge to lash out physically. "You force my hand. Enough. If you have any sense, you'll realize a Targaryen feud is the last thing we need. Stop antagonizing her or face the consequences." Viserys stood trembling, rage and fear warring on his features. Then he turned on his heel and stalked off, muttering curses. Jon exhaled. The fragile alliance teetered once more. If Viserys snapped further, he might sabotage them all. The next day, Daenerys confided in Jon that her brother had threatened to show the dragons publicly if she didn't comply with his demands for immediate war. She was rattled, uncertain how to handle his unpredictability. Jon urged her to remain resolute, to reassure him they all wanted to reclaim the throne, just not suicidally. Tension climaxed one afternoon when Daenerys discovered Viserys rummaging through her chamber, apparently trying to seize the red-black hatchling for a demonstration to new potential allies. The infant dragon hissed and snapped at him, scorching his wrist with a flicker of flame. Daenerys caught him in the act, shrieking in alarm. Jon arrived, drawn by the commotion. Viserys, cursing and cradling his burn, demanded the hatchling. Daenerys stood firm, proclaiming that if he touched them again without her leave, she would unleash them upon him. Jon stood behind her, sword at his side, silent but ready to intervene. Viserys, pale-faced and nursing his wound, fled the room. Later, she told Jon in a trembling voice, "I won't let him torment them. He thinks he can brandish them like trophies, but they respond to me. I won't yield." Jon nodded, pride warring with sympathy. "You're their mother. He's a fool to test that bond. If we must lock him out entirely, so be it." Varys and Illyrio tried to mediate, but Viserys' arrogance had spiraled into bitterness. They recognized that a rift in House Targaryen might be inevitable if he refused to adapt. Meanwhile, the Golden Company captains pressed for a final decision on whether to mobilize, noting that each day increased the risk of discovery. Daenerys hesitated, not wanting to move the dragons too soon. Jon debated whether to bring Shadowfire to Pentos for a show of power, but worried the massive beast might terrorize the city, spurring local unrest. The delicate balancing act threatened to collapse. One night, as Daenerys fed the hatchlings, Tormund approached quietly. "You stand at a crossroads," he told her. "Choose unity or chaos. Your brother's path leads to discord." The Lord of Light's flames show me glimpses of a new dawn if you and Aegon stand together. But Viserys is lost in shadows. If he cannot accept your role, he may bring doom upon us." Daenerys looked pained. "He is my brother. I cannot simply cast him aside. Yet I feel him slipping further away." Her eyes drifted to the dragons, who chirped contentedly. "They are my hope. House Targaryen must not fracture again." Tormund nodded. "Pray that he sees reason before it is too late. If not, R'hlloreth's flame may consume all who stand in the path of destiny." Days turned to weeks. The hatchlings doubled in size, feisty and curious, prowling Daenerys's chamber and occasionally scorching furniture. She practiced basic commands in High Valyrian, guiding them to accept small harnesses for safety. Illyrio arranged secret visits from certain Pentoshi lords, each sworn to silence upon glimpsing a single hatchling. The hush of excitement spread. Viserys, overshadowed, became increasingly volatile. Jon spent more time with Daenerys, forging a rapport that blended admiration, mutual caution, and perhaps the first glimmers of deeper affection. He never forgot, though, that blood ties and the cause of House Targaryen overshadowed personal sentiments. Meanwhile, Shadowfire still waited beyond Braavos. Jon sometimes dreamed of riding the colossal beast into Pentos, scattering illusions. But the realm's readiness for 4 living dragons was questionable. One sultry evening, Daenerys found Jon pacing outside her chamber, the warm air heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers. She invited him in, revealing that the green hatchling had begun short flights around the courtyard. The other 2 followed suit, gliding from column to column. She laughed at their clumsy landings, though each day they improved. Jon smiled, tension easing momentarily. For a while, they simply watched the young dragons frolic, relishing the simple wonder of their existence. Then Daenerys spoke softly. "If these 3 grow to a fraction of your Shadowfire's size, we'll be unstoppable. I only hope we use that power for good." Jon rested a hand on her shoulder. "We must. The realm deserves better than a second Mad King. If Viserys persists, we may face him with or without Robert's interference." Daenerys grimaced at the thought. The red-black hatchling waddled over, sniffing Jon's boots, as though sensing his Targaryen blood. It blinked, letting out a purring hiss. He crouched and tentatively scratched its chin. "They're quite something, aren't they?" he murmured, heart swelling with awe. "They hold the potential to shape an era." Daenerys knelt too, the other dragons gathering. "I never imagined such a gift. The day Mopatis presented those eggs, I saw them as curiosities. But deep down, a voice told me to believe." She cast him a sidelong look. "Your presence made them glow. Tormund believes your Targaryen heritage helped kindle them." He nodded. "Yes, we share that bond. Perhaps that is the truest power of House Targaryen, our capacity to awaken dragons from stone." They lingered until the dragons dozed in a warm heap. Then Daenerys rose, meeting Jon's eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, "for all your help, for standing by me against my brother when I needed it. If we are to unite our house, it will be because men like you tempered old grudges." Jon felt a tingle at her gratitude. "I serve the realm's best interests, and perhaps I serve you," he said quietly, surprising himself with the confession. A ghost of a smile touched her lips, but she said nothing more, merely inclining her head. In that moment, the burdens of lineage and prophecy fell away, replaced by a fragile sense of connection. Yet as the days progressed, the fragile peace wavered anew. Viserys demanded a formal oath from Daenerys that she recognized him as her king, wanting it in writing to show potential allies. She refused, stating the dragons chose her. Their argument ended with shouting, and Daenerys locked him out of her chamber again. Illyrio tried to play mediator, but Viserys was too entrenched in resentment. The Golden Company grew impatient, suspecting internal strife. Varys warned that King Robert's spies might soon pick up on Pentos's unusual secrecy. Tensions mounted like storm clouds on the horizon. Late one night, Jon awakened to frantic pounding on his door. A breathless guard reported that Viserys had forced entry into Daenerys's chamber, threatening to whisk away the red-black hatchling. Jon dashed through the corridors, sword in hand. He arrived to find Daenerys cornered, the three dragons spitting tiny flames at a furious Viserys. Tormund stood by, praying, seemingly unsure how to intervene physically. Illyrio's guards hung back, intimidated by the Targaryen feud. The hatchlings hissed, scales raised, wings flared. Daenerys clutched a long poker from the brazier, trying to keep Viserys at bay. "You traitorous sow!" Viserys spat at Daenerys, brandishing a dagger. "You'd hoard them for yourself. Deny me my birthright. I am your king. These dragons obey me or none." Daenerys's voice shook. "They obey me because I nurtured them. You come with threats. Release that hatchling." Indeed, he had seized the red-black by the tail, ignoring its frantic attempts to claw free. Jon stepped in, sword leveled. "Let it go, Viserys, or you'll lose that hand." Viserys glowered, madness flickering in his eyes. "You wouldn't dare harm me. We share the same blood." Daenerys took a step forward, brandishing the poker. "I might, brother. Put the dragon down." The hatchling let out a pained screech. Tormund prayed louder, calling on Lawloress protection. Viserys froze, seeing the fury in Daenerys's gaze and the lethal calm in Jon's. The hatchling snapped at his arm, drawing blood. He cursed, releasing it. Daenerys rushed forward, scooping it up. The creature whimpered, a tiny burn mark on its flank from Viserys' clumsy hold. Daenerys's anger flared, tears in her eyes. "You heard it. How dare you call yourself a Targaryen?" Viserys, bleeding from his arm, glared at her and at Jon. "This house has no future if you betray me, sister. Do not think your dragons or his black monster place you above me. I am the king. You will regret scorning me." Jon stepped closer, blade glinting. "Leave now. If you ever lay hands on them again, I swear you will face not only me, but Daenerys, her dragons, and Shadowfire." For a moment it seemed Viserys might attack. Then he deflated, staggering back, clutching his arm. Illyrio's guards parted, letting him storm out. Daenerys sank onto her bed, clutching the wounded hatchling, tears brimming. Tormund whispered a healing prayer, though it was likely comfort more than magic. Jon sheathed his sword, heart pounding. The house was irreparably fractured. Daenerys cradled the trembling dragon. The other two squeaked anxiously. She wiped her tears, fury etched in her features. "I'm done trying to appease him. If he comes near them again, I'll let them burn him." Jon nodded grimly. "He has lost all reason. We must protect you and the hatchlings at all costs. If that means banishing him, so be it." Tormund murmured a final prayer. Lawloress flame reveals truth. A line is drawn. Choose the path that ensures life, not madness. So ended the last vestige of hope that Viserys might cooperate willingly. Daenerys resolved to keep her dragons close, never again letting him approach. Illyrio, upon hearing of the confrontation, lamented that the Targaryen cause risked collapse from internal strife. Varys suggested removing Viserys from the estate, sending him on some diplomatic ruse, but the older Targaryen refused to leave. He roamed Pentos by day, presumably seeking unscrupulous allies of his own. Daenerys posted freedman guards at her chamber door at all hours. The hatchlings slowly recovered from their fright, especially the red-black, which bore a scar on its flank from Viserys' grip. Amid the chaos, the Golden Company captains returned, expecting progress. They sensed tension, though Daenerys tried to present a calm facade. The mercenaries asked about a timeline for sailing west. Daenerys admitted the dragons needed more growth, and gold remained scarce. Viserys was conspicuously absent from the meeting, fueling the captains' doubts. They left with lukewarm promises, no longer sure of the Targaryen cohesion. Daenerys apologized to Jon afterward, tears of frustration in her eyes. "Everything unravels," she whispered. "My brother is lost, and we have no immediate path forward. The hatchlings are the future, but they can't save us yet." Jon placed a reassuring hand on her arm. You have allies here, Illyrio, Varys, me, your freedmen. The dragons remain your greatest hope. We must endure this rough patch. In time, we might move the hatchlings to a safer place, away from your brother's sabotage." Daenerys inhaled, summoning her courage. "Yes, perhaps we should join your Shadowfire beyond Braavos. A remote location would let them grow without scrutiny." He nodded, thoughts spinning with the logistics of reuniting them. "We can plan that. We just need to slip away from Pentos quietly, keep Viserys from interfering." She clutched his hand, eyes fierce. "Then let's do it soon. I refuse to see them harmed again." He squeezed her fingers gently, forging a silent pact. Over the next few days, they conspired quietly. Varys agreed to secure a ship at a lesser-known Pentoshi dock. Illyrio promised provisions for the journey, though he insisted on vague claims that he'd reap the rewards later. Tormund stood ready to help with ceremonies to keep the hatchlings calm during travel. The freedmen guards were loyal, willing to fight if Viserys tried to stop them. Daenerys prepared the dragons, ensuring they were strong enough for a short sea journey. Meanwhile, Viserys fumed in the background, lurking like a storm cloud. At times, he seemed suspicious but never managed to discover the exact plan. Finally, one moonless night, they made their move. Daenerys, Jon, Tormund, and the freedmen escorted the three hatchlings in discreet crates lined with warm furs. Varys led the way through side gates and quiet alleys. Illyrio waved them off, wearing a disappointed but resigned expression. The Targaryens left behind a note for Viserys, stating only that they sought a safer haven for the dragons. If he wished to follow eventually, he could, on their terms. In truth, Daenerys doubted he'd ever truly join them in harmony, but she refused to kill him, hoping that one day he might relent. They boarded a small, swift ship with black sails, which slipped out of Pentos harbor in silence. The dragons squawked at the unfamiliar sway of the boat, but Daenerys soothed them. Jon paced the deck, scanning the dark horizon. Tormund prayed at the prow, thanking R'hllor for guiding them thus far. Varys oversaw the crew's hush, ensuring no gossip spread. By dawn, they were well at sea, sails catching a brisk wind that bore them northward. Their destination, the lonely coastline near Braavos, where Shadowfire waited. For dragons would be united under Daenerys and Jon's watchful care. A new chapter began. Days later, they spotted the Titan of Braavos rising on the horizon. Jon's heart pounded with anticipation. Soon, Daenerys and her trio of hatchlings would meet Shadowfire, forging a living testament to House Targaryen's revival. The realm beyond had no inkling of the gathering storm. Robert Baratheon feasted in King's Landing, believing the Targaryens scattered or powerless. Other lords squabbled in minor feuds, ignoring the bigger threat. Yet in a hidden cove near Braavos, for dragons would converge, and the fates of kings and kingdoms would tremble. Daenerys, clutching the green hatchling to her breast, stood at the rail beside Jon, the wind tossing her silver-gold hair. She cast him a hopeful smile. "We are free now," she whispered, "free to shape our destiny." Jon nodded, touched by her resolve. "Yes, and with these dragons, we can strive for a better realm than the one our ancestors left behind." She leaned against him, letting that quiet promise fill the hush. The ship pressed onward through the waves, carrying them toward a dawn that might birth an era of dragons anew, if they could survive the storms ahead. Jon often replayed the Red Priest's rambling words in his mind, warnings about dragons, wars, and a realm on the brink. Perhaps it was the man's fervor that had lent those prophecies a gloss of immediacy. Yet here they stood, in a time and place where not all the predictions aligned. Daenerys Targaryen had indeed hatched her dragons, but the war the Red Priest predicted in Westeros had not come to pass. Instead, King Robert Baratheon had just now traveled to Winterfell to speak with Ned Stark about Jon Arryn's death. That hardly sounded like a realm aflame. "It seems we listened too keenly to the ramblings of a mad priest," Jon murmured one windy morning aboard the small ship that bore him, Daenerys, and their retinue across the narrow sea. They were sailing once more, bound for Braavos after a harried departure from Pentos. Daenerys, standing at the deck rail with a green-gold hatchling perched on her shoulder, turned to him with a faint smile. "We have yet to see whether his words are madness or foresight," she countered. "The glimpses he spoke of might only be a taste of what lies ahead. Just because King Robert's arrival in Winterfell is calm does not mean the future is free from war. Perhaps the storm is merely gathering." Her voice carried a mixture of awe and caution. She had grown into someone who saw the world's complexities, and as the mother of 3 newly hatched dragons, Daenerys had reason to credit dark prophecies. Jon exhaled softly. The day felt colder than it should have. "You may be right," he admitted. "The realm can be slow to awaken, but once it stirs, events can move quickly. Still, for now, the Red Priest's vision of immediate chaos in the 7 Kingdoms seems off. We must remain watchful." They left it at that, each lost in private thoughts. Varys loitered near the helm, adjusting his cloak against the chill breeze. Torm, the Red Priest who had aided Daenerys' hatching ceremony, stood further aft, head bowed in silent prayer. Viserys had chosen to stay below deck, presumably nursing his wounded pride after repeated arguments about the dragons. The freedmen who guarded Daenerys' hatchlings ventured occasionally above to sniff the salt air but mostly lingered to ensure her safety at all times. Jon sometimes caught them exchanging uneasy glances, mindful of how tensions with Viserys might erupt at any moment. After a day's voyage, the ship neared the Titan of Braavos, that colossal sentinel carved in pale stone. The seaward approach to the city's lagoon always awed travelers. Braavos sprawled behind the Titan, canals glittering in the midday sun. A swirl of gulls circled overhead, squawking in the brisk air. Jon inhaled, half relieved and half tense. Braavos was not wholly safe. No city in Essos truly was, but at least here they might find some respite from Pentos' intrigues. Daenerys cradled the green hatchling, wrapping it in a warm cloth so no curious eyes would spy its scales. The dockside throng in Braavos was as loud and jostling as ever. Fishermen hawked their catches, and merchants offloaded crates from half a dozen vessels. Their small ship glided into a less busy wharf, one which Varys had chosen with typical discretion. The freedmen helped the Targaryens disembark. Torm walked behind them, carrying a bundle of incense. Viserys emerged at last, muttering about how filthy Braavos smelled, but made no further scene. By unspoken agreement, they found a modest inn near the Purple Harbor, one of the quieter districts with narrow alleys. Jon wanted to slip into the city unnoticed, mindful of rumors that might swirl if passers-by spotted Daenerys' dragons or recognized Targaryen hair. "Rest for the night," Jon suggested once they had settled. "In the morning, I'll journey outside the city to check on Shadowfire. I've left him in that remote cove for too long. He grows impatient." Daenerys nodded. "I'll accompany you," she began, but the freedman reminded her of the 3 young hatchlings, who required near-constant feeding and warmth. With a reluctant sigh, she admitted she couldn't leave them for extended hours. "We just arrived, and I must ensure they stay safe," she said. "Bring back news of your dragon's condition. Perhaps soon we can reunite them all." Jon placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I will. Shadowfire might be restless, but I'd rather plan carefully than risk him swooping over Braavos unannounced." Daenerys agreed, though her longing to see the colossal black dragon remained plain on her face. Viserys, predictably, offered no help. He locked himself in an upstairs room at the inn, likely plotting a fresh rant about how Daenerys was overshadowing him with her hatchlings. Varys said he had personal errands to run, presumably checking the local whisper networks. Torm accompanied Jon partway through the lamplit streets, explaining that he felt a calling to see the black dragon again. "Something in the flames," Torm murmured, "pulls me to the great beast. Perhaps Lawler weaves our steps for a higher purpose." At dawn, they left Braavos by a narrow gate, climbing into rented horses. The freedmen who had guarded Shadowfire in Jon's absence were expecting them near a rocky shoreline miles from the city. Torm rode quietly, occasionally humming a low chant. Jon felt the tension in his spine ease as they left the city's bustle behind. The road was rough, meandering past stunted trees and marshy patches. Seabirds wheeled overhead, crying in the salty wind. After a couple of hours, they ascended a small rise, from which Jon spotted the cove's jagged outline. Smoke billowed there, black as pitch. Jon's heart pounded. Shadowfire must be hunting or scorching driftwood. That was never a good sign. They descended carefully. The freedmen's makeshift camp came into view. A cluster of tents pitched atop high ground to avoid flooding. One of the freedmen, a tall woman named Sarah, hurried forward to greet them. "My prince, we worried you might not return soon enough," she said, voice taut with concern. "Shadowfire grows restless. He hunts whales farther out at sea, but he's been roaring at night." Jon nodded gravely. "I feared as much. Thank you for holding the camp." He dismounted, scanning the cove. "Where is he now?" A thunderous roar answered that question. From behind a craggy outcrop, the black dragon emerged, massive wings beating the air with gale-force gusts. Shadowfire was bigger than Jon remembered, which was saying something. The freedmen ducked behind tents to avoid the buffeting wind. Torum's eyes shone with awe. As the beast landed, the ground trembled. Its obsidian scales shimmered like polished armor. It regarded Jon with molten eyes, letting out a deep, rumbling growl that rattled the air. Jon raised his arms, stepping forward. "Easy, boy," he called, though calling such a colossal creature a boy was laughable. Shadowfire lowered its neck, allowing Jon to rest a hand on the scales. A wash of heat radiated from the dragon's body. Jon felt an odd flicker of relief. They had parted for too long. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "We've had complicated business in Pentos." Torum approached reverently, dropping to one knee a few yards back. He whispered a prayer. "Lawloress flames hold you in their warmth, O greatest of dragons." Shadowfire snorted, exhaling a hot gust that smelled of sulfur and rotting fish. The freedmen kept a respectful distance, remembering how easily the beast could incinerate a man. Jon examined the dragon's hide. There were fresh scars along the flank, likely from whales or giant squid it had hunted. Shadowfire's wings were unscathed, their membrane intact and stronger than ever. The freedmen said the dragon had soared far out to sea, devouring entire schools of fish or occasionally a passing whale. "We left you fish," Sarah explained, "but he always wants more, prowling day and night." Jon sighed. Shadowfire's appetite had always been legendary, and each growth spurt made it fiercer. Torum rose, still trembling with awe. "My prince, the Lord of Light's flame spoke of your bond with this dragon. Yet never did I imagine such sheer size. If Daenerys's hatchlings grow to even half this scale, the world will be reshaped." Jon brushed aside the notion. "We're far from forging an empire. The realm is stable enough for now. King Robert is only just investigating Jon Arryn's death in Winterfell." He recalled the Red Priest's earlier prophecies, which declared that dragons reemerged amidst raging war. This might not be the all-consuming conflict that was prophesied. It could be the prelude, or maybe the priest was wrong entirely. Torum placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Prophecies rarely unfold as we expect. The world's tapestry is vast, my prince. Wait and see. The seeds of strife can bloom swiftly." Jon nodded, stroking Shadowfire's scales. "For now, we must keep him hidden or at least away from curious eyes. Soon, Daenerys hopes to bring her hatchlings here, to unify them in one place." The freedmen exchanged uneasy glances. 6 dragons if one counted the 3 new hatchlings, the single black egg that had been rumored in Winterfell, plus anything else the Targaryens conjured. The realm indeed might quake. Just then, a group of robed figures appeared at the edge of the cove. Red priests, by the look of them. They carried torches despite the daylight. Their leader, a tall man with shaved head and an ornate necklace, raised his arms in greeting. Torum squinted. "My brothers, but I did not summon them." Jon tensed, stepping closer to Shadowfire for a moment. The freedmen hurried to intercept the newcomers, but the robed man called out, "We mean no harm. We are of the Red Temple in Braavos." "We come seeking Jon Targaryen, rider of the Black Dragon." Jon signaled for the freedman to stand down. "Why do you seek me?" The robed man bowed. "I am Halder, a servant of R'hllor. We have gleaned from the flames a sign. Your direwolf, the white-furred beast, yet lives." Jon's heart skipped. "That cannot be. Ghost died months ago, attacked by Shadowbinders. I saw the body." Halder's expression remained gentle but firm. "The Lord of Light has power beyond death. We Red Priests have been guided to preserve that wolf's remains in a hidden place. Our brothers recognized a spark. With your presence, we might complete the resurrection." Torrum let out a startled breath. "Resurrection? I have heard tales, but rarely do they succeed without madness or ill effect." He glanced at Jon. "Do you trust them?" Jon's memories of Ghost weighed heavy. The direwolf had been his closest companion in the early days, when he first found the dragon egg and wrestled with identity. "If there's even a chance it's true," he began, swallowing. "I must see." Shadowfire rumbled as if sensing Jon's emotions, but the freedman parted to allow the Red Priests forward. "We come to guide you," Halder said, "to our hidden crypt beneath the old temple. Your presence is essential to restore the wolf's spirit." Jon blinked, hope and apprehension mingling. "Then lead me." He turned to Torrum. "I'll go. Can you stay and see that Shadowfire remains calm?" Torrum hesitated. "If these priests intend no harm, I'll trust them. But let me accompany you part of the way. I know them not." Jon agreed. After reassuring Sarah and the freedman that he would return soon, he followed Halder and his robed companions along a narrow path inland. Torrum trailed behind warily. Shadowfire let out a bellow but did not follow. The cove vanished behind rocky hills as they pressed on. The Red Priest spoke little, focusing on leading Jon across a barren stretch of land toward a cluster of ancient ruins. They arrived at a jagged entrance carved into the hillside, remnants of some ancient city lost to time. The priests lit fresh torches, descending a twisting stone stair. Torrum hung back near the top. "Go, my prince. I shall remain here to keep watch. If R'hllor wills this, so be it." Jon took a torch from the priest's heart hammering. Damp air greeted him, smelling of earth and salt. They wound through corridors etched with faded glyphs. Occasionally, flickers of red script reminiscent of R'hllor's iconography appeared on the walls. At last, they entered a vaulted chamber lit by braziers that glowed with unsettling crimson light. A stone slab stood at the center, and on it lay a huge shape covered in cloth. A single priest knelt at the slab's foot, chanting softly. Halder gestured for Jon to approach. Closer now, Jon saw the outline of a wolf's form beneath the cloth. The pang in his chest deepened. Ghost had been a white direwolf with keen red eyes, but Jon had thought him lost forever. He parted the cloth and felt a knife of grief at the sight. It was indeed Ghost's body, ribs visible, fur stained, flesh partially mummified by whatever processes the priests had used. Jon inhaled sharply. "How is this possible?" he whispered. "He died in Essos, far from here." Halder's voice reverberated in the hollow space. "We have watchers across the land. When your wolf fell, certain of our acolytes found him. They knew Ghost bore significance to the Lord of Light's champion, a champion who tamed a dragon. We placed him in stasis with prayer and special bombs, awaiting the day we could attempt a resurrection if you returned." Jon, numb with shock, rested a hand on the direwolf's flank. It was cold, stiff. "What do I do?" Halder beckoned two other priests forward. They carried bowls of thick oil and carved obsidian daggers. "We pray," the priest said, "and we open a path for the wolf's spirit. You must offer your blood to guide him back." Jon's throat tightened. He recalled old tales of R'hllor's powers, how some red priests revived men from the brink of death. But a wolf? He thought of Daenerys hatching her dragons. Perhaps miracles were possible. "I'll do it," he said hoarsely. "What must I do?" Halder directed him to stand at the slab's head, Ghost's muzzle near his hand. Another priest gently pried open the direwolf's jaws, placing a piece of heated obsidian inside. chanting in Valyrian. Halder grasped Jon's wrist, slicing a shallow cut with the obsidian dagger, letting blood drip onto the wolf's fur. The braziers flared, stinging Jon's eyes. A pungent incense filled the air. The chanting rose in intensity, echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Jon felt his pulse hammering, as though some invisible force pulled at him. Moments stretched into an eternity. The direwolf's body remained motionless. The priests chanted faster, some kneeling, others raising their hands to the flickering braziers. Jon's cut bled steadily, saturating Ghost's matted fur. He clenched his teeth, ignoring the sting. "Ghost," he whispered, tears pricking his eyes. "If you can hear me, come back. I never meant to leave you behind." Suddenly, the braziers guttered, plunging the chamber into near darkness. A hush fell, broken only by the ragged breathing of the priests. Then Ghost's body twitched. Jon's heart lurched. He watched as the direwolf's hind leg jerked, then fell still again. One priest gasped, renewed chanting. Halder poured a measure of heated oil across Ghost's chest. The scent of burnt fur rose, nauseating, but Jon didn't move. This might be the threshold. With a strangled groan, the wolf's flank rose and fell, a shallow breath. Jon stepped back, unsure whether to rejoice or recoil. The priests circled, murmuring incantations. Another breath, stronger now, rattled through Ghost's ribcage. The direwolf's eyes fluttered open, dull red orbs that seemed unfocused. A trembling shudder ran along its limbs. Jon released a shaky exhale. "Ghost," he whispered again, leaning in. Slowly, haltingly, the wolf turned its head, snout brushing Jon's arm. The eyes glowed faintly. A hushed sense of awe gripped Jon. The dire wolf was not quite alive in the usual sense. There was a strange tension about its form, a dryness in the fur. But it breathed, stared, recognized him. Halder's voice wavered. "It is done, or as done as mortal means allow. The wolf spirit answers your call. In time, he may grow stronger." Jon touched the direwolf's neck, feeling a faint pulse. Ghost gave a low, rasping whine, half pain, half relief. The stench of incense and burnt fur clung to them both. Jon struggled to find words. "I thank you," he managed. "Can he walk? Is he truly himself?" The priest nodded solemnly. "He needs rest, care, and your presence. Over time, yes, his essence may heal. But do not forget, his body was dead. The Lord of Light has granted him a second chance, though scars may linger." Jon let out a tremulous laugh, half disbelieving. He slid an arm beneath Ghost's chest, helping the wolf rise from the slab. Ghost wobbled, hind legs unsteady, but managed to stand. The direwolf's fur was patchy, with bald spots and blackened edges. Yet Jon recognized the proud arch of that head, the intelligence in those blood-red eyes. Tears blurred his vision. "Welcome back, old friend," he breathed. The priest stepped away, exhausted. Halder wiped sweat from his brow. "We have done our part. The wolf belongs to you, champion of R'hllor. Perhaps your journeys will need him yet. Go in the Lord's light." Jon bowed in gratitude, though confusion warred within him. He was not sure he believed wholeheartedly in R'hllor's dominion, but he couldn't deny this miracle. The priests parted, letting him guide Ghost toward the corridor. The dire wolf leaned against him, trembling as though every motion was strange. The walk back up those twisting steps was slow. Torrum stood guard at the entrance. When he saw the resurrected dire wolf limping beside Jon, his eyes widened in shock. "By the flames, it's true they brought him back." Jon nodded, voice unsteady. "He's changed, but alive." Torrum gently touched Ghost's muzzle, and the wolf growled softly. "Let him get used to the world again," the Red Priest advised. "We should hurry back to Shadowfire's Cove. The wolf needs warmth and time to heal." They hurried across the ruins, Jon half carrying Ghost. The sun was lower now, casting elongated shadows. Once they reached the cove, Sarah gasped at the sight of the half-burned direwolf padding behind Jon. Shadowfire let out a thunderous roar at the newcomers. Ghost flinched, hackles raised. The freedmen scrambled to keep a safe distance from both beasts. Jon realized they couldn't linger here. The dire wolf might provoke the giant dragon or vice versa, especially in Ghost's weakened state. Jon made a swift decision. "We're returning to Braavos," he told Sarah. "The freedmen can remain with Shadowfire, but the wolf needs shelter and time. We'll be gone by nightfall if we hurry." Sarah nodded, though worry flickered across her face. "As you wish, my prince. I'll ensure the dragon stays calm." Jon mounted his horse, cradling Ghost across his lap. Torrum took the reins of the second horse. The freedmen provided them a bit of dried meat and a flask of water. With final instructions to guard Shadowfire meticulously, Jon and Torrum departed. The dire wolf dozed, stirring occasionally with a faint whimper. Jon stroked the patchy fur, promising silently that he'd help Ghost regain some semblance of life. They reached the outskirts of Braavos after sunset, passing watchful city guards who barely glanced at them, preoccupied with a drunken brawl in another street. Torrum parted ways with Jon near the Purple Harbor, murmuring that he needed to rejoin his brethren for more rites. Jon thanked him for the help and continued alone, carrying Ghost. The dire wolf stirred at the city's sights and smells, but too feebly to protest. On the final approach to the inn, Jon encountered an unusual sight. A group of mercenaries clad in piecemeal armor, loitering outside. They wore a distinctive sigil, 3 intertwined swords. Jon recognized it vaguely as belonging to a lesser-known sellsword company. Their leader, a flamboyantly attired man with blue hair and a curved sword at his hip, stood out. He noticed Jon, raised a gloved hand in greeting. "Hail," he called. "You must be the Targaryen dragon rider I've heard whispers about." Jon halted, shifting Ghost's weight. "Who asks?" The man smirked. "I am Dario Naharis, captain of the Second Sons. We roam Essos, contracting our blades to those who pay well, or to those guided by fate. And I suspect fate guides me to you." Jon eyed him warily. "The Lord of Light told you this?" Dario's grin widened. "In a manner of speaking, I've had dreams, visions, a figure astride a gargantuan black dragon, unstoppable, and a swirl of flame that devours armies. I recognized your face from rumor. No man could stand against a beast that large. So I've come to offer our services." Ghost stirred, whining. Dario gave the dire wolf a curious look. "And I see you have other curiosities. A dire wolf in Braavos? Hardly common. But no matter. The Second Sons follow me, and I follow the scent of power. You, my friend, have it." Jon let out a slow breath. "We are not openly recruiting an army. If you've heard talk of a Targaryen presence, you must also know we keep it discreet." Dario nodded vigorously. "Of course, but let's say I'm a gambler. I smell greatness brewing with your cause. Rumor says you hold not just one monstrous dragon but also allies who've hatched new ones. The Second Sons prefer to join a rising sun, not a dying ember. The Lord of Light, or whomever, points me to you." Jon didn't trust sellsword captains readily. "And you expect gold, I assume." "My resources are limited." Dario wagged a finger. "Gold helps, sure, but sometimes we want more than coin. We want glory. And if you have dragons, especially one rumored bigger than any creature since Balerion, then we see a future full of possibilities. I'm not squeamish about how we achieve victory, so long as we stand on the winning side." Jon studied the man's eyes in the torchlight. Dario seemed cunning, flamboyant, but sincere enough in his mercenary ambition. Even if that path leads to confrontation with the Iron Throne of Westeros? Dario laughed softly. "Essos or Westeros, a contract's a contract. My men want spoils and a cause worth fighting for. If you truly aim to restore House Targaryen, the Second Sons could make a name for themselves. The other sellsword companies, Golden Company, Stormcrows, Freed Brothers, some might flock to you, others might fight you. I prefer to get in early." Ghost let out a faint growl at the strangers, but Jon stroked the direwolf's head. "All right," he said quietly. "Walk with me. I can't stand here all night. My direwolf needs rest." Dario signaled his men to stay put, stepping forward alone. He fell into step with Jon as they crossed the threshold into the inn's yard. Soft lamplight illuminated the corners. Jon led him to a quiet stable area, where he carefully set Ghost down on a bed of straw. The direwolf shuddered, adjusting to the new environment. Dario watched with mild curiosity, then turned to Jon. "It looks half dead," he said without malice. "Is it safe?" Jon shot him a sharp look. He was dead. The Red Priests resurrected him. Now he needs to recover. Keep your distance if you value your hand. Dario shrugged with a rakish grin. "As you say, I mean no disrespect. Sellswords see all manner of oddities in Essos, but that's a first." They stepped away from the stable, heading toward the inn's main door. Dario lowered his voice. "How can I prove the second son's sincerity? Perhaps an oath in blood? We do such things from time to time, but I sense you want more than bravado." Jon paused before opening the door. The idea of forging an alliance with yet another Sellsword company unsettled him. Daenerys' hatchlings were still vulnerable, and Viserys remained unpredictable. But Dario's mention of the Lord of Light guiding him suggested there might be more at play. "I'll speak with Daenerys Targaryen," Jon said. "She is at the heart of our cause. If we deem it wise, we'll meet your men. If not, you'll have to find your fortune elsewhere." Dario bowed theatrically. "As you wish. We'll be in Braavos a while, frequenting the Guildhall Square. Seek me out when you're ready. But mark my words. No man can stand against that dragon I've heard rumored, and the Second Sons want in on the unstoppable side." Jon nodded curtly, pushing open the door. Dario flashed a grin and disappeared into the night. The inn's common room was quiet. A handful of patrons hunched over drinks. A hush settled as Jon walked through, direwolf blood staining his clothes, though Ghost remained outside in the stable. He spotted Daenerys at a corner table, nursing a cup of watered wine. She wore a dark cloak, and her silver-gold hair caught the lamplight. Relief lit her features when she saw Jon approach. "You're back," she said softly, rising to meet him. "You were gone longer than I expected. Did you find Shadowfire well? And is that blood on you?" Concern laced her voice. Jon guided her to a more private alcove. "Shadowfire is fine, as big and restless as ever. But that's not the main news." He inhaled, preparing to break the revelation. "A group of Red Priests found me. They claimed they resurrected Ghost. I saw his body. He's alive." Daenerys, changed, but breathing. Her eyes widened, shining with empathy. "Ghost? Truly? That's incredible." She clasped his hands. "Where is he?" "In the stable out back. He's weak and he's not exactly as he was. The priest said he needs time, but the direwolf recognized me." Jon's tone turned husky with emotion. "I didn't think I'd ever see him again." Daenerys squeezed his hands in shared joy. "You must be so relieved. Lawloress power defies understanding." Then she frowned at the bloody stains. "Are you hurt?" Jon shook his head, showing her the shallow cut on his wrist. "Part of the ritual. I'm fine, but I'll need a bandage." She beckoned him to sit, carefully cleaning the wound with water from a small basin the innkeeper had provided. Her gentle care reminded him how much the dynamic between them had shifted. Once near strangers, now bound by secrets and shared burdens. When she finished wrapping his wrist, Jon recounted the entire tale. The Red Priest's crypt, the chanting, the direwolf's revival. Daenerys' eyes flickered with wonder and mild apprehension. "It mirrors the miraculous hatching of my dragons," she noted quietly. "All these signs swirling around us. Perhaps the Red Priest was not wholly mad about a destiny unfolding." Jon bit his lip. "Maybe. We still see no war raging in Westeros, though. Robert merely visited Ned Stark. Hardly the inferno that priest promised." Daenerys nodded. "Yes, but there's no telling what tomorrow brings. War can erupt from small sparks." She leaned back, letting out a weary sigh. "And Viserys? He's sulking in his room again. At least he hasn't stirred up trouble tonight." Jon grimaced. Good. We have enough to handle. I should check on Ghost now, make sure he's comfortable. Oh, and one more bit of news. I met Dario Naharis of the Second Sons outside. He claims the Lord of Light guided him to me. He wants to pledge his mercenaries to our cause. Daenerys's eyebrows rose. Truly? Another sells-word company, on top of the Golden Company's interest? That's complicated. We can't parade the dragons for every opportunist. But if the Second Sons are sincere, maybe it's an advantage. Agreed, Jon replied. We don't want to push them away, but we also can't allow them to meddle. Let's see how they behave. Dario seems flamboyant, but not necessarily untrustworthy. They parted after a few more words. Daenerys offered to bring scraps of meat for Ghost. Jon returned to the stable, lighting a lantern. The direwolf lay on a makeshift bed of straw, eyes half open, breathing raggedly. He gave a faint wag of the tail, though it was more like a twitch. Jon knelt, stroking the patchy fur. We're together again, he said softly. Rest easy, Ghost. I'll watch over you this time. Daenerys soon arrived, carrying a small platter of leftover scraps. Bits of mutton, fish, and bread soaked in broth. She set it near the wolf's muzzle, coaxing him gently. Ghost sniffed uncertainly, then lapped up some broth. A flicker of relief crossed Daenerys's face. He still knows hunger, she whispered. That's a good sign. Jon offered her a thankful smile. The stable was dim, yet their combined presence felt oddly comforting. Outside, Braavos' night lapsed into silence, broken only by distant canal sounds. They lingered, ensuring Ghost ate as much as he could. At last, the direwolf curled up, drifting into a restless sleep. Jon took Daenerys' hand, guiding her back into the inn. He'll be all right, he murmured, mostly to reassure himself. The next few days passed in a haze of careful routines. Jon spent hours tending Ghost, aiding the direwolf's slow recovery. Daenerys looked infrequently, bringing warm cloths or leftover scraps. Viserys continued sulking and occasionally snapping at Jon for ignoring the cause. Meanwhile, Tormund occasionally stopped by to offer Lollaress blessing, though he had no direct link to the group who resurrected Ghost. Varys flitted around Braavos, gathering rumors. One evening, he confirmed that Robert Baratheon still lingered in Winterfell, forging deeper ties with Ned Stark. No widespread conflict had erupted. For now, the capital remains stable, Varys said quietly. But small seeds may yet bloom. We cannot guess when the realm will tip. Daenerys sometimes repeated her earlier stance. The Red Priest's visions were not undone, only delayed. Jon half believed it, half hoped it would remain quiet. The dragons, particularly Daenerys' hatchlings, were not ready for a great war. She needed time to raise them. Shadowfire, for his part, might break half the realm's armies if unleashed, but that would only stoke chaos. Jon loathed the idea of a massacre. Meanwhile, Dario Naharis reappeared intermittently, pestering Jon about forging an alliance. On the third evening, Jon finally arranged to meet him at a small tavern near the moon pool. Dario arrived with two of his lieutenants, each sporting flamboyant hair dyes and exotic weapons. They drank sweet wine, boasting about the Second Son's prowess. Jon listened politely, sipping only water. We have 500 skilled mercenaries, Dario said. Archers, swordsmen, a handful of mounted cavalry. Not as large as the Golden Company, but more flexible. And we don't have old grudges to weigh us down. Jon tapped the table. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons are young. Our cause is not poised to march on Westeros tomorrow. Will the Second Sons be patient? Dario shrugged. For a time, if we see progress. We're not charity, but we believe in riding the wave before it crests. If you reveal your monstrous black dragon to the men, I guarantee their loyalty. They fear no man, but a dragon? That's beyond mortal ken. Jon frowned. Fear alone is an uncertain foundation. We prefer allies who share a vision, not just trembling terror. Dario gave a lazy grin. We follow coin and destiny. If your destiny is real, no man will stand against you. So far, I see reason to believe. Consider us at your disposal, provided we see reason to stay. You can pay in coin or spoils, or a future arrangement once you reclaim the Targaryen throne. We'll be flexible." Jon let out a small sigh. "I can't promise an immediate retainer, but if Daenerys agrees, we can formalize a pact that, once House Targaryen regains power, the second sons are duly rewarded." "Splendid," Dario said. "Let me show you good faith. If ever bandits or sellswords trouble you in Braavos, call on us. We'll dispatch them swiftly." He held out a hand. Jon hesitated, then shook it. Dario looked delighted. "A partial alliance, then. I look forward to meeting your queen. Or is it you who claims kingship?" Jon glanced away, recalling the complexities of his lineage. "We share Targaryen blood. For now, that's enough. Daenerys is the mother of dragons, and I have my own role." He ended the conversation, feeling wary. Still, he parted on seemingly friendly terms. Dario and his men swaggered off into the moonlit streets, already boasting about future glories. When Jon returned to the inn, he found Daenerys in the main room, sipping tea. She lifted an eyebrow. "Dario again?" "Yes," Jon replied, taking a seat. "He wants formal ties. I told him we need time, but he's determined. I suspect he's starstruck by the idea of unstoppable dragons." Daenerys gave a half-smile. "The unstoppable part remains to be seen. My 3 are growing fast, but they're hardly the size to burn armies yet. And your Shadowfire remains distant. We must unify them eventually. If we do ally with the second sons, we must handle it carefully. Viserys will see it as a step toward war. I'd rather not be rushed." Jon nodded. "Agreed. We can't let him manipulate the sellswords. We might have to keep the arrangements quiet." Daenerys exhaled. "I'm tired of secrecy, but we have no choice. Each day, I feed my dragons, watch them stretch their wings, and wonder if I'm raising instruments of salvation or destruction." She looked at him earnestly. "We must be sure." Jon gently rested a hand over hers. "I've wrestled with the same question since Shadowfire hatched. Let's take it one step at a time." She nodded, relaxing slightly. They shared a moment of quiet understanding before parting ways for the night. Viserys discovered the budding alliance with the second sons soon enough, though. He cornered Jon in the corridor, bristling. "You're forging deals behind my back again? Dario told me you met. These men should be mine to command. I am the rightful king." Jon ground his teeth. "You talk of kingship, yet you do little but complain. If you want to lead the second sons, show them a reason to follow you. Standing around bellowing about your birthright won't help." Viserys raised a hand threateningly, but Jon didn't flinch. A sneer curved the older Targaryen's lips. "You forget your place, nephew. The dragons, the sellswords, they're all mine by rights. You keep me at arm's length while you and my sister form your own empire." Jon's temper simmered. "Daenerys refuses to let you treat the hatchlings like war toys. Your tantrums accomplish nothing." Viserys glared, fists clenched, then spun on his heel and stormed off. The freedmen in the hallway stepped aside, unimpressed by his theatrics. Jon exhaled, wondering if it was inevitable that Viserys would betray them. For now, Daenerys' presence kept him from outright hostility, but the tension thickened with each passing day. Meanwhile, Ghost slowly regained strength, though his fur remained patchy and his eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. Some nights he whimpered, as though haunted by whatever lay beyond death. Jon stayed with him, offering comfort. Daenerys occasionally joined them, letting Ghost sniff her hand. She showed no fear, only compassion for the resurrected direwolf. Viserys never visited. Torrhen offered blessings, but the direwolf seemed skittish around most red priests. Halder's group that had performed the resurrection did not reappear, though rumors circulated that they were traveling beyond Braavos to perform other tasks in R'hllor's name. One afternoon, Varys returned with urgent news. "King Robert has left Winterfell," he told Jon and Daenerys in hushed tones. "Word says Ned Stark has agreed to become Hand of the King. They're journeying south to King's Landing. So the realm remains stable, but the shift in power might cause ripples. Some suspect foul play in Jon Arryn's death. Perhaps it's the first hint of deeper unrest. Daenerys looked thoughtful. A new hand of the king might discover secrets that incite conflict. The realm could yet face a storm, even if the Red Priest's timeline was off. Jon crossed his arms. Or it could remain a simple shuffle of court positions. We can't gamble on chaos in Westeros. We must focus on our next move in Essos. The freedmen chimed in that Shadowfire's cove grew more hazardous with each passing day. Fishermen whispered of a massive black shape in the water. If local lords or petty sellswords got wind, they might track the dragon for profit. Jon bit his lip, torn between two concerns: Shadowfire's secrecy and Daenerys' hatchlings in Braavos. Sooner or later, he'd have to bring them together in a remote stronghold. But how? That question remained unanswered. Late that night, Daenerys found Jon in the stable with Ghost, tending a fresh wound the direwolf had inflicted upon himself while stumbling around. She lingered by the doorway, arms folded, face etched with worry. "I've been thinking," she began softly. "It's time we moved on. Braavos is not safe for us or our dragons. We cannot remain hidden in corners forever." Jon rose, wiping blood from his hands. "I agree. We must find a place beyond prying eyes. The Red Waste, perhaps, or some uninhabited corner of Essos. But traveling with 5 dragons, Shadowfire plus your 3 hatchlings, plus if we consider..." He trailed off, recalling that a rumor persisted about another egg or more relics. "It'll be a massive undertaking." Daenerys nodded. "We can hire ships discreetly. Dario's second sons can provide security. Once we're far from any city, the dragons can roam freely. They'll grow faster with open skies." Viserys might object, but if he refuses, he can stay behind. Jon let out a shaky breath. If he stays, he might stir trouble or attempt to follow. But we can't let him sabotage us any longer. He recalled the times Viserys nearly harmed her hatchlings. "All right, let's plan. We can talk with Illyrio again, or we can rely on Varys to arrange ships. If the freedmen and the second sons cooperate, we can do it swiftly." Daenerys' relief was palpable. "Yes, let's do so. We'll slip away from Braavos as soon as possible. I'll gather the hatchlings, hide them in crates. You see to Shadowfire. We can rendezvous near the coast." Jon clasped her hand. "We'll manage it carefully. In a matter of days, we'll vanish from Braavos and head someplace we can truly unite the dragons. Perhaps then these prophecies, mad or not, will find their course." She offered a hopeful smile. "Indeed, and if the realm in Westeros remains quiet, so be it. We'll be prepared for any storms that arise." Over the following days, the plan took shape. Varys remained skeptical but agreed to secure 2 ships under false manifests. Dario's second sons offered to escort them out of Braavos. They asked for a show of the Black Dragon, but Jon refused, promising they'd see it en route. Daenerys prepared to crate her 3 hatchlings, carefully ensuring they had enough air and warmth. The freedmen near Shadowfire were alerted by Messenger Raven, told to be ready to move. Everything hinged on stealth and speed. Viserys must not sabotage them. On the eve of their departure, Viserys cornered Daenerys in the inn's cramped hallway. Jon arrived just in time to overhear. "You dare plan to flee Braavos with our dragons behind my back?" Viserys hissed. "I am the king, not you." Daenerys squared her shoulders. "No, brother. You are a Targaryen prince, but I will not kneel to your madness. We leave tomorrow. If you insist on continuing your petty tyranny, stay behind." Viserys' face twisted with fury. "You would cast me out? The rightful heir, replaced by your bastard nephew and your brood of hatchlings." He raised a hand as if to strike her, but Daenerys lifted her chin, unafraid. Jon stepped in, snatching Viserys' wrist. "That's enough," Jon growled, wrenching the older man's arm aside. "Daenerys leads this expedition, with or without you. Raise a hand to her again, and I'll let the freedmen remove you forcibly." Viserys, trembling, yanked free. "I see how it is. Very well. I'll come, but don't think I've yielded." One day I will take what is mine. The dragons obey me, not your illusions." He spat at the floor and stalked off, leaving Daenerys sagging with relief. Jon gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "We must watch him closely tomorrow. He might attempt something desperate." She nodded, tears threatening to spill. "I'm tired of living in fear of him." Jon pulled her into a brief embrace, letting her steadiness return. "Soon, we'll be away from these crowded streets. The dragons will be free to soar, and Viserys' tantrums will be overshadowed." At dawn, the group slipped from the inn. Daenerys carried one hatchling in her arms, too agitated to stay in the crate, while the freedmen managed the other two in lidded boxes lined with blankets. Jon led Ghost, who limped but refused to be left behind. Torrim accompanied them, chanting quiet prayers. Varys walked ahead, scouting. Daario and a small squad of second sons flanked them, more for show than real protection. No one wanted a street fight in Braavos. Viserys rode near the back, glowering. The sky was overcast, the lagoon waters still as glass. They boarded the waiting ships with minimal fuss. The captains, bribed heavily by Varys, asked no questions about cargo. Within an hour, the ships slipped out of Braavos' harbor, guided by faint breezes. Daenerys stood on the quarterdeck, arms wrapped around the green hatchling, gazing at the Titan's colossal silhouette receding behind them. Jon joined her, Ghost at his side, leaning on the rail. "We did it," he murmured. "Where do we go?" She swallowed. "Far enough from any city that we can land and gather Shadowfire. Then, perhaps deeper into Essos, beyond the Dothraki Sea or near the Red Waste. We'll decide once we see how the dragons fare." Viserys prowled the forecastle, occasionally shouting at a freedman or a second son's mercenary. Daario watched him with amusement, arms folded. The tension made Jon uneasy, but the immediate danger of Braavos was behind them. He only hoped they could slip away to that deserted shoreline without incident. After 2 days at sea, they neared the cove. The freedmen on Shadowfire's side signaled with mirrors from the cliffs. All was ready. Jon steeled himself. Unloading a black dragon of that size would be no small feat. Daenerys' hatchlings smelled the shore, hissing in anticipation. The green one flapped about on deck, nearly igniting a coil of rope with a tiny burst of flame. Freedmen scrambled to keep it contained. Daenerys scolded the hatchling gently, though she couldn't hide a hint of pride. Daario's eyes widened in amazement at the hatchling's display. "You truly carry living fire," he muttered. "My men are impressed, and maybe a bit terrified." Jon only grunted in reply, mind racing with logistics. Once they disembarked, they'd unite with Shadowfire. But how to transport all dragons further inland? Possibly on foot, though the big dragon might need to fly overhead. That posed a risk if Watchers saw. Yet no safe alternative came to mind. Daenerys recognized the dilemma, meeting Jon's gaze. She gave a small shrug. There was no turning back now. The ships anchored offshore. They used rowboats to reach the beach. The freedmen led Daenerys, her hatchlings, and Ghost onto dry land. Daario and his men followed, eyes scanning for threats. Then came Viserys, snapping at a oarsman for nearly splashing him. Jon hung back, the last to land, ensuring everything was secure. The moment he stepped onto the sand, a roar shattered the air. Shadowfire, swooping low from the cliff edge. The monstrous dragon's wings battered the clouds, stirring a fierce wind that nearly overturned a rowboat. Daario cursed in awe, reflexively raising his sword. Jon motioned for calm. "Stay your weapons. That's our ally." Shadowfire landed in a thunderous impact, causing freedmen to stagger. The dragon eyed the new arrivals, hissing. Daenerys' hatchlings squealed in terror or excitement. It was hard to tell. She clutched them protectively. Even the second son's men flinched. Viserys, wide-eyed, stepped back, muttering something half-coherent. Daario approached Jon, dropping his sword. "By the gods," he breathed. "That's bigger than I ever imagined." Jon nodded grimly. "Shadowfire, my bond." He carefully approached the dragon, hand raised. Shadowfire snorted, letting out a gush of hot breath. Daenerys, eyes shining, beckoned her hatchlings close. The little ones hissed uncertainly, but the sight of a colossal elder dragon seemed to transfix them. Jon noted how Shadowfire's gaze flicked to Daenerys, as if acknowledging the new brood. A hush settled as the freedmen and mercenaries beheld the two extremes. One dragon bigger than a ship, 3 that could be cradled in arms. Then Viserys broke it with a bitter laugh. "So this is the famed beast I've heard whispered about, your pet dragon that overshadowed me from the start. Glorious indeed." His tone dripped with envy. Daenerys ignored him, stepping forward. Shadowfire bent its neck, sniffing at the hatchlings. The green one squeaked, shooting a tiny flame that vanished harmlessly against Shadowfire's thick scales. A startled hush followed. Then, to everyone's relief, Shadowfire let out a low rumble that sounded almost amused. The freedmen exhaled. Jon grinned despite the tension. Perhaps the dragon recognized its own kind, even if they were newly hatched. Dario made a show of kneeling. "We commit ourselves to House Targaryen in the name of these dragons. Let any man challenge us if he dares." His men followed suit, though some did so reluctantly. Daenerys gave a solemn nod, though she kept her attention on the dragons. Viserys looked as though he'd swallowed a lemon. He cast Daenerys and Jon an icy glare before turning on his heel, walking away down the beach. The freedmen eyed him warily, but he did not appear immediately dangerous. Jon exhaled, grateful for the moment's peace. Then Daenerys caught Jon's hand. "Thank you," she whispered. "We made it, all of us. Now we press onward." She gestured to the horizon of inland plains. "Somewhere out there, we can forge a place for these dragons to grow." Jon squeezed her hand. "Yes, let's gather supplies, then push inland. With the second sons and freedmen, we can protect them." Torm, arriving late on the beach, knelt in prayer. "Lawlor's flame has guided us thus far. Let us not falter." The freedmen began unloading crates from the rowboats. Food, tents, and gear for an extended trek. Dario barked orders to his men, who formed a perimeter. Meanwhile, Shadowfire flapped its wings, stirring the sand into a frenzy. The hatchlings squealed, burying their heads against Daenerys' chest. Everyone braced for the next stage of this uncertain journey. Jon cast one final look seaward. Braavos shrank into memory. King Robert's calm overshadowed far across the narrow sea. Ned Stark stepping into power as hand. Perhaps the realm remained at peace for now, but here, on the sands of Essos, dragons gathered. Daenerys' presence blazed with new confidence. The freedmen and the second sons were forging pacts. Torm read omens in the fire, and Ghost, half-resurrected, padded behind Jon, a silent testament to the miracles and dangers that followed them. War or no war, prophecy or madness, House Targaryen was building a legacy. He inhaled, turned to Daenerys, and nodded. The last boat pulled away. The cove was theirs. With a roar, Shadowfire leapt skyward, shaking the heavens, heralding an age of dragons that might yet fulfill or disprove every prophecy. As the caravan began moving inland, Jon felt the weight of new possibilities, uncertain but determined. Whether King Robert's arrival in Winterfell marked a trivial shift or the start of a vast conflict, they would be ready. Dragons by their side, direwolf at their heels, forging a path through the unknown. Jon stood at the crest of a windswept dune, gazing over the sun-scorched plains that stretched eastward toward Slaver's Bay. He inhaled the baking air and tasted salt and dust on his tongue, reflecting on how far they had come. From Winterfell's cold courtyards, from Volantis' shadowy temples, from Braavos' labyrinth of canals. At his side stood Daenerys Targaryen, a trio of infant dragons clinging to her shoulders and arms, tails twitching with restless energy. Her face shone with determination beneath a thin veil of sweat, silver-gold hair stirring in the wind. Behind them sprawled a makeshift encampment of tents, wagons, and tethered horses, the traveling force that Jon and Daenerys had cobbled together over recent weeks. Freedmen who followed Jon since he first freed them in Volantis, the second sons under Dario Naharis's flamboyant leadership, and a handful of red priests, including Torum. The sun blazed high, merciless. They had wandered inland from the cove where Shadowfire, Jon's monstrous black dragon, had reunited with Daenerys's 3 hatchlings. Traveling at dawn and dusk, they avoided the worst midday heat. Still, the journey had worn on them. The freedmen, most of whom had once toiled in oppressive conditions, proved hardy, but the second sons grumbled that the desert offered little comfort. Dario had responded by plying them with stories of conquest and coming glory. Jon knew that the promise of riches alone could not hold a Sellsword company forever, but the presence of 4 dragons, especially the towering Shadowfire, convinced them this cause might yield unimaginable reward. Off to one side of the encampment, Shadowfire lay half-coiled in the sand, a gargantuan shape that dwarfed the tents. Even from here, Jon glimpsed the black scales shimmering like obsidian under the harsh sunlight. The smaller dragons, Daenerys's brood, had grown in the weeks since leaving Braavos, each now the size of a large hound. They snapped at scorpions or small desert rodents, devouring them in delight whenever they scuttled by. Daenerys had named them Regal for the green one, Viserion for the pale cream, and Drogon for the red-black. Yet people still referred to them in hushes as the hatchlings, overshadowed by the behemoth that Jon commanded. Beside a canvas shelter pitched atop firmer ground, Viserys stood watching. He had made a point of refusing to accompany Jon and Daenerys on scouting rides, citing the heat and dust. Yet the glower on his face told another story: seething jealousy. Ever since Daenerys and Jon had begun forging a plan for Slaver's Bay, discussing alliances, strategies, how to deploy dragons, Viserys had been pointedly excluded from major decisions. The freedmen, who revered Jon and Daenerys as liberators, despised Viserys' rants about birthright and conquest. The second sons found him laughable, an untested princeling overshadowed by 2 proven dragon handlers. Even Torum, who once tried to honor all Targaryens equally, now focused his counsel on Daenerys and Jon, believing them chosen by R'hlloreth's flame. Viserys had become irrelevant, which only stoked his fury. Daenerys breathed out, scanning the horizon. "Astapor lies south and east," she murmured to Jon. "A city famed for its unsullied, a storehouse of elite slave soldiers. If we can free them, we gain an army that might unify Slaver's Bay." Jon nodded. Dario claims the second sons can handle lesser garrisons, but the unsullied are a formidable force. We must approach carefully. Liberating slaves requires more than raw might. We must show them a new order worth fighting for. Daenerys's expression hardened. "I will not tolerate the chains that mar the land. If we seize Astapor and break the masters, the unsullied might rally to us freely. But I know the risks. We must ensure the freedmen remain disciplined. The moment the city sees a dragon overhead, the slavers might slaughter captives rather than yield." Jon frowned, recalling the times he had confronted slavers near Volantis. "A precise plan, then. My freedmen can infiltrate from the outskirts, urging the enslaved to hide or rebel at the right moment. The second sons can strike the gates. Shadowfire and your 3 can ensure no master tries to slaughter the unsullied en masse. If we succeed in Astapor, Yunkai and Meereen might follow." The notion chilled him, for it implied a campaign of conquest on a scale none of them had undertaken before. Yet Daenerys had insisted that Slaver's Bay was the logical proving ground for Targaryen might, forging a kingdom based on liberation rather than subjugation. Their dragons needed space to grow and test their flames. The freedmen needed a cause more noble than gold. This, Daenerys maintained, was that cause. Behind them, footsteps crunched on sand. Dario Naharis appeared, flashing a grin beneath his blue-dyed mustache. "My queen and king. Though who truly bears the crown, I wonder?" He gave a flourish. "Our scouts confirm that Astapor is less than a week's march from here. The city's walls are tall, but not impregnable. The slavers rely on unsullied for outward defense, plus a handful of hired guards. If we time our assault at dawn, we might overwhelm them before they can muster a response." Jon shrugged off the king remark. "Dawn attacks carry risk. The unsullied are disciplined, no matter the hour. We must ensure they see us not as invaders but as saviors. If they resist out of obedience to the masters, it'll be a bloody fight." His gaze flicked to Daenerys. "Could you speak to them, perhaps? Or find a way to break their discipline without killing them?" Daenerys rested a hand on Drogon's sleek neck. The little dragon hissed, black wings rustling. "We might parley with the good masters," she said quietly, pretending to negotiate for Unsullied. "Then once inside the city, we expose the hypocrisy and free the slaves from within. The presence of dragons might terrify them into surrender. If that fails, our freedmen and the Second Sons can seize the gates and open the city. The Unsullied might switch sides once they see the slavers undone." Dario chuckled. "An audacious plan. I like it. Let me guess. Viserys remains behind, sulking in a tent while the real Targaryens reshape the world." Daenerys averted her gaze, unsettled by the mockery, but she did not deny it. Viserys had proven worthless in matters of strategy. Each time they tried to include him, he boasted about ruling Westeros and demanded immediate attacks. Slavers' Bay was but a stepping stone in his mind, a means to earn gold and soldiers for a direct assault on King's Landing. He cared little about actual liberation. Daenerys was done indulging his arrogance. Jon cleared his throat. "We'll finalize the plan tonight. We push out at first light tomorrow, heading for Astapor. Once we're close, Daenerys can approach the gates with a small retinue. Dario, you and the Second Sons will flank from the west. The freedmen gather in the dunes to the north, waiting for a signal. If negotiations fail, we strike." Dario gave a flourishing bow. "As you command, O father of the big black beast." He winked at Daenerys, who rolled her eyes. Then he strode off to relay instructions to his lieutenants. Jon turned to Daenerys, exhaling. "I'll talk to Tormund about ensuring minimal bloodshed. If the good masters remain defiant, we'll have no choice but to unleash dragons. But let's try not to raise the city. We need the infrastructure intact for the freed slaves to build upon." Daenerys nodded firmly. "We will show the slavers that Targaryens rule with justice, not cruelty." She brushed a wisp of hair aside, pale strands clinging to her damp cheek. "Let's go." They descended the dune to the bustling camp, each step stirring the soft sand. Freedmen paused their chores to nod respectfully, hope shining in their eyes. They knew Jon as the one who had liberated them from chains. They saw Daenerys as the mother of dragons who promised freedom for all. Together, the pair embodied a new Targaryen ideal, one that stood firmly against the old legacy of tyranny. Viserys watched them pass, face stony. His fists tightened at his sides, knuckles white. He had no illusions that they cared for his input anymore. He felt overshadowed by his sister and nephew, who had stolen the loyalty of freedmen and sellswords alike. No one listened when he demanded a fleet be assembled to invade Westeros. Even the Red Priests seemed besotted with Daenerys's gentle approach. Hatred festered in his heart, a seed of poison that thrived on envy. That night, fires flickered across the camp, their glow casting dancing shadows on the dunes. Jon stood near a large brazier, conferring with Tormund and Dario. They pored over a rough map of Astapor sketched on tan parchment. Meanwhile, Daenerys oversaw the final feeding of her 3 dragons, assisted by freedmen who had grown adept at slicing raw meat. Shadowfire rumbled from his chosen spot beyond the ring of tents, occasionally belching a plume of smoke that drifted overhead. The stench of charred carrion clung to the night air. Viserys hovered at the edges, arms folded, scowling. Jon traced a finger along the map. Astapor's walls circle the city in an uneven ellipse. The main gate is here, opening onto the Red Waste. The good masters live in tall pyramids near the waterfront, under the shadow of the Temple of Graces. The Unsullied barracks line the southwestern quarter. Dario nodded, pointing out potential vantage points for archers. Tormund muttered about blessings, cautioning them not to rely on unbridled slaughter. Freedmen representatives insisted that slaves inside the city might revolt if given the chance. Jon took mental notes, trying to integrate all concerns. Around midnight, Daenerys joined them, Her face glowed with excitement tempered by worry. The dragons sense something, I swear. Drogon, especially, has become more restless. He tries short flights, flapping from tent to tent. She shot a glance at Shadowfire's hulking form. He yearns to emulate your dragon, but he's not ready. Soon, though, all three might fly properly. Then Slaver's Bay will quake. Jon offered a faint smile. Slaver's Bay might quake tomorrow anyway, if your ruse succeeds. We must trust that fear of dragons can avert a full-scale battle. He turned to Torum. Any last counsel from R'hlloreth's flames? The priest shook his head. Only flickers of shadow. The future remains uncertain. Blood will spill, but perhaps less than in a typical siege. Dario tapped the map, changing the subject. We'll take 200 of the second sons around the western approach. Once we see your signal, likely a dragon overhead, we'll storm the gate. The freedmen can flank from the north. Meanwhile, you and Daenerys parley. He grinned. A tidy plan, if you ask me. Viserys, lurking behind, could bear it no longer. He stepped forward, jabbing a finger at the map. You scheme to conquer a city of slavers, fine. But you do it without me, the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. Leading? I should command the army, not be sidelined while my sister and her bastard nephew posture as saviors. Jon's jaw tightened. We've discussed this. You have no experience leading men in battle. We can't afford reckless orders that cost lives. If you want to help, you can remain with the freedmen and keep them steady once the fighting starts. But Daenerys and I will handle the rest. Viserys' face reddened. You insult me. I was born to rule. Daenerys is a child who stumbled onto 3 eggs. You, some bastard from the north who pretends Targaryen blood. I. Daenerys' eyes flashed with anger. Enough, brother. You sully our name with your tantrums. We are forging a new Targaryen path, not repeating father's cruelty. Either stand with us or stand aside. Torum placed a soothing hand on Daenerys' arm, but her temper burned. Viserys spat at the sand. You would dare speak to me thus? He glowered, voice trembling. You overshadow me. The freedmen worship you. The Cell's words flock to you. The Red Priests hail you as a savior. And Jon struts about with his monstrous dragon like he's the true heir. Where does that leave me? Jon exchanged a glance with Daenerys, pity welling despite his frustration. We leave you with a choice, he said evenly. Help us free slaves or remain behind. Do not sabotage us. Viserys made a strangled noise, then stormed off, vanishing into the darkness beyond the brazier's glow. Dario exhaled, shaking his head. I've seen petty lords with more sense. Let him sulk. We have more pressing matters. Daenerys' fists relaxed. He was once my only family, but each day he drifts further from reason. Her voice trembled, but she masked it by turning back to the map. Let us proceed. They refined the plan a while longer, then parted to snatch what rest they could before dawn. Daenerys checked on her dragons one last time, ensuring each had a warm bed of coals. Jon took a moment to see Ghost, who dozed in a patch of shade. The dire wolf, half-resurrected, had grown steadier on his feet, though an eerie aura lingered about him. Sometimes freedmen whispered that the wolf was a harbinger of doom, but Jon dismissed such talk. Ghost was loyal if changed. Torum insisted that R'hlloreth's blessing meant the wolf had a role yet to play. When the eastern sky began to pale, the camp stirred. Freedmen packed tents, the second sons readied weapons, and the Red Priests performed short rituals to fortify courage. Daenerys gathered her dragons, coaxing Drogon to rest inside a specially crafted wooden enclosure for travel. Rhaegal and Viserion hissed at the confining walls, but once fed, they acquiesced. Shadowfire spread colossal wings, blocking out the early light as Jon approached. Carefully, Jon climbed into a crude saddle strapped between the dragon's spikes. He could sense the beast's pent-up energy, a living storm of flame. If negotiations broke down, Shadowfire would be the final argument. Dario and his men mounted their horses, riding west in a cloud of dust. Freedmen formed ranks in the north, Daenerys took a smaller retinue, including a handful of freedmen and red priests, plus her caged dragons. Viserys was nowhere to be seen at departure, presumably ignoring them in protest. The journey to Astapor unfolded smoothly under the rising sun. By midday, they glimpsed the city's crimson brick walls shining in the distance, tall gates sealed. Towers jutted from the perimeter, each topped by a banner depicting a harpy, the symbol of the city's slavers. Jon thought of the countless slaves within, many unsullied. Freedmen scouts had told stories of the Unsullied's brutal training, the thousands who perished in pursuit of that legendary discipline. Now, he and Daenerys intended to turn that discipline against the masters, or at least break it to set those men free. They halted a short distance from the city, within sight of the walls. The freedmen took up a discreet position behind dunes. Dario's second sons circled wide, disappearing into the haze. Jon perched on Shadowfire, scanning for watchers. Indeed, sentinels paced the ramparts. They would have spotted the black dragon by now, or at least glimpsed it in the shimmering air. Daenerys dismounted from her horse, adjusting her cloak, then gestured for Tormund and a freedman named Yora to accompany her to the main gate. Jon would remain behind a small dune with Shadowfire, prepared to take flight if needed. Daenerys carried a single crate containing Drogon, who hissed restlessly. Rhaegal and Viserion stayed back with freedmen, awaiting a signal. At the gate, an overseer demanded their purpose. Daenerys announced she was a traveler from distant lands, come to purchase Unsullied. The overseer eyed her suspiciously but allowed them inside after some debate. The wide gate creaked open, revealing Astapor's brick-paved streets. Searing heat radiated from every surface. Daenerys's retinue advanced, flanked by armed slave soldiers who guided them to a courtyard. White columns ringed the space, overseen by tall pyramids where good masters lounged. The stench of sweat and spices mingled in the air. Slaves in collars hurried by, eyes downcast. Daenerys waited calmly until the good masters emerged, each robed in crimson finery. The lead master, Krasny's Emo Naklas, surveyed her with contempt. "You wish to buy Unsullied? We have the finest in the world," he sneered. A translator relayed his high Valyrian insults, though Daenerys understood Valyrian perfectly well. She feigned ignorance, letting the translator's sanitized version wash over her. Krasny's ranted about coin, demanding a fortune for the initial batch. Tormund stood behind Daenerys, hands folded, carefully ignoring the outraged looks at his red priest robes. Yora, the freedman, tried to maintain a humble posture. Daenerys flicked a glance at the crate where Drogon hissed softly. "I offer something more valuable than mere gold," she said. "An alliance with House Targaryen and a living dragon." The translator relayed this, spiking interest. Krasny's eyes gleamed with greed. He demanded to see the dragon. Daenerys obliged, unlatching the crate. Drogon crawled out, letting out a babyish roar that flared tiny flames. Gasps echoed among the good masters. Krasny's mockery vanished, replaced by avarice. He muttered in Valyrian about seizing the dragon, but the translator provided a tamer summary. "I propose a trade," Daenerys stated. "You deliver all your Unsullied, every last one, fully trained, plus a promise to release the slaves of Astapor. In exchange, you claim this dragon." Tormund stiffened at her side, uncertain if she was serious or bluffing. The freedman Yora looked alarmed. But Daenerys's face remained composed, recalling the plan, to lure the good masters into relinquishing control. Once they accepted the trade and handed over the Unsullied, the rest would follow. Krasny's conferred with the other masters. They eyed the little dragon hungrily. Daenerys exhaled, longing for the moment when the city would realize they had no real power once the Targaryens took charge. She waited with forced patience while Krasny's boasted about the Unsullied's discipline, explaining each soldier cost a fortune. The translator tried to maintain courtesy, but Krasny's sneers in Valyrian made it clear he thought Daenerys a foolish girl. Still, the lure of a dragon overcame caution. With perfunctory ceremony, the good masters agreed. They would hand over their entire Unsullied force and disclaim any interest in the city's other slaves. The exact wording danced around compliance, but Daenerys caught the gist. They would relinquish ownership once the dragon was in their hands. They set the arrangement for next morning in the Plaza of Pride, near the city's main thoroughfare. Daenerys nodded, feigning satisfaction. Then it is settled. We will finalize the exchange at sunrise. She paused, letting her voice ring in the courtyard. I trust you will not dishonor your word, for I am not as generous as I may appear. Krasny's laughed cruelly, remarking in Valyrian that once he had the dragon, he could do as he pleased. Daenerys said nothing, only motioned for her retinue to leave. She recreated Drogon with care. The Watchers parted, gawking at the small monster that spat sparks. Freedmen in the streets glimpsed the scene, uncertain. Daenerys signaled to Yora. Spread word quietly, she said in a low murmur. That help is coming. The slaves should be ready. They exited the gates unharassed. Outside, Daenerys found Jon waiting with Shadowfire in the dunes. She quickly recounted the arrangement, mindful that it was half-lie. I promised them Drogon, but once we hold the Unsullied, we'll reveal that the Masters have lost all claims. We liberate the city by force if needed. Jon nodded, relieved. They agreed so easily? They lust for a dragon. They assume I'm naive. Tomorrow we'll show them otherwise. She glanced at the horizon, where freedmen scouts signaled that the Second Sons were in position. Let's prepare for dawn. I'll keep Drogon caged until the final moment. Meanwhile, you circle overhead with Shadowfire. If they try treachery, we strike. Jon agreed, though worry nagged him. The Masters might attempt to seize Daenerys or kill the Unsullied. But if they truly believed the Targaryens would cede a living dragon, perhaps greed would cloud their caution. The freedmen readied themselves for an urban rebellion, armed with spears and short swords. The Second Sons sharpened blades, anticipating a swift assault if negotiations faltered. Tormund uttered prayers for minimal bloodshed, and Viserys, still nowhere to be seen. Some freedmen reported that he sulked in a side camp, cursing his sister's name. Jon let him be, no sense provoking a last-minute crisis. The night passed slowly, tension thick in the air. Daenerys dozed fitfully in a small tent. Drogon nestled near. Rhaegal and Viserion stayed with freedmen who whispered soothing lullabies. Shadowfire prowled, occasionally flaring his wings. Jon rested in snatches, haunted by images of Astapor's slaves rising in chaos. At last, the sky began to lighten. The desert wind carried faint sounds of a city stirring. Jon roused the camp. Freedmen took up arms. The Second Sons quietly advanced on the city's western perimeter. Daenerys donned simple garb, her hair braided tight, a dagger at her waist. She carried Drogon's crate. Together, they walked toward Astapor's gate. Krasny's awaited them in the Plaza of Pride, flanked by guards and a small retinue of lesser masters. Rows of Unsullied stood at attention, their faces blank. The sun's early rays glinted off their spears and helmets. Daenerys walked with measured grace, crate in hand, while Tormund and Yora followed. Jon lingered outside, perched on Shadowfire, scanning for any sign of treachery. Freedmen watchers hid in alleyways. Dario's men crept along side streets, ready to converge. Krasny's bowed theatrically, spouting polite words through his translator while muttering insults in Valyrian. Daenerys feigned ignorance. The good masters presented her a ceremonial whip, symbol of authority over the Unsullied. Daenerys accepted it, heart pounding. Then she extended the crate. Krasny's eyes shone, and he reached for the latch. The moment he touched it, Drogon let out a screech, pushing the crate's lid. Krasny's jumped back, startled. The translator stammered as Daenerys parted the crate's top. Drogon emerged, hissing. Krasny's greed overcame his fear. He stepped forward to seize the chain that Daenerys had looped around the dragon's neck. Daenerys let the chain slip from her fingers. The Unsullied remained motionless, uncertain. Daenerys raised the whip high. You hold the chain, but do you understand the dragon? She asked in Valyrian. Krasny's blinked, confused that she spoke Valyrian so fluently. Her voice rose. "Unsullied!" she shouted in perfect Valyrian. "I am Daenerys Targaryen. You are free. No one owns you anymore." A ripple of shock passed through the ranks. Krasny's spluttered in protest, ordering the Unsullied to seize her. But they hesitated, hearing the confidence in her tone. Yora raised a sword, Torum chanted. Freedmen emerged from alleys, weapons drawn. Dario's men charged from side streets. Chaos erupted. Krasny's shrieked commands, but the Unsullied faltered, uncertain whether to obey. Daenerys pointed the whip. "Slay the masters or spare them, your choice. You obey no one but yourselves now." Some masters tried to whip slaves into action, but freedmen lunged, knives flashing. The plaza filled with shouts. Krasny spun toward Daenerys, brandishing the chain. Drogon hissed, spouting a burst of flame. Krasny screamed as his robe caught fire. He stumbled back, cursing. Meanwhile, a host of freedmen flooded in, subduing lesser masters. The Unsullied, disciplined but unbound, began turning their spears on the slavers. Astapor's guard collapsed. Daenerys stood in the center of the maelstrom, whip clenched in her fist, Drogon on her shoulder. She yelled above the din, "Let no child be harmed. Let no freed slave be shackled again." Yora and Torum protected her flanks, cutting down any stray slaver who attempted an attack. The plaza rang with steel on brick. Smoke rose where freedmen set fire to a harpy statue. From above, a deafening roar signaled Shadowfire's arrival. Jon soared overhead, the colossal dragon casting a vast shadow across the plaza. The good masters who tried to flee found their path cut off by the second sons, whose crossbows twanged, felling overseers. Some slavers collapsed, begging for mercy. The city's slaves poured from side streets, tearing off collars, taking up rocks or stolen knives. The revolt spread like wildfire. Krasny's, half-burned, crawled away, screeching for help. Daenerys approached, resolute. She stared down at him, then turned to a pair of newly freed slaves. "His fate is yours to decide," she said softly, stepping away. The slaves glared at him, hatred in their eyes. She did not watch as they ended him with savage blows. Her chest tightened. Another death on the path to liberation. Above, Jon circled on Shadowfire. He saw the city's gates open as freedmen flooded in from the dunes. The second sons secured the walls, raising new banners. Astapor fell in a matter of hours. By midday, the final holdouts were cornered in a pyramid. Daenerys marched with freedmen and Unsullied up the winding steps, each footfall echoing in the newly silent streets. The slavers within surrendered without a fight once they saw the black dragon perched on a rooftop, smoke curling from its maw. In the aftermath, Daenerys gathered the Unsullied in the plaza again. Thousands of disciplined soldiers stood in perfect ranks. She addressed them in Valyrian, voice echoing against battered walls. "You are free. You owe me nothing. If you wish to leave, go. If you stay, fight beside me as equals, not as property." A hush fell. The Unsullied looked among themselves. Then, as one, they clapped spear to shield, choosing to stand with the woman who had broken their chains. A roar of triumph rippled among the freedmen. Dario and the second sons watched with approval, though they recognized they might soon be overshadowed by an army of Unsullied. Jon dismounted from Shadowfire, joining Daenerys at the front. She turned to him, tears in her eyes. "We did it. The city is ours, the slaves freed." Jon glanced at the columns of newly liberated men. The air smelled of ash and sweat. "It's your triumph," he murmured. "But yes, we shape a new order." He pressed a hand to her shoulder. The freedmen cheered, chanting Mysa and other praises. Drogon flapped overhead, meeting Regal and Viserion who soared in delight. Even Shadowfire let out a resonant bellow that shook the rubble. Behind them, Viserys sulked, his tunic dusty. He had entered the city late, after the fighting subsided, greeted with indifference by freedmen who revered Daenerys. He lingered near the gate, cursing under his breath. While Daenerys and Jon received adulation, he was once again shoved aside. A day later, Astapor's new governance began to take shape. Daenerys decreed that no slaver or overseer would hold authority. Freed slaves formed councils to distribute food, repair damage, and plan for a future free of bondage. The Unsullied accepted Daenerys as a liberator, though she insisted they remain unforced in their allegiance. Jon worked with freedmen and second sons to keep order, ensuring no vengeful riots destroyed the city's infrastructure. Tormund and other Red Priests offered healing to the wounded, chanting Lawloress blessings in the main square. Shadowfire perched near a gutted temple, occasionally devouring a scrawny bull the freedmen offered. Daenerys's 3 young dragons prowled rooftops, admired or feared by passers-by. Some freedmen whispered that the Targaryens were living gods, though Jon discouraged such talk. Viserys wandered among the newly freed crowds, fuming. When he tried to assert his rank as King Viserys, they dismissed him. Some freedmen laughed openly, calling him the overshadowed brother. Furious, he retreated to a side chamber in an abandoned pyramid. Jon found him there one afternoon, pacing like a caged animal. "You usurp my birthright," Viserys snarled the moment Jon appeared. "Daenerys is hailed as a queen, and you are revered as her partner in conquest. I am nothing in the eyes of these wretches." Jon sighed, leaning against a broken pillar. "Daenerys freed them. She earned their loyalty. I aided her, but it's her compassion that wins hearts. You did nothing but brood." Viserys bared his teeth. "I had no place in your plans. You exclude me at every turn. I am the rightful Targaryen king, not her. She was meant to be my pawn. Now she stands atop a freed city, and I stand alone." His voice trembled. "I won't be sidelined forever." Jon studied him, pity mingled with annoyance. "Take a lesson. People follow those who act. If you want them to respect you, do something worthy. Gloating about your birthright doesn't free slaves or feed the hungry." Viserys spat on the floor. "I'd rather see them all kneel by force than coddle them with illusions of freedom." He turned away, shoulders shaking. "One day, Jon Snow, no, Aegon Targaryen, whatever you call yourself, I'll show you that your soft ways only lead to chaos." Jon opened his mouth to retort but decided it was pointless. He left Viserys to his bitterness, stepping back out into the bright sun. Freed children scurried across the plaza, giggling around the smaller dragons who soared from rooftop to rooftop. Daenerys stood by a fountain, dispensing water to a throng of weary ex-slaves. Daario flanked her, grinning. Tormund offered blessings. Jon recognized this moment for what it was: the beginning of a new campaign. Astapor was only the first link in Slaver's Bay. If they truly intended to end slavery here, Yunkai and Meereen must follow. That night, Daenerys summoned Jon, Daario, Tormund, and freedmen leaders to the pyramid's grand hall, now stripped of slaver trophies. The roar of the crowd outside drifted through open windows. Torches ringed the hall with flickering light. Daenerys presided at a simple wooden table, wearing a loose white tunic that replaced the dusty cloak from earlier. Drogon perched on a windowsill, red eyes shining. Jon took a seat beside her. Daario lounged, boots on a shattered marble bench, ever the rogue. Freedmen representatives stood respectfully. Viserys was not present. Daenerys had explicitly not invited him. She gestured for silence. "Astapor is free. The Unsullied have joined us willingly. The freedmen now govern themselves. But the slavers in Yunkai and Meereen will not stand idle. They may attempt to retake Astapor by force or hire mercenaries to crush us." She looked at Daario. "What intelligence do your scouts bring?" Daario tapped the hilt of his blade. "Yunkai, to the north, is smaller but heavily reliant on Sel's words. The city is ringed by walls, less formidable than Astapor's, but they keep enough gold to buy loyalties. Meereen, further upriver, is the jewel of Slaver's Bay, the largest city with a strong defensive posture. Each day we delay, they might fortify or strike first." A freedman woman named Brinna spoke up. "We freedmen yearn to liberate Yunkai. Rumors say they hold thousands of slaves in dire conditions. If we move swiftly, we might sow rebellion as we did here." She glanced nervously at Daenerys's dragons. Though a single victory does not guarantee all Slavers Bay will bow, Daenerys ran a hand along Drogon's sleek scales. Nor do we want them to bow as slaves. We aim to end the trade, not to force new masters on them. She paused. But we cannot let them muster armies to retake Astapor. So we press on, either by negotiation or open conflict. I prefer minimal bloodshed, but I won't shrink from using dragons if needed. Jon folded his arms. Shadowfire alone can terrify a city into submission, but I recall your vow not to become a tyrant. We must strike a balance. Show them we're serious, yet not unleash wanton destruction. If they cling to their chains, we break them. If they yield, we spare them. Dario smirked. Mercy mingled with might, a curious combination. Yet I see how it earned you Astapor. He flourished a hand. The second sons stand ready to carve through any sellswords Yunkai hires. Just point us in the right direction. We'll march at dawn. Torm added a quiet note of caution. Beware the cost of constant war, my prince and princess. Lawloress flame shows me glimpses of darkness. Freedmen can be swayed by cruelty or turned astray if desperation sets in. Keep your moral compass, or you risk becoming the very slavers you despise. Daenerys bowed her head in acknowledgement. Well said. We walk a fine line. Let us finalize the route. We move up the coast. Let the freedmen and unsullied march by land, while dragons keep watch from the sky. We approach Yunkai's gates within a fortnight. Meanwhile, Astapor will remain under the Freedmen's Council. I'll leave a fraction of the Unsullied to maintain order. If the city thrives, it sends a message to the rest of Slavers Bay. No one argued. This approach suited them all. The freedmen at the table saluted. Dario nodded approvingly. Torm offered a prayer for wisdom. Daenerys dismissed them, beckoning Jon to linger. Once they were alone in the echoing chamber, Drogon prowled closer, sniffing at Jon's boots. Daenerys stroked the dragon absent-mindedly. I wonder how Westeros would view us now, she whispered. We are forging a kingdom in Essos, not the 7 kingdoms father lost. Viserys hates that we've delayed sailing west. Jon met her gaze. If King Robert remains at peace, perhaps it's best we remain here. I sense you and I can do more good in Slavers Bay, restoring dignity to the enslaved. Someday we might address the Iron Throne. But not now. He hesitated, brushing hair from her cheek. We have so much to build first. The freedmen rely on us to keep them safe from re-enslavement. A fragile smile touched her lips. You speak as though we share a throne, cousin, or nephew, or however our lineage entangles. I only know that together we stand stronger than alone. He nodded, uncertain how to label their relationship. Targaryen blood complicated everything, yet he felt closer to Daenerys than to anyone else. They parted for the night, forging silent resolve. The next day would begin the march on Yunkai. The city needed to see that Astapor's liberation was no fluke. Freedmen from across the region would join or rebel, depending on whether they believed this new Targaryen coalition unstoppable. Morning arrived in a blaze of desert heat. Soldiers stirred, freedmen loaded wagons. The new Astapori Council offered provisions, grain, salted fish, casks of water. A fraction of Unsullied stayed behind, under a freedman captain. The rest, thousands strong, formed disciplined ranks outside the city. Daenerys oversaw final details, her 3 dragons flitting about. Jon circled on Shadowfire overhead, scanning for trouble. In a small courtyard behind the city's main thoroughfare, Viserys appeared, arms folded. He watched Daenerys lead the troops, his expression twisted by envy. Every freedman, every Unsullied soldier, looked to her for guidance, ignoring him entirely. With midday approaching, the Targaryen-led force departed Astapor. Daenerys rode at the forefront, accompanied by a few freedman lords and Torm. Dario took the second sons along the column's flanks, quipping that any bandit or marauder would flee at the sight of so many trained spear points. Jon soared overhead whenever possible, though the blazing sun made extended flight challenging. He'd let Shadowfire hunt for whales or large creatures whenever they neared the coast. The smaller dragons stayed near Daenerys, riding in open cages on wagons. Viserys followed sullenly, refusing to speak. Friedman rumored he spent nights muttering in his tent. After a week's journey along dusty roads, they neared Yunkai's outskirts. Scouts reported that Yunkai's rulers had indeed hired sellswords, the Yellow Company, rumored to be fierce but smaller than the Second Sons. Rumor also spread that the city's slaves were less numerous than Astapor's, but still suffering brutal conditions. Daenerys refused to let them remain in chains. She convened a council of war, again excluding Viserys, who sulked in the background. Dario proposed a direct assault on the gates at night. Tormund suggested a demonstration of dragonfire first, to frighten the city into surrender. Freedmen leaders argued that infiltration might spark an internal uprising. Daenerys listened, then turned to Jon. "What do you advise?" He sighed. "A direct assault risks the sellswords digging in behind the walls. A quick infiltration might reduce casualties. We could replicate the Astapor approach, but Yunkai's masters might suspect a trick. Alternatively, we could show them Shadowfire from a distance and offer terms: free all slaves or face Dragonfire." Daenerys bit her lip. "I dislike giving them time to prepare, but perhaps the show of force can prompt a bloodless surrender. Let's try that first. If they refuse, we attack by night." They agreed. Yunkai's walls rose from the flat plain, the city's yellowish bricks giving it a sun-scorched hue. Late that afternoon, Daenerys led a small envoy within sight of the gates. She commanded the Unsullied to form ranks behind her, freedmen archers arrayed on the flanks. The Second Sons fanned out. Jon soared overhead on Shadowfire, casting an immense shadow over the city. The watchers on Yunkai's walls shouted in alarm. Daenerys rode forward, regal perched on her saddle, letting out small snarls. Her banner, a three-headed dragon of black on red, fluttered in the dry wind. She raised her voice, calling out that she came to free the slaves. "Relinquish your chains or I burn your city," she declared in the common tongue, repeated in Valyrian by Tormund. Archers at the walls drew bows, but none dared fire while the giant black dragon circled overhead. After a tense wait, an envoy emerged. 3 younkish slavers accompanied by a handful of sellswords from the Yellow Company. One introduced himself as Grasdan Emotlak, sneering at Daenerys' threats. He claimed that Yunkai was no Astapor and that their sellswords would repel any invasion. Daenerys responded by ordering Shadowfire to swoop low, unleashing a torrent of flame on an empty patch of field. The ground erupted in a sea of fire, scorching a line nearly 50 yards long. Grasdan and his retinue blanched, physically trembling at the sight of such destruction wrought with casual ease. Daenerys repeated her demand: "Free every slave or die." Grasdan asked for time to consult. Daenerys gave him until sunset, cautioning that if they tried any trickery, the city would burn. Freedmen scouts watched the walls for signs of mobilization. Dario's men circled behind dunes. Tormund prayed that the slavers would yield without bloodshed. Jon landed Shadowfire near Daenerys, the beast panting with exertion, the midday sun shimmering against black scales. "If they refuse," Jon murmured, "we'll attack by nightfall. I'll tear the gates down with Shadowfire. Then the Unsullied can sweep in. Freed slaves can rise within the city. They can't withstand an onslaught from every side." Daenerys nodded, a resolute glimmer in her eyes. "Yes, I pray they choose peace." Sunset drew near, painting the sky in swaths of crimson. Yunkai's gate opened again, and Grasdan reappeared, flanked by a fresh cadre of sellswords. He approached Daenerys, scowling. "We refuse your demands. Yunkai will not be bullied by a girl with a large pet." He gestured to the Yellow Company behind him. "We stand ready to defend ourselves. Depart or face ruin." Daenerys' face hardened. She flicked a glance at Jon, who nodded. Then she addressed Grasdan in a carrying voice. "So be it," she said. "At dawn we come for you. Remember you had a choice." She turned her horse away, ignoring Grasdan's insults. Freedmen parted to let her pass. The second sons retreated quietly, though Dario spat curses at the Yunkish. Shadowfire roared overhead. That night, the Targaryen-led force prepared for battle. Viserys made a rare appearance in Daenerys' command tent. She and Jon were finalizing details. Freedmen would scale the lesser walls to create a diversion. The Unsullied would breach the main gate once Shadowfire tore it down, and the second sons would storm from the west. The smaller dragons would remain safe behind the lines, though Daenerys might call upon them if needed. Viserys listened, bitterness radiating from him. "Again you exclude me from leadership," he hissed. "I am no foot soldier." Daenerys leveled a calm gaze on him. "You have not proven capable of leading men, brother. If you truly wish to help, command a small flank of freedmen. Show compassion rather than demanding subservience." He glared. "I'd rather lead the entire charge." Jon grunted. "That's not happening." Viserys shot him a look of pure loathing. "One day, you'll regret humiliating me." Then he stormed out. Daenerys exhaled, weariness clouding her features. Jon placed a hand on her arm. "Ignore him," he said. "Focus on tomorrow's fight." She nodded. They exchanged final words with Dario, then parted to rest, if possible. Dawn broke in a haze of orange light. The Targaryen army advanced on Yunkai's walls. Freedmen archers crept behind dunes. Unsullied formed disciplined ranks. Second sons rode in from the flanks. Jon soared above on Shadowfire, scanning for Sellsword ambushes. He spotted a cluster of Yellow Company forces near the main gate, crossbows glinting. The city's defenders crouched behind parapets. The gate itself remained sealed. Jon inhaled, urging Shadowfire into a swift dive. The black dragon roared, unleashing a jet of flame that slammed into the thick wooden beams. The wood ignited, cracking under the intense heat. Sellswords on the wall fired crossbows, but the bolts bounced off Shadowfire's armored hide. Freedmen cheered from below, chanting Daenerys' name. Daenerys commanded the Unsullied to march. The gate smoldered, half collapsing. Another gout of dragonfire blasted it wide open, revealing the city streets beyond. Freedmen archers loosed arrows at Yellow Company crossbowmen, felling many. Daenerys' retinue rushed forward, joined by Dario's cavalry. Shouts and clangs of steel filled the morning air. Dust and smoke swirled in the narrow streets. Yunkai's defenders fought desperately, but the Unsullied carved through them with disciplined efficiency. Freed slaves rose inside the city, sabotaging gates and letting freedmen in. Chaos erupted behind the lines of slavers, who found themselves attacked from all sides. Shadowfire prowled overhead, scorching any rooftop from which archers tried to set ambushes. Jon guided the dragon carefully, mindful not to burn innocent slaves. The intense heat and swirling cinders made it difficult. Down in the main boulevard, Daenerys led a contingent of Unsullied, Drogon perched on her shoulder. She advanced relentlessly, ignoring begs for mercy from cowering slavers who threw down whips. Freedmen hammered open-collar locks, freeing chained men, women, children. The Yellow Company collapsed under the combined might of Second Sons and Unsullied. Some tried to surrender, others died in the street. By noon, Yunkai was effectively taken. Daenerys ordered a halt to the fighting, commanding that slavers who surrendered be bound for judgment. Freedmen raced through the city, celebrating. The newly liberated huddled in corners, stunned by their sudden freedom. Daenerys, dusty and sweat-soaked, ascended the steps of a lavish mansion that had belonged to Yunkai's leading master. She declared it open to the people. Freedmen thundered applause. Torrum invoked Lawloress blessing. Dario flashed a roguish grin, saluting with a bloody sword. Jon landed Shadowfire in the central plaza, smoke rising from the dragon's jaws. The sight of so many cheering freedmen stirred something in Jon's chest, a mix of hope and awe. Two cities liberated in short order. The slavers must be reeling. Viserys appeared, as if from nowhere, surveying the aftermath. Freedmen paid him no mind. He glowered at Daenerys as she accepted thanks from newly freed men. She had no time for him, guiding Yora to organize a local council akin to Astapor's. She repeated her formula. Slaves now rule themselves. The Unsullied, unbound by collars, chose to remain with Daenerys, forging an ever-growing army. Jon parted with her to check on the outskirts, ensuring no hidden pockets of sellswords remained. Daario took the Second Sons on a final sweep, collecting spoils where needed. By nightfall, Yunkai was fully under Targaryen control. Another victory. In a hastily cleared courtyard, freedmen built fires to celebrate. Musicians played flutes and drums, ex-slaves danced, children squealed in delight at the dragons overhead. Daenerys walked among them, bestowing kind words, occasionally healing small wounds. The freedmen called her Mysa, Mother. Jon, standing at a distance, felt a mixture of pride and unease. He believed in freeing slaves, but each victory fed the notion that Daenerys was a goddess figure, unstoppable. Where might that belief lead? Viserys lingered in a dark alcove, glaring. No one approached him with thanks or adoration. He felt worthless, overshadowed yet again. He watched Daenerys laugh with freedmen, saw Jon embraced by soldiers who lauded his monstrous black dragon, overheard jokes about the incompetent Targaryen brother. Hatred churned in his gut. He swore that one day he would show them all who truly deserved the throne. For now, he bided time, offering forced smiles when freedmen passed by. If Daenerys and Jon repeated their success in Meereen, they would command nearly all Slavers' Bay. The freedmen hailed them as saviors. Where would that leave him? Daenerys, unaware of Viserys' bitter glare, conferred with Jon in the glow of a brazier near the city's center. Regal perched on her arm, fluttering wings to ward off desert flies. A hush hung over the battered streets. Tomorrow, we begin reorganizing Yunkai's leadership, Daenerys said. We must ensure no revenge killings spiral out of control. Freedmen had already threatened certain slaver families. She wanted justice, not anarchy. Jon brushed a hand across his brow, fatigue setting in. I'll help patrol. Meanwhile, the Unsullied can hold the gates. Then we push onward to Meereen. That's the real test. They say it's the largest city, with a great fighting pit and proud slaver traditions. He sighed. 2 cities might have been caught off guard, but the third will be forewarned. We can't rely on surprise. Daenerys nodded. We'll form alliances among the freedmen of Yunkai and Astapor, bringing them together. That plus the Unsullied, plus the Second Sons, plus our dragons. Meereen cannot stand alone if its slaves revolt as well. Then all Slavers' Bay is freed. She paused, a spark in her eyes. It's what we set out to do. Even if King Robert sits on the Iron Throne, ignoring us, we'll create a realm of our own where no chain remains. Jon managed a small, weary grin. A realm of free people, guided by Targaryens who refused to repeat the sins of old. He squeezed her hand gently, forging a silent bond of trust. Torrim approached, offering them water and murmuring that Lawloress flame blessed their cause once more. They accepted the water gratefully, too tired to debate theology. Then Daario appeared, flamboyant as ever, announcing with a flourish that the city was secure. My queen, my prince. The Yunkish slavers have either surrendered or fled. The freedmen celebrate in the plazas. What now? Shall we press on Meereen next week? Daenerys exchanged a look with Jon. We'll fortify Yunkai first, ensure a stable freedmen council. Then perhaps in a week we move. Meereen can't be allowed time to rally an enormous resistance. Daario bowed, satisfied. He parted to rejoin the festivities. Jon and Daenerys lingered a moment, scanning the newly freed city. The air brimmed with singing, laughter, tears of relief. Through the haze of torchlight, they glimpsed freed children playing with the smaller dragons. Ghost prowled at Jon's side, earning wary respect from passers-by who recognized the direwolf's unnatural aura. Shadowfire perched on a half-ruined tower, roaring occasionally at the celebrations below. For a fleeting instant, Jon believed they were indeed forging a better world. He recalled how the mad Red Priest's prophecies had failed to manifest exactly. Yet now he understood the thrust. Dragons had returned, forging liberation in Essos. Perhaps war in Westeros was only a question of time. A rustle behind them made Jon spin. It was only Viserys skulking near, his face cast in half-shadow, eyes glittering with venom. He said nothing, only stared at Daenerys with raw jealousy. Then he turned on his heel and vanished into the darkness. Daenerys let out a sad sigh. He won't yield. No matter how many cities we free, he remains lost to envy. Jon rested a hand on her shoulder. We can't force him to care about the freed. Let him brood. Our path is set. She nodded. They turned back to the swirling celebration. Freedmen parted to let them pass, calling blessings, chanting Mysa at Daenerys and Fire Dragon at Jon, referencing Shadowfire's overwhelming might. The city's stench of old tyranny was giving way to new life. Over the next few days, Daenerys established a freedmen council for Yunkai, appointing local leaders who had once been slaves. The Unsullied patrolled the walls. Dario's second sons roamed the roads, intercepting any attempt by slaver survivors to regroup. Meanwhile, Viserys became more isolated, refusing to attend gatherings. Jon checked on him once, finding him in a dingy tavern corner. Viserys muttered that he'd never forget this humiliation, but offered no direct threat. Jon left him be, concluding that the older man was a simmering storm with no current outlet. When the time came to march on Meereen, Daenerys led a consolidated force. Astapor and Yunkai both offered freedmen volunteers eager to spread liberation. The Unsullied marched with quiet discipline. Shadowfire soared overhead, overshadowing the desert skies, while Rhaegal, Viserion, and Drogon circled in smaller arcs, learning from their elders' flight patterns. The freedmen who had once doubted Targaryens now carried banners depicting a three-headed dragon entwined with broken chains. Torrham and his red priests prayed each dawn for a swift victory. Dario boasted that no sellsword or slaver could stand against them. Viserys, forced to tag along, stewed at the rear, ignored by the freedmen. He occasionally snapped at a passing soldier or spat insults about Westeros, but few listened. Daenerys barely acknowledged him, focusing on the freed. Jon watched him warily, half expecting betrayal. But Viserys lacked allies to attempt anything rash. The freedmen despised him, the second sons mocked him, the red priests dismissed him. In effect, he was powerless. Their journey took them along the coast, where the air grew more humid. Meereen's silhouette eventually appeared. A grand city of pyramids overshadowing the waters, ringed by high walls. The spires glimmered, and great harpy statues loomed. This time, the Targaryen force advanced with caution. Scouts reported the city had readied more defenses, possibly including war machines. Freedmen inside Meereen whispered that the slavers were determined not to fall as Astapor and Yunkai had. Daenerys called her war council in the dunes outside the city. Dario recommended a night assault. Torrham advised intimidation first. Freedmen leaders wanted infiltration. Jon proposed a combination. Infiltration by freed slaves inside, plus a show of dragon force at the gates, plus a hidden cavalry flank from Dario. Daenerys listened to all, forging a cohesive plan. By now, she was confident in her leadership, and the freedmen revered her for it. Viserys attempted to insert himself into the debate, but Daenerys silenced him with a glare. "We have no time for your tantrums," she snapped. "Either stand with us or stand aside." Furious, he stormed out. Dario snorted in amusement. Jon tightened his jaw, uneasy. He feared Viserys might do something desperate, but he could not linger on that. The final conquest of Slaver's Bay beckoned. Night fell warm and sticky. The Targaryen-led force crept closer to Meereen's walls. Freed slaves within the city prepared to stir rebellion. Jon circled overhead on Shadowfire, scanning the ramparts. Daenerys advanced with the Unsullied, the second sons lurking in the darkness, freedmen archers hidden behind dunes. Torrham prayed for minimal bloodshed. Daenerys herself, flanked by Yora and her 3 smaller dragons, approached the main gate, calling for surrender in a ringing voice. The slavers responded with scornful laughter, launching bolts from scorpions perched on the walls. One bolt narrowly missed Daenerys' head. Furious, She signaled Shadowfire. Jon directed the dragon in a swooping dive, unleashing a torrent of flame that set the scorpion ablaze, men screaming. Freedmen cheered as the main gate caught. The city's defenders retaliated, but discipline wavered once they saw the monstrous black shape dominating the sky. Inside the city, freed slaves rose, setting fires, toppling harpy statues. The Unsullied outside battered the gate, ignoring arrow fire. Dario's cavalry charged a side entrance, overwhelming slavers who tried to defend it. Daenerys advanced with the freedmen, her face resolute. Regal, Viserion, and Drogon's sword overhead, adding confusion. The slavers realized they faced unstoppable might from both outside and within. Soon, pockets of fighting erupted in every district. Freed slaves tore off collars, brandishing improvised spears. The city descended into chaos. Another scorpion shot a bolt that grazed Shadowfire's flank, eliciting a furious roar. Jon directed the dragon to incinerate the scorpion crew, the city's bricks glowing under the intense blaze. By sunrise, Meereen's high walls were compromised, its defenders broken. The freed slaves inside threw open the main gate. Daenerys rode through, Unsullied ranks following. They subdued the remaining slavers with systematic efficiency. Some slavers tried to hold a final pyramid, but the freedmen scaled it from within, capturing them. The city's harpy statue on the Great Pyramid came crashing down with a thunderous roar. Daenerys oversaw the final stand, her dragons perched on balconies, hissing at any sign of resistance. Freed slaves flooded the streets, chanting her name. Jon circled above on Shadowfire, ensuring no slaver escaped by ship. The entire bay shimmered with the dawn's reflection. When the last pockets of slavers surrendered, Daenerys proclaimed Slavers' Bay free. 3 cities in her grasp: Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen, no chain unbroken. Freedmen crowned her Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons, lauding Jon as a king of black fire. Tormund praised R'hllor, though he cautioned them to remain humble. Daario grinned, exulting in the victory. The Unsullied pledged anew to Daenerys, forging a cohesive force across all 3 cities. The freed councils formed alliances to trade among themselves, uniting under Targaryen leadership. It was a near-bloodless triumph compared to typical conquests, though thousands died in the process. The aftermath was a swirling mixture of hope and grief, for many freedmen had lost loved ones under brutal slaver retaliation. But the future gleamed bright with possibility. Days later, Daenerys presided in Meereen's Great Pyramid, which now served as a symbol of freed rule. Freedmen from Astapor and Yunkai traveled to celebrate. A grand assembly took place in the throne room, though Daenerys insisted the dais remain open to all, no iron throne overshadowing them. Jon stood at her side, a silent pillar of support. The Red Priests lit braziers, chanting blessings. The freedmen hailed both Targaryens as liberators, forging a new domain. The Second Sons paraded in triumph, basking in applause, for they had proven critical in the siege. The Unsullied maintained stoic vigilance. The 3 smaller dragons perched on pillars, as if proud of their mother's achievement. Shadowfire roosted outside, occasionally letting out earth-shaking bellows. Viserys lingered at the periphery, unacknowledged. Freedmen who noticed him offered scorn, for they saw him as petty and jealous. He watched as Daenerys accepted tribute from newly formed freed councils. He heard them hail her as Mysa of Slavers' Bay. He saw Jon praised for riding the monstrous black dragon, overshadowing any memory of Viserys' supposed kingship. The sight stoked his resentment beyond measure. When the assembly ended, Daenerys and Jon retired to a smaller chamber to discuss the next steps. Consolidating this new freed alliance, ensuring Meereen's harbor reopened under freed labor, distributing farmland to the ex-slaves. Daario and Tormund joined them briefly, but eventually left, sensing the 2 Targaryens might need privacy. Daenerys rubbed her temples, exhausted. We've done it, but the responsibilities have only begun. Thousands look to us for leadership. Each city has its own freed council, yet they want a unifying figure. They call me queen. I never sought to be queen of Slavers' Bay. John smiled gently. Yet you are, in effect. You've done more good here than all the lords of Westeros combined. The freed will want you to remain. Maybe that's your purpose. She looked at him with shining eyes. Our purpose, she corrected. I'd not have succeeded without you. They revere you as well, especially with that great black dragon at your command. We are Targaryens building a realm of free people. She let out a soft laugh. I suspect we've overshadowed every prophecy that old mad priest uttered. John chuckled, recalling the priest's dire predictions about immediate war in Westeros. We might have proven some of it right. Dragons returned, a new dominion. But the war in Westeros remains a distant whisper. For now, we shape Essos. She nodded, exhaling. Still, I wonder what Ned Stark and King Robert think of us, if they hear at all. Perhaps they dismiss rumors of Targaryen conquests in Slaver's Bay. Or maybe they quake at the thought of dragons. She set aside the thought. We must focus on feeding and housing all these freedmen. Once that is done, we can contemplate the future. We might even have enough ships eventually to cross the narrow sea. But do we want to? John considered. If Robert threatens us, we might have no choice. For now, let Westeros remain ignorant. The freed deserve stability first. He paused, glancing at the door. What of Viserys? Daenerys's expression fell. He's unreachable. I suspect he might flee or attempt something rash. But I have no time for coddling him. If he stirs rebellion among the freed, I'll have no choice but to exile him. John nodded slowly. Let's keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, we have a realm to nurture. He turned as the door opened, revealing a freedman messenger who bowed low. The man announced that the city's new council awaited Daenerys's presence to plan distribution of farmland. She sighed, rising to her feet. It never ends. Come, help me. They walked out together, the corridor lined with freedmen who parted in awe. Regal, Viserion, and Drogon flitted overhead, chirping. Ghost padded behind John, silent as ever, resurrected life shimmering in his red eyes. In the distance, the roar of Shadowfire reverberated, a living testament to Targaryen might. The corridor opened onto a balcony overlooking Meereen's vast streets. Freed people bustled below, forging a new society. Daenerys inhaled the warm air, letting the city's hum fill her senses. She clasped Jon's hand. We've begun something bigger than us. Let's see it through. He squeezed her fingers. Yes, together. They descended to meet the council, forging a new chapter for Slaver's Bay, one free from chains, shaped by dragons, freedmen, and improbable alliances. And though Viserys seethed in jealousy, overshadowed and bitter, Daenerys and Jon pressed forward, determined to prove that Targaryens could do more than burn cities. They could reshape a corner of the world in an image of liberty and justice. Whether Westeros ever beckoned them back or not, their destiny now lay with the freed, the triumphant roars of dragons overhead, and the promise of a realm built on freedom rather than fear. The dawn after Viserys' exile was hushed in Meereen, the sky awash in faint pink clouds that drifted above the Great Pyramid. Daenerys stirred from her bed with a weight in her chest. Relief that her brother was gone, mingled with a raw ache at all she had lost. Still, she pushed forward. The freed Confederation's emerging stability demanded she place personal sorrow beneath the higher cause. She found her way to the balcony overlooking Meereen's harbor, letting the morning wind brush her face, driving away lingering fatigue. Down below, freed workers loaded grain sacks onto ships bound for Yunkai and Astapor, their once shackled limbs now free to labor for their own prosperity. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, recalling the chaos Viserys had threatened. The freed Confederation had survived a close brush with sabotage. She thanked whatever gods might listen that House Targaryen's vow to protect these people remained unbroken. By the time she descended to the lower levels, the city already bustled with life. Freed hawkers set up stalls in the courtyard, the aroma of spices, roasting fish, and sweet pastries drifting through the columns. She paused near a cluster of freed scribes who hurried to greet her, each bearing scrolls of proposals or concerns. She acknowledged them with a measured nod. The freed Confederation had begun implementing the Tri-City trade pacts hammered out in Astapor, but each day revealed new frictions, from currency exchanges to toll enforcement. Daenerys summoned calm, urging the scribes to gather in the main hall at midday. Meanwhile, she wanted to speak privately with Jon about the next steps. Her brother's name lurked at the back of her mind, but she pushed it aside. He was gone. Best to leave that chapter behind forever. She found Jon in the old audience chamber, wearing plain leathers and a half-cape pinned with a dragon sigil. A freed guard let her in with a polite bow. Jon stood near a wooden table, poring over a crude map of the surrounding region. Light slanted across him from the high windows, casting shadows on his features. Ghost dozed by his boots, ever watchful, half-resurrected eyes flicking open at her approach. Daenerys offered a soft smile. "You're up early." Jon nodded, glancing at her with quiet warmth. "I wanted to review these new caravans we're launching. Our freed Confederation can't thrive if bandits pick off travelers the moment they leave Meereen. Dario's second sons patrol some routes and freed militias handle others, but we need a more systematic approach." He paused, letting out a small breath. "Also, I've been thinking about the rumors from beyond our borders. Myr, Lys, even Volantis. Word of a freed Confederation in Slaver's Bay must be causing ripples. Some might see opportunities for trade. Others might see us as a threat." Daenerys studied the map, which depicted the eastern coastline, the placid waters of Slaver's Bay, and beyond, the territories of Valyria's ruins and Essos city-states. "You believe foreign powers might interfere?" she asked quietly, recalling how precarious freed societies could be if a large external force decided to crush them. Jon's expression turned thoughtful. "Not necessarily a full-scale invasion, but we can't discount infiltration. There are wealthy men who prospered from slavery or from the chaos here. Now that we've stabilized Slaver's Bay, those men might resent losing profitable slave markets. Some might try sabotage or sponsor local warlords, just like the infiltration Viserys nearly leveraged. But we're prepared." He set a hand on hers. "And with the freed Confederation gaining strength each day, we stand on firmer ground than ever." Daenerys's heart eased a fraction. She clasped his hand, mindful of freed guards at the door, yet unashamed. Their bond no longer needed concealment. Freed men recognized them as co-guardians. She squeezed gently before letting go, stepping to the window that overlooked the city's sprawl. "I suspect Meereen can handle more trade caravans if the roads remain safe. Perhaps we dispatch an envoy to Volantis, inviting legitimate commerce under freed terms, no slavery permitted. If they want to do business, they respect our new laws." Jon folded his arms. "That might indeed quell hostile elements. If Volantis sees a chance for legitimate profit, they might ignore the slaver factions. A cunning approach. Offer them a seat at the table so they don't try to flip it over." She offered a small, weary smile. "Yes, we can do that once we've confirmed our domestic routes are secure. We must also keep an eye on Astapor. It's stable now, but the Freed Council is young. A single crisis could fracture them again." The memory of near-civil war there made her exhale. "At least Yunkai remains calmer, thanks to the freed cavalry we stationed." They moved from the chamber to a side courtyard, exchanging nods with freed scribes who trailed them. A cluster of freedmen waited, each with a request or petition. Daenerys devoted the morning to hearing them out. Small property disputes, complaints about ration lines, appeals for farmland. Jon assisted by asking practical questions, while freed scribes recorded solutions or assigned mediators. By midday, a short break allowed them to meet in a quiet colonnade for water and bread. The sun overhead blazed, though the colonnade's pillars offered a sliver of shade. Ghost lay panting at Jon's feet, exhausted from weaving through throngs. Daario Naharis appeared, flamboyantly striding past freed guards, a grin beneath his dyed mustache. "My queen, my prince," he greeted, inclining his head. "We've tidings from the second sons. A minor band of brigands attempted to harass a freed caravan north of Yunkai. They were repelled easily, but we suspect they were part of a larger gang. possibly tied to old slaver groups out of new guys. He leaned against a pillar. We can dispatch extra patrols, but it'll stretch us thin. Daenerys arched a brow, glancing at Jon. Another potential front. If these brigands gather more allies, freed caravans could become targets everywhere. She let out a soft groan. We can't fight 100 small brush fires. We need a broader strategy, either forging alliances with each potential threat or crushing them before they unite. But we don't want to fall into endless wars either. Slavery remains our main enemy, not petty banditry. Jon tapped his chin. Indeed, but bandits can disrupt free trade, undermine faith in our protection. Let's gather intelligence. Perhaps we approach new guys with the same approach we planned for Volantis. Offer legitimate trade if they renounce slave practices. If they refuse, we watch them closely. Meanwhile, a few well-placed demonstration flights by Shadowfire or your trio might discourage bandit gatherings. Dario's grin widened. Always with the show of dragons. I approve. Nothing says, stay away, like a black behemoth scorching a hilltop near your hideout. Daenerys permitted a small laugh. All right, coordinate with freed scouts. Let them pinpoint bandit strongholds, if any. A single dragon pass might suffice to scatter them. We'll start with Shadowfire. Then the freed councils can move in to secure the routes. Dario bowed theatrically. As you wish, my queen. The second sons stand ready. He departed in a swirl of dusty cloak, leaving Daenerys and Jon to trade tired but determined glances. After a brief meal, they returned to the freed council sessions in Meereen's halls, adjusting trade laws and reorganizing farmland. The day slipped by in a blur of negotiations. Late in the afternoon, as the sun angled west, a freed scribe hurried to them, breathless. My queen, a messenger from the coast, urgent. He claims to bring tidings from a Dothraki Khalasar that roams near the Painted Hills. Daenerys and Jon exchanged startled looks. The Dothraki had thus far avoided direct contact with Slavers Bay since the freed Confederation formed. Some warlords might once have sold captured foes into slavery. Now that Targaryens and freed armies dominated these coasts, the Dothraki might be testing the waters. Daenerys nodded to the scribe. Bring the messenger to the courtyard. They assembled quickly. Torches lit the marble pillars, freed guards forming a perimeter. The messenger, a lanky Dothraki youth, knelt before Daenerys, evidently uneasy to see so many freed soldiers and the looming figure of Jon, who towered behind her. Ghost lurked at Jon's side, bearing fangs in a silent intimidation. The youth carried a whip coiled at his hip, though he made no move to draw it. Daenerys recognized the braided hair typical of a Dothraki outrider. She motioned for him to speak, using passable Dothraki phrases to invite him. The youth stumbled into broken Valyrian, explaining that Khal Nakaro commanded a Khalasar of 5,000 riders crossing the Painted Hills, rumored to be heading along the coast. They had run short on water and sought new resources. The youth delivered a message. The Khal inquired whether the Targaryens of Slavers Bay were the same rumored dragonlords who freed cities. If so, Khal Nakaro demanded to know if these Targaryens intended to challenge Dothraki riders in the grasslands or offer tribute. The youth's tone wavered between suspicion and awe. Daenerys listened intently, recalling her own memories of Dothraki culture from years past. She answered softly in Dothraki, "We do not challenge the Dothraki nor pay them tribute. We stand for freed men, not slaves. If Khal Nakaro comes in peace, we will not bar him from passing near the coast. But if he or his riders attempt to raid freed lands or enslave travelers, we will respond with dragons and armies." Jon, following the conversation with partial understanding, added in common tongue, "Tell your Khal we do not fear the Dothraki. If he respects freed rule in Slavers Bay, we might even trade with him. But no plunder, no taking slaves. That is our only condition." The messenger bowed repeatedly, eyes flitting around the courtyard. Freed onlookers murmured, some fearful of Dothraki raids. Others scorned the idea that any Khalasar could match Targaryen dragons. Daenerys dismissed the youth with a measured courtesy, instructing him to convey the terms. If Khal Nakaro chooses war, He will find us ready, she warned. If he wishes peaceful passage, we can talk. The youth stumbled out, freed guards escorting him to the city gate. Jon exhaled once the messenger was gone. Another potential front. Let's see if the Dothraki approach. If they do, we stand firm. Daenerys nodded, though tension knitted her brow. 5,000 riders is not trivial. We have dragons, but the freed Confederation might be stretched if the Dothraki roam widely. They seldom bow to any outsider. Let's hope they see sense and keep going. The desert near the Painted Hills offers little grazing anyway. Thus, a watchful stance emerged. Freed scouts patrolled the western edges of Slaver's Bay, prepared to alert Targaryen leadership if the Khalasar ventured too close. Jon summoned Grey Worm and Tormund to discuss how to handle a possible encounter. Tormund stressed again that freed unity must not waver under fear. If the freed councils unite, a single Khalasar is manageable. Slavery is not the Dothraki's primary way, but they do raid and capture. If they see no easy prey, they may move on. Despite the unsettled news, daily governance proceeded. The Freed Confederation hammered out new guidelines for cross-city apprenticeships, freed labor cooperatives, and farmland reallocation. Daenerys and Jon oversaw each measure, mindful of how quickly a single spark could ignite tension among freed who once were slaves. Their presence, reinforced by the looming menace of dragons, kept the peace. Yet both Targaryens sensed an undercurrent of growing complexity. The Freed Confederation had grown beyond 3 cities. Outlying villages, coastal settlements, and inland farms now recognized Targaryen guardianship. The map of Slaver's Bay expanded weekly, freed settlements forging ties, each with unique needs. One afternoon, Daenerys summoned Jon to a small courtyard in the Great Pyramid, a space with neatly tended shrubs and a slender fountain that trickled water across smooth stones. She wore a simple gown of pale blue, her hair braided back from her face. Jon approached, curious why she had asked for a private moment. Freed guards stationed at the archway melted away at her gesture, granting them solitude. Ghosts sprawled on the cool tiles. A hush descended. Daenerys paced near the fountain, turning to Jon with an intensity in her violet eyes. "I needed to speak away from prying ears," she began softly. "We have managed so much, freed Confederation, new trade routes, quelling internal strife. But sometimes I feel the realm we've built teeters on a fragile foundation. Without constant vigilance, freed societies could devolve or be subverted. I never intended to stay forever as a caretaker." Jon understood. Nor did I. Yet each day, freed councils rely on us. If we vanish, who holds the realm together? Eventually, freed leaders must stand on their own, but they're still new to governance. Another year or 2 might be needed, at minimum, to cement these structures. Then we can step back, unless a bigger threat arises. She nodded, leaning a hand on the fountain's rim. "I fear that day might come from the east or west. The Dothraki, foreign slaver alliances, or even Westeros if King Robert decides we threaten his claims. But let's not wallow in paranoia. We can only plan so much." She paused, voice trembling slightly. "And what of us? We share a Targaryen bond, but also something deeper. I feel it whenever we stand together. Freedmen whisper we are king and queen in all but name. Yet we've not named any titles for ourselves. We champion the freed. Are we content with that?" Jon's heart pounded. He stepped closer, letting the faint trickle of water mask the hush in the courtyard. "We are more than content, I think. We told the freed we were no tyrants. If they name us protectors, that's enough for me. But if you ask about personal ties, yes, I feel that closeness. We do not need a formal ceremony to acknowledge it. But if you wish it, I won't deny you." She swallowed, the warmth of her hand brushing his. "It's not only about a ceremony. The freed suspect were bound by more than leadership. They accept it, even bless it. Targaryen tradition once had no qualms with close-kin marriages, but we've tried to reject the worst of those old ways. Still," she trailed off, searching his face, "I find myself wanting to stand at your side not just as co-guardian, but as partner in every sense. Perhaps we let freed be freed in love, as we are freed from taboos. Jon's breath caught, a gentle surge of emotion. Then let us not fear old judgments. We shape a new realm with new norms. If the freed see no scandal in it, and if it binds us stronger, we can formalize our bond. But only if it feels right to you, Daenerys. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a faint smile. It does. Let the freed see that House Targaryen is united in every way. We can proclaim it in a freed manner, not a pompous coronation. Something simple, a vow acknowledging we guide these lands together. She exhaled, relieved to have voiced it. But not immediately. We must ensure the freed Confederation thrives. Then we might hold a small ceremony, if you agree. Jon's answering smile was gentle. I do. Let's call it a freed vow, something the councils can celebrate. Then the realm will see that Targaryen leadership is stable, one body, one spirit. I was never one for grand feasts anyway. He reached for her hand, interlacing fingers. For a heartbeat, they shared a quiet closeness unburdened by the swirl of politics. A sudden flurry of footsteps broke the moment. A freed guard rushed in, out of breath, apologizing for the intrusion. My queen, my prince, pardon me, but there's an urgent message from the Painted Hills scouts. The Dothraki Khalasar is moving closer to the coastal roads. They might test freed border villages. Daenerys's jaw tightened. She squeezed Jon's hand once before releasing it. So it begins, she muttered. We'll handle this as well. Summon Dario, Grey Worm, the Freed Council. Let's see if Khal Nakaro truly wants a fight or just a show of force. The guard bowed and dashed off. Daenerys sighed, turning to Jon. We'll not mention our vow plan until we settle this. One crisis at a time. Jon nodded, face set. Agreed. Let's hope the Dothraki stand down. They left the courtyard for the council hall, footsteps echoing along the polished stone. Ghost padded behind, tail flicking. The memory of their tender discussion lingered in Jon's mind, fueling resolve to preserve the freed Confederation from any new threat. The Freed Council convened swiftly, freed scribes bringing in scouts reports. A Khalasar of about 5,000 riders, led by Khal Nakaro, had advanced within a day's ride of the Painted Hills near the southwestern coast. Freed farmland dotted that region, small villages of ex-slaves who once fled from Yunkai's oppression. If the Khalasar raided these unfortified settlements, the Freed Confederation would face its first major external conflict. Daenerys listened gravely. Jon studied the scribes' accounts of Khal Nakaro's rumored temperament. Proud, quick to seize easy plunder, but not mindlessly cruel. He might be swayed by a demonstration of overwhelming might. Dario tapped the table, proposing that the second sons ride out to reinforce those villages, while Daenerys or Jon soared overhead with a dragon as a deterrent. Torm recommended sending a small diplomatic party first, repeating their stance. The Freed Confederation welcomes peaceful trade or passage, but no raiding or slavery. Grey Worm favored a show of unsullied force as well. Freed counselors worried that if negotiations failed, the Dothraki could vanish into the plains or return unpredictably. Daenerys and Jon conferred, eventually deciding on a dual approach. Daenerys would dispatch an envoy to meet Khal Nakaro, while Jon soared above on Shadowfire, ready to rain fire if the Dothraki attacked. Freed cavalry from Yunkai, now well-trained, would circle the Painted Hills, ensuring the villages had time to evacuate if needed. They left Meereen at dawn, a lean force of freed cavalry and second sons. Daenerys rode at the column center, Drogon perched on a wooden enclosure in the supply wagon. Regal and Viserion flitted overhead, scanning the dunes. Jon flew ahead on Shadowfire, scouting for signs of the Khalasar. Ghost remained with Daenerys, the direwolf trotting beside her horse. Freed watchers fanned out to secure possible choke points. After 2 days of travel under scorching sun, they reached the Painted Hills outskirts, rolling mounds tinted by mineral streaks of red, purple, and gold. Local freed peasants peeked fearfully from huts, reporting that no direct raid had occurred yet, but a vast cloud of dust signaled Dothraki riders camped just over the horizon. They set up a base near a small ravine that offered water. Dario led a scouting party that discovered a Dothraki outrider. He returned with news that Khal Nakaro had pitched his main camp near the coastal track, presumably hunting or waiting for an approach. Daenerys resolved to ride out with a few freed translators, plus minimal guard, to parley. Jon insisted on circling from above, ready to swoop in. Everyone agreed the Dothraki might respond poorly to a large show of ground force, interpreting it as a challenge. But a black dragon overhead might curb aggression. Thus, at dawn, Daenerys set forth with half a dozen freed cavalry, Dario among them, plus a freed translator prophy. Scient in Dothraki, she carried Drogon on a makeshift chain, though the young dragon had grown larger, nearing the size of a small horse. Regal and Viserion soared overhead, trailing behind Jon and Shadowfire's black silhouette. The painted hills glimmered in the dawn light. Drifts of dust whipped around them. Tension crackled. They spotted the Dothraki camp as they crested a shallow ridge. Thousands of horses grazed on the sparse grass. Lean tents and smoky fires formed a ring. Men roamed with curved rocks. Women and children glimpsed the Targaryen approach with curiosity or wariness. Khal Nakaro emerged, mounted on a tall, sinewy stallion, flanked by a coterie of blood riders. His hair was braided with bells that chimed softly in the breeze. He wore leather vests, arms bare, a rack resting at his hip. When he saw Daenerys, silver-haired, accompanied by a small retinue, a black and red banner fluttering, his nostrils flared. He barked something in Dothraki that the freed translator murmured. He acknowledges your arrival, wonders if you come to beg or to threaten. Daenerys raised her voice in passable Dothraki. I am Daenerys Targaryen, breaker of chains, freer of cities in Slaver's Bay. I come neither to beg nor threaten without cause. We respect the Dothraki, but we will not tolerate raids on freed lands. If you pass peacefully, there is no quarrel. Khal Nakaro let out a dry laugh, leaning forward in his saddle. He responded in a torrent of Dothraki, the translator struggling to keep up. He says the Dothraki roam where they please. He has heard tales of Targaryen dragons. Rumor claims you destroyed slavers. He does not trade in slaves, but he claims the right to take spoils from weak villages. If these freed are truly strong, let them defend themselves. If not, they are rightful prey. Daenerys's jaw tightened. Then you believe might makes right, Khal Nakaro? We do not forbid your passage, but we forbid taking freed people as spoils. We have dragons overhead. Challenge us at your peril. On cue, a roar echoed from above. Shadowfire swooped in broad circles, blotting out the sun. Regal and Viserion soared behind, smaller but fierce. Many Dothraki reined in horses with startled exclamations. The sight of 4 dragons patrolling the skies unsettled them. The camp stirred, men brandishing rocks in confusion. Khal Nakaro's eyes flicked skyward, betraying a moment of awe. Still, he let out a contemptuous sniff. He says a single beast can be killed with cunning. Perhaps not so easily, but the Dothraki do not fear illusions. Daenerys bristled. She lifted a hand, motioning for Dario to remain calm. The freed cavalry around her tensed, but she pressed forward in a firm voice, continuing in Dothraki. We have freed armies as well. The entire bay stands behind us. If you doubt it, test us and see how your Khalasar fares against dragons in the open desert. I do not wish war. We can trade food, water. We allow you passage if you do not raid freed villages. That is all we ask. Khal Nakaro sneered, exchanging words with his blood riders. The freed translator whispered. He mocks the idea that Targaryens can keep so many freed in line. He says freed are easily scattered, but he acknowledges the dragons might burn them. He wonders if you would risk your own freed for a Dothraki test. Daenerys stared him down. If you question freed resolve, look at the charred remains of slaver cities we conquered. Freed marched with me thousands strong. I have no desire to kill Dothraki, but I will if you threaten my realm. She jerked the chain slightly, letting Drogon hiss a small flame from his jaws. The swirl of heat rippled through the dusty air. Dothraki horses danced nervously. Khal Nakaro's eyes narrowed. A hush fell, broken only by the rustle of the painted hill's wind. From above, Jon observed, perched on Shadowfire. He studied the tension below, prepared to dive if the Dothraki advanced. Rhaegal and Viserion flitted near him, awaiting a signal from Daenerys. The freed cavalry formed a half-circle, uneasy but resolute. Khal Nakaro regarded them with tight-lipped disdain. Finally, he barked an order to his men. The translator relayed. He says the Dothraki do not bow to your freed laws, but he sees no point in a fool's fight with so many dragons. He will pass along the coastline, taking only what the land offers. Grass for horses, water from streams. He will not raid freed villages if they do not provoke him. That is his final word. Daenerys exhaled, letting relief seep in. So be it. If your men harm freed or take them captive, we will respond swiftly and ruthlessly. If you keep your word, we part with no bloodshed. She nodded to Dario and the freed cavalry, signaling they were done. Khal Nakaro spat on the ground, turning his stallion abruptly. The Dothraki parted to let him pass, some glaring with naked hostility, others uncertain. The tension lingered, but the immediate confrontation diffused. Daenerys beckoned Drogon, soothing him. The freed cavalry carefully backed away, leaving the painted hills open for the Khalasar's travel. The translator muttered that Khal Nakaro might well keep his vow out of caution, though the Dothraki might test freed settlements from a distance. When Daenerys regrouped with Jon on a nearby ridge, she let out a shaky breath. He yields for now. A direct fight was avoided. Jon helped her dismount, scanning the broad desert where thousands of Dothraki prepared to move on. We'll remain vigilant, station freed scouts. If the Dothraki remain peaceful, fine. If they break their word, we respond with fire. He glanced at Daenerys' face, seeing the strain there. You did well. Another crisis averted. But we must be prepared for more. She nodded, weary. Yes, this freed confederation is no child's toy. We face threats from Dothraki, from hidden slavers, from possible foreign city-states. Each time we hold them at bay, I wonder how long we can keep every wolf from our door. But each day freed societies grow stronger, more organized, better able to defend themselves. Jon placed a reassuring hand on her arm. That's all we can do. Buy them time, shape stable governance. Eventually, freed men can stand without us. Then, he hesitated, remembering their vow talk. Then we chart our next path. Returning to Meereen, they reported the outcome to the Freed Council, who breathed relief that war with the Dothraki had been avoided. Scouts were deployed to monitor Khal Nakaro's progress along the coast. Meanwhile, freed caravans resumed normal travel. The freed city folk hailed Daenerys and Jon as protectors once more, praising their willingness to stand tall without sparking a needless war. Tormund commended them for exemplifying mercy matched by strength. Dario teased that Slaver's Bay had become so stable that the Second Sons might grow bored. Yet everyone sensed that the region's stability was fragile, reliant on Targaryen oversight and the Freed Confederation's newfound cooperation. In the ensuing weeks, freed commerce flourished. Ships plied the bay, exchanging goods between the three main cities and smaller ports that sprang up. Freed farmland around Meereen and Yunkai produced healthy harvests, supplemented by fish from Astapor's coast. Minor tensions arose. A freed counselor in Astapor complained that Yunkai's port fees were too high, while some freed families in Meereen accused others of hoarding. Each time, Daenerys or Jon intervened, calmly mediating. The Freed Confederation learned step by step, forging solutions without fists or whips. The dragons soared overhead, a constant reminder that House Targaryen guarded their liberties. Meanwhile, Daenerys and Jon quietly made plans for a freed vow ceremony, a personal union that would double as a symbolic anchor for the Confederation. They intended a modest affair, inviting freed council delegates from each city, some red priests, and the essential defense leaders. No pomp of gold crowns or forced tributes, merely an affirmation that the Targaryens who broke chains were united also in heart. A freed craftsman prepared simple silver bands engraved with swirling dragon motifs, a subtle sign. Daenerys confided to a handful of freed scribes that the ceremony would occur at dawn, in a courtyard near Meereen's harbor. The scribes, delighted, shared discreetly with freed leaders, who took care to arrange a respectful but not ostentatious gathering. When the appointed morning came, the sky was a soft lavender hue. Freed men and women gathered at Meereen's harbor in a loose circle, each holding small candles or torches, forming a gentle ring of light. The sea lapped at the docks, while gulls cried overhead. Regal and Viserion perched on a tall column, watchful. Drogon circled above, letting out occasional chirps. Shadowfire soared in the distance, a dark shape that cast long shadows across the bay. Tormund led a short invocation in both Common Tongue and Valyrian, calling on R'hlloreth's flame to bless this union. Freed counselors from Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen stood close, wearing plain robes, their faces lit by torchlight. Dario, Grey Worm, and a smattering of second sons watched from the periphery, quiet respect in their eyes. Daenerys wore a pale ivory dress, unembellished except for a faint red trim reminiscent of House Targaryen's sigil. Her hair was partly braided, the rest flowing free. She stood in the harbor's gentle breeze, hands clasped at her waist, eyes bright with anticipation. Jon approached from the crowd's other side, wearing leathers dyed a subtle crimson hue. Ghost padded beside him, fur still patchy from resurrection scars. The freed parted silently, letting him pass. He paused at the circle's center, meeting Daenerys's gaze with quiet resolve. No formal speech had been prepared. They had agreed to speak from the heart. Tormund nodded, stepping back to let them define the moment. Daenerys drew in a steadying breath. We began as strangers, bastard and exile, uncertain of the world that had cast us aside. But we found purpose in breaking chains, forging freed unity. Through battles, heartbreak, and triumph, we stood side by side. This day, I stand before freed men, proclaiming that House Targaryen is more than blood ties. It is a pledge to defend, to nurture, and to love. Jon, I vow to face every storm with you, to uphold freed Confederation, and to walk with you in every dawn. Jon's throat tightened, hearing the sincerity in her voice. Freed watchers stood in hush, some blinking away tears. He took her hand. Daenerys, you gave me a calling beyond my own doubts, liberating enslaved souls, guiding them to shape a realm of their own. We are guardians shaped by dragons, by freed hopes, by each other. I vow to stand at your side, forging peace through justice, never forsaking these people or you. Let freed be freed, and let us be free in our bond. He turned to Tormund, who presented 2 thin silver bands. Daenerys lifted the first band, slipping it onto Jon's left hand, the metal cool against his skin. He did the same for her, the ring sliding over her slender finger. A breathless hush lingered, followed by a ripple of cheers as freed recognized the union of their 2 protectors. Tormund quietly declared them bound in R'hlloreth's light and freed grace, though he did not overshadow the moment with a sermon. Daenerys and Jon sealed the vow with a gentle kiss, brief, respectful, but filled with unspoken devotion. Freed watchers clapped, some chanting Mysa, Mysa, while others intoned Jon's name in lesser-known freed tongues. Drogon soared low, releasing a small jet of flame that lit the sky in gold sparks. Regal and Viserion joined, swirling overhead. From the harbor's far edge, Shadowfire let out a thunderous roar, echoing across Meereen's battlements, as though blessing the vow with primeval power. Freed men who once quaked at the notion of dragons now cheered, seeing these creatures as allies. The harbor glowed in the early sun, unveiling a day that promised unity. In the hours that followed, freed councils from each city offered simple gifts: carved tokens representing Astapor's fisheries, Yunkai's textiles, Meereen's farmland. Each gift symbolized the freed Confederation's trust in Targaryen leadership. Daenerys accepted them graciously, reminding everyone that these tokens belonged to the freed cause, not as personal tribute. Jon shared a modest feast with freed counselors, second sons, and unsullied officers. Laughter abounded, though subdued, No drunken revelry overshadowed the seriousness of the vow. The freed Confederation needed them strong and clear-eyed. By dusk, the vow day concluded. Daenerys and Jon found a rare moment of calm in a chamber high in the pyramid. Windows opened to the desert wind. Torchlight danced across the walls. Their new silver bands glinted on their fingers, an outward sign of what they already knew in their hearts. Ghost dozed at the threshold, while Drogon perched on a ledge, half-dozing. Rhaegal and Viserion took flight over the city. Daenerys approached Jon with a soft smile, her eyes reflecting the torch's glow. "We're no king and queen in the old sense," she said, voice low. "Yet the freed see us as something akin to it. I trust we can remain just and never repeat our forebears' sins." Jon slid an arm around her waist. "We lead by example. Freed see that we champion them, not ourselves. The vow we made only strengthens that bond. We're in this together." He pressed a gentle kiss to her brow, content that, after so much turmoil, they had carved out a small piece of happiness. Outside, a hush fell across Meereen streets as freed families settled into their nightly routines. Beyond the walls, the painted hills, Astapor, Yunkai all lay under Targaryen watch. For the first time in ages, Daenerys allowed herself to feel hope that the freed Confederation might truly endure. The next day brought routine freed governance. Daenerys and Jon awakened early, greeting freed scribes who delivered tidings from each city. Astapor reported further improvements in farmland distribution. Yunkai had apprehended a small band of slaver loyalists. Meereen's shipping lanes thrived. Torum's red priests continued traveling, fostering unity. Dario's men patrolled the roads. It seemed, at last, that Slaver's Bay had found a rhythm of peace. Freed families found stable homes, each city forging its identity free of whips and chains. Weeks passed in measured calm, each day a chance to refine freed laws, integrate new farmland, or quell minor feuds. Daenerys and Jon used their vow to encourage freed councils that Targaryen leadership was steadfast. Freed children played in the plazas, building small figurines of dragons and direwolves from clay. The caravans to the Painted Hills reported no further Dothraki aggression. Khal Nakaro had continued north, uninterested in tangling with the mighty freed Confederation. Rumors from the west suggested some ex-slavers wandered the Basilisk Isles, but they posed no immediate threat. Gradually, Daenerys and Jon dared believe that an era of relative stability might blossom. Freed commerce boomed, with shipping routes expanding to the Summer Islands and possibly Volantis. Word spread. The freed Confederation was open for trade but forbade any cargo of slaves. Some foreign merchants balked. Others found lucrative new markets in the revived economy. Meanwhile, the freed cities built small navies to protect their shores, each vessel bearing the three-headed dragon entwined with the broken chain sigil that had emerged as a freed emblem. One afternoon, as Daenerys busied herself with freed scribes in Meereen's main hall, Jon stepped outside for fresh air. Ghost followed, panting in the late-day sun. He found Shadowfire coiled on a broad terrace above the harbor, dozing. The monstrous black dragon stirred at Jon's approach, releasing a puff of sulphurous breath. Jon rested a hand on the scaled flank, remembering the day he discovered that old egg beneath Winterfell. Fate had led them here, forging a path of flame that lit the freed Confederation's birth. He thought of Daenerys, her vow, her unwavering devotion to these ex-slaves, the gentle strength that defied fear. A faint smile tugged at his lips. They had done what seemed impossible. Unify 3 war-torn cities, break thousands of chains, and stand watch over a realm that grew more stable each moon cycle. Perhaps one day, if the freed needed them less, they might turn their gaze west, or remain here in contentment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the terrace. Dario arrived, an unusual tension in his posture. His flamboyant grin was absent. "Jon," he said in a clipped voice, "I come with unexpected tidings. A ship arrived from Westeros." The freed harbor guards flagged it as suspicious, but its captain claims to bear a message from Ned Stark, Hand of the King, addressed to House Targaryen in Meereen. The freed scribes are verifying authenticity. Jon's heartbeat quickened. He had not received direct news from Ned Stark in ages, though he gleaned bits from small rumors. A letter from Ned Stark to us? That is surprising. Let's see it. They hurried down flights of stone steps to the harbor's small administration building. Freed guards posted outside. The dock beyond was alive with workers loading fish and grain. Inside, a freed scribe handed Jon a sealed parchment. The seal bore the dire wolf of House Stark, unbroken. Daario stepped aside, letting Jon open it in privacy. The letter's contents were brief, penned in a sure, firm hand. Jon, if this reaches you, then the rumors are true. You stand in Essos with Daenerys Targaryen, forging new dominions. I have belatedly learned of your heritage, how you are more Targaryen than Stark by birth, and of the monstrous dragons you command. I write not to condemn, but to warn. King Robert's court stirs with uneasy whispers. Some suspect you and Daenerys pose a threat to the Iron Throne. I have thus far counseled caution, reminding the king we have no proof of your hostile intent. But his advisors press him to consider drastic measures. A new hand might not be so patient. I also learned unsettling rumors from the far north, tales of undead rising beyond the wall. Madness, perhaps, but the Night's Watch calls it reason for concern. Winter may come for us all. If you can maintain peace in Essos, do so. War with Westeros would only distract from the greater threat. I cannot say more in a mere letter. Tread carefully. Ned Stark. Jon's breath caught. The letter validated that Ned Stark had known some truth of his parentage but kept it hidden. The mention of undead beyond the wall tugged at old fears. He considered Robert's potential hostility. The freed Confederation might soon attract more unwelcome attention from the Iron Throne. Folding the parchment, he told Daario, "Send this to Daenerys at once. She must read it. We'll confer in private." Daario nodded, beckoning freed guards to carry the letter to the pyramid's main hall. Within the hour, Daenerys, Jon, and a select few freed leaders convened in a small side chamber. Tormund stood discreetly aside, hands folded. Daario hovered near the door, watchful. Daenerys read the letter in tense silence, her brow furrowing. She lifted her gaze to Jon, a swirl of worry in her violet eyes. "So Westeros stirs. King Robert's court contemplates action against us. I thought them distant, content to ignore rumors. But perhaps not forever." Jon set a hand on the table. Ned Stark's letter suggests no immediate invasion, but Robert's advisors are pressing him. He warns us to avoid hostility that might provoke a strike. Also, he speaks of undead beyond the wall. That's a legend I once scoffed at in Winterfell, but if Ned includes it, it might be more than myth. Could it be the threat the Red Priests whispered about in their old prophecies? Ice and fire clashing. Daenerys's features hardened. I recall some old tales from Rhaegar's notes about a coming darkness in the north. Perhaps that darkness stirs. Meanwhile, Robert might move against us. If we remain here and do nothing, could Westeros strike our freed Confederation? Or do we parley to avoid a pointless war? Tormund inclined his head. Lawloress flame sometimes shows glimpses of ice wraiths, but whether they truly stir or not is uncertain. If Westeros's Iron Throne sees you as a threat, they might conspire with slavers or other factions to weaken Slavers Bay. We must prepare. Daario tapped his dagger's hilt. If King Robert tries sending fleets across the narrow sea, we'd see them coming. Dragons could burn them. The freed Confederation is strong, but a war might hamper all we've built. We'd prefer peace if possible. Daenerys nodded. Yes, war with Westeros could destroy freed unity. Our caravans would be disrupted. Foreign allies might exploit chaos. Perhaps we write back to Lord Stark, clarifying we do not seek to invade. Offer some assurance that Freed Bay stands separate from Westeros unless threatened. She glanced at Jon. We can't be sure Robert will heed reason, but it's worth trying. Jon exhaled, heart heavy. Agreed. We can also mention the rumored undead threat. If that's real, we all have bigger concerns than cross-sea conflict. Let's see if Ned can mediate, though I fear Robert's temper. We have to remain vigilant. The freed Confederation must not collapse under external pressure. Daenerys resolved to compose a measured response. She dictated an open letter to Ned Stark, reaffirming that House Targaryen stands in Essos, forging freed societies with no intention of launching an invasion of Westeros. She pointed out the moral difference between building a realm of ex-slaves and claiming an ancestral throne across the sea. She added a note urging cooperation if the undead rumors proved true, for no realm could stand alone if such a threat stirred. The freed scribes penned this letter swiftly, sealing it with Daenerys' sigil entwined with a broken chain. Dario arranged a ship to sail west, hopefully finding a friendly port in Westeros to deliver it to Ned Stark's hands. In the days that followed, Daenerys and Jon maintained normal freed governance but remained on alert. Scouts scanned the horizon for any sign of foreign fleets or infiltration. Freed city life continued, forging new markets and cultural expressions. Even the painted hills saw Dothraki footprints fade as Khal Nakaro indeed passed on. Freed caravans resumed, shipping goods to the far corners of Essos. The freed Confederation's unity appeared robust, each city counseling the others. House Targaryen soared overhead, a watchful presence. Yet the letter from Ned Stark lingered in Daenerys' mind, a reminder that across the narrow sea, uncertain storm clouds might gather. Amid these shifting complexities, life in Meereen carried on. Freed families built permanent homes in once-abandoned slaver mansions, the old structures repurposed into communal dwellings. Freed orphans studied at small schools Daenerys funded, taught by scribes who once served unscrupulous masters. Freed artisans carved new monuments celebrating the chainbreakers, while freed farmers sold surplus grain in busy markets. Dragons soared in the sky each morning, greeted by cheers from children who idolized them as symbols of liberation. Jon worked tirelessly, traveling among the freed councils to ensure daily disputes never festered. Daenerys oversaw broader policy, shaping laws that banned all forms of forced labor. Torrhen blessed them with quiet prayers, rousing freed hearts that a new dawn truly shone on Slaver's Bay. One late afternoon, Daenerys found Jon at the city's main gate, observing a column of freed cavalry returning from a routine patrol. Ghost perched near him, blinking in the bright sun. She dismounted from her horse, approaching with a warm look. "All calm, I trust?" Jon turned, offering a faint grin. "Yes, the freed cavalry found no threats. The roads are quiet. It's almost strange to see such peace. I keep expecting another crisis." She stepped closer, letting the city's noise fall away. "We've learned to expect turmoil at every turn, but perhaps we've earned a season of calm. Enough to breathe." She paused, glancing at the freed cavalry who dismounted, exchanging cheerful banter with passing vendors. "Though I suspect we must remain watchful." Jon placed a hand on her waist, a small sign of the closeness Freed had grown used to seeing. "We will, but let's also appreciate how far we've come. Astapor stable, Yunkai stable, Meereen thriving. A freed vow sealed between us. We might even call it success." Daenerys' lips curved in a gentle smile. "Success that cost blood and tears. But yes, success. Our freed Confederation stands. Even a potential Dothraki raid dissolved. The letters to Westeros may or may not avert trouble, but we can't do more from here. Let King Robert stew in his doubts. If he leaves us be, so be it." Jon's gaze flicked to the horizon. "One day we might cross the sea or face that rumored undead threat. But for now, Freed Bay is our realm. Let's guard it well." They walked side by side into the city's bustle, freed folk parting to let them pass. Children waved, calling out in various tongues. Dragons soared overhead, regal and Viserion weaving patterns, while Drogon streaked after them with sharper cries. Shadowfire, more solitary, often perched beyond the walls, content to let the smaller dragons frolic over the rooftops. Daenerys and Jon returned to the pyramid, greeted by scribes who reported new trade caravans departing for Volantis, hopeful for peaceful commerce. The freed Confederation indeed extended its influence beyond Slaver's Bay. The world was changing, shaped by Targaryen flame and freed resilience. In the weeks that followed, the freed Confederation grew more confident. Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen each fortified small freed militias, standardizing training under the Unsullied's guidance. Freed councils established rotating delegates to meet monthly in Meereen, ensuring decisions were shared. Food surpluses circulated, diminishing hunger. Freed engineers repaired old aqueducts left from Valyrian times. Ships from the Summer Islands docked peacefully, exchanging exotic fruits for crafted wares. The freed Confederation thrived as a beacon of liberty in Essos, overshadowing old slaver nightmares. Daenerys and Jon found time to fulfill their freed vow further. Each city they visited held modest ceremonies welcoming them as guardians. Freed mothers offered them small tokens of gratitude. Freed children performed songs in newly minted freed tongues. Some red priests proclaimed Daenerys and Jon as embodiments of a prophecy that merged dragon blood with righteous purpose. Tormund cautioned humility, which they embraced. They did not claim to be gods, only defenders of freed. The days blurred into a steady rhythm of governance, patrols, and incremental reforms. For once, no crisis loomed on the immediate horizon. Then, on a crisp morning near the end of the harvest season, a rider arrived from Astapor, dusty and exhausted. Daenerys and Jon, alerted at once, met the man in a side courtyard of the Great Pyramid. He gasped out tidings. Travelers from the Basilisk Isles had landed in the swamps south of Astapor. Rumors circulated that these travelers included sellswords and shady merchants who might harbor slaver ties. Freed scouts reported seeing small, fast ships hugging the coastline, possibly conducting clandestine dealings. The freed in those parts felt uneasy, suspecting an infiltration or a new threat. The Basilisk Isles were infamous for pirate dens, rumored to deal in contraband, including slaves. If these pirates forged alliances with local ex-slaver factions, trouble could spread quickly. Jon and Daenerys exchanged weary glances. Another potential brushfire. The freed Confederation was too large for them to respond personally to every incursion, yet ignoring it could embolden foes. Daenerys promptly convened a freed council session, inviting Tormund, Daario, Grey Worm, and key scribes. They mapped the southern coastline, identifying the swampland near Astapor's southern outskirts. Freed settlement there was sparse, but any infiltration threatened a vulnerable region. Daario recommended sending a squad of Second Sons to investigate. Grey Worm proposed freed scouts from Astapor's militia, with some Unsullied as backup. Jon suggested a demonstration flight by the dragons to spook any pirates. Daenerys concurred. They formed a plan. Dispatch freed cavalry from Astapor to the swamps, while a small detachment of Unsullied from Meereen joined them. If the Basilisk Isles travelers were harmless merchants, they would present legitimate cargo and cooperate. If they harbored slaver designs or contraband, they would face immediate expulsion or arrest. A quick show of Targaryen dragons might deter them from resisting. The next dawn, Daenerys and Jon parted ways. She stayed in Meereen to maintain day-to-day freed governance, while Jon soared south on Shadowfire with a handful of freed scribes and cavalry riding behind. He carried a letter from Daenerys authorizing him to act in the freed Confederation's name. Within days, Jon arrived in Astapor, reacquainting himself with the freed council there. They greeted him warmly, relieved to see House Targaryen respond swiftly. Freed scouts confirmed that small ships from the Basilisk Isles lurked near the swampy shoreline, rumored to anchor by night. Some freed peasants reported glimpses of armed men with shady bearing, though no overt raids yet. Jon mustered a force. Freed cavalry from Astapor, a squad of Unsullied, and a smattering of local freed volunteers who knew the swamps. Shadowfire circled overhead, casting vast shadows across the red brick walls. Freed onlookers watched, heartened. They set out at dawn for the swampy region, riding through dense, humid terrain. The land smelled of brackish water and rotting vegetation. Crocodiles slithered in the murky shallows. Freed scouts guided them along causeways. Ghost padded carefully, nose twitching at the pungent scents. Jon found it oppressive but pressed on. By midday, they spotted a faint column of smoke rising from behind a copse of twisted trees. Creeping forward, they discovered a makeshift camp of about 20 men, armed with cutlasses and crossbows, plus a few battered tents. Several rowboats were moored at a hidden inlet. The men wore mismatched attire, some with Basilisk Isles tattoos. A freed scout pointed to crates stashed near the boats, possibly containing contraband. Jon signaled a stealthy approach. Freed cavalry dismounted, unsullied formed ranks using thick reeds as cover. Ghost hunkered low, tension in every muscle. Jon, astride Shadowfire overhead, let out a single roar to announce their presence. The camp erupted in startled shouts. Men scrambled for weapons. Freed cavalry, led by an Astapori captain, emerged from the undergrowth, shouting that they represented House Targaryen and freed Confederation authority. One pirate fired a crossbow at a freed soldier, narrowly missing. That was enough provocation. Jon guided Shadowfire in a low pass, unleashing a jet of flame across the swampy edge. Steam hissed as water boiled, igniting a corner of the brush. The pirates panicked, dropping their crossbows to flee. Freed cavalry charged, subduing them swiftly. A handful tried to race to the rowboats, but unsullied spears blocked the path. Within minutes, the scuffle ended. The pirates lay bound, cursing in a mix of Common Tongue and Basilisk Isles dialects. Freed scribes rummaged through their crates, discovering illicit goods, cheap swords, suspicious potions, possibly items meant for sale to ex-slavers. No direct evidence of slavery, but it reeked of illegal dealings. Jon landed Shadowfire in the clearing, the impact sending mud splattering. Freed cavalry parted for him. Ghost prowled at his side, baring teeth. The captured pirates trembled at the sight of the monstrous black dragon, some whimpering. Jon approached the one who appeared to be their leader, a wiry man with a serpent tattoo across his neck. He demanded an explanation for their presence. The man spat, claiming they sought legitimate trade with Freed. But the crates suggested otherwise. Freed scribes found half-finished manacles and documents referencing secret deals. It was enough to brand them conspirators in potential slaver resurgences. They had no official trade permit from the Freed Confederation. Jon declared them under arrest. Freed cavalry took them in chains, ironic justice for men who might have trafficked in slavery. They would face a freed tribunal in Astapor for contraband smuggling, possibly conspiring to re-establish the trade in human lives. Freed scribes burned their camp, scattering any chance of them returning. Shadowfire's presence alone silenced their protests. The swamp settlement was dismantled, the rowboats confiscated. Over the next days, Freed patrols scoured the coastline for other hidden camps. Some pirates might have fled by sea, but any hope of infiltration had been dashed by the swift Targaryen response. News reached the freed councils that once again, House Targaryen had preserved freed lands from creeping slaver influence. Returning to Astapor, Jon convened a quick trial for the pirates. Freed counselors presided, freed scribes detailing their crimes. The men were found guilty of illegal infiltration, conspiracy to supply slaver gear. Sentences ranged from forced labor in freed quarries to outright banishment across the sea. Jon oversaw the process, mindful not to overshadow freed authority. The Freed Council appreciated his fairness. In the aftermath, freed watchers strengthened coastal surveillance, determined never to let a band of pirates slip in so easily again. Word spread across Slaver's Bay that Targaryen guardians were as vigilant as ever. When Jon finally returned to Meereen, Daenerys awaited him in the palace courtyard with a relieved smile, freed leaders at her side. He dismounted from Shadowfire, letting freed attendants cool the dragon with water. She walked up, ignoring protocol to embrace him before freed onlookers. A hush of approval rippled among them. The Freed Confederation needed no pomp. They simply recognized their guardians reuniting. Ghost circled them, tail wagging. Daenerys asked about the basilisk pirates, which he explained had been subdued. No direct sign of slavery, Jon said, but they carried enough contraband to suggest an agenda. Freed coastal watchers will remain on high alert. Daenerys sighed. Another threat stamped out. Good. The Freed Councils heard rumor of the incident, but thanks to your swift action, no chaos erupted. Now, if only every crisis can be handled so decisively. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of pride and exhaustion. Jon lowered his voice so freed bystanders wouldn't overhear. We manage day by day. The freed Confederation stands. That's what matters. If King Robert or foreign slavers test us, they'll find we remain vigilant. She nodded, heart full. Freed men parted, letting them pass. The pair climbed the steps to the Great Pyramid's main hall, sharing quiet updates. Torches flickered in sconces, revealing freed scribes bustling with daily tasks. A freed scribe approached, presenting a fresh letter from Ned Stark. Daenerys raised her brows, exchanging a glance with Jon. The scribe excused himself, leaving them alone at a side alcove. Jon carefully broke the seal, reading silently. Targaryens, your letter reached me. I see you wish no war. King Robert remains uncertain, but I have persuaded him that immediate aggression would be folly. Cersei's faction might yet stir trouble. I cannot guarantee they won't attempt covert sabotage. For now, the realm is preoccupied with internal matters. Concerning the undead threat, the Night's Watch has requested additional men. Rumors persist of unnatural occurrences beyond the wall. I cannot confirm them fully, but caution is wise. I advise you remain watchful. If Robert's court shifts, you could face envoys or assassins. Meanwhile, if the rumored threat in the north is real, we may all need alliances, no matter old grudges. May the gods keep you well. Ned Stark. Jon exhaled, passing it to Daenerys. She scanned it with a pensive frown. So King Robert's hostility is contained by Ned's counsel. But we should not rest on that. The Lannisters might try something covert. And the business about undead, it gnaws at me. If it's real, the entire world could be at stake. She brushed a stray silver lock from her face, voice subdued. We can't leave the freed Confederation right now to chase rumors in the north. Yet ignoring it could be dire if winter truly brings horrors. Jon nodded gravely. We're pulled in two directions. Our vow to the freed Confederation stands. But if the undead stir, even dragons might be needed to defend all living. Let's remain vigilant for further tidings. If it becomes certain, we might have no choice but to prepare. For now, we trust Ned Stark to keep Robert from striking us out of fear. They agreed to share Ned's letter with the freed councils, letting them know of potential infiltration threats from Westeros, encouraging them to watch for suspicious foreigners. But they decided not to alarm freed populations with talk of undead legends that might never materialize. Another layer of caution was added to freed city defenses. The days turned into weeks, then a month. Slavers' Bay remained largely tranquil, freed commerce expanding. The freed vow linking Daenerys and Jon anchored the realm's morale. Dragons soared, freed thrived. The freed Confederation's biggest challenges seemed to revolve around coordinating trade expansions, refining judicial codes, and quelling sporadic banditry. One evening, in the softly lit chamber that served as a private study, Daenerys and Jon shared a rare moment of respite. A clay lamp cast gentle shadows on the walls. Ghost lay curled near the door, half dozing. Drogon perched on a windowsill, letting out a contented croon whenever Daenerys moved. She reviewed a scroll from Astapor detailing a new freed militia formation. Jon flipped through a ledger about shipments from Yunkai. Occasionally, they glanced at each other, comforted by the shared presence. Outside, Meereen's nightlife buzzed with freed gatherings, music drifting from distant squares. Daenerys set her scroll aside. It's quiet, she mused. Almost too quiet. We've adapted to crisis after crisis. Now each day glides by with routine freed administration. I never imagined we'd see such peace so soon. Jon snorted softly. I remember you said we'd always face a new threat. Perhaps we've earned a lull. Or perhaps the next threat lurks beyond the horizon. He set down the ledger. But at least freed societies stand on firmer ground. If a day arrives when we must sail west, or face an unknown menace, freed Confederation might stand without us. She rose, moving to the window. The stars flickered, and the faint silhouette of Regal soared across the sky. Her voice was quiet when she spoke again. Yes, they may. We gave them dragons once. Now they can fly on their own wings. She paused, turning to him, a tender seriousness in her gaze. "We are wedded by freed vow, guardians in spirit. If the day comes that we must face other realms or winter's shadows, we will do it together, come what may." Jon stood, crossing to her side. He brushed a gentle hand along her cheek. The hush between them felt as deep as the desert night. "Always together," he murmured. She pressed her lips to his in a soft kiss. Outside, the city's hum persisted, freed living their liberated dreams. Inside, the two Targaryens, once bastards, exiles, or overshadowed heirs, found a new home in each other's presence. Their vow bound not only them, but Slavers Bay's freed future. And though distant storms might gather, tonight, in the hush of Meereen's lamplit halls, they reveled in the improbable peace they had carved from the chaos of a world that once denied them everything.